For privet drive little whinging, Surrey. A small private car drive slowly and stopped in front of a small two-story bungalow. The car door was opened, and a middle-aged man planned to get out of the driver's seat, but he was a little anxious due to his fat body. Accidentally fell to the ground. He quickly got up without hesitation, covered in dust, hurried to the co-pilot seat, and opened the door. My dear Petunia, please let me see our child. Look, the fat boy in your arms, he must be my own. Hearing her husband Vernon's words, Petunia glared at him. What did you just say? Vernon was stunned for a moment, cursing himself in his heart for being confused for a moment, because he was too excited to talk without beginning and ending, and quickly explained, Dear Petunia, I mean, look at our big fat boy, he must have inherited me. Oh no, it's the excellent blood of our Disley family. Look at these eyes, how smart and energetic. I feel that he will definitely become a big entrepreneur in the future. Penny angrily handed the child in her arms to her husband and shouted, Our child is only 2 days old, and you want to make plans for his future. I heard that a new circus has recently opened in the city center. The clowns, acrobats, animals and magic shows are very good. If we have a chance, let's take our children to see it tomorrow. Hearing his wife's proposal, Vernon was slightly unhappy. I think it's better not to go. Acrobatics, performances, circuses, clowns, these are deceptive tricks. It's a pastime for inferior people to please rich people. If our family's Dudley likes this kind of thing, it will be a very headache for me. Petunia frowned and said, Vernon, are you still troubled by the letter that appeared strangely at our house last time? Vernon's fat body trembled a little. Annoyed Penny, how many times have I told you that the letter was not a bizarre one, but a prank by a thief who sneaked into our house? How could a normal person write such illogical remarks? Besides, you also saw the content of the letter at the time, and do these 8 sentences seem to be spoken by normal people? A person with the ability to destroy the great demon king will appear soon. It is very likely that he will be born in a family that has fought against the great demon king 3 times. The date of birth will be the last day of July. He will be regarded as a strong enemy in life by the great demon king. The son of prophecy has a magical power that the great demon king does not understand. The 2 of them must meet, and one will die at the hands of the other. It is absolutely impossible for 2 people to survive at the same time. In the new era, the son of prophecy and the great devil will be buried together in the mouth of the ancient monster. Petunia said depressedly, The recipient of Vernon is my sister Lily. This letter may be what she wants to tell us. Vernon interrupted his wife's description with a wave. Enough, Petunia. You promised me not to mention your 2 arrogant relatives in our lives. She is not friendly to us at all. Petunia opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but seeing her husband's serious expression, she could only sigh, packed up the baby items in the car, and followed her husband back home. On the way, I am still trying to argue that we should not set life goals when the child is young, but decide the future according to the child's preferences. The 2 adults were arguing with each other, but they didn't notice that the eyes of the baby in their palms were flickering and flickering. Own, did you pass through? Looking at the objects around him that were several times larger than him, he raised his hand and 5 fingers like a child. Dudley had to accept the reality in front of him. He was really reborn. Listening to the authentic English accent around him, he knew that he should be in London. Judging from the interior decoration and the surrounding environment, he should be in the 80s and -s. Ugh, Dudley sighed. The memory of his previous life flashed like a phantom. He was born in the Far East. When he was a child, he had excellent grades and skipped a grade. He was recommended by the school, the Harvard Genius class in Shanghai. During the learning process, he was even more enthusiastic about the biological knowledge system. Received a public funding opportunity and went to the University of Cambridge in England to study biological research. From undergraduate to postgraduate, and finally to PhD. He was only 26 years old the day before he published his doctoral dissertation. After going abroad, in order to better integrate into the interpersonal circle of the Mentor Project team, he gave himself an English name, Dudley. But just the night before his PhD graduation from Cambridge, when he woke up, he found that he had time traveled. No crashes, no poisoning, no assassination. As a special researcher with advanced biological talents, he is respected by others. However, the indisputable fact is that he crossed over. But this may not be a bad thing. In his previous life, he only knew how to read, and developed rapidly in the field of biology. Correspondingly, he didn't have much time to take care of the interpersonal relationships around him. As a result, he had few friends, and even faced the girls who admired him and pursued him without pretending to talk. After all, from the perspective of human evolution, studying how cells reproduce, or how insects emerge into flying creatures, is much more interesting than going shopping with girls. It is a good thing to have extraordinary intelligence, but it cannot resist the limitations of biological instinct. Only 2 or 3 days old, the young mammals need a lot of sleep in order to promote physical growth. During these 2 days, Dudley almost slept and ate, and spent a small part of his spare time exploring the surroundings to collect clues. Now that we have traveled to London in 1980, we have an advanced knowledge system in the 21st century and a macroscopic vision of future economic development. As long as he is willing, relying on these, maybe in the next 20 years, there will be a new father of fruits in London and even the world. Dolly Jobs. The man who pushes the forefront of the world's technological development will surely be passed down through the ages. But Dudley didn't intend to do this, so what if he went to the academic world or the business world, and then the pinnacle of the human field. The time in a person's life is limited. If you invest a lot of energy in certain things, otherwise you will ignore a lot of certain jobs. Family is a good example. Therefore, Dudley, who was an elite biological researcher in his previous life, believed that the genetics, and paleontology involved in himself could be put aside. It is said that the yin hides in the city, and among the billions of people in the world, there is no shortage of smart geniuses. The time to empty your mind and not think always passes quickly. In a daze, Dudley felt himself being picked up, and it was her mother, Petunia Desley, who came into view. With a loving expression on her face, she hugged herself and rocked slowly. However, Dudley's eyes widened in disbelief. At the end of his line of sight, the street lamp near the glass window, the incandescent lamp that was originally powered on, unexpectedly came out of the lampshade. To be precise, the orange light source flew out from the lampshade and converged in the same direction. For a moment Dudley thought he was dazzled. The second light and the third light have such strange appearances one after another, which is enough to prove that this magical scene is real. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. 10 minutes ago, 10 Privet Drive, Little Winjing, London. Two figures stood on the asphalt road. In front of them was the small two-story mansion where Dudley was currently living. A lady in black with a hat holds a baby in her arms. Her face is full of worry. Professor Dumbledore, are you sure you want this baby, Harry, to be raised by the Dursleys? After my observation, there are also staff belonging to the Ministry of Magic who don't think this is a good choice, especially Vernon Dursley, but a solid realist who believes in atheism and other Muggle theories. Dumbledore shook his head and interrupted the woman's voice. Professor McGonagall, this is the best place for children. The dark alleys of the whole of England are filled with a large number of remnants of dark wizards. Even the loyalty charm imposed by the child's parents was dismantled by the Death Eaters. This so-called absolute secrecy spell can only be broken if there are traitors inside. Professor McGonagall was very surprised. You mean, there are still dark wizards around us? Dumbledore did not reply directly to the other party. He carried the baby Harry and walked step by step to the two-story building in front of him. This kid survived the mortal spell Avada Kedavra, and someone must be watching. Apart from the fact that her mother, Lily Potter, sacrificed herself to create a blood bond to protect the child by blood and love, I also strengthened this layer of protection. Now Harry needs to stay away from the world of the Sorcerer's Stone, and the blood bond that can firmly and sustain this layer of protection is Potter's mother's sister, Petunia Desley. Oh no, it should be Petunia Evans. At this time, Dumbledore had already walked to the door of the two-story small Western-style building. Looking at the Dursley label on the door, Professor McGonagall seemed to be finally unable to bear it, and said, Professor Dumbledore, there are two children who fit the prophecy, one is Harry Potter and the other is Neville Longbottom. Both of them were born at the end of July. Why is the pure blood wizard the only choice? Is Harry's house? Dumbledore paused for a moment with his hand knocking on the door. His voice seemed a little hoarse. The children of the Longbottom family are descendants of pure blood wizards, and Harry and him have the same background. The same could be called hybrid. Speaking of this, Dumbledore didn't say much anymore. He knocked on the door lightly, and then disappeared in place with Professor McGonagall. The knocking ends. Dudley was carried by his mother and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a baby in swaddling clothes, with a letter on his body. From Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. Dudley's eyes widened incredulously, because the lightning scar on the child's forehead was so conspicuous. Combining part of the letter, he turned out to be Harry Potter. This is a magical world. There is too much information today, and the baby's body can't bear the high-intensity mental activity at all. Drowsiness hit, and Dudley fell into a deep sleep with some annoyance. When he woke up again, he was awakened by a loud noise. The person who spoke was his father, Vernon Dursley, and saw this fat man in a standard suit, slapping heavily on the dining table with one hand. Petunia, look at your relatives. I told you not to associate with your naughty sister anymore. Obviously I can find a stable job, and I can also promote his husband, by the way, but she is so good. What do you say to us, magic, elves, dragons? Even the money I make in business is not as much as they make selling a bottle of potion reagents. See, Petunia, this is just a daydream. Without hard work, how can there be material enjoyment? Petunia's complexion was not very good, and she couldn't help complaining to her husband, Vernon, please talk less. Speak less? My God, Petunia, look at your sister and husband. After giving birth to a child, instead of fulfilling their parents' obligations, they weave something magic. The big devil killed a child like him. Scammed. I think they must have gone on vacation. Vernon felt that he was in a bad mood. He was the most successful businessman in the Dursley family, but now he had to support a child abandoned by his wife and sister because of the weird logic of his relatives. Although this is his legal obligation, maybe he can't consider the feeling of raising other people's children. This is not his own. On the other side, Dudley, who was lying in the pram, had been silent in his thoughts, but became active. As a PhD in biology in his previous life, his research interests include biological genes, from cells to tissues, organs, circulatory systems, human bodies, or biological structures. Right now, a living great magician is lying beside him, and the desire for research that was left behind is gradually rising. Looking at the baby with the lightning scar on the other side, his gaze became hotter. Sideswept. The thought of having the famous wizard Dudley beside him actually made him a little excited. In the past, in the knowledge system of studying biology, it was clearly stated that the evolution process of various organisms on the earth. For example, humans, orangutans, pigs, and corn go back to the time of their ancestors only on the genetic level that we are all the same species, and the ancestors of birds or reptiles. During this period, after tens of millions of years of evolution and species selection, the world that everyone is familiar with in the 21st century is finally presented. Analyzing only from the research in biology, if you want to have certain academic achievements, the time cost is absolutely necessary. It takes a lot of time to complete a lot of evidence and repeated verification step by step. Sometimes the direction is wrong, and perhaps decades of hard work will disappear. But it's different now. Although the previous self only knew how to do research and was immersed in the ocean of genetics, and paleontology knowledge every day, it didn't mean that he completely cut off contact with the outside world. That he has heard of Harry Potter movies for a long time, but he prefers to observe the proliferation of cells compared to such magical themes. I don't know much about the plot in too much detail. But that doesn't change the fact that this is a world with a wizarding world. The strange siphoning of streetlights outside the previous window and the presence of Harry Potter meant that everything was moving in a magical direction. If you can become a wizard, will the world in my eyes change drastically? This is derived from the instinctive reaction of a biologist who wants to explore the unknown, the field of knowledge. Well, the ideal is very full, but it is extremely difficult to put it into practical action, just like the matter that Dudley has to solve now. His body is weak. It's too far away to study wizards or something, so it's more practical to sleep. Vernon, look at our child, he is quite energetic today, and he seems to like Harry very much. Look at the joy in my lovely child's eyes. Petunia gestured to her husband as she spoke. Vernon's originally annoyed expression instantly became full of tenderness and kindness when he saw Dudley. It's natural, as a child of my Dursley family, with excellent genes, I will give him the best educational resources, buy him the best gifts, and make his childhood colorful. As for Harry, Vernon pondered for a moment and said, I'd better call the orphanage. I believe the rescue center in London will take care of him. Penny's complexion changed, she gritted her teeth and said, honey, maybe my sister is really dead. This letter is true, and there may really be a devil king in this world. Vernon frowned, intending to get angry, but he could see Petunia's earnest expression, abruptly suppressing the desire to criticize. Petunia glanced at Harry beside Dudley and explained, before we got married, I told you that my sister is really a bit, something is abnormal, she can conjure a lot of things out of thin air. But before Petunia could continue talking, Vernon slapped the table. Okay dear, I know, Harry is your sister's only son after all, I agree with him to live at home and bring him up. But you have to promise me that from now on, don't talk about those weird wizard remarks in my ears. This is simply ridiculous. In my opinion, wizards are just a trick of clowns in the circus. Don't let it take up precious time in our family. London, June 1987. Surrey, Little Whinging, a small figure slowly emerged on the Suet Road in front of number 4 Privet Drive. The mornings in June are not cool, and the summer heat will continue for a long time. A pair of high-end sports shoes, a pair of imported sports shorts, and black short sleeves. Dudley looked down at his wrist. It was 6:30 in the morning, which was his daily morning routine. Since learning to walk 3 years ago, Dudley has consciously started to practice the strength of the lower body, the muscles of the whole body, as well as the weight-bearing and endurance of the body. In previous biological research, Dudley knew that the gene sequences of different species were quite different. Take humans and orangutans, for example. The orangutans in the zoo have been kept in cages since they were young. They do not exercise and have enough food every day. Their muscle mass is far superior to that of ordinary people. However, human beings can't do anything with just eating, but the food is completely accumulated into fat. At present, the only way to change the internal conditions is to stimulate the external environment. Through conscious diet control, combined with training, the body's internal genes can be automatically adjusted to adapt to the surrounding environment. Just like right now, a body that is more than 6 years old can do 20 push UPS and 60 sit UPS, with clear and well-proportioned muscles. Limited by the current equipment conditions, self-discipline is one of the best ways to change the body's genes. Morning, brother Dudley. When the footsteps stopped, Dudley saw a thin boy, half shorter than himself, walking out of his home with a plastic bag. Morning, Harry, you have been arranged by your father to take out the garbage again. Harry smiled shyly. No way, said Uncle Vernon, people who don't work don't deserve food. If I don't work, I won't have breakfast. Dudley smiled and stepped forward to pick up the garbage bag to help. After all, Harry's small body looked like he would fall to the ground in the wind. Brother Dudley, don't worry about me. If your uncle sees it, you will be scolded again. Staring at Harry's somewhat stubborn expression, Dudley did not force himself, smiled and opened the door to return home. It has been more than 6 years since I came to the Dursleys' house, and my father and mother seem to have a deep prejudice against Harry. Dudley once thought that maybe Harry would be better off living in an orphanage than boarding in his own home. After all, the orphanage had a bed, but in his home he could only sleep in the utility room at the corner of the stairs. Restricted by age, I didn't take the initiative to ask my parents to change their attitude towards Harry. At present, apart from the bad attitude, at least the basic food and drink can be taken care of in place. After the morning exercise, I changed my clothes and came to the restaurant. Penny has prepared slices of bread, sausage, eggs and some cheese. Dudley opened the chair and sat on it. Not long after, a fat man in a black suit came out unsteadily. The space in the room is limited and it is difficult to move around, but his face is well groomed, the planks are upright, and he sat down on the chair with difficulty. Vernon seemingly casually said, "The editor of the children's biology journal that you asked me to contact, Dudley, already has an idea. Cambridge University Wizard Research Project or looking for a Cambridge University biology professor program." The memory images in his mind flashed quickly, and Dudley just wanted to smile. This matter has to start from last year. After learning that there are wizards in this world, every time he went shopping with his parents, he always begged. Non and Petunia bought themselves trinkets related to magic and juggling. He wanted to discover some special existence from it. At first Vernon didn't care about it, he just thought it was a child's nature to be curious about novel things, and he would get tired of it after a while. It can be seen that his son's interest in magic has become stronger as he grows older, which makes him secretly anxious. In fact, Dudley had already seen his father's thoughts, and in the past few years of collecting wizard clues, he did not get any useful information. With the growth of his age and the changes in his body, Dudley felt that he could start working on the things that had been put on hold. In the restaurant, his father looked a little bit like he wanted to be praised by his son. "Dudley, remember how you promised your father?" Vernon winked, facing his favorite son. He was reluctant to beat and scold him, so he could only say some strange words in a roundabout way. "Well, I remember. I will abide by our agreement. From now on, I will become a biologist independently. I have already asked my mother to pack the books about magic at home and give them to the children in the neighbor's house." After Dudley's words fell, Vernon's brows were filled with joy. The burden that had been weighing on his heart all this time disappeared, and his whole person's emotions were also quite high. "Let me just say, Dudley, that's what we Desleys are supposed to be like, magic and all that stuff. These tricks can't produce any real value at all. Even the workers who take out the garbage at the door are much better than the people who spend all day in the circus." Cough, cough. Vernon was taken aback for a moment, and seeing his wife's fierce eyes, he realized that what he just said was too much. He smiled to hide the embarrassment in his heart. "Dudley, my drill bit company has been selling well recently and won a hospital engineering project. One of my friends introduced me to the well-known biologist Morrison Hill in London. After me and his friendly conversation he agrees to let you visit his private laboratory and let his assistant teach you the basics of biology in his spare time, and specify a detailed plan for your future hobbies and professional development," Vernon said with joy, but Petunia on the side bumped into her husband. "Don't forget, Vernon, today is the child's birthday. You can agree that, at the age of 7, you will give the child 7 different birthday presents." After hearing what his wife said, Vernon smiled awkwardly. "Dudley, let me explain. Most of the working capital of the father's company is sponsored by Morrison Hill, the biologist's laboratory. Next year, father will definitely give you 13 birthday presents next year, and make up for this year's ones together." Dudley thanked him with a smile, and the family enjoyed breakfast together. However, at the corner of the outer wall of the restaurant, a thin figure was secretly watching the family of 3 talking and laughing at the dining table. There was a look of envy on Harry's face. Dudley had noticed Harry on the side for a long time, but all he could do now was to ask his mother for more ham sausages and slices of bread, and quietly gave them to him. Although his care is limited, Dudley, who is only 6 years old, can't support himself now. He was born in a family where his father owns a company and his mother is a full-time wife. The financial strength is very good, and there is basically no shortage of daily pocket money. If he elopes with Harry, among other things, the capital market will not be too sympathetic to the weak labor force. After all, he is not his own child, and social assistance is limited. If memory serves me correctly, in a few years Harry will receive an acceptance letter to the wizarding school, and his life will improve greatly by then. Thinking of this, the calculation in Dudley's mind gradually came to the agenda. In his memory, the magic school only accepts students with magical talents. For now, Dudley feels that his life is completely ordinary, and has nothing to do with magic. The problem is, Harry is his cousin, and his mother is his mother's sister. According to genetics, Harry can become a magician, and he should also be able to become a magician. What went wrong? In order to figure this out, I used my father's contacts to contact the famous biologist Morrison Hill of the University of Cambridge in England. In 1987, Britain was already at the forefront of the world, among which biotechnology was also top-notch, and the corresponding equipment and technology were regarded as the most advanced first echelon in the world. The biologist, Morrison Hill, published a number of biological genetic factors and a concept paper on the evolution of extremely split decades later, which has attracted worldwide attention. And all I have to do is to use Morrison's laboratory to help him complete a test. For his first academic project, Dudley named it An Overview of the Differences Between Wizard Cell Genes and Ordinary Humans. Although it is a bit long and difficult to read, it is the most reasonable thing for a scholar to understand. During the time spent with Harry these years, Dudley quietly collected the hair and nails that Harry usually fell off, as well as some of the dead skin that fell off from chapped lips in winter. The afternoon trip to the laboratory was his first attempt to analyze and study Harry's body structure. This time the plan will not be too difficult. He only needs to use the laboratory's high-precision microscope to zoom in and observe. "Listen, Dudley, you'd better be polite when you arrive at the laboratory later. Although Professor Morrison has agreed to my request, this is just an opportunity, not a permanent promise." Vernon drove his silver-white car and glanced at the rearview mirror. Dudley, who was sitting in the back row, was earnest. To be honest, he was just a businessman, and he still lacked confidence in front of truly educated people. After all, knowledge is in other people's heads, and you may not be able to buy it with money. Moreover, if you buy it, many people will not be able to learn it due to their talents. In short, he believes that Dudley's blood is not only talented in business, but also in the academic field. There will be something to do. Looking at Vernon, who kept nagging in front of him, Dudley nodded pretendingly. In his mind, he tried his best to recall the general layout of Morrison's biological laboratory decades ago, and how he should complete this wizard cell observation experiment without arousing suspicion. Sitting on the back seat of the silver car, Dudley looked out the window. I have to say that in London in the 80s, judging from the appearance of the buildings in all aspects, it is not very different from the 21th century or even the -st century. The smooth Suet Road, the dazzling array of advertisements and neon lights on the side of the street, and young men and women stepping out of cars from time to time. They are in good shape, wearing short sleeves and hot pants, holding beverage bottles in their hands, looking relaxed and happy. Dudley, are you listening to me? Vernon, who was holding the steering wheel, stepped on the brakes at a traffic light and looked in the rearview mirror by the way, only to see his child's gaze. Boom! The engine roared twice deliberately, and the blue-haired and blue-eyed young men and women who had gathered before frowned displeasedly. Isn't it just an ordinary silver private car? There's nothing to show off. After the words fell, several people turned and left. Vernon raised his slightly wrinkled eyebrows. Dudley, you have to listen to me, those young people just now are all standard idlers. On weekdays, they don't go to work early in the morning, but gather together to hang out. It's a waste of time. You can't be like them in the future. Dudley smiled wryly. He didn't expect his father to look carefree at ordinary times. In trivial details, he hoped to establish his own image by obliquely. Yes, father, you are right. Dudley followed Vernon's words. The road signal lights changed, the car was moving again, and the corners of Vernon's mouth rose, as if he had found some point of interest, and began to chatter again. Dudley, don't feel like your father is nagging. Look, at the same time, you are on your way to communicate and study with the famous British biology professor, Morrison Hill, and those young people who seem to be dressed in fashion. Meaningless eating, drinking and having fun can't produce any value at all. I think they will regret it sooner or later. Looking at his father's bloated figure due to obesity, Dudley knew it very well. In his previous life, he focused on biology and genetics, which involved human instinctive senses. Among the young men and women just now, there were obviously a few beauties with blonde hair and blue eyes with slender figures and bulging backs. As men, the visual sensory system must be more admiring of their basic reflection. Looking at the male companions around them, Vernon must have secretly compared them. The boys are muscular and wear short-sleeved vests, while he is bloated and fat. Since the external conditions are not good, he must find some sense of superiority elsewhere, right? Dudley sighed. When he decided to go home, he had to communicate with his mother, Petunia, that he couldn't let go of the bad situation where he was angered for no reason. At this moment, Dudley noticed that the car drove into a group of buildings. The style looked a bit similar to the office building in his previous life, but the overall style was still somewhat European. From a distance, one could intuitively find that the rooms in the corridor were spacious and bright. The private car stopped. Vernon pulled out the car key and squeezed out of the silver car with great effort. Due to his excessive movements, he almost fell to the ground this time. Fortunately, Dudley quickly gave him a support point. So heavy, with a body that is only about 6 years old now, if he hadn't had the habit of exercising, he would have fallen to the ground with his father. Oh, it's really terrible. I have long felt that the size of this private car does not fit my figure. Dudley, don't worry, I know you like big guys, and you, like me, have always felt that bigger is better. Don't worry, once the hospital's engineering project is completed, I will replace you with a family off-road truck. Dudley looked at his father, arranging some wrinkled black suit, then took out hairspray from the inside of the car door and sprayed it on his hands, and a strand of his golden hair was shiny again. Vernon closed the car door and fiddled with the black bow on his collar again. Pretty perfect, don't you think, my dear son? Dudley didn't pay attention to his father. When creatures looked in the mirror, they would default to optimizing 30% of their handsome appearance. He didn't want to discuss such a topic against his will. Vernon stepped forward quickly, seeing that his child was only about 6 years old, and he was smart and sensible. His heart was full of pride, and he couldn't help but sink into memories. It seemed that the excellent Dudley blood was particularly prominent in my son. 10 minutes later, Morrison's lab, a middle-aged man about 40 years old, wearing a white coat, holding a few books in his hand, which is a basic overview of biological science. Hi Mr. Dudley, it's a pleasure to see you again. I haven't seen you for a few days. You are taller and more handsome than I imagined. Let me see, this handsome boy must be your son, Dudley Dudley. I said that from the perspective of biological genes. I can see that the two of you are 80% similar from the first moment we met, especially the facial features are exactly the same. Hearing this, Vernon's chubby face was almost narrowed into a slit. He didn't care whether the other party's words were true or false. Anyway, he was very happy now. Professor Morrison, your vision is simply amazing. It just so happens that I have to replan the hospital in the London area." Seeing the flattery from his father and Professor Morrison, Dudley understood thoroughly what it means to smile and say the most against his will. That he even had some doubts whether the Professor Morrison he knew in the future was a fake, but Dudley shook his head helplessly when he saw that his facial features were similar to those in his memory, thinking that something must have happened in the past 30 years to make Professor Morrison abandon meaningless social interactions and only seek breakthroughs in the biological field. Vernon and Morrison have been discussing tuition fees for cultivating themselves. It takes a lot of energy to say that the knowledge of biology must be grasped from an early age. The other said that the investment of the Dursley family is enough. The money is completely enough for a child's 15 years of educational resources, and he is equivalent to paying for these in advance. Dudley didn't participate in it. During this period, he followed Evans Gary, the assistant of the Morrison Institute of Biological Research, to visit it casually. Looking at the basic layout of the laboratory, Dudley nodded in satisfaction. The general layout here is no different from his previous life. The laboratory was built with a lot of money. After all, this is a heavy building. From a commercial point of view, rebuilding far more cost-effective than renovation and rectification. "Uncle Evans, my father seems to be calling you." Dudley looked at the young man in front of him seriously. He planned to find an excuse to buy himself some free time so that he could conduct "Oh yes, then you wait here for a while, I'll go back as soon as I go." Evans did not hesitate. It is impossible for a child of about 6 years old to lie with those innocent eyes. There is no danger in the open area, and it is in the laboratory, so the child cannot be lost. After dismissing Evans, Dudley immediately looked around. The laboratory can basically be divided into 4 areas: training area, observation area, experimental area, and inventory. This time Dudley's main purpose was to observe the area. With limited time, he came this time to take advantage of the observation area of the laboratory to see in detail the effects of some of Harry's body tissues under a high-powered microscope. Looking at the tall tables and chairs in front of him, Dudley moved a chair and put his hands on it, and jumped on it. Reaching into his bosom, he took out a plastic bag, which contained the dry and cracked dead skin that fell off Harry's mouth in winter. Pick up the test tube, drop a drop of chemical liquid, clamp the dead skin with tweezers, cover it with a glass slide, and put it under a high-powered microscope. The most basic elements of exploration in biology are observation and discovery. This time the target is the cells of the biological tissue on Harry's body. Leaning closer, Dudley observed carefully. June 1987 evening in London, England. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. As night fell, bright lights were on in the 2-story small Western-style building, and bursts of hearty laughter came from inside from time to time. "Penny, Petunia, listen to me, it's all true." At Dursley's home, in the dining room, on a round dining table, Vernon was talking excitedly with a shiny face. "Honey, don't believe it. Today we went to the laboratory of Professor Morrison Biology. He told me that our child Dudley has an extraordinary biological talent. As long as he trains him, he is expected to be born at 25. Become a new biology researcher before the age of dash dot." Petunia was wearing a lady's dress, and she brushed her fluffy black hair. "Okay, Vernon has been nagging nonstop since 2 hours ago. Now it's mealtime. Please take care of your precious son's mood and appetite," Petunia said, and motioned her husband to look at Dudley beside him. "It's not really a big deal. I've seen microscopes used before in popular biology journals. This time I happened to see the cells clearly, but it was just a coincidence." Dudley spread his hands to express his helplessness. "Oh dear Petunia, listen, this is a genius intuition. I believe my grandparents must be very happy. The excellent Dursley bloodline has been fulfilled in my son. Our family is finally going to produce a scholar." Vernon chattered endlessly, and this excitement has been maintained since he left the biology laboratory in the afternoon. Dudley was picking up dinner in silence, feeling that he might be too high-key. "Harry, what are you dawdling about? Add 2 steaks and slices of bread to your cousin." Vernon glared at the short Harry beside him. "Be careful, the temperature is best kept at 50 degrees Celsius. If you dare to burn my Dursley son, you will be fined and not allowed to eat for 2 days. Petunia on the side frowned as she listened to her husband's words, but she still didn't say anything. Vernon was very happy now, and she didn't want to disturb the harmonious atmosphere of the family because of some trivial matters. "Okay, Uncle, I will be careful." While flipping the steak on the stove, Harry's small body pursed his lips. In fact, he really wanted to eat beef. After rubbing his shriveled stomach, Harry knew that he could only wait for the Dursleys to finish their dinner. The rest is his food. Soon Vernon finished his meal and returned to the bedroom with Petunia. Before leaving, he kicked the door of the utility room at the corner of the first floor. "Harry, hurry up and clean up the dining table. If I see oil stains on the table tomorrow morning, you will know the consequences." After speaking, he walked up the stairs, and the wooden stairs creaked due to his fat body, and fine dust fell on Harry's hair. "Okay, Uncle, I'll go right away," Harry responded. "Damn right now, I'll tell you to clean up now." Bang! The door closed tightly. Harry rubbed his somewhat shriveled stomach, and came to the center of the dining room, holding a towel in his hand and preparing to wipe the table. A dinner plate appeared in front of him. On the white plate, a large piece of freshly fried steak was placed, and they were divided into small pieces by a knife and arranged in small pieces. Goo-doo, Harry swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Doop cousin Dudley, I can't have it, if my uncle sees it, he'll. Dudley smiled and stretched out his hand to signal Harry to be silent. Pointing to the upstairs, without further ado, he turned and walked out of the restaurant under Harry's grateful eyes. Back in his private room, Dudley's eyes were bright and energetic, staring at the night sky outside the window. For Harry, Dudley was sympathetic and would help him as much as he could. In the past, he would also help Harry, but at most he would share some of his own food. But starting today, in Dudley's eyes, Harry's status as a toolman is more important. A thin body is not conducive to his analysis and observation. Sufficient food and a good mental outlook are the necessary foundations for biological research. Otherwise, the follow-up plan cannot be implemented normally for the phenomenon observed today. Dudley knew the biological research center of the past life. The human body is basically composed of a large amount of protein, and the protein will grow into cells with nutrition and environment. Through a high-power microscope, in a specific reagent, Dudley observed that the cells in Harry's dead skin were exactly the same as normal people. But his harvest is far more than that. The dead skin of a normal person leaves the body for a long time. Without water and oxygen, the cells will die, stop working, and become crystals or some organic matter. The dead skin cells on Harry's body were still visibly active even after being separated from his body for 3 years. It moves. The biological experience in his previous life told him that as long as he wants to implant the single cell into the artificial cultivation reagent, they will start to proliferate and divide. Just the first observation made it feel like he had made a breakthrough discovery in his 30 years of biological research in his previous life. At this moment, in his eyes, Harry had already sublimated into a treasure. Analyzing and deciphering unknown fields of knowledge is what a scholar should do. In the next step, Dudley plans to use the electron microscope in Morrison's laboratory to make a deeper observation of the cells in Harry's body. Only under the electron microscope can we see the details of the cells in Harry's body more clearly. The second topic, wizard cells, cell membrane, wall, cytoplasm and nucleus, and what is the difference between the molecular amino acids and ordinary people. With just a peek into this small part of the field, he can pursue other areas of biological research. As for the third subject of genetics, it is expected to observation plan for wizard cells implanting viruses. London, UK, January 1991. He looked up at the clock on the desktop. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, according to the usual practice. Although the weather was cold, Dudley still had to maintain effective and high-intensity physical exercise. Once the self-discipline model is formed, if suddenly one day you no longer abide by it, you will feel a little awkward. Looking at the dark street outside the window, Dudley decided to give up his morning exercise plan. He had more important things to do. That is tidying up the research notes of wizard cells. From the first contact in 1987, Cambridge University, Morrison Hill's private biological laboratory. About 4 years have passed by now. During the 4 years, Dudley would arrive at the biology laboratory in the afternoon almost fixed 3 days a week, and used various excuses to observe and record his own experimental data while the other party was teaching carefully. To be honest, Dudley's impression of Professor Morrison also changed. He thought that after taking money from his father, Dudley would definitely assign an assistant to dismiss him casually. But since he discovered his special biological talent, he seemed to really want to train himself in the direction of a professional researcher. This made Dudley distressed but also quite relieved. After all, when he was with a well-known biologist, as long as he asked some curious professional questions around the corner, the other party would always give him unique insights. In Morrison's view, it's okay for Dudley to be incomprehensible at a young age, but that's how knowledge is. At the best time in memory, memorize it first, and when you really encounter similar difficulties later, you will understand it naturally after some practice. Dudley reached out and took out a leather notebook from the drawer of his desk. He opened the first page, which contained some diaries recorded by wizards, as well as specific plans and parameters. Wizard cell experiment, London, 1988, Wednesday. After a day of study, I thought that the time I secretly spared would soon allow me to observe the cells of the wizard, Harry, the cell membrane, the cytoplasm and the nucleus, and even the deeper amino acids and other molecular structures. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The equipment in the laboratory is not as sophisticated as I imagined. My memory stays in England in the 21st century. I am obsessed with research and have not noticed that high-precision electron microscopes have not yet been officially popularized. Even the well-known Professor's Morrison Biological Laboratory needs to order from a Japanese joint venture for the application cycle. Their plan will be completed in about a year. Wizard cell experiment, London, Monday, 1988. I was really happy because the high-precision electron microscope was finally put into normal use under the arrangement of Professor Morrison. After a period of time, after figuring out the rules of using instruments in the laboratory, I finally found the right opportunity to start really observing wizard cells. This may allow me to produce new harvest. Wizard cell experiment, London, Saturday, 1989. I was very distressed. The electron microscope of this era is still an old-fashioned black and white projection. Judging only from some features, the cytoplasm, nucleus, and some proteins in the cells on the lips of Harry are the same as those of normal people, almost the same. Although this is not good news. But it's also good news. From this point, it can be proved that the basic structure of wizards should still be classified as human beings. After all, cells are constantly dividing in the presence of chemical reagents, which means that the basic proteins that make up the wizard cells have not undergone more than expected changes. Phenomena excluded, optimized according to first theory. Then the reason why the wizard cells remained active for as long as 3 years without nutrient supply was likely to be in the nucleus. Wizard cell experiment, London, Saturday, 1989. Recently, I stopped observing Harry's cells, and biological experiments need to wait. Professor Morrison's biological laboratory does not yet have in-depth research on the nucleus. This requires more advanced instruments and equipment. I heard him discussing with his assistant that a batch of nano-level injection needles will be purchased in the near future. If my guess is correct, Professor Morrison must have disclosed new information in biology again, which can make the United States and Japan willing to provide technical support. If I remember correctly, the new type of influenza that broke out in the UK some time ago was the solution given by Morrison, and the local institutions in London will provide better treatment. Soon. These experimental equipment will be delivered. Wizard cell experiment, in November 1990, more than 3 years had passed since the study of wizard cells. During this period, I was already working on a virus implantation project for wizard cells. This time I chose a common influenza virus. With the help of Morrison Hill's laboratory, I successfully injected the virus into the wizard cells with the newly purchased nano syringe, which is more than 100 times smaller than a hair. This is not difficult, almost a breeze under the electron microscope. A single virus is an organic substance between life and non-life. They cannot survive independently. In genetics, it is clearly pointed out that the virus will infect or force the nucleus to proliferate and produce the virus itself when it enters the cell. If this assumption holds true, the wizard cells will continue to divide new influenza viruses in the culture tank. Wizard cell experiment, November 1990, 11. Actually, I didn't know whether my experiment was successful or not. After ordinary influenza virus infects wizard cells, the resplit wizard cells stop multiplying and dividing when they reach a certain number. There is currently no upper limit observed for the number of normal wizard cell divisions and proliferation. However, the wizard cells infected by the virus had only a few dozens of divisions, and the most divisions were no more than 50 times. Something like this should not happen without outside intervention. Is the flu virus in this world different from the one in the previous life, or what reason? Wizard cell experiment, in December 1990, I had had enough of this suspicion. Clueless research is the worst waste of time. It has been a day without drinking water, my lips are obviously dry and cracked, touching the dead skin at the corners of my mouth. I thought of a new way. I am going to test the actual theory myself. I took cells from the dead skin on my own mouth, and I also took cells from Harry's mouth and put them together, injecting the local flu virus at the same time. Influenza viruses enter the cell membrane almost at the same time, and they move towards the nucleus. The instinct of the virus tells them that they need to occupy the center, so that they can use the chicken to lay eggs and start to reproduce and divide. The virus starts to replicate. Wizard cell experiment, January 1991. This world is normal. Influenza virus cells have successfully caused my cells to divide continuously, and have been producing new influenza viruses. There is no external interference. As long as the nutrition is sufficient, theoretically it can continue to divide. However, the wizard cells still stayed there dozens of times, automatically stopping the production of new viruses. I don't know how to describe what I saw. The influenza virus infected the wizard, Harry's cells. Due to the nature of the virus itself, they have begun to enter the multiplication stage. I extracted a newly multiplied virus. And injected into my cells. A week later, after being removed from the environment of the cultivation reagent and infected with the new virus, my cells did not decompose into organic matter, nor did they become crystals or die completely. It is still full of vitality under the microscope. It's just unbelievable. So, boldly assume, as long as the new influenza virus multiplied in Harry's cells is injected into my body. So what will happen to me, will you? Get the legendary magic power? No one knows this. However, a large amount of data shows that if I do this, I will become the first experimenter who died of a cold. Because this is based on the premise of getting sick from influenza, and there is currently no cure for this disease. After reading the wizard cell experiment diary in his hand. Looking at the time on the desktop, more than 2 hours have passed now. Is recorded in his own biological experiments, after successfully capturing the infected wizard cells through detailed observation under the microscope, they re-replicated to generate a new type of influenza virus. The date of the last relevant wizard cell experiment diary entry was half a year ago, and Dudley still hadn't taken the remaining step until now. Any biological experiment requires a lot of evidence and repeated operations to verify. Science is rigorous, and the consequences of recklessness are often uncontrollable. Open the windows and let the cold air blow on your skin. London 1991, April. Surrey County, Little Winjing District, number 4 Privet Drive, in a small 2-story Western-style building. Dudley, why are you still in the house? It's already 7:30 in the morning, hurry down and have breakfast. Petunia's voice came to her ears through the crack of the door. Dudley woke up in the room, feeling a little distressed. When any scientific research or biological theory encounters a bottleneck, it needs a combination of work and rest, and sticking to the same point like a dead end will only be counterproductive. Okay, Mom, I'm here. Dudley said. He walked downstairs quickly, and when he passed the last flight of stairs, his footsteps were a little lighter. After all, when he saw Harry walking out of the utility room with a disheveled face last time, he had this aspect consciousness. Good morning, my lovely son. It looks like you don't look very good today, and you usually go out for morning exercises on time. Vernon tidied up his black suit, and half-eaten dry bread and black tea were placed in front of him. Petunia glared at her husband and said angrily, "Look at what you said. Don't you just wake up later? Besides, life requires a combination of work and rest, and it's a good thing to relax properly. Instead of asking Dudley to get up early to do morning exercises every day, can you solve the problem of snoring at night first?" Seeing his wife protecting Dudley so much, Vernon rolled his eyes in embarrassment. "I mean, nothing else." Dudley took the dinner plate from his mother, with steak, egg whites, and some milk and cereal on it. "Mom, your cooking skills are still as good as ever." Hearing her son's praise, Penny was also very happy. "That's natural. You exercise so much every day, and you have strict standards on your diet. Listen to me, Dudley, you're only less than 11 years old now, so there's no need to be so strict with yourself. At this age, you should play more and watch more." Petunia was nagging, although she knew it was useless, and she couldn't understand why her son insisted on exercising. Dudley was sitting at the dining table, eating steak while listening to Petunia and Vernon's chatter. A warm feeling came to his mind. "Although my cousin, Mr. Harry Potter, is still locked in the utility room under the stairs, but as a cousin, I will have a heart-to-heart talk with him, so as not to neglect him too much." "Okay, Petunia, don't say any more. I already know I was wrong. For this, I plan to make up for you." As he spoke, Vernon picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his mouth, then raised his hands proudly in the curious eyes of Dudley and his wife. "You see, what is this?" Vernon spoke and handed out the thing in his hand. "This is an anonymous zoo ticket from my business partner. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but now it seems that it can only be barely used as a compensation. I hope my lovely son can be satisfied." Vernon stretched out his hand to pass the black tea on the side, and put it to his mouth to take a sip. He was already imagining that his son jumped up excitedly, hugged him and praised him. Unfortunately, the moment Dudley's voice came, Vernon almost dropped the black tea in his hand to the ground. "London Zoo looks like a very nice place. By the way, take Harry with you. After all, he usually doesn't have much entertainment." Hearing Vernon's face suddenly changed, he was about to refuse, but seeing Penny's sharp eyes, he had to cough twice. Ahem. "This proposal is very good. It seems that Dudley knows how to share happiness at such a young age, so let's call Harry together." In front of the door of the two-story Western-style building, Dudley was wearing a brand-new brand-name shirt and shorts, and accompanied his mother to move some belongings into the trunk of the silver car. Vernon's footsteps deliberately slowed down a little. His obese body was like a city wall, stretching across the door of the room. "Uncle Vernon, you're in my way." Harry, who was following Vernon, spoke timidly. At this time, Vernon turned around and pressed Harry's shoulder with his big palm-like hand. "Listen, boy, it's a fun day for us, the Dursleys, and you'd better put away your petty thoughts. Especially don't talk about tricks and other obscene things in front of Dudley. If I see anything abnormal, you won't be able to come out of the stair utility room for a week." "What are you doing, Vernon? You'll be late if you're late." Petunia's voice sounded, and Vernon lowered his head and gave Harry a vicious look. "Okay, uncle, I see," Harry responded weakly. Vernon squeezed into the driver's seat with his bloated and fat body. Looking back at Dudley on the back seat of Dudley, he smiled all over his face. "Wish our family a happy trip to the zoo in advance." Dudley smiled, the car engine started, and the car was driving on the Suet Road. Taking advantage of the gap, he stretched out his hand and patted Harry's shoulder, and stuffed a butterscotch into the other's hand. Dudley stopped Harry's subsequent attempts, saying thank you for the action. He looked out the window. This trip to the zoo, to be honest, he also has his own goals, and he doesn't know if he can succeed. After all, it always feels like time is running out. Today is the weekend, and there are more parents and children coming and going. Under the leadership of Vernon and Petunia, Dudley and Harry successfully entered the London Zoo. 10 minutes later, Dudley looked at Vernon, who was walking beside him, who was already panting, and thought for a while and said, "Father happens to have a rest area here. Why don't you sit here with Mother and Harry, and I will stroll around not far in front." Vernon immediately felt that this proposal was very good. "Okay, Dudley, don't go too far. Petunia and I will go there after a short rest." Dudley smiled, stretched out his hand to pull Harry beside him and walked forward. "I have been observing animals along the way, and the knowledge about biology in my previous life has gradually become clear in my memory. The reason why I want to come to the zoo so eagerly is to sort out the complicated memories with the help of detailed observations." At this moment, Dudley stopped in his tracks. He saw Harry beside him was a little strange. He actually stared at a huge glass window without blinking. Inside the glass window is a giant python with khaki and black spots. The zoo scene is a simulated python living area. There is a puddle of water near the glass window, followed by trees and vegetation and some intricate rocks. A boa constrictor is lazily curled up on a rock face. "Harry, do you like these cold-blooded creatures?" Dudley looked at Harry staring intently at the python beside him and asked with some doubts. Harry lowered his head and wore a slightly larger plaid shirt, and spoke with some uncertainty. "Outside of TV, this is the first time I've seen a live boa constrictor, although it looks a bit unhappy." Hearing Harry's description, Dudley frowned suspiciously. A boa constrictor was lying on the rock, motionless. "How did you know it was uncomfortable?" Although Dudley was puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. He looked at the species display board beside him. Black-spotted python residence, Brazil. Is it just the black-spotted python from Brazil? Dudley stretched out his hand and touched his chin. Although he was not very old, he was a biologist in his previous life, and he would subconsciously conduct some potential analysis on some biological habits. Age, habits, place of birth. All of these could help him get more useful information, but Dudley didn't want to focus all of his attention here. This time he came to the zoo, mainly to go to the insect area, or arthropods, and other similar areas to collect some main materials. In the genetics of the previous life, crustaceans, or arthropods, or ordinary insects all have abnormal evolution that is unimaginable to current biologists. From a caterpillar to a butterfly, it is completely beyond the basic theory of ordinary genetics. Through the biology laboratory of Morrison University of Cambridge, you may be able to help yourself solve some difficulties. Just at this moment, there was a sound of dong dong, which attracted Dudley's attention. Beside Harry, several teenage children came. Hey, smelly boa constrictor, are you a caterpillar? Get up quickly, it's almost like a pile of cotton here. Move quickly. Seeing the children making a fuss, Dudley shook his head helplessly. Although this is London, England, the teenage bear children are the same in any other country. Poor Harry was on the other side. Because of his thin body, he was forced to be pushed aside from the center. At this moment, Dudley noticed that the scales on the black-spotted python's body were not quite right with the luster of the spotlight. The main reason is that compared to his memory, the scales of the python in front of him are more delicate and crystal clear. Dudley's eyes flickered. He knew that the reason why the boa constrictor was lazily coiled here was probably because it had only shed its skin for a while. This can also explain clearly why a group of blonde and blue-eyed brats are making a fuss, but the black-spotted python remains indifferent. A group of children made a fuss for a while. Seeing that the python ignored them, they were soon attracted by the animal exhibition area on the other side. Okay Harry, let's get out of here first. I think the insect zone will be more interesting than the python. As Dudley spoke, he stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder. But at this moment, his hands were a little stiff. The giant black-spotted python coiled in front of him slowly raised his head, and a pair of vertical black pupils were staring at the two people outside the window. In Dudley's ear came Harry's low, bewildered whisper. Hello, what is your name? You don't know your name? Poor, so do you have parents? It's really bad. You don't even know who your parents are. So do you miss home? Do you know where your home is? Brazil is really far away. Seeing Harry beside him talking to himself, Dudley felt a chill down his spine. Harry is a wizard, and he is clear in his heart that there is magic in this world, and he is mentally prepared. This is the first time he sees a scene where he can directly talk and communicate with a cold-blooded animal. His heart is more or less unreal. Feel. Every time Harry said a word, the boa constrictor spit out a letter, or nodded. Until the end, Harry's seemingly lonely whisper came from Dudley's ear. It turns out that you are as pitiful as I am, and I have no parents. Just then, a slight boo sounded. Dudley took a step back subconsciously, and the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows in the python exhibition area in front of him disappeared out of thin air. The sound of squeaky sounded. Seeing Harry beside him talking to himself, Dudley felt a chill down his spine. Harry is a wizard, and he is clear in his heart that there is magic in this world, and he is mentally prepared. This is the first time he sees a scene where he can directly talk and communicate with a cold-blooded animal. His heart is more or less unreal. Feel. Every time Harry said a word, the boa constrictor spit out a letter, or nodded. Until the end, Harry's seemingly lonely whisper came from Dudley's ear. It turns out that you are as pitiful as I am, and I have no parents. Just then, a slight boo sounded. Dudley took a step back subconsciously, and the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows in the python exhibition area in front of him disappeared out of thin air. The sound of squeaky sounded. I saw the boa constrictor in the exhibition area, raised its head, walked quickly, and crossed the handrail fence. The snakehead with an inverted triangle looked at Harry and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Dudley didn't care about the whereabouts of the python. He knew that all this was related to Harry, and the python would not hurt him. And his goal was that after the boa constrictor escaped, the python's shed skin was exposed in the crevice of the rock where it was originally entrenched. He also doesn't care too much about it. His body that has been exercising all year round makes his explosive power far exceed that of his peers. Clutching the fence with one hand, he turned over and jumped up, landed on his toes, and easily avoided the water pool and landed on the rock. He quickly reached out and grabbed the head of the snakeskin with a little force. He knows that this python is several meters long. It is impossible for him to take away so much snakeskin. He only needs to take a small part of it. What about a python that can communicate with wizards with intelligence quotient normally? It's not normal either. Putting the head of the snakeskin in the pocket, he jumped up towards the fence behind him with force on his toes. Boom, crack, whoa, why did my damn glass appear so suddenly? Dudley felt that the whole person was not well. The most important thing was that this glass window must have been imported from a certain country in his opinion. Such an impact would not break, so it might not be bulletproof glass. The restlessness here quickly attracted the attention of a group of people. Seeing his cousin falling into the water inside the glass window, Harry was very anxious, but he didn't know what was going on, so he could only ask the passers-by for help. An obese middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd, and he almost fainted when he saw the scene in front of him. Vernon, hurry up and call the park staff. Dudley is trapped inside. Oh my god, this is still the Python exhibition area, damn it, hurry up and call for help. Dudley, don't worry, if you attract the Python's attention, you will be in trouble. Petunia was a little confused, seeing her precious son locked behind the glass window. She was only nervous and worried about Dudley's personal safety. 2 hours later, at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging District, Surrey, a silver car stopped here. The car door opened, and Petunia took Dudley, who was wrapped in a blanket, and hurried home. Seeing the people leave on the other side, Vernon Dursley roughly grabbed Harry by the neck and pushed him against the car door frame. I'm really angry this time, kid. You won't have a long memory if I don't teach you a lesson. Harry was completely taken aback by Vernon's brusque manner. After all, his son Dudley almost fell into the puddle because of the glass that suddenly disappeared. As for how the glass disappeared, why Dudley appeared behind the glass inexplicably. Vernon was in no mood to care about such details. He stubbornly believed that Dudley must have been tricked into it by Harry. It seemed that such an excuse was still absurd, but it was better than admitting that magic really existed in the world. Listen boy, this time I'm serious. From now on, you will starve me. I hope the taste of starvation can give you some memory, Vernon said, dragging Harry with one hand, and was about to stuff it into the utility room under the stairs. Uncle Vernon, I really don't know what's going on. Cousin Dudley was standing next to me at the time, and he can testify to me that the glass on the boa constrictor display disappeared out of. Dudley heard all the disputes that happened downstairs in his own house. Ever since he came to Dursley's house, he could clearly detect from the details of life that Vernon and Petunia had a deep prejudice against Harry. This is an unusual state. The biology he studied in the past can clearly make him aware of the tricks. In this kind of prejudice, there is also a kind of fear, so that Vernon, who looks wide and fat, has to pretend to be fierce. But none of this matters. After finding excuses to dismiss his mother, Petunia, Dudley changed into a new suit and sat in front of the window on the second floor. He fumbled in the pocket of his trousers for a while, his heart beating more and more violently. Carefully spread the hard object flat on the table. It's here, this palm-sized snakeskin. The snakeskin happened to be the head part of the black-spotted python in the zoo. Although it was a little worn after being put in the pocket, most of it was still extremely well protected. The fine scales, the film on the eyeballs, and the cortical structure of the upper and lower jaws could be seen at a glance. As for Harry's matter, Vernon's anger will subside a little before he can help. Now reach out from the drawer and take out the biological experiment notebook that has been cherished all along. Wizard Cell Experiment Diary, London at the beginning of 1991, I finally got what I wanted. It was originally planned to use arthropods or crustaceans to conduct cell experiments. But I found a better material in the zoo, a boa constrictor that can communicate with people and understand human language. Although this python from Brazil is artificially bred, London, UK, London 1991, February. Although it's already February, this place is the same as the world in my impression. The greenhouse effect brought by heavy industry is not as serious as imagined. The cold air still makes people shiver, and the road is covered with snow. Boom kicked away a gravel on the side of the road and continued to move forward. On the road, children with black backpacks and boots can be seen playing on the Suet Road. Alas, thousands and thousands of calculations. I still have to attend the daily primary education in the UK, crowded with a group of half-grown children, watching the teacher clap and sing and dance on the stage every day. Implementing interest-based teaching guidance, although boring, did not arouse his interest. But I have to say that in such an environment, the enthusiasm of the children to attend class is so high that it is almost impossible to see children who shrink back because of fear and whose parents cry and do not go to school. Cousin Dudley, wait for me. Behind him, Harry was carrying his school bag and ran up panting. Dudley stood where he was, looked at Harry's flushed cheeks, and frowned. What happened to your cheek? Did someone bully you again? Harry stretched out his hand and rubbed his cheek. It's okay, cousin, I accidentally touched it by myself. Seeing that Harry was obviously lying, Dudley sighed. Needless to say, he knew that Harry was afraid of causing trouble for the other party. Staring for a moment, Dudley turned and walked in front, while Harry smiled shyly and followed behind him. Since the weird incident at the zoo last time, Vernon's attitude towards Harry has become worse and worse, and he refused to wear new clothes, which caused Harry to be dirty in class. With dirty clothes and broken glasses wrapped in tape, Dudley could vaguely smell a strange smell even when he was walking beside Harry. If it is summer, it is estimated that the taste will be stronger. Boom. Dudley's footsteps stopped, and Harry accidentally bumped into Dudley's back. Due to his short stature and lack of physical strength, the shock force almost made him fall to the ground. Cousin Dudley, what's the matter with you? Harry watched his cousin staring at the sky with his hands in his pockets, and he was puzzled. You are clear, blindly cowardly and tolerant. The bullies in the same class will still take pleasure in bullying you. Harry opened his mouth to speak but stopped. Why don't you use your strength to resist? Dudley's tone was a little more serious. Harry shook his head helplessly. It's useless. They are several times older than me, and there are more people. Harry, you know that's not what I meant. Dudley repeated it again. Cousin, I can't understand what you're talking about. When did you become so obsessed? Seeing Harry's expression, Dudley shook his head and stopped talking, but took his hand and walked towards the station in his memory. A little wizard who knows magic, but doesn't know that he has this ability. Is it because subconsciously feel that magic should not exist in the world, or did he subconsciously feel that if he knew magic, he would let Vernon and Petunia know that he would be kicked out and put into an orphanage that was left alone? Abandon the above inference. I can add an entry to the Wizard Observation Diary, Wizard Observation Diary. London 1991, April.4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. On the two-story small Western-style building, Dudley sat in the room sorting out the stacks of documents, looked at the time, Dudley got up and put on his sneakers, and went out for a morning run. Since the last time through the electron microscope in Morrison's laboratory, the cells on Harry's lips were observed to have activities that ordinary people could not understand. In this way, a nanolevel syringe was used to infect Wizard cells with ordinary influenza virus, and then extract the newly generated influenza virus with Wizard activity. In this regard, Dudley defined this new type of virus based on the conclusions in the field of biology, magic I flu virus. According to his plan, in a short period of time, the magic I influenza virus is injected into his body, and there is a certain chance that it will change according to the characteristics of the cell activity. However, whether this change is to obtain magic power is still unknown. In my mind, I recalled the records I made some time ago. Wizard cell experiment. On Wednesday, February 1991, London time, I came to Professor Morrison's biological laboratory again. This time, I extracted a small part of the skin of the zoo boa constrictor and put it in the reagent, covered it with a glass slide, and put it in the reagent. Take a closer look under the latest batch of electron microscopes. It's a pity that this python cell is not what I imagined. It has the characteristics of a wizard. It is the most common python cell. After detaching from the main body, the cells on it appeared crystalline, without any life or activity characteristics. I am very disappointed, but biological experiments are like this, need to constantly explore and practice. Wizard cell experiment. On Saturday, February 1991, London time. I was still not reconciled. The boa constrictor in this zoo was able to communicate with the wizard, which proved it's extraordinary. After all, the brains of animals are limited, not to mention the pitiful small brains of snakes. Basically no information can be stored. With the attitude of giving it a try, I threw a small part of the boa constrictor's skin into the culture medium, and injected it with the newly extracted magic I influenza virus. 3 days later, when I took out the reagent again, I was shocked. The snake's skin, which was the size of a fingernail, had grown by about 1 centimeter. I wondered if there was a problem with my vision. I took them under the electron microscope again for observation. I feel that my previous study of genetics has been greatly challenged. The boa constrictor cells, which had already lost their activity, were regenerated unexpectedly. Cells are at work. They start to make new proteins. Wizard cell experiment. On Monday, February 1991, London time, after 3 days of observation, I decided to commit to a new experimental program. This is also due to a genetic experiment I did when I was studying for a master's degree in biological genetics on Blue Star in my previous life. The details of this experiment are not very happy, because the ending is often not very happy. But this gave me an idea. The reason why I want to find insects and arthropods is mainly because they are egg-shaped when they are embryos, which is convenient for observation. But this time I think I can be bolder. There is an essential difference between oviparous life and viviparous species. And according to the observation record of genetics and biology, the cells on the pupils of snakes are as high as 70% similar to the cells on the pupils of mice. Its intrinsic amino acid structure and shape are almost identical under a high-precision electron microscope. I'm going to start a new round of experiments with a docile mouse. On the Suet Road, Dudley's steps were getting faster and faster. After more than 10 years of deliberate training for his small body, he basically didn't sweat much after an hour of long-distance running. With such low-intensity aerobic exercise, the body is gradually adapting, and the lung capacity is also increasing. In order for the wizard cell experiment in his mind to proceed smoothly, he had already figured out a countermeasure early in the morning. Ordinary voles, groundhogs, gray mice, and even small white mice all have a certain tendency to attack. Biological experiments are rigorous, and the genes of organisms have a tendency to character from the very beginning. If you really fiddle with some powerful creatures, you must choose a more docile species if you don't have the ability. After thinking about it, Dudley recalled the My Neighbor Totoro written by the famous manga master in his previous life, Mr. Hayao Miyazaki. Chinchilla has a docile personality, soft and fluffy fur, and a squirrel-like tail. But it is not a cat, but a chinchilla. As for how to want their own parents, Petunia and Vernon accepted the appearance of the cute Totoro. Dudley made a detailed plan early in the morning. Looking at the small yard in front of him, Dudley opened the door and went home to change into new clothes. Dudley, come down to breakfast. Penny's voice sounded at the right time. Dudley responded, straightened his clothes and left the room, and went to the living room. At the dining table, the obese Vernon had already squeezed into his seat, his body moved, and the bench creaked. Dudley, you're back. Listen, I have good news. It was rare for Vernon not to talk while eating. He sat on a chair and rubbed his palms a little uneasily. On the side, Petunia took the initiative to help Dudley open the stool, motioning him to sit on it first. Seeing Dudley sit down, Vernon finally couldn't wait to speak. Dudley, guess what? Okay, Vernon, hurry up and tell me. I saw you acting mysteriously early in the morning. Petunia interrupted her husband's momentum. She didn't like the strange sense of anticipation. Then I'll just say it. Dudley, I got a call from the editor of Juvenile Biology Journal this morning, and they said that your manuscript has been requisitioned. Petunia heard Vernon say this, and replied a little strangely, it's no surprise. Professor Morris in biology said that our child, Dudley, has a talent for biology. Vernon shook his head. It's different. I've inquired about the difficulty of children's biological journals. Usually only high school students or third graders are recruited, but Dudley wrote qualified articles in the 6th grade of elementary school. He is the first in the whole of Britain case, Vernon said with an exaggerated facial expression. Penny, you are always nagging me. I invested too much in the early stage, and Dolly's talent in biology has been recognized by people other than Professor Morrison, which is enough to show that our education direction is right. Tell me, Dudley, what you want. Father will try his best to satisfy you. Dudley looked at Vernon's complacent look, and returned a smile. Like I told you last time, I want to have a pet. I like Chinchilla better, let it become a member of our family. Chinchilla. Vernon's hand on the table trembled, and the expression on his face looked a little unnatural. Dudley, I think you can think about it. Some of my business partners are in the pet business. Our family can consider a more loyal Labrador or Golden Retriever, or a smaller Persian cat, which should be easier to feed. As for the rats or something, Vernon picked up the brown sugar water from the table in embarrassment, put it in his mouth and took a sip. Drinking a cup of sweet tea every morning can make his brain clearer, and he subconsciously glanced at his wife beside him. Seeing her husband's slightly begging eyes, Petunia did not take Vernon's side this time. She glanced at Dudley and said, Vernon, the most basic behavior of a father is to keep your promise in front of your children. After all, you made a promise 3 weeks ago. Seeing that Petunia was about to settle the old score, Vernon waved his hand quickly. Okay, I see. What about a chinchilla, isn't it? This is the £1,000 I promised in advance. Dudley, you can use it to buy a separate room for this mouse. How to say it will be a member of our big family in the future. Dudley smiled and took the purchase money from Vernon. It was obvious that his father had recently negotiated a project with the developer, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Vernon said as if he remembered something again. If my guess is correct, the Children's Biology Journal calls in the morning, then the postman should send us the manuscript fee and call for papers in the afternoon. Dudley must complete this meaningful moment by yourself. Hearing his father's voice, Dudley just smiled faintly. All this was planned in advance by Dudley. In Morrison's biological laboratory, he had put the real chinchilla into the experiment with the boa constrictor. And this period of time happened to be a growth cycle, and it was impossible for the chinchilla to be placed in Morrison's biology laboratory all the time. If something unexpected happened, his plan might come to naught. After breakfast, Dudley looked into the utility room under the stairwell where Harry lived. There was still a lock on the front of his hut. It seemed that the last incident at the zoo obviously made Vernon a little frightened. In order to hide the fear in his heart, he had forbidden Harry to eat breakfast for 2 consecutive weeks. But this didn't bother Dudley. Harry was his valuable material for wizard observation. In terms of food, he had already secretly bought a large amount of it, and gave it to Dudley with dry bread and canned food. He didn't have time to take care of Harry's mood today. Dudley walked out of the room with the £1,000 that Vernon gave him, hailed a taxi on the side of the road, and hurried to Morrison's laboratory. He wanted to see the new species he had created. A chinchilla with living cells from the eye part of a boa constrictor. The taxi stopped, and Dudley paid £10, and came to the tall office building he was familiar with in his memory. This is the entrance of the Morrison Biological Laboratory. Before entering the door, I saw a young man in a white coat smiling and waving. Dudley didn't expect you to come so early today. Dudley paused, and saw Evans, who had shown him around the biology laboratory before, walking over. My lovely Dudley, you are a genius. The genetic hypothesis of dragonfly larvae and chinchilla eyes is so wild. How did you come up with it? Uncle Evans, you seem to be in a good state of mind. It seems that the research on Morrison's biological genes has made new breakthroughs. Evans smiled and waved his hands. The matter has not reached the final step, but it is also thanks to your unconstrained imagination. Dudley smiled and said he didn't care. I was just casually talking about the relationship between dragonfly larvae and chinchilla eye genes. I didn't expect you to actually find a correlation. Evans was a little emotional when he heard this. Tonya said it casually, but many times the inspiration for studying the field of biology comes from a thought, and if you think about it, you think about it, but if you don't think about it, you may never find it. Oh, right, you should also go to observe the laboratory. I just want to go to see the progress of my experiment, and talk to you about an interesting thing, by the way. Dudley nodded and followed Evans towards the second floor of the laboratory. Along the way, Evans was spitting and flying, and his whole body was beaming with joy. To tell you the truth, Dudley, after observing with an electron microscope, I did find that the cell structure of the chinchilla's eyeball is similar to that of a dragonfly. In order to verify the characteristics of biogenetics, I deliberately extracted the protein in the eyeball cells of the chinchilla, injected it into the embryo of the dragonfly larva, and observed it for 2 weeks. Although I cannot tell you the results of my experiments, I did see new eyes growing from dragonfly larvae, and that alone is sufficient proof. The dragonfly embryo successfully read the gene fragments in the cells of the chinchilla eyeball, and began to reproduce and divide. Although you don't understand these things, you don't have to worry about it until you go to university and you will understand what I'm going to say. From the second to third floors of the laboratory, Evans left in a hurry. He had more important things to do. Dudley shook his head helplessly as he watched the opponent's back that he just told the other party in the form of a guess about a genetic analysis fragment he learned in his previous life, but according to Evans' ingenuity, he just casually said some irrelevant clues, and the other party was able to complete this step independently. Sure enough, the talents majoring in biology at Cambridge University in the late 20th century had very keen intuition. But these are not important. Dudley's original plan was to find a reasonable excuse to let Evans apply to the lab to import chinchillas. After all, a chinchilla is a creature with expensive fur, a docile personality, and a high price. If he buys it with his own money, it will cause Vernon or Petunia to question him. He doesn't want to weave another lie. When a lie is formed, countless lies are needed to complete the rest, which is a rather energy-consuming task. I came to a utility room that I had packed up in Morrison's laboratory. At this time, there was a chinchilla about the size of a palm in a glass cover. Looking at the date above, 2 weeks have passed since today, and this chinchilla has tenaciously survived under the nourishment of nutritional reagents. On the glass cover, the number 33 is clearly marked in black font. Dudley took 2 steps forward, and took out a notebook from the interlayer beside him, and began to write on the latest page. So far, this chinchilla seems to have lost the ability to observe the eyes, and only has basic physical characteristics, not aggressive. But what he didn't notice was Totoro, who had been crouching in the glass cover, suddenly opened his eyes. Dudley continued to look at the record in his hand. My neighbor Totoro observation daily record. No. Culture body observed that it had been injected from the embryonic stage, and was infected with the protein of the eye, part of the magic eye, influenza, virus, black-spotted python. Since chinchillas are not egg-laying species, they cannot be put into the electron microscope for detailed observation at the juvenile stage. Often it can only be observed directly after the birth of a female chinchilla. But there was something that went against the common sense of biology. After copying the magic eye flu virus from the dead skin cells on Harry's mouth, it successfully stimulated the eye cells of the black-spotted python. From this point, it can be analyzed that magic eye flu virus can infect cells of species other than humans. It is another virus that can naturally suppress the influenza virus in the biological world. That's a phage, and can injecting phages into ordinary organisms infected with magic eye flu virus can achieve the inhibitory effect. Dudley looked at the record in his hand, and subconsciously glanced at the 3 glass containers beside him. There are 2 young chinchillas inside. The 3 chinchillas are not the same as imagined. Normal mice can basically breed more than a few dozen pups in 1 litter. Since the embryo was injected with the magic eye flu virus, all female chinchillas have only bred 1 pup. As for the no-juvenile body, there was no change in its body, and it died after birth. The no-juvenile had at least 8 strange bulges on its body when it was born. It is not difficult to find crystals among them after careful observation. The no-chinchilla cub, which is the chinchilla cub that Dudley saw with his own eyes, showed very stable signs of life. There is no abnormality in the whole body, except that the eyes cannot be opened. This is completely a normal chinchilla. Dudley was making records in his hands while frowning. According to his assumption, this chinchilla should have read the gene fragments of the eyes of the black-spotted python at the embryonic stage, and successfully started gene replication. Could it be that because of the differences between species, the eyes of chinchillas cannot be opened? That's when Dudley thought of this. The chinchilla lying in the glass container slowly moved twice, its double eyelids slowly opened, and its palm-sized body stood up unsteadily. The first time he saw Totoro's eyes, Dudley felt his back go numb. These are not the usual black pupils of mice, but similar to those of pythons. In the light cyan crystal, there is a thin line, showing a flat shape. Success. Dudley's hands trembled slightly. This is the first time he has applied the theory of genetics to practice. In his previous life, the 99% probability of death or mutation did not happen at all. Is it a coincidence or some kind of interference? Dudley's breathing was a little heavy, and little stars almost popped out of his eyes. This kind of important discovery, joy is just a moment, but he has to face reality. The chinchilla in front of me is very likely to have a problem. A mouse with snake eyes is a little scary just thinking about it. At this moment, Dudley clearly saw that the pupils of Totoro's eyes suddenly enlarged and then contracted, and the glass vessel used to seal it suddenly disappeared. Before Dudley could react, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the chinchilla standing in front of him disappeared directly. When you come back to your senses, then he found that the little guy was lying on his palm, his little body curled up in a ball, his head rubbed against his skin, his eyes half closed, and he fell into a deep sleep. Kawaii, acting cute. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I left Morrison's laboratory. Dudley had been watching his pet chinchilla all day. Reaching out to stop a taxi, sitting on the back seat, Dudley recalled some details. One thing that the chinchilla in my hand can be sure of is that it has acquired some unimaginable abilities through its previous experimental records of wizard cell observation. This kind of behavior that can make the glass cover disappear out of thin air. is very similar to the weird event Harry created in the zoo, but it also has the characteristics of high-speed movement. Specifically, whether it is moving at high speed or disappearing out of thin air, due to problems with equipment and instruments, Dudley cannot directly observe it. In short, within a limited range, as long as he puts the Totoro on the ground, this little guy will disappear out of thin air, and when it reappears, it will be gone. On top of his head. In terms of personality, it is just as he imagined. The chinchilla is docile and not aggressive, but it seems to have inherited the character of the python. It is obviously a mouse, so why does it always like to sleep crossed? Feeling the bulging warmth in the pocket, Dudley knew that this chinchilla should regard itself as the first creature it saw after birth, as its parents. That's fine, judging from the current stage, this chinchilla doesn't need a cage or anything like that, it might even know its way home. Messy thoughts always pass quickly. The taxi was speeding on the Suet Road, and soon stopped in front of the two-story Western-style building. Dudley frowned after paying the pound-toll. Could it be that the taxi driver in the morning took a long detour? Defrauded myself of $2, helplessly dispelled the thoughts in his mind. Now he still has to go home as soon as possible. In front of the door of the two-story small Western-style building, there is a plaque written in English. Dudley's plaque. Below is an old-fashioned mailbox. Recalling some details that Vernon told himself in the morning, Dudley opened the mailbox and took out several folded letters. I glanced briefly at it. London Children's Journal of Biology Daily Financial Daily Charlie's Daily Greetings. Dudley glanced at it casually. He didn't care about the letter from the London Biology Children's Journal, because he found a strange letter in the mailbox. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Letter. Take a closer look. Surrey's Iowigin District. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Staring at the letter in his hand, Dudley frowned. Although he was not very familiar with the plot of the original Harry Potter, he had no other impression except that there were magic wizards here. But such an email was sent to his home, which already indicated that the wizarding world, which had not been in contact with Harry Potter for 10 years, would enter his home openly. Although the letter to Harry was sealed with red wax paint, the sign on the front clearly read Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in English. In the center is a school emblem. This was the first time Dudley had seen such a mark. There were 4 creatures inside, like a snake, a lion, and an eagle. It was difficult to discern the contents of the rest only from the dark pattern. An admission letter from a magic school? Dudley whispered something. He didn't hand the letter directly to Harry. It wasn't that he wanted to block Harry's chance to join the magic school. Judging by the normal timeline, it's February, and this letter was sent to his home nearly 7 months in advance, and the time left for him was very tight. Now that I haven't awakened my wizard talent, if I let Harry Potter establish communication with the letter, my biological research will probably come to an end. Thinking of this, Dudley pushed open the door. After changing a pair of shoes, Vernon's unhappy voice suddenly came from his ears. Penny, how many times have I told you, when you haven't fully confirmed the facts, don't blindly chat with those elderly ladies, they have nothing to do every day, they only sell anxiety, and all of this needs you come and pay. Petunia only felt ridiculous when she heard Vernon's voice. Trafficking anxiety? Vernon, are you serious when you say this? Although those older ladies did not have any malicious intentions, it cannot be denied that they had experienced many things. Vernon felt a little funny. He stretched out his hand and patted the table heavily. Petunia is now in the 19th century, and the thoughts of those old antiques are still decades ago. Regarding the issue of children's education, we must plan carefully. Petunia turned and sat on the chair behind her after listening to her husband's words. Very well, Vernon Desley, let me state to you again that any decision-making power needs to be consulted with the child's opinion. Although Dudley is a biological genius, I think any genius needs a happy childhood. Your previous proposal was a high-intensity squeeze, Dudley's talent. Vernon sighed helplessly, spreading his hands out. Petunia, you've been working from home and you don't know what the public schools are like. After Dudley entered junior high school, there were all kinds of students around him. Some of them were from rich families, some were from poor families, and some were from middle-class families. When this group of people get together, it is easy to have disagreements, conflicts, and campus bullying. It is rare for our Desley family to have a person who is gifted in learning. This period of time is precisely based on his best time to absorb knowledge. I think the junior high school of the London Royal Private School is his best choice, where he can study and do research with peace of mind, and there are special tutors who will make a 3-year knowledge plan for him. Just as the two were discussing, Dudley's light cough sounded. Vernon and Petunia immediately shut up and looked at their lovely son with a big smile on their faces. Welcome home, Dudley, and let father be the newest addition to our family. Vernon hinted at Petunia beside him, twisted his bloated body, and came to Dudley. A pair of eyes curiously looked at a furry creature lying on top of his son's head. Dudley subconsciously reached out his hand to take out his pocket, and the My Neighbor Totoro that was originally hidden in his pocket disappeared, and by the time he realized it, it had already settled on top of his head. Dudley, why do I feel that this little guy is listless? You must have been deceived by the clerk in the pet store. These bloody salesmen always like to take huge profits from children and women. Penny, even if there were wizards, nor could they flagrantly defy the laws of London. Believe me, if they come to force it, my grandpa left me a shotgun, and the smell of gunpowder will let these damn guys know how powerful it is. They're just a bunch of clowns. Penny's voice seemed a little choked. Thank you so much, I don't even know what to do. The world of wizards must be full of danger, and my younger sister was already dead for no apparent reason. Her her only son is Harry. In any case, you can't go to that kind of place." Seeing his wife's sad look, Vernon quietly put his mouth close to the other's ear. "Penny, listen to me. Some of the people I've been doing business with recently seem to have a collection of wizard taboos. I decided to buy some from him. Believe me, everything will develop in a positive way." London time, June 1991. Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. In the two-story mansion of the Disleys' house, Dudley was sitting at his desk, writing fast. Since the last time he discovered that the letter of admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was sent to Harry in the mailbox, he felt the urgency of time. Parents Vernon and Petunia treated Harry as usual. It's just that when I occasionally passed Vernon's study room, I would catch a glimpse of a book related to magic on his desk, the Encyclopedia of Expulsion Magicians. What do wizards fear most? Taboo and mystery. Dudley remembered clearly. Since February, Vernon's room has only been 1 or 2 books related to magic. But only a week later. Someday, when Dudley was eating, he suddenly found a letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft on the dining table. At that time, Vernon and Petunia had wonderful expressions. However, he still pretended to be nonchalant, which made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Since then, Dudley has discovered that Vernon's study has several more books on wizards. 2 weeks later, when the Dursleys finished dinner, Dudley and Petunia were about to go out for a walk, when there were 2 abnormal noises from the door of their own room, and then another letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry fell on the ground. This time Vernon was very angry. He opened his drawer, and there were already dozens of letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft that appeared suddenly. Holding these letters, Vernon came near the brazier at home, threw the letters in there one by one, and unconsciously muttered words such as gods and prayers. But these are of no use. Just 2 days ago, Petunia got up in the morning to make breakfast, went out to the mall to buy eggs, put them on the stove, smashed the shells, and popped out letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That is to say, from this moment on, 1 or 2 letters from Hogwarts will appear from anywhere in the family from time to time. This phenomenon has been full of weirdness since it happened. Vernon and Petunia have given up on explaining it to Dudley. As long as the child doesn't ask, they will just pretend that they didn't notice the problem. Dudley knew it too, but the frequent occurrence of letters from Hogwarts also surprised Dudley, and this miraculous phenomenon was the 3rd time he witnessed the magic trajectory. The first time was on Harry. The second time was on My Neighbor Totoro, I Bread. The 3rd time is the countless letters at home now. During this period, Harry also noticed these letters, but he was forcibly deprived of his personal freedom by Vernon. He could hardly touch these letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft. He could only watch Vernon write them one by one. Throw these things into the fire and burn them. Things are getting worse at home, and Dudley also knew that the time left for him was almost pitifully short until September, when the school officially started. Morrison's biological laboratory has successfully extracted cells from Harry's body after several stages of research and observation. Magic no flu, virus. Now he is cultivating it with all his strength, and he can use it on himself. Magic 2, phage, virus, in theory, with the cultivation experience of My Neighbor Totoro, this kind of phage that can suppress no virus, it can also be verified in the cells of his body. If it is directly applied to one's own body, some variables will still occur. After all, animal bodies are, after all, different from human bodies. There is little chance of an accident. In the experiment, when Magic 2, phage, virus eliminated Magic 30.00, influenza virus, there was almost a % chance of crystallization of its own cells. If it works on the human body, cells become crystalline and organic, which means necrosis. Vernon's voice was stunned and tinged with anger. Dudley had to stop planning to sort out the wizard cell observation diary. Because in addition to his father's angry voice, another burst of noise came up. Dudley got up and opened the door, followed the stairs on the 2nd floor to the hall on the 1st floor. What came into view was Vernon's bloated and fat body rushing left and right in the room. In front of him, Harry was burying his head to avoid obstacles such as dining tables and chairs. Harry's thin body usually looks fragile, but now it is very flexible, facing Vernon's pursuit with ease. "Smelly, stinky brat. You stop for me." After running a few steps, Vernon's long-term sedentary and inactive body put a great burden on him, and his voice seemed out of breath. Harry shook his head and said, "Uncle Vernon, I can stop, but you have to promise that you won't do anything to me." Hearing Harry's voice, Vernon felt that his whole body was about to explode. "Damn boy, what are you going to do? Hurry up and return the letter in your hand. This is not something you can read." Harry stretched out his hand and pushed the glasses frame wrapped with tape. His small face was full of seriousness. "Uncle Vernon, you don't have to lie to me. I just saw that the back of this letter clearly says, 'Immert Harry Potter,' that this letter was sent to me and is mine." Although Harry insisted, the Hogwarts letter clutched in his hand was crumpled. In fact, he had seen his letter some time ago. Since he was locked up and waited for him to come out, he could only watch helplessly as the other party threw his letters one by one into the flames under the fireplace. "Okay, Harry, listen to your uncle. You can't read this letter, it really doesn't belong to you." Seeing Harry's stubborn look, Petunia couldn't help but speak out to comfort him. "No, this is mine, it says Harry Potter clearly on it." However, before Harry continued to quibble, Vernon stretched out his hand and pulled away the chair lying in front of him. Brat, I think you have to be clear about your identity. You are just an orphan without parents, in this world, except us, the Dursleys, who knows you, who will take you in. Listen up, kid, you can recognize the reality for me. This is the Dursleys' house, and everything that enters the Dursleys' house is my personal property that you don't want to occupy it. Your behavior, in a serious sense, is stealing. Before I change my mind, you'd better hand over the letter. The expression on Vernon's face was a little ferocious. He looked at the Hogwarts acceptance letter that Harry had squeezed into a ball, and he almost gritted his teeth. On the other hand, Harry's face was tense and flushed. Dudley, who was standing at the top of the stairs, shook his head helplessly. It has to be said that Vernon has really failed in educating children. When teenagers are in adolescence, it is the symbol of link-toking head iron. Seeing the opportunity for Harry's ready-to-dead fish to vent his emotions. Dudley walked quickly to his side, reached out and patted Harry's shoulder lightly. Harry asked suspiciously, "Do, Cousin Dudley?" He didn't know why the other party, who had always been silent, suddenly appeared by his side. Seeing Harry's puzzled expression, Dudley smiled gently. "Harry, listen to me, since Uncle and Aunt don't want you to read this letter, it means that there is probably something important in it that you don't want you to know. Besides, things may really be as my father said, and this letter may not be written for you." Harry heard this and was about to argue. Dudley leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Harry, don't worry, leave this matter to my cousin, and I will quietly give you your letter after a while. Just like before, after they all fell asleep." Harry looked at Dudley's serious look, and recalled in his mind the scene where Dudley secretly fed him bread and beef jerky at night. The scruples in my heart have also relaxed a lot. "Okay, cousin, just listen to you." Harry threw the envelope on the dining table reluctantly, and went back to the utility room under the stairs with a dejected expression. Fortunately, this kid didn't see the contents of the letter, otherwise everything would be over. As expected of my Dursley's son, Dudley as an older brother. It's okay, you need to discipline Harry a little more. Self-will, this is not a good thing. Vernon picked up the Hogwarts envelope on the table and threw it into the burning fireplace. Flames. In sight, the envelope was burned in flames, reduced to ashes. Helpless, I can't figure out what Vernon is thinking. Dudley sighed silently. Briefly explain my arrangements for today with my parents, turn around and leave the house. After leaving the room, Dudley took a breath of fresh air, and happened to see a white owl not far away. Owl, strange. This made Dudley a little puzzled, but I looked at the clock on my wrist. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Creatures such as owls are usually nocturnal. So energetic in broad daylight. Could it be a creature from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere? Looking at the owl's claws clasping the fence on the side of the road, it is tilting its head and looking at itself when it goes out. Dudley's thinking was a little distracted. Although the other party looked cute, it was a pity that Dudley thought he didn't have time to study this abnormal event. Because he is going to observe his pet chinchilla in detail today. After all, the appearance of this little guy is really a bit of a coincidence. Dudley was stunned at the thought. On the other side, the white owl stared at him, and the chinchilla above his head should still be lying on it. Could it be that? Is this owl planning to hunt its own pet? This will not work. The juvenile chinchilla became the food of the owl, and it was too late to cry. But before Dudley reached out and took Totoro off the top of his head, the white owl not far away seemed to be frightened by something, and let out a series of screams. Goo! 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 Leaving a feather in place, it fluttered away. Feeling the soft touch on the top of his head, Dudley held the Totoro in his palm, watching it curled up and dozed off. Dudley was a little unsure whether the accident just now was done by this guy. He raised a finger and poked the other side's furry side face. Slap! My neighbor Totoro shook its head and changed its position to continue to take a nap. Forget it, hurry up and go to class. Morrison Hill, London Institute of Biology. After a full day of boring basic biology tutoring, Dudley found an excuse to dismiss his assistant coach Evans, who had been following him. I came to the utility room in the laboratory where I hid the cultivation of my neighbor Totoro last time. This is his secret research institute. There are only 5 or 6 sporadic researchers in a huge biological laboratory. The standard land is sparsely populated. Compared with the observation records of wizard cells, Dudley's most recent one is sorting out gene inheritance of new species. And this information is precisely because he discovered a strange phenomenon in my neighbor Totoro. Look at the plaque, Morrison Biological Laboratory, utility room. Dudley closed the door without hesitation. When he turned on the light, rows of glassware appeared in front of him. Glassware, no 2 glassware, no 3 among them. Glassware no. And glassware no. Have already been cleaned up without debris. Dudley casually placed Totoro on top of the glass dome. Then he took out a piece of cheese from his arms. And the Totoro's half asleep and half awake state suddenly disappeared, and it seemed to have regained some energy. The furry body stood up on the spot. He sniffed it with his nose. His eyes, which had been closed all the time, slightly opened, half a slit. Although I can't see the pupils clearly, but there is always a change. The chinchilla stretched its 2 little paws forward, hugged a small piece of cheese, and stuffed it into its mouth. Bah! Ha! Ears on a small head, rocking rhythmically back and forth. Experiment recording started. Watching the chinchilla eat, Dudley casually took out a notebook from the side cabinet, which recorded his daily observations of the chinchilla in the past 4 months. Apart from some trivial things, Dudley discovered several interesting phenomena. Within these 4 months, most chinchillas are in a state of lethargy and will only wake up when food is delivered to their mouths. This can be classified As the state of infancy, in a few waking states, Totoro's eyes were always half closed, as if it would never wake up. Past a few interesting trials, Dudley found that among them were two sets of strange features that he had discovered from Totoro so far. Chinchilla's eyes are partly in the shape of vertical snake pupils, not the original dark round pupils. This is understandable, after all, the python was injected into the chinchilla embryo, and the modified eye cells. According to this can be judged. The python's eye gene has successfully replaced the original chinchilla's eyeball gene, thus giving birth to a new multiplication in its eyes. Then chinchillas have a pair of snake-like eyes and can understand. After all, the interior of the two organisms is made of the same protein cell division. But a month ago, Dudley discovered to his astonishment that his chinchilla had started to change its teeth. The incisors that were originally the upper and lower jaws are the teeth of the chinchilla itself. The teeth are similar to the buck teeth of a rabbit. If they are not ground, they will continue to grow and cannot fall off naturally. But my chinchilla actually produced Hanjiang's teeth, which fell off naturally, a phenomenon. From the upper jaw, two barbs grew out. Relying on Dudley's years of common sense of biology, he knew that this was actually the prototype of the snake's fangs. This is simply incredible. A chinchilla not only has a pair of snake eyes, it even grew the fangs of a snake. This accident puzzled Dudley but also surprised him. In the eye cells of the boa constrictor, the smallest structure is the life chemical molecule made of amino acids. And these amino acids form a specific structure through free combination, and then continue to produce protein. Due to the sufficient environment for growth and reproduction. Finally, these proteins will become cells, and the cells are constantly dividing according to certain rules to form boa constrictor eyes. Dudley was well aware that biology made this fixed and unified state of division. Think of it as a set of fragments in your gene. Botanical grafting, such as the cultivation of watermelons with yellow hearts, is also the concept. In the same way, the snake eyes of chinchillas can understand, because biological research has proved that there are gene fragments that are connected between the two. So, the fangs of a boa constrictor actually grew out when the teeth were molted the day after tomorrow. What is this? From this phenomenon alone, Dudley could not draw a positive conclusion. It can only be considered that the python cells that may enter the eyeball also contain part of the gene fragments on the teeth of the python. This will lead to this unscientific phenomenon. Just when Dudley was collecting the summarized notes, the half asleep and half awake Totoro has undergone new changes again. Its eyes looked at the petri dish on the other side, and here was the result of Dudley's new round of hidden magic experiments. Dudley was sorting out the genetic records of new species in his hand. On the other hand, after eating the cheese given by Dudley, Totoro's body suddenly disappeared out of thin air again. It appeared above Dudley's head in an instant. The body curled up on top of his head, half closed his eyes and began to doze off, eat and drink enough to sleep. Even if it transforms into a new species, it cannot escape the shackles of its infancy. The daily record of observing chinchillas is over. Dudley left the utility room of the laboratory and followed his memory to the medicine storage area of the laboratory. This is another set of experimental sites for him. Looking at the wall clock now, he has plenty of time for analysis. Inside the medicine low temperature refrigerator, there are two tubes of reagents he newly prepared: Magic No, flu, virus, Magic 2, phage, virus. Habitually put on white gloves and put the two tubes of reagents into his pocket, and at the same time found a disposable syringe. Taking advantage of the spare time, Dudley came to the front of the electron microscope again. Replace with the wizard virus material prepared in advance. The glass slides are filled. Wait for a moment and watch the details on the screen. Dudley frowned. The situation is very pessimistic. This is enough to show that ordinary people may not have the opportunity to acquire magic power even if they pay a heavy price. And this is already his fifth experiment. Open the wizard virus experiment report. Dudley extracted a little skin from his lips in advance, then inject Magic No, flu, virus into the cells of his lips. Follow the rules of experimentation. He has to wait for a while before injecting Magic 2, phage, virus. Then observe the specific situation of the cells. Wizard virus experiment report. For the first time, wait a day. Your own cells are active. It splits automatically in the nutritional reagent at low temperature, and 70% of it crystallizes after being separated from the reagent actively, and turns into organic matter without special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. The second time, wait 3 days. Its own cells are active and split automatically in the nutrient reagent, and 40% of them will crystallize after being separated from the reagent actively, turning into organic matter without special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. The third time, wait 5 days. 35% of the cells will be crystallized and turned into organic matter after the cells are separated from the reagent without special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. For the fourth time, wait for a week. After the cells are separated from the reagent, 30% of the cells will crystallize and turn into organic matter without special activity. The fifth time, wait for 10 days, that is today, right now. Dudley is looking at the cells on his lips under the electron microscope, after being injected with the Magic 2, bacteriophage, virus. Crystallization obviously occurred again, and the probability of turning into organic matter is decreasing, and it is now 20%. The occurrence of this scene made Dudley see a new opportunity. According to this conclusion, as long as he is injecting magic eye, flu, virus, in theory, as long as he lasts longer, the result he wants is more likely to happen. Injecting magic 2, phage, virus, before the limit value is reached, the cells can be reactivated, but these are grafted in theory, to master magic power. The premise is that one's body can endure pain and torture for a long time, or forcibly resist the flu virus. That is, the longer you persist, the more strength you get. There is still too little data, not enough time, and I haven't even verified it myself. What changes will happen after injecting magic no eye, flu, virus for more than a month? But it is already June, and there are only 2 more months left before the start of the magic school in September, and there is really not much time left for myself. If you want to take this opportunity to join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. According to the school rules, only children with magical talents can enter the school, and I must obtain magic power. The only way right now is this. Looking at the 2 tubes of reagents in his hand, Dudley hid them next to his body. This is the crystallization of his precious experiments. He tidied up the test bench and reset the instrument, and left after confirming that there was nothing abnormal. London, July 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Today was Sunday in London, and Dudley was exercising self-discipline as usual. It has been more than a month since he got the 2 tubes of reagents. Dudley is still doing various tests and observations, and he is not in a hurry to inject. After all, he only has one life. If something unexpected happens, he will bid farewell to this magical world. The pace under his feet became faster and faster, and the 2-story bungalow not far in front became more and more clear. Recently, for some reason, their family has never received any letters related to Hogwarts. This reassured Vernon and Petunia, who were already restless. The atmosphere of panic surrounding the family has long since disappeared. Reaching out to open the door, Dudley put on a pair of slippers, just in time to see Harry was carrying a plate of biscuits and putting them on the dining table. "Good morning, Cousin Dudley." Listening to Harry's greeting, Dudley greeted politely back. "Good morning, Cousin Harry." Vernon on the side shook his fat body, stretched out his hand to pick up a biscuit from the dinner plate, put it to his mouth, chewed it, and said intentionally or unintentionally, "Hey, my lovely son Dudley, by the way, do you feel any difference today?" Dudley was puzzled and answered casually, "What? Is the weather in London exceptionally good?" Vernon smiled and waved his hands. "Oh, no. This thing is much better than the ghost weather in London when it rains from time to time, you say." "Right, Harry." Vernon smiled at Harry. Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Well, Uncle Vernon is quite right. I think the thing that can make Uncle happy must be that no one delivers letters during this period of time." "Oh, what a pleasure. We, the Desleys, haven't had any of those damn things lately." In the living room on the first floor, Vernon stretched out his hand to pick up a cup of black tea from the table, put it near his mouth and took a sip, then let out a comfortable moan. "Harry, you are right, this period is indeed the happiest time for our Disley family. Take a look, no annoying knocking on the door, no letters appearing out of nowhere, and no ridiculous guy whispering in my ear, magic or other inconspicuous remarks. Not to mention, speaking of which," Vernon picked up another biscuit from the table and waved it in front of Harry quietly. "What? No, it's your breakfast. But you are not as clumsy as you seem on the surface, at least you know what you should do." In Harry's view, Vernon's plump cheeks were crowded with features, especially the double chin, and his small squinted eyes were staring at him while holding a biscuit in his hand. Harry shrank his neck. "Uncle Vernon, what am I supposed to do? I don't quite understand. What's more, isn't it the same now as before?" Harry's voice was a little puzzled. He always felt that there was something in the other party's words. "Humph. I hope you really don't understand. Look at us, the Desleys. It's finally been peaceful for a while. During this period of safe and sound I specifically allow you to eat breakfast." As Vernon said, he reached out to pick up a breakfast biscuit again, handed it to Harry, and pouted his mouth to signal him to continue. Looking at the food in front of him, Harry's thin body subconsciously took a step back and swallowed it in one gulp. Since he stole the letter last time, he hasn't eaten breakfast for a long time. Looking at the delicious food in front of him and feeling hungry, Harry hesitated and said again and again, "Thank you, Uncle Vernon." After speaking, he took the biscuit from the opponent's hand and put it in his mouth to chew. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound, plus the milky aroma, fills the tip of the nose. "Smell good." Harry has an illusion of happiness. Compared to one side, his father Vernon and Harry, playing charades in the world of two people. People who don't know the facts will definitely be curious about the story behind the two. But Dudley didn't care about these details. On the top of his head, the chinchilla stretched out its small paws and grabbed his hair, and at the same time issued it from its small mouth. Squeak to hiss. Dudley was surprised, because this was the first time the little guy made such a move since he came into contact with Totoro. In the past, chinchillas either lay still on top of their heads, or curled up in their pockets to take a nap. The young need enough sleep. He was so energetic now that he was really curious. "Little guy, you hurt me a little bit." As soon as Dudley's words fell, the tingling pain at the root of his hair suddenly disappeared, and before he could react, he felt a soft touch in his palm. A furry shadow appears above. The body of the chinchilla no longer crouched or curled up, but stood up, half closed its eyes, raised a front paw, and poked forward. "Damn. I've become a genius. Although he was prepared in his heart, Dudley was still terrified. After all, in the inherent impression, the pictures that can only appear in anime are now so humanized that they are mapped to reality. Most normal people's first reaction will be stunned. After all, a wooden man can dance suddenly. It will take time to accept this shocking thing. Fortunately, after Totoro finished this move, the furry body trembled, crawled along Dudley's cuff into his pocket, and continued to doze. What the hell is outside the window? Dudley took a deep breath, walked towards the direction Totoro pointed at earlier, stretched out his hand and opened the curtain. The scene outside the glass window made his pupils shrink. All owls. White, yellow, khaki, gray and white. At a glance, the front of my small yard is almost full of owls. It is roughly estimated that there are at least nearly 100 of them on the lawn, the fence of the yard, and the roof of the silver car parked at the door. What does it mean for owls, nocturnal creatures, to congregate in such an unnatural way? The weirdest thing is that these owls seem to be messy, but they are very purposeful and only stay within the range of their own homes, while there are almost no other homes. Seeing this scene, Dudley suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart that when abnormal events occur frequently, it indicates that, before he could react, he felt his wrist sink, and the chinchilla hiding in his pocket reappeared. His small head looked out the window, and his half-closed eyes widened a little. Dudley took a look, only to feel a blur in front of his eyes. Faintly at the end of the next street outside the door, a tall and broad figure disappeared in a flash inside the dining room of the small bungalow. Okay Dudley, hurry up and have breakfast. Petunia, who was sitting in front of the fireplace not far away, spoke. It's getting late for Dudley. After breakfast, I made an appointment with your father to take you to visit some well-known private junior high schools in London today, so that you can make your own choice. We believe there must be something you like. As soon as Petunia said that, she was ready to get up and ask Dudley to come over. After all, she had made an appointment in advance. If it was later, the famous aristocratic school would not wait for the visit quota of the Royal Junior High School in London. It was at this moment that Penny felt something strange. The abnormal sound of rustling sounded from behind. Vernon glanced at Harry next to him and said suspiciously, Harry, did you hear anything? No, I didn't hear anything, Uncle Vernon. Harry bit the biscuit in his mouth and gave a vague answer. Compared with the abnormal, he just cares about the biscuit in his mouth. The noise is getting louder. Dudley turned his body sharply and looked at the fireplace not far away. The top of the fireplace is a chimney, and if I'm not mistaken, the abnormal noise is coming from here. But a letter flew out suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a large number of white envelopes poured down from the chimney. Letters written by Mr. Harry Potter filled the living room almost in the blink of an eye. Eloquent, one after another, flying all over the sky. Visible to the naked eye in the restaurant, the envelope rained heavily. Compared to the family's shock, Harry showed an expression of joy. Letters. These are my letters, this is all for me. Harry danced happily among the mountains of envelopes. Petunia's eyes were dull, she sat motionless on the sofa, and she was unconsciously muttering, here, they are coming. Vernon was dumbfounded, his fleshy cheeks twisted, the hands on the dining table gradually clenched into fists. Dudley was thoughtful, and looked back out of the window. Is this magic, a wizard who can tease ordinary people at will? Dudley was in a bad mood because this was his home, London, July. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. It was completely dark now, and Vernon and Petunia were sitting at the dining table in the two-story small Western-style building. There are grilled meat, bread and pineapple soup on it, and the aroma permeates the room. But who among the two present had the desire to open their mouths to eat? What do you think of what happened to Penny this morning? Vernon's voice was a little low, he was in a bad mood. This kind of thing happened in the Desleys' house after a period of time, and now the weird phenomenon appeared before his eyes. Petunia glanced at her husband, but she didn't know how to speak. The expression on her face was quite complicated. After hesitating again and again, he remained silent. The corner of Vernon's mouth twitched and he looked at his wife, then at the locked door of the utility room under the stairs not far away, and said through gritted teeth, Petunia, listen, I can't take it anymore. From now on, follow my rules. I demand that the Harry Potter trouble be thrown out, immediately. Petunia raised her head in astonishment, she looked at her husband in disbelief, and said in disbelief, get rid of Harry? Don't be kidding, Vernon, are you serious? Listening to Petunia's words, Vernon took a deep breath and looked at his wife. Listen, Petunia, I know that such a request may be a bit excessive. But please understand that we are a family and my first responsibility is to strengthen the peace of the family. I can live with your strange relatives. It doesn't matter whether they are poor or arrogant and look down on me. I could even adopt Harry and take care of him too. It's nothing to me. But all of this must ensure that our family can live a normal life. You know, Petunia, we are one family, not only us, but also our child Dudley. He's a biological genius, a future intellectual of our Dursleys, and he shouldn't be disturbed like this beyond our reach. I think you are so artificial too. Vernon's fat body trembled twice, and his small eyes were full of tenacity. But this time, Penny seemed to remember something, and her attitude changed. You must listen to me about Vernon. Sending Harry to an orphanage is absolutely not allowed. Vernon patted the table in shock and annoyance. Petunia, are you kidding me? We are a family, Dudley is your own son, what you do. Petunia interrupted Vernon's argument. Vernon, I know what you mean, it's because of this, it's because of Dudley, we can't drive Harry away. Vernon, you have to trust me. At that time, I tried to reply a letter to the address on the envelope, and it didn't take long for me to receive a reply from Hogwarts. And through this, I can confirm that there are a large number of wizards or magicians in corners that we cannot see, and they have their own groups and organizations. Petunia, have you communicated with them, wizards? Vernon's face was filled with disbelief. Yes. Penny nodded seriously. To be honest, I was contacted by someone from Hogwarts when we first adopted Harry. The expression on Vernon's face was quite wonderful. He was shocked. Who is it? Petunia hesitated and said slowly, Albus Dumbledore, who claimed to be headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He clearly pointed out that in their world, there is a group of devils who are killing without scruples. Give Harry to us because we can protect it. And half an hour later, after listening to Penny's explanation, Vernon felt like a ball out of strength. Penny, are you saying that these demons don't care about the life and death of ordinary people, as they do? Today, they can make flying letters. It can also create blades flying all over the sky. They are so vicious that we will die in accidents if we move our hands? Vernon made a sharp turn when he heard this voice. He slapped the table angrily and roared loudly, Damn! 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 What kind of existence have we provoked? Listen up, Penny. I checked with my friends that they are afraid of water and wizard taboo. The vast ocean is the only thing that can hinder their progress. Listen to me. Let's move together to a small island surrounded by the sea, live in seclusion for a while, and wait until the Hogwarts school season is avoided. Then we will be successful. They won't find us. They will never find us. Absolutely not. Petunia opened her mouth, looking at the terrified Vernon. She was also helpless. It may be the wisest choice to leave home now. Then I'll clean up. Yes. We are going to a place where they can't find them even if they kill them. Vernon narrowed his eyes, called Dudley and Harry. We'll leave tomorrow night. London, Morrison Biolabs. Dudley looked at the office building in front of him, recalling some things that his mother Petunia explained to him last night in his mind. Recently, a weird phenomenon has occurred at home. It is said that only sea water can block possible dangers. Even in the Far East, no one would believe this kind of nagging words. Facing a wizard with a unique ability to cast spells, it sounds ridiculous to rely on seawater to block it. They are magicians who can fly to the sky and escape from the earth, and they didn't eat devil fruits. They are the capable users in One Piece, and they will stop eating when they encounter seawater. Besides, being a pirate can still have a boat. They are also human beings. This group of wizards wouldn't be so stupid as to just step on the seawater and lie down directly. Taking a boat is also a smart move. I have never seen what a real wizard is like. Everything is guesswork. But Harry was once taken to the beach by the Dursleys to play. Isn't he still rolling freely in the sea, although it is not clear why Vernon and Petunia blindly believed in wizard taboo on this matter. They even seemed a little nervous. But in Dudley's view, this is not a bad thing. An independent island surrounded by sea water. This means that all the living facilities here are very primitive. There is no electricity, no signal, and the connection with the outside world is slow, which can be regarded as isolated from the world. And this is also my own opportunity. The first stage of Wizard Cell came to an end. Dudley, I just received a call from your father. I'm really sorry. A middle-aged man in a white coat came out in front of him. Morrison looked at the child in front of him with regret, and complained in his mouth, Dudley, you have to persuade your businessman father that learning this kind of thing must be accumulated over time without interruption. Blind vacations and entertainment will make you forget what you have learned. Listening to Morrison Hill's chatter, Dudley knew that he was really treating him well, but there were many things he couldn't tell him clearly. Good professor, I will tell my father what you mean. Morrison sighed helplessly. After all, this is a matter within the Asili family, and he is not Dudley's guardian, so he has no right to interfere. Dudley came to the biological laboratory according to his memory, and cleaned up the relevant research traces because he didn't know when he would come back next time after he left. He looked at the Magic Eye, Flu, Virus, and Magic 2, Phage, Virus in his arms. Time. There is no time left. Dudley hesitated no longer. He took out a small half of the reagent with a disposable needle, and put it in a small medical ice box. The experimental data is incomplete planning. The details are not fully screened. It was too hasty. Dudley's heart was very heavy. 2 days later, July 7, London time, night. On an unknown island stands a towering dome tower. Surrounded by rolling waves, the waves were raging, and bursts of spray slapped on the reef, making a frightening rumbling sound. On the second floor, near a glass window. Dudley sat aside, looking at the slowly burning oil lamp not far away. The body has had an adverse reaction. After hesitating again and again, he struggled to get up from the bed. Dragging his heavy body, he arrived at the desk. Looking around his lower lip, a red dot was vaguely reflected on the glass window. This is a long time since the injection of magic flu virus. He reached out and picked up a notebook on the desktop, clinical magic virus observation record. Ready to open. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the living room on the first floor. The sky stretches as far as the eye can see, and the sky is gloomy. In the center of the island surrounded by the sea, a tall tower stands in the center. Boom! There was another muffled thunder. The sea was choppy, and the wind and rain were blowing outside the window. On the second floor of the tower, Penny was wearing pajamas and sitting on a chair. Her face was a bit haggard. She looked at her fat husband and said, Vernon, are you sure everything your business partner told you is true? Wizards are afraid of water or something. Does this have any credibility? Vernon turned over from the bed and sat up. Hearing his wife's worries and looking at her slightly haggard face, he felt a little angry for no reason. These damned wizards, Penny, you have to believe me, my business partner has been negotiating with our Disley Drill Company for more than 10 years, and usually communicates a lot in private. He said that he had encountered similar things before, and used this method to solve it safely. You can rest assured that there will be no problem. Seeing her husband's reassurance, Penny's nervousness eased a little. Vernon, to tell you the truth, I have been restless lately. Although I don't think there is a sixth sense in this world, since we moved to this small island, we have not lived. Vernon looked at Petunias, hesitant to speak, and sighed. Actually, we should have thought about it a long time ago. This island surrounded by the sea has no electricity, no signal, and even weeks of food and water are delivered here in advance. Sorry, Penny, the living conditions are really bad. I can't sleep because of the noise of the waves at night, and I'm worried during the day. But the culprit that caused us to be where we are is the damned wizards. If they don't show up, I believe our family should enjoy bread and butter at the table at this time. Hearing that her husband was still talking about food, Petunia ran a little angrily. Didn't you find out, Vernon? Vernon was curious. Find what? Petunia said suspiciously. Your son Dudley. Vernon stared at Petunia, wondering, what's wrong with Dudley? This kid has been locking himself in the top floor room recently, and he seems very dissatisfied with our proposal to move. Ugh. But this is also normal. He has never experienced any hardship since he was a child, and the current living environment on the island, there is no comfortable bed, no milk and meat products, even the environment where he has been insisting on morning exercise and running is gone. With so much to lose, there's bound to be a little bit of negativity, and as a mother, Vernon looked at his wife's eyes and waved his hands indifferently again. Don't worry, Petunia, I believe in Dudley. Give this child a period of time to adapt himself, and he will be able to understand how good our life in London is. Overall, it is said that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Such as life, to go through hardships. Petunia listens to me. Don't bother Dudley now, let the child digest himself for a while, he will get used to it slowly. He is still a child, and his ability to adapt to the environment is far greater than ours. Enough, Vernon. Don't be like this, it seems that I need to wake you up. Petunia angrily interrupted her husband's imaginary scene, and she glanced out the window with some anxiety. Vernon, don't you notice that Dudley's complexion is getting worse and worse? A few days ago, he would come down to the first floor to enjoy lunch with us on time, but in the last few days, he almost never left the house behind closed doors. Every time, he asked me to leave the food at the door, and he didn't let me clean up the dinner plate until the next day. But at noon today, when I came to Dudley's room, I found that Dudley hadn't touched the food I prepared for him yesterday. If I hadn't heard Dudley's response clearly through the crack of the door, I was really worried about his state. Normal kids shouldn't do this, he's always been a very polite kid. When Petunia said this, Vernon got off the bed and walked to the table. Okay, Petunia, you don't have to think about it. Dudley's situation is similar to the rebellious psychology in education books. Let me bring him lunch tomorrow. It's time to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Just let it go. Free education is indeed true. Not a good thing. As soon as Vernon's voice fell, there was another loud bang from downstairs. The dull sound made him frown. Compared with the previous muffled thunder, the sound of such a hard object hitting the door panel downstairs was extremely harsh. Petunia shrank behind Vernon with a terrified expression. Vernon casually took a shotgun prepared in advance from under the wall. Penny, you don't have to worry, follow me and go see what happened together. Vernon moved forward as he spoke, and Petunia followed her husband down the stairs, oil lamp in hand. The lobby on the first floor in the tower is fairly spacious. At this moment, a small figure was lying on the ground. Since moving to the island, Harry had been huddled up on the first floor, with no bed, just a rug with a cold floor underneath, which made him uncomfortable to sleep on. Open your eyes again, 730115910. 50 seconds left. Harry looked at a birthday cake he had drawn in the sand with his fingers in front of him. It will be the early morning of July 7th, and his birthday will be 31 seconds away. Everything in the past is history. From now on, you must maintain a good mood and welcome your new year. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds, 1 second, July 1991, 7 midnight. Happy birthday to you, Harry. Just when Harry raised his fists and prepared to make a wish, boom, there was a muffled sound, and the wooden door of the tower made a loud sound. Boom. The second sound ended, and the door completely fell to the ground. A burly and strong black figure outside the door forcefully pushed the door down to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a rough and slightly complaining voice sounded. This damn weather, it was normal before, but now it's raining suddenly, it's really unlucky. The figure said while bending down, pulling up the door panel on the ground, and snapping it to the door frame. Turning around and looking at the room, only 3 people could be seen vaguely under the dim light. 2 are huddled at the stairs, and 1 is lying on the ground. The figure raised his foot and was about to squeeze into the house. Stop! You trespasser, I order you to get out immediately, or I will shoot you. With a double-barreled shotgun in his hand, Vernon looked fiercely at the intruder. Don't be so excited, Mr. Vernon, let me introduce myself first. My name is Rubeus Hagrid, you can call me Mr. Hagrid. Logically speaking, you should have known that I would visit today. After all, today is Mr. Harry Potter's birthday. Hagrid took out a cake box from his coat pocket and handed it to Harry. Happy birthday, Harry. Hope this cake didn't get spoiled by my ass. Harry was obviously frightened, and instinctively stretched out his hand. He took the birthday cake dully, and whispered in his mouth, "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." However, Hagrid's hand stopped. "I think I've got the wrong guy. Maybe you're not Harry, wrong person." Harry was a little puzzled, and saw Hagrid pointing behind him. Turning back in doubt, Harry was a little taken aback. "Cousin Dudley, when did you appear behind me?" "Dudley, Harry." Before Dudley could speak, the corners of Hagrid's mouth twitched. He looked at the muscular and well-proportioned Dudley, then at the thin Harry in front of him, and gave a wry smile. "You are Harry? But it seems that your life in the Dursleys' house is not very good. You are thin and your clothes are tattered. It is really unimaginable that you are the son of James, an outstanding Hogwarts graduate. Child, he's the genius of the whole school, but that's okay. After all, starting today, you'll bid farewell to the people around you. No one can bully you anymore, Harry." After looking at Harry in a daze, Hagrid spoke again. "Happy birthday to you, Mr. Harry Potter." Compared to some weird things Hagrid said, Harry was more curious about his parents. "Wait, Hagrid, you know my parents?" Hagrid was silent for a moment, but nodded anyway. "I heard my parents died in a car accident. Is this true?" Harry spoke suspiciously. "Car accident? Don't be kidding, my little Harry. In the world of ordinary people, the power generated by the combustion of the engine can kill an excellent wizard. What a joke. If this kind of thing is true, it will be a ridiculous story that can last for thousands of years. The best wizard was killed by a car, obviously a hoax." Harry frowned. "Wait, what did you just say? Wizard? What is this?" Hagrid was also stunned. "You don't know about wizards? Your father was an excellent wizard, and you are their child. You are also a wizard, Harry. Magic? Don't be kidding me, Mr. Hagrid. I think it's really inappropriate to say this on my birthday. I can't be a magician at all." Harry took a small step back and made an unbelievable noise. His small world couldn't accept such an impact of information. Hagrid opened his mouth, turned his head in shock and said angrily, "Asshole, damn Dursley, what the hell did you instill in Harry? I have lived for 63 years, and I have received a lot of freshmen from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You actually made him question the existence of wizards." Hagrid walked around Harry annoyed, and looked at the fat middle-aged man not far ahead. Vernon trembled and said forcefully, "I tell you to shut up. You don't know what to say. Get out of here quickly. What you are doing now is breaking into a private house, and you are still maliciously slandering and spreading rumors that you don't want to spread rumors about wizards and the like. These terrible things are simply a symbol of ignorance." Vernon was very angry. He was holding a shotgun, and his voice trembled with fear. Hagrid's eyes were a little serious. "Mr. Dursley, I think you've said too much. If you haven't witnessed something with your own eyes, don't say it casually." Hagrid's huge body put unusual pressure on Vernon. "Humph. Dursley, don't you think this little trick is useful for wizards?" Just before the shot was fired, Hagrid stepped forward with his palm, bent the barrel of the gun abruptly, and the bullet went upward along the muzzle, and shot out. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Vernon screamed angrily, suppressing the fear in his heart. "Don't worry so much, Dursley. I'm not going to do anything. I just want to give this kid a clean slate, and he has the right to know his parentage. His relatives are magicians, also a hero in the wizarding world." Hagrid's voice paused. Harry on the side was a little uncertain and weakly said, "Uncle Vernon, is this true?" Vernon frowned and did not answer. Harry looked at Petunia, who was beside him, before he could ask. As soon as Petunia gritted her teeth, she simply had a showdown. "Yes, Harry, your mother was indeed a wizard." Hearing Petunia's voice, Harry froze on the spot. You already knew, but why didn't you tell me?" Petunia said angrily. "Tell you? What can I tell you, Harry? Your own mother, my own sister, is a legendary wizard, or maybe a magician. This kind of thing that no one believes when it is said out. It makes me sick." Vernon also stared with resentment and said, "Yes, Harry, wizards are all a bunch of freaks. Their existence is simply disgusting. You have no idea what a wizard's temperament is." Hagrid on the side couldn't bear it anymore. "Dursley, do you know what you are talking about? You are a prejudice, a symbol of ignorance. You, an ordinary person, do not understand the world of wizards at all." "I don't understand? You understand? You guys who rely on your own ability to wantonly destroy other people's lives, without legal ethics or even the government's constraints, letting you appear in the real world is simply a disaster. Go back to your wizarding world. I wouldn't allow Harry to join a place like yours." Vernon said conclusively that he had no good impression of this group of wizards who disturbed his life. Hagrid stared. "It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense with you muggles. Our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft has bred countless outstanding wizards since its establishment. Their achievements are far beyond your muggles' imagination." After Hagrid's voice fell, Vernon pouted. "Hogwarts? A school of wizardry? What kind of place is this? Any qualifications?" Hagrid answered almost instinctively. "Hogwarts, this is the gathering place for the wizarding elite, with the greatest wizard, Mr. Albus Dumbledore as the headmaster." Vernon spoke as if looking at the eyes of an idiot. "Hogwarts? School of wizardry? The great headmaster, Mr. Albus Dumbledore? Listen to yourself talking nonsense. This is obviously an old man who juggles with a group of children who juggle. What kind of talents can this kind of person teach? And the magicians who come out will be a disaster." Hagrid's face turned blue and red, and he only felt that he had been greatly insulted. I forbid you to slander the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore is not something you can easily insult. Hagrid raised his hand, and there was a magic wand hidden in the umbrella in his hand, and the anger in his heart was almost vented that he decided to teach this hateful muggle a profound lesson. No one can insult the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in front of him, even if it touches the constraints of the Ministry of Magic. A burst of magical power was instilled, and he wanted to cast a spell as soon as he raised his hand. Just at this moment, a huge impact force hit him head on. It was as if a speeding truck hit his body. Hagrid's huge body rose directly from the ground, flying backwards and striking backwards. Boom! With a muffled sound, his body hit the wall of the doorframe, the wall was cracked, and the rubble flew and buried him directly in the rubble pile. In the dark night, the wind howled all around. The center of the island stands at the bottom of the tower, the candlelight is flickering, and the sound of the waves crashing on the reef is roaring. You are Dudley? Cousin Dudley. Harry was taken aback by the figure suddenly approaching behind him. If it wasn't for the familiar voice and the other's hoarse voice, he almost thought he had run into a ghost. The Dudley in front of him was completely different from Harry's inherent impression of gentleness and politeness. He was wrapped in a grey sheet. It was woven into the shape of a hood, covering most of the cheeks, and the grey sheets below the neck completely wrapped the body. Dudley, come back quickly, don't provoke him, this big man is a wizard. Petunia, who had always been oppressed by Hagrid's aura, did not shrink behind her husband in desperation. Petunia wanted to rush up and pull Dudley back. Although she didn't know what happened just now, but the cracked walls, coupled with the flying dust, this kind of destruction is beyond the scope of Petunia's comprehension. The Witcher is just too scary. Before Petunia stepped forward, her body was dragged by Vernon, pulling her back forcefully. Calm down, Petunia, let's not get excited now. Hagrid is just here to pick up Harry Potter. Excessive resistance will only make the wizards behave more outrageously, and thugs will only kill those who resisted too much. Man, Penny, give me a second to go talk to them, make them let us Dursleys go. While comforting his wife, Vernon stared at the rubble pile nervously, praying in his heart, hoping that this tall wizard monster would never crawl out of the rubble pile. Listen to the clutter. Dudley didn't have time to pay attention to his parents and Harry at this time. His current state is very bad. It is not appropriate to describe it as bad. Because there is a sense of wonder in this bad. This kind of wonder, extending from his brain, gave him an unusually comfortable illusion. If I had to find a suitable adjective, it would be excited. From a medical point of view. Very similar to hallucinogens and the aftereffects of certain prohibited substances injected into the body. He stared at the pile of rubble in front of him. Dudley felt as if he could see clearly through the rubble the buried Hagrid. Hagrid struggled a few times. Damn it, what the hell happened just now? Hagrid said, pawing away the pile of rubble on his body. But it's not waiting to get away. It was another huge impact attacking and pressing down. Boom. Hagen was close, with a huge figure of 2 or 3 meters in height. He was thrown out of the pile of rubble abruptly again. The body rotated 360 degrees in the air, and fell heavily to the ground not far from the island. This time the impact was significantly greater. However, Hagrid still stretched out his hand and patted his head, and stood up from the ground unsteadily. Smelly brat. Do you know that your behavior has violated the Ministry of Magic's restrictions on muggles? In the ordinary life of muggles, magic cannot be used casually. But Dudley's eyes under the hood looked straight at Hagrid, and he didn't care at all what the other said. I almost saw a miraculous scene in my eyes. Whenever Hagrid was shocked by magic power, the opponent's body surface would ripple with a layer of waves that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. This fluctuation negates a large portion of the damage. And the impact force exerted on the surface of his body dissipated. Most of them can only stagnate on the outer layer of the body surface, and a small part penetrates into it, but it seems that it has no effect on his physical body. Dudley suddenly had a problem with his sight. This was Dudley's first reaction, but the burning sensation in his chest that followed made him extremely uncomfortable. Taking a breath, under Hagrid's thick and fluffy beard and hair, a pair of eyes stared at the figure in front of him. Are you wondering why I'm fine? That's because I'm half giant. Forget about your muggle family who have no idea what a giant is. Seeing the young man standing still in front of him, Hagrid put his hands behind his back, and the voice in his mouth was full of seductive explanation. A giant is an ancient creature from a distant magical world, but that's it. Hagrid immediately put up the umbrella in his hand, aimed forward. Stashed the wand infused with magic. A string of incomprehensible language was quickly spoken in his mouth. The tip of the umbrella glows white. And Dudley realized the meaning in his mind the moment he saw the white glow. Curse, all petrified. The wand flickers. Dudley could only feel his body stiff in place, his limbs were immobilized and he couldn't even move his head. It's just that this feeling was only for a moment. His footsteps moved forward lightly, and the strength imprisoned in his whole body disintegrated inexplicably. However, Dudley did not follow up. It's enough for things to go this far. Not only protected his family, but also appropriately displayed some unconventional strength. Means that if you want to come to Harry Potter's Guide Wizard, there will definitely be follow-up actions. The world of wizards is completely cut off from the world of ordinary people, then they should have the desired attitude towards children who have awakened magic talent. After releasing the spell, Hagrid took a long breath, looked at Dudley under the hood of the grey robe with some trepidation, and said with some lingering fear, fortunately, half of the blood in my body is an ancient giant. Don't be surprised, boy. My bloodline comes from the ancient giant, but it seems that you still can't control your magic power well. Rest assured, the petrification spell will make your body stiff for 2 hours, and the spell will be lifted automatically after 2 hours. Speaking of which, Hagrid glanced at Harry in the house not far away and smiled apologetically. Sorry Harry, I have to leave for a short time, and I will visit again in 2 days at the latest. During this period, I will wrong you to continue boarding at the Dursleys' house. After speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of everyone present. Go straight to the other side of the island, straddle a fit motorcycle, and the engine roars. In the shocked eyes of everyone at the scene, he started the accelerator and rushed into the sky. Disappeared in the night sky. Cousin Dudley, how are you? Harry asked worriedly. Go away, you brat. Wizarding schools, Hogwarts, and other ghostly places, you can go if you want. Don't bring the filth of your world to my son. Vernon strode forward, trying to grab the back of Harry's neck with his hand. In his eyes, he subconsciously thought that everything that happened just now was a strange phenomenon caused by the abnormal child in front of him. Harry quickly took 2 steps back and shook his head to explain. Uncle Vernon, what are you talking about? What happened just now really has nothing to do with me. Vernon laughed angrily. No? You are lying to ghosts. Your parents are wizards, and you are the child of wizards. What unreasonable things you can't do. Vernon condemned angrily. Harry was speechless. Really, enough, stop arguing, let's stop here, I'll go back to the house first. Vernon looked at his son in horror. This was the first time Dudley had lost his temper with him. Vernon's original angry expression instantly faded to guilt and self-blame. Stay where you are. 10 seconds later, after confirming that Harry's guide wizard had left, Dudley let out a breath. Great, for now, plan is a success. But he still has one more thing imminent. Dudley's body moved, slowly fading and disappearing in place. Harry's eyes widened. Vernon took a step back in disbelief and fell to the ground. Petunia rolled her eyes and passed out in her husband's arms. Cough, 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 cough. Dudley, who returned to the room, coughed violently, looking at the large swaths of bright red blood foam in his palm. Has it failed? In a room in the island tower. In the dark night, an oil lamp was burning slowly, and the flickering candlelight reflected the figure of a young man in the room, slowly emerging. After resolving the dispute on the first floor, he returned to his hut. Dudley stood motionless. The grey sheet draped over his body slowly floated up and flew aside, and spread out. Flat on the bed again. The black sky outside the glass window happens to be the background color of the glass. The glass reflects his whole body. The originally muscular body is much smaller than before. The skin almost wraps around the bone. Starting just below the neck, the ribs, tailbone, and even the pelvis are clearly defined. The skin is even more unhealthy pale, faintly gray. Especially the abdomen is deeply sunken, the ribs are clearly visible. The exoskeleton of the face is sharp and angular, the eyes are sunken, the pupils are slack, and the whites of the eyes are dark gray. Is this still a human? Dudley stared blankly at himself in the glass window. He wanted to spread his 5 fingers to touch his cheek, but he had no strength. There are mixed feelings in my heart. If judged only based on the basic biological characteristics, he can be said to be almost dead now. In this state, he could clearly feel the exhaustion of his body's vitality. It is in sharp contrast with the extremely sober brain thinking. This feeling is more similar to a kind of reflection, because my heart beats slower and slower. Perhaps in a few hours he would be completely dead. Is my injection of magic flu virus still too reckless? Dudley looked at the notebook in front of him. Follow the instinct of a biologist and scientific researcher. The daily records are convenient for later reference. Here is his Wizard's genetic record with a thought. The genetic record was opened. Wizard's genetic record, Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, at 10 p.m. The weather is cloudy. After a few days of rest, I came to this small island. As I imagined, there is no external communication, no electricity, only waves and thunder, or storms. Recently, I pretended to be an angry child, avoided my parents, and locked myself in the room. That night, I gritted my teeth and made up my mind to inject magic flu virus into my lips. Within 5 minutes of the injection, I was extremely nervous. Like a child, I yearned for abnormalities such as Superman or Ultraman to come, even cautiously. It is believed that bizarre events are likely to occur. Looking forward to the arrival of superpower or unscientific phenomenon. However, I was wrong. Nothing happened on the night of July 7th. Wizard's genetic record, Island Experimental Base, July 7th, 13 p.m. London time. It has been 3 full days since I was injected with magic flu virus, but my body still hasn't changed significantly. Supernatural weird sci-fi, similar to Harry's magic burst. Or the high-speed movement of the chinchilla did not occur. What is this? I was a little impatient, and even felt that my previous experiments were all deceitful. When encountering things that are incomprehensible, most of them are collecting clues through repeated verifications. But this island does not have a high-end electron microscope, nor does it have a basic observation environment. At present, there is only one glass window, and there are too few places to observe magic flu virus. Is it useful for ordinary people to read? I still have some doubts. After being injected with the magic virus, I have kept a distance from my family, and I do not have meals with them, and only ask my parents to put the food at the door on time. I can only comfort myself with assumptions. Any virus has a certain incubation period when it enters the human body. This incubation period varies according to people's physical fitness, and their reaction conditions are also different. Hope my guess is correct. Wizards Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, at 9 o'clock in the morning. A week has passed since the injection of Magic No. Flu virus. Very sorry, I didn't have time to record the first 2 days because I am carefully observing the changes in my body. Very happy. It seemed that they had been injected with Magic No. Flu virus for about 5 days, and they safely passed the normal incubation period of the virus. The virus has attacked. Every now and then I get a little itchy sensation on my lower lip. But I resisted the urge to scratch with my hands. If the nail tears the wound, the variables brought about are also unknown. According to the current situation, Magic Flu virus should have successfully infected some of the cells under my lips and used them to start multiplying in large numbers. The itchy feeling should be that the macrophages in my body have recognized the invading virus. The first stage of cleaning begins, and they release certain hormonal signals. Want to let my hands scratch the wounds, find external forces to help them, and fight the invaders, Magic Flu virus, together. But I can't do that. I need to wait. I need to speed up the body's assimilation by the virus. Wizards Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, around 9 o'clock in the evening. After the last abnormal physical reaction, I have been using strong willpower to start supporting the body. Just in case, I put Magic 2 phage virus in the most conspicuous position. At the most dangerous moment, I must inject them in time. This is just an experiment, not a life-threatening exploration and pursuit. But from 2 days ago, I began to feel cold from time to time. That summer and the air is dry and hot, but my hands and feet are extremely cold. This is a phenomenon of body hypothermia. It seems that the first round of defensive macrophages is not as ideal as imagined. They need some proper coordination of body functions. Try to use low temperature to suppress the speed of virus cell division and proliferation. But how can the immune system of ordinary people be the opponent of Magic Flu virus? This feeling is very uncomfortable. The taste of a runny nose in summer is really puzzling. Wizards Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, 7 o'clock in the morning. I just feel dizzy now, which is a feeling I've never felt before. I remember feeling like this when I was seriously ill in my previous life. Magic No. Flu virus. The effect is far beyond my imagination. In the past 2 days, my body has automatically taken multiple emergency measures. First low temperature, then high temperature. It is also the first time I have encountered the alternating hot and cold state. This kind of short-term high frequency switching? If it weren't for the physical fitness brought by my self-discipline and fitness for more than 10 years, I feel that I will definitely give up. It can be seen that self-discipline is a good way to maintain health without external interference. Wizards Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, at 5 o'clock in the evening. Sorry, I don't know how to describe it anymore. It has been 2 weeks since the injection of Magic Flu virus, and I feel that my body has reached its limit. Now I can't speak normally, and I cough from time to time. The body does not have a low temperature state, but maintains a high temperature all the time. I can feel the sweat oozing from the surface of my body unconsciously, but the sweat is extremely cold. I think I'm about to give up. I can feel that the immune system in my body has increased to a great load. The last line of defense of the immune system began to gather, and a large number of white blood cells rushed to my neck, near my lower lip, and even near my chest. The body also wants to end this war between viruses. They began to take the most extreme measures. The white blood cells will kill, phagocytize, virus cells and normal cells uniformly in large quantities and irregularly. They are a bit overwhelming. I had to open the windows, because now a lot of cells in Magic No. Flu virus died in the mouth or lung cavity. Every cough is cleaning up these dead cells. The body's immunity has increased to the maximum, and there are more and more abnormal states. Cough cough, come here today. Sorry, just now, I coughed again. I can't wait until the evening. Procrastination is likely to cause accidents. I need to inject Magic 2 phage virus immediately. I just coughed and I clearly saw blood stains on the paper. This phenomenon is only a manifestation of cancer or tuberculosis patients. It can be judged that the body's immune system is comprehensively weak and has no chance of winning. If this continues, accidents will definitely happen. I can't die. Hope to wake up the next day with good news. Dudley looked at the Wizard's Genetic Record on the desktop. And the page that was supposed to represent Sea Island Experimental Base, was blank. A thought flashed through Dudley's eyes as he stared at the glass window. It was July 7, London time, at 2 o'clock in the morning at night. This time, nearly 5 days have passed since the last time. After injecting Magic 2 phage virus. In Dudley's expectation, the scene where his physical functions gradually recovered did not happen. He suddenly realized a very bad situation. That is, it took up to 2 weeks after Magic No. Flu virus was injected into the body. This virus has been fighting fiercely with its own body's immune system. Taking your own flesh and blood as the battlefield, the virus is in the process of dying, splitting, and multiplying. Perhaps they have become different from before. Survival of the fittest. Choose the best. Magic influenza virus. A considerable number of viruses have undergone unknown mutations. They want to fully survive inside my body. It's like pesticides. In the face of tens of thousands of locusts, there are still a few that have developed drug resistance, and it is these drug-resistant Magic No. Flu viruses that are tenaciously surviving in their bodies. The small amount of Magic 2 bacteriophage virus I carried did not achieve the expected effect. They cannot be killed, and produce a mutated Magic No. flu, virus. At the same time, lines of new text quietly surfaced on the page of Wizard's Genetic Records Island Experimental Base, But what should I do? The virus mutates, and the phage cannot kill the magic virus, and I can only observe the changes in my body through the glass every night. There is no way, because my body is too weak to move. After a period of time, the muscles on the surface of the body obviously began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin gradually changed from light to gray, and gradually turned to dark brown. This process is gradual. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. The heartbeat is also much slower than usual. 3 days later, with a shriveled body, sunken eyes, and extremely weak breathing, it made me almost give up. The idea of struggling, survival is almost impossible. Perhaps, if there is a next time, the experiment on the human body must not be so reckless. Remarks Dudley, from the eldest son of the Dursleys. However, on Wizard's Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, after a moment of stagnation, new lines of text appeared. Just before the bodily functions were completely exhausted, I feel my brain is very clear. It's a weird state where I can't control my body. But I can get my arms up if I wanted. Not a normal lift. Instead, some external force pulled my arm up. I realized that somehow I can control some stuff. This thing might be called magic, but I don't understand what they are. I am surprised to find myself standing up, not because I can stand up, it's because I want to stand up. I just stood up like this, stand inside the house. Floating, so incredible, it's nothing short of a miracle. Looking at himself in the glass window, except that the decayed body cannot be restored. At this time, I have a kind of idea that as long as I think, I can do everything. It's ridiculous, but I still chose to do it. Wouldn't it be nice to see another world at the end of your life? So I gave it a try. Teleport, really, I succeeded, and without any warning, I appeared outside the window of the island tower. I can feel it when I close my eyes. The parents in the tower, Petunia and Vernon, and cousin Harry. Look at yourself in the glass window. There are still 4 weeks of waves. I am sure that I should have mastered the magic power now, but I can't be happy, because the body reflected in the glass window is getting more and more decayed. If the body dies, the brain dies too. What's the use of obtaining such magic power by oneself? Although I can split the sea into 2 as long as I want, but I think that at such a price, my body will completely lose its vitality in the next moment. Wizard's Genetic Record Island Experimental Base, July 7, London time, at 4 o'clock in the morning. In anticipation, Harry's wizard finally arrived. I ended the battle with Hagrid as quickly as possible, and revealed to the other party that I have awakened the magic-powered talent. During this time, just as I imagined, the magic will appear whenever I think. I don't know why, but they help me do what my mind wants to do. Just imagining the truck hitting Hagrid twice puts a huge strain on my body. Get back inside. My body can be said to have reached its limit. I can even see my fingernails have turned black, which is not a good sign. Nail tissue begins to die. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he is limited in various aspects. The combination of magic eye, influenza, virus, and magic 2, phage, virus, failed. The human body is a precision instrument. Viruses seem inconspicuous but have tenacious vitality. But maybe this is not the end result. In past genetics, I also studied tacit knowledge. But those are assumptions. If the guess is successful, it proves that the previous assumptions can be established. Harry Potter's mother Lily is an excellent wizard, and her older sister Petunia is also her mother. Although Petunia is an ordinary person, as her offspring, according to genetics, she should also have the talent of a hidden magician in her body. This is by Ran, because in genetic inheritance, everyone will have a set of fragments from the mother, and I also have the same physical condition. Now the body is constantly deteriorating, and normal cells can no longer divide and reproduce. Magic no eye, flu, virus almost occupied most of the dominance of the body. Possessing this kind of miraculous ability is probably caused by the magic no flu, virus occupying the whole body. My body is fully invaded by the virus, and to break that, want to have a chance of surviving. You have to rely on instinct and potential. If one's own body doesn't want to die like this, as cells, they will also evolve in such a brutal fight. Viruses can evolve, and their own cells are constantly learning and evolving. Even in a crushing war, there will be fish that slip through the net. As long as time allows, evolve white blood cells or special antibodies that can defeat the magic no flu, virus. It is theoretically possible, otherwise, it is to activate and split to create an opportunity to contain the magic eye, flu, virus. I firmly believe it. There must be such cells and tissues in some organ tissue in my body, maybe very few, they just lack stimulation and have been sleeping, although slim, but I firmly believe in science, I firmly believe in genetics, Wizard's Genetic Record. But don't wait to rewrite the record. Dudley raised his head in astonishment, and he felt his heart that was about to stop beating vigorously. The beating speed is getting faster and faster. This is this feeling, bottom out. The body is trying to survive, even unintelligent cells can avoid this emergency under the microscope. This instinct is imprinted in the genes. The heartbeat speed is getting faster and faster, the body surface temperature is gradually rising. Found it, right here. Ra was skinny and mummified, but Dudley's eyes were shining with excitement. If the end of science is equivalent exchange, then what a turbulent scene it will be to apply science to the road of magic. This is a breakthrough from 0-1, it is also the progress of the success of genetics in the microcosm on wizards, the wizard genetic factor. That has been hidden in his body, it was finally unearthed actively. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal's office. An old man with a white beard and a light red robe and a tall hat looked at a piece of parchment in front of him, there are lines of pitch black fonts on it. This is the future trajectory of the prophet professor I once hired. A person with the ability to destroy the great demon king will appear soon. It is very likely that he will be born in a family that has fought against the great demon king 3 times. The date of birth will be the last day of July. He will be regarded as a strong enemy in life by the great demon king. The son of prophecy has a magical power that the great demon king does not understand. The two of them must meet, and one will die at the hands of the other. It is absolutely impossible for 2 people to survive at the same time. In the new era, the son of prophecy and the great devil will be buried together in the mouth of the ancient monster. The white shadow in front of Dumbledore flickered. The owl suddenly appeared. While combing its feathers, the owl tilted its head from time to time, looking at the old man in front of him. Hawkeye reflected Dumbledore's face. Crack! The 2 voices ended. Dumbledore stood up from his chair. Suddenly, white smoke rose from the position where the white owl was standing, and its body disappeared. After calculating the time, Hagrid should have found Harry within the prescribed plan, and now I can also entrust him with the follow-up secret mission. I hope that group of stingy Gringotts goblins can abide by the agreement. As Dumbledore spoke, his body moved forward at the same time, bypassing the desk in front of him, and came to the metal door on the other side. His eyes stayed on the ancient and complicated patterns on it for a while, and he took another step forward. Puffed. Dumbledore's body went directly through the iron door and entered the confined space behind the door. There are no candles here. There are pitch black walls on all sides, and the area is only about 4 square meters. However, in this cold and dark environment, a cyan light shines in the center. The light was extremely weak, and from Dumbledore's perspective, it looked like a wide, flat, and hollow basin. The center of the basin seems to be flowing like water. Dumbledore knew that what was carried in the basin was not water but magic power, as majestic as the vast ocean. What flows in the magic power is the information squeezed out of his brain. It's time to think again. Dumbledore muttered in his mouth, reached out and took out a wand from his cuff, and aimed the tip of the wand at his temple. With a strong wrist, the tip of the wand shone with light, and then a small string of smoke like white ons was pulled out of his mind. Following the guidance of the wand in Dumbledore's hand, it fell into the blue magic source of the iron basin below him. Important memories were pulled away. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore knew that he had too many things to think about every day. Even a powerful magician like him, it is also inevitable that there will be negligence. He wanted to see what it was that made him ignore. Why did he see a weird smiling face in the owl's eyes? This time, he must be found out. Dumbledore uttered a series of obscure spells one by one. In the next moment, Dumbledore's body lightened and he fell down suddenly. Everything around him changed. So the world in memory. The sky was pitch black, and there were little lights not far away. At the foot of the dark brown rocky cliff, there is a cliff in front, and there is only a narrow path behind. Dumbledore stood where he was, and he looked towards the front of the cliff not far away. There was a figure exactly like him standing there, with his hands behind his back, motionless. This is exactly me in memory. But Dumbledore didn't pay too much attention to himself in memory, but looked behind him. In the dark night, a man in a grey robe carefully guarded his surroundings, staggered, and passed by him. This man is Severus Snape. Snape, Dumbledore murmured, and he followed Snape's steps forward, approaching himself standing on the cliff. In this world of memory, Dumbledore knew very well that this was a private meeting between him and Voldemort's minions. Snape's expression stopped when he hurriedly approached the cliff, and his face looked extremely struggling. I'm here. On the cliff, Dumbledore put his hands behind his back and didn't look back. Snape hesitated for a while. I told my master the prophecy news I stole from you. You know, I can't deceive him. Every one of his loyal subordinates will die if they deceive him. However, Dumbledore on the cliff just snorted coldly and ignored it. Snape took a deep breath. Professor Dumbledore, whether you believe it or not, my master has noticed the Harry family, and he will end their lives with his own hands. The son of prophecy makes him very afraid. On the cliff, Dumbledore turned around suddenly, staring straight at Snape in front of him with a pair of eyes. Do you think I'll believe you? When you told Voldemort that wizards were born on the 7th of July, you knew in hindsight that the child's mother was Lily. Didn't you fight for him? Snape's face was pale, facing Dumbledore's gaze on the cliff. He could only stammer, I beg my master, as a price for me revealing this information, he will only kill the child Harry Potter who can threaten him. The master agreed to spare Harry's mother Lily. The expression on Dumbledore's face on the cliff suddenly became weird and even revealed a playfulness. Since your master has promised you, so, what else are you looking for me for? Now I don't mind throwing you, Death Eater, into Azkaban. The Hogwarts dungeons contain a prisoner. I think many people would like to see such a thing happen. Snape trembled and shook his head quickly. No. It's not like that, Professor Dumbledore. I believe that no one in the world knows my master better than you. He was the most brilliant schemer in Slytherin, and could be the leader of the Death Eaters, something Voldemort never would have left room for. Even if he promises I won't hurt Lily, that's just him agreeing. His wings Death Eaters didn't agree. Repentance may be just a thought away. As his organization Death Eaters will personally solve this hidden trouble. You know that back end. Fourth is almost a routine for them. Snape said with a hoarse voice, his body bent slowly, wanting to kneel down and ask the person in front of him for help. Helpless, he wants to give up his dignity for his true love, the great Professor Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts, I would like to implore you to lend a helping hand to rescue Lily when the Harry Potter family is in danger, and don't let her really die in this accident, please, please. But at this moment, Snape, who had been silent all this time, suddenly trembled. On the cliff, Dumbledore stepped forward and took a small step. His eyes became more and more strange and puzzled. You can even see some sarcasm through the slightly raised corners of his mouth. This is the most direct expression. Sarcasm and contempt. Severus Snape, to be honest, I have always admired you, even if you joined Voldemort's organization. I don't think you are a bad person. Excellent people can choose their own team, but now, look at you in this state, begging to your enemies like a beggar. Beg for a girl you used to like. And this girl has already been married. You still miss her, even without her knowing. You are willing to sacrifice your dignity. Dumbledore on the cliff stepped forward again. His expression looked a little hazy. Snape, really, I have to say you are such a selfish guy. Dumbledore's fierce aura forced Snape back several steps. Lily, James, and Harry Potter are a family of three. Now you are in danger, and you, Snape, only care about Lily's safety, but you don't care about the life and death of the other two. Your behavior like this really makes people. Snape's eyes were full of horror, his eyes dodged, and his voice was full of bitterness. Please, please, don't say no, Professor Dumbledore. I have a proposal, but you can hide the three members of Harry's family in a place where no one will find them. With your strength, you can definitely do it with ease. Even if Death Eaters and Voldemort reach them, as long as they are under your protection, the Harry family will be safe. Please, please, I really beg you. Snape's body shook twice, and he almost begged the person in front of him with all his strength. Dumbledore, Professor, please, please, the Lily family really need your help. Dumbledore's expression on the cliff became extremely surprised, and his kind face began to permeate a little. The corners of his mouth were raised, and the voice in his mouth had a bewitching tone. So, Mr. Severus Snape, you made such a sincere request to me. Please think carefully according to your position that I can grant your request. But what can you pay for this request? What can you come up with to exchange for the peace of Lily? You have to be clear about your identity. Now you are a Death Eater in Voldemort's gang. You are a bad guy who does all kinds of evil. Let me help you. What can you give me in return? Severus Snape first born. Snape froze in place. Dumbledore in front of him made him feel extremely strange. Such an expression, such a tone of voice, and such an action. Professor Dumbledore, how could you? Speaking of this, Snape bit his gums and said directly, as a condition for you to protect the family of Lily, I am willing to be your spies under Voldemort. For her, I can betray my master. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't a hearty laugh but a murmur of derision. Dumbledore on the cliff turned around, and at the same time a scroll of parchment floated up and fell into Snape's palm. Snape, this is a topographic map around London. At the bottom, there is an area called Godric's Hollow, which used to be my home. I will place the Harry Potter family in this place, and you have to keep your promise and serve me under Voldemort at the same time. Shut up. Shut up. Get out of me. Dumbledore, who had been watching from the sidelines during the memory fragment, had a serious expression on his face. He looked at his former self on the cliff, and almost subconsciously raised his hand. Curse, dispel the spirit. The moment the sound fell, a curtain of light suddenly shot out, and a bright white light suddenly appeared. Curse, dispel the spirit. Dumbledore chanted the spell and a light curtain suddenly burst out beside him, and a bright white glow suddenly appeared. The majestic magic power rushes forward. Boom, it's like a bubble burst. At the same time, Snape, who stood timidly by the side, disappeared. As for Dumbledore standing on the cliff, his body suddenly became blurred. His body swayed in the turbulent waves of magic power, especially his facial features seemed to have several double images. One after another, low-pitched echoes rippling into space. Albus Dumbledore, how many times has this been your visit to this place? You know such an attack can't kill me. You have no power to change all this. Give up. The voice of the phantom figure fell. Dumbledore's tone was dignified, and his voice was unusually serious. Get out of my body. Ha. The phantom figure smiled. Get out. These are all things you do yourself. Even if you kill me, you can't deny the fact that you made it. But now you can only take me out of your mind and imprison me in this pensieve. But does it make sense? You are always the one who gets hurt, and I know all about your inner plans. Dumbledore took a deep breath. I am different from you. Now I have made up my mind not to hold power and rights. I, Albus Dumbledore, cannot have power. Don't you understand? A glance at the corner of the phantom figure's mouth. Humph, ridiculous, lie to yourself. Don't think I don't know. Since 10 years ago you started layout, Trelawney's 8 prophecies are crystal clear. A person with the ability to destroy the great demon king will appear soon. It is very likely that he will be born in a family that has fought against the great demon king 3 times. The date of birth will be the last day of July. He will be regarded as a strong enemy in life by the great demon king. The son of prophecy has a magical power that the great demon king does not understand. The two of them must meet, and one will die at the hands of the other. It is absolutely impossible for 2 people to survive at the same time. In the new era, the son of prophecy and the great devil will be buried together in the mouth of the ancient monster. You are well aware that prophecy will come true, under any circumstances. And in language, Harry Potter is not dead. And yet you meddled in this matter. You keep saying that giving up power and rights is something that can only bring you disaster. But in the end, you use wisdom to face everything. Do not move a single soldier, only from the layout to protect themselves. Also, said, "You intend to rely on wisdom to allow you to continue to gain." As mastery of power, Dumbledore stared at him furiously. "Shut up, you don't understand anything." "I don't understand, so why don't you keep Harry with you? Because a genius can only experience suffering before gaining power. The unforgettable tragic experience will not let him become a violent." "Ridiculous. What nonsense." Dumbledore's eyes were firm. He calmly stared at the figure of Su Huang in front of him, and the speed of the curse pattern in his mouth was getting faster and faster. "Curse, dispel the spirit. Curse, mental lock. Curse, mental peeling." The majestic magic power poured out, and the white phantom became weaker and weaker. The moment he was about to disappear, a faint voice sounded in Dumbledore's mind. "Don't lie, you know better than anyone the meaning of the last sentence in Trelawney's language. In the new era, the son of prophecy and the great devil will be buried together in the mouth of the ancient monster. Isn't this ancient monster referring to yourself, Albus Dumbledore?" Boom! Dark clouds suddenly appeared, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the memory world collapsed. Dong dong. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft. The door to the headmaster's room was knocked again. An old man with a white beard and a light red robe and a tall hat sat on a chair. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were bright. With a sound of squeak, the door was opened. A white owl flapped and landed on the table. It has a letter in its mouth. Dumbledore reached out to take it, and there was a line written on the surface of the envelope, ghostwriting, "From Rubius Hagrid. To Albus Dumbledore. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I have successfully arrived at Harry Potter's house. I have made a new discovery. Dudley, your cousin who fostered Harry at the Dursleys' house, has obvious fluctuations in magic power. The initial judgment may be a natural awakening, ghostwriter, due to Hagrid's difficulty in reading and writing. Let me briefly explain for him here that he found a Muggle an ordinary person who naturally awakens magic power, in the city of London, numbered 9,9,4,7,1,7,1,5, signed, Ministry of Magic." Looking at the letter in his hand, Dumbledore was a little puzzled, but similar things happened from time to time for thousands of years, and what happened to Dudley Dursley was nothing to worry about. After all, some of his relatives became wizards, just like Harry's mother Lily. Moreover, a large number of new generation wizards are beneficial to the development of Hogwarts. Hogwarts needs fresh blood. Thinking of Dumbledore flicking his fingers, a magic envelope prepared in advance flew over. This is a well-made admission letter. Fill in the name in the fixed column according to the formula. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning in London shone on the earth. Two figures were walking unhurriedly on the Suet Road. Looking at the dangling and slow-moving figure in front of him, one of them couldn't help complaining. "Mr. Hagrid didn't say that you really should lose weight." A middle-aged man with red hair and a suit complained. "Mr. Weasley, you know that my body is different from ordinary people, and it's not that I'm slow but that I have half the blood of a giant in my body. It's innate." Hagrid replied as he swayed his tall body as he walked slowly. Arthur Weasley condemned with some annoyance. "I should have expected this to happen a long time ago. There is no way, after all, there is no room for your size in the transportation of Muggles. But the mission assigned to me by the Ministry of Magic this time does not provide transportation such as trucks." Hagrid looked at the chattering Weasley beside him, and said annoyedly, "Actually, the giant's trek is not slow, but this excuse should not be the reason for you to insist on walking more than 10 kilometers. It would be great if we drove a magic vehicle." Weasley spread his hands. "Is there any way to do this? After all, the Ministry of Magic stipulates that magic cannot be used casually in real life. I want to lead by example." It seems to make sense." Weasley nodded. "It is indeed the truth of this song." Hagrid suddenly stopped moving forward. "I think you are right, so can you get off my back first, Mr. Weasley? I'm almost walking behind your back this way, although this is nothing, but I think there is something wrong with the eyes of passers-by around me." Arthur Weasley jumped off Hagrid in embarrassment. He didn't look at Hagrid's expression, but strode forward, and at the same time put his hand into the briefcase beside him. "Mr. Hagrid, as a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, I know what you need. According to what you mean, there is a child in a Muggle family who has awakened the talent of magic, but limited by the unreasonable requests of their guardians. You have to ask us for help. I need a mediator." Hearing Arthur's voice, Hagrid sighed. "Yes, Mr. Weasley, the Dursleys did produce a little wizard, but his father seems to be a little difficult to deal with. He doesn't seem to like." Before Hagrid finished speaking, Arthur stopped him casually. "I already know the general idea of the matter. I think it must be that the parents of this family saw the bizarre phenomenon in the child, which caused discomfort in their hearts, fear, evasion, and varying degrees of negative emotions, and then passed on the emotions to other people. Right on your body." Hagrid looked confused. You can also say that, just," Arthur said. "I think you have found the right person this time. I believe that the entire grassroots staff of the Ministry of Magic, no one is more suitable for this kind of mediation work than me. The reason why you find it difficult is because you don't consider it from the standpoint of a Muggle. That you have to learn to think in another way so that things can be solved much more conveniently. After all, Muggles have different values from us wizards. In my opinion, we need to be persuasive." Hagrid stopped in his footsteps, and he stretched out his hand to pluck his hair again in annoyance. "Mr. Weasley, this is really too troublesome. In my opinion, just snatch the little wizard and then you use memory cleaning and other similar spells. We use strong ones." Arthur pushed Rubius Hagrid angrily, frowning. "Let me reiterate to you that Muggles are a society ruled by law. You can't act recklessly." Hagrid frowned. "Are you afraid of Their gunpowder? Arthur turned his head and continued, forget it, you don't understand these things. Let me see, the exact location of the little wizard named Dudley you mentioned, for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, London, is it here? Footsteps stopped. Looking at the two-story small Western-style building in front of him, Arthur checked the house number in his hands. Correct. Turning around and looking at Hagrid behind him, he signaled him to wait outside first. Weasley straightened his suit at the collar, then coughed softly, looked at the plaque with the words Disley engraved on it, and was about to knock on the door. At this time, a loud voice came from his ear. The source of the sound is the interior of the bungalow. Vernon's furious voice sounded, Harry, you bastard, I'll get out immediately. No, don't. I don't want to go out, Uncle Vernon. I think the utility room and the stairwell is safe, and you must promise not to scold me when you get out. Harry replied decisively. Vernon reprimanded angrily, You! How dare you defy me, damn brat. Harry, I say again, come out at once, and if you don't come out again I'll give you no food for the whole day. Harry defended, extremely aggrieved. Uncle Vernon, please listen to my explanation. Cousin Dudley's current appearance has nothing to do with me. You have to believe me. Vernon said angrily. You have nothing to do with my precious son becoming like this? You are lying to ghosts. If you tell such things to wizards, they will not believe it. Harry, I warn you, it's not the first time that your indecent tricks always come up with inexplicable things. You must give me a reasonable explanation for what my son looks like now. Or you'll have to change Dudley back to his original form immediately. Harry's head shook like a rattle. Uncle Vernon, you can't do this, Cousin Dudley explained it to you. Vernon's angry denunciation. Explanation? That's not an explanation. That must be you bewitching my child with your nasty dirty tricks. Get out of here, damn brat. Ping pong, bang, 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 bang. There was a muffled sound. The closed door was suddenly knocked open. Harry's thin body ran out of it. In a hurry, he wore loose clothes and looked at Weasley in front of him, but his steps did not stop at all, and the voice in his mouth was a little anxious. Uncle Vernon, you can't do that. Cousin Dudley's business really has nothing to do with me. Immediately after, Weasley saw a fat, middle-aged man standing in front of him. Vernon held the door frame, panting, You brat, run away. You are really powerful. Don't come back if you have the ability. Ha! Who are you? How did you show up at my door? Stretching out his hand to organize the briefcase, Weasley tried his best to show a kind and friendly smile. Hello, I think you are, Mr. Vernon Disley. Let me introduce myself. I am Arthur Weasley. Looking at the well-dressed middle-aged man in a suit, Vernon took a deep breath. His bloated face showed some doubts, but he still made a gesture of pleased. After all, politeness begins with the details, and he is a gentlemanly man. In the restaurant on the first floor of the two-story bungalow. Penny was preparing black tea behind her, and there were some people sitting on the table. Dudley glanced at the middle-aged man in a suit in front of him, then at Harry standing behind him, and then his eyes swept over his father's somewhat gloomy face. Arthur hesitated but took out a folded letter from his arms. It was divided into two and handed over to Dudley and Vernon. You already know the general situation. Dudley can take a look at the letter from Hogwarts in my hand first. Compared to Vernon's sneering demeanor, Dudley began to read carefully. Just as he had imagined, it was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In addition to the notice, there are also some admission brochures and checklists. Some of these books particularly interested Dudley. Wizard Spells, Elementary History of Magic, Magic Theory, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Herbs, Monsters, and Where They Come From, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Okay, Mr. Desley, I can clearly feel the magic fluctuations in Dudley's body. The best choice at present is to let him attend the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the previous communication, Arthur knew that Dudley did not reject magical phenomena. The only difficulty is the man in front of him, Dudley's guardian, Vernon. Vernon wrinkled his nose and stretched out his hand to poke the letter in front of him. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you, Mr. Weasley. Going to school is a serious matter. The environment and educational qualifications can determine whether a child can become a useful person in the future. If my son Dudley had joined your wizarding school, for now, among other things, after 5 years, he will be doomed to be eliminated by the society, so that he will not be able to enter the upper class in London. Don't wait for Weasley to argue. Vernon's expression was a little gloomy. Mr. Weasley, I think you should take a good look yourself at the list of subjects in your School of Magic. History of Magic, Theory of Magic, what is this? What is the use of this thing? There is also thousands of miraculous herbs and herbs. These days, you can take pills and take injections for colds and illnesses. Otherwise, if you have surgery, have you seen anyone who uses herbs? Herbs are ancient if I remember correctly. Monsters and their origins. Can I think that there is still a legend of Godzilla circulating in the wizarding world of Hogwarts? Do you also make some kind of children's cartoons in which heroes fight monsters? We can ignore all of the above. Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. What is it? Going to your Hogwarts school, you have to learn the skills to protect your own safety. Shouldn't it be the school's responsibility to protect students' safety, mostly my son Dudley? Speaking of this, Vernon glanced at his son and then spoke to Weasley's voice word by word. My son is currently studying biology with Morrison Hill, a professor at the famous Cambridge University in the UK. His future is clearly visible and he will make great achievements in the future. And you just let such a genius go to that, in my opinion, backwardness, ignorance, even occlusion, education in dark schools. Simply ridiculous. In other words, no father would allow his children to go to that kind of place. Speaking of this, Vernon's face needs to agree with Dudley's voice. Dudley, my lovely son, father is right, quite right. My dear son, how come the father is right? Vernon looked at Dudley expectantly. Dudley fell silent for a while, carefully browsing through the list from Hogwarts in his hand. Instead, he looked at his father's expectant eyes. Well, father, you are quite right. Snapped. Vernon snapped his fingers and looked at Weasley in front of him with a proud face. Look, Mr. Weasley, please respect my son's personal wishes, so he won't go to that kind of dirty place. Weasley was busy and embarrassed, but he didn't wait for him to explain. Seeing Dudley wave his hand, he turned to Vernon, whose voice was unusually calm in Weasley's mouth, and said, No. Father, I think Hogwarts is a nice place. And I've decided, I will go to this magic school. Vernon looked astonished, full of disbelief. Harry's face was full of surprises. He could go to school with his cousin. On the side, Penny bit her lips lightly, and there was also a hint of excitement in the depths of her tangled eyes. Only Weasley looked sad. Sorry, Dudley, this matter, you may not be able to decide on your own. In the Muggle world, minors do not have the right to make decisions, only guardians have such rights. Dudley, you're underage. Dudley's calm smile was a little stiff. He really forgot about it just now. The Sun and the Moon alternate. After one day. London, England, on a high-speed underground train. Sitting on a chair, Dudley was carefully looking at the letter from Hogwarts in his hand. And beside him were two figures sitting side by side, a petite man with a frightened expression on his face. A tall man was silent. These two were Harry and Hagrid, who had met once. Goo-doo. Harry swallowed. Do. Cousin Dudley, let's go like this, really, are you all right? Harry sat aside and made some flustered noises. He looked at Dudley weakly. Dudley stretched out his hand and patted Harry's head, rubbed his hair and smiled gently. Don't worry, Harry, everything is fine, trust your cousin, things are not as bad as you imagined. Harry still had some uneasy speculation in his mouth and said, Cousin Dudley, we sneaked out, Aunt Petunia will be sad, and what if he gets angry when he sees Uncle Vernon again? Dudley didn't care. He watched Hagrid's seemingly casual opening. Okay, Harry, I've explained it. I promised my father earlier, after we finished our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I will retake the exam in London, England, and be admitted to the biology major of Cambridge University. Then go to graduate school and PhD. And every year during the winter and summer vacations or Christmas and other holidays, I still have to go to Professor Morrison's biology laboratory on time for advanced studies. Although my father said to think about it, but I know that asking him to think about it will probably come up with business negotiations, and we don't have much time. Hagrid looked at Dudley, and said a little depressed, Okay kid, I know what you mean. Is the price for you to help Harry successfully enter Hogwarts this time, your mouse, oh no, should be Totoro. It will accompany you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as your personal pet. In addition, you can also buy an owl, or a cat, or a toad again. As Hagrid said, he glanced at the top of Dudley's head. I saw a furry creature lying on it and taking a nap. It was obviously a mouse. But I have to give it a different name. A dragon is a ferocious creature in the wizarding world. Cat is also a very arrogant and unfriendly species. Those two combined make a name for a mouse. Hopefully when school starts, Professor McGonagall won't make trouble for Dudley. The chinchilla above Dudley's head seemed to sense the gaze of a stranger, squinting at Hagrid, its furry ears flickering. Turn around. Slap, he changed his position and slept cross-legged. Dudley on the side didn't pay attention to the thoughts in Hagrid's mind, but he glanced again at the start of season preparation list sent by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts admission notice requirements for first-year freshmen: 3 sets of plain work gowns, black, a plain peat black, for daytime wear, a pair of protective gloves, dragon leather or similar material, a winter cloak, black, silver. Then there are the textbooks mentioned before, including history, curbs and compulsory courses, etc. Among them, Dudley was most interested in the information on the subsidiary page. Students can prepare according to the situation: a crucible, tin, size 2 standard, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass balance. According to these, Dudley can be sure that there must be something related to experiments inside this magic school. So this time when he was enrolled, he could also bring some high-precision microscopes, glass reagents and other experimental equipment. Before, he was worried that carrying these things would make him stand out, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. Thinking of the experiment, Dudley glanced ahead. The subway was running at high speed, and the glass mirror in front of him reflected his body. Since the last island incident, my own plans for Magic Eye, flu, virus, and Magic 2, bacteriophage, virus did not achieve the expected results. But this does not mean that the experiment has completely failed. The doors of science and magic have been opened. Although the body was emaciated and decayed at that time, after the body spontaneously survived, it took a period of rest and recuperation. Now he can walk normally and run lightly, but he can't speak loudly, and he must restrain his emotional ups and downs, otherwise he will suffer from shortness of breath and severe coughing. This is a sign of significant lung cavity damage. Now he has lost his strong muscles compared to before. From appearance alone, he is weaker than Harry, and looks malnourished. It's just that it looks more delicate visually and has a kind of sick heroic spirit. Dudley felt in a trance that his current appearance was a bit feminine, but Dudley knew that this was only temporary. Compared with his scrawny appearance at the beginning, his current situation could be regarded as a world of difference. It's just after awakening the normal magic power. Dudley found to his pity that he had lost the strange ability that he had in the Island Tower, fantasy and reality after injecting magic no. Flu, virus, and magic no. Phage, virus. As long as he wants, he can do everything with magic power. No matter how imaginative it is now, it is futile to fly into the sky, escape from the ground, and breathe out flames. If it weren't for Hagrid and Weasley, both said they felt magic from themselves. Dudley would even have an illusion that everything was back to before liberation. Because of the lack of experimental data, this kind of problem can only be gradually explored and solved in the study. Cough, cough. Okay, kids, pack up your things and follow me. Hagrid stood up from his seat and walked to the subway door. Dudley got up and took Harry's hand casually and followed behind him. Harry stuck his head out from Dudley's side with a puzzled face. Mr. Hagrid, where are we going? Hagrid shook his head with a mysterious smile. Hagrid looked at Harry and Dudley and sighed helplessly. Don't think too much. The place that adults only go to is the place that every little wizard will experience. That's a bar. The Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron. Dudley nodded thoughtfully. A group of 3 people got out of the subway. Walking on the streets of London, Hagrid with his fluffy hair is leading the way. Dudley and Harry followed closely behind. To be honest, it has been such a long time since I came to London. Dudley has been working hard for the optimization of body genes. Self-discipline, study hard, review knowledge, keep exercising, improve physical fitness, and be close to demanding yourself. Most of the time in life is spent in Morrison's biological laboratory and self-restraining regular life, so Dudley doesn't have much time to enjoy the customs of London, England from the 20th century. Walking on the street, looking at the pedestrians on the side of the road, and the chairs laid in front of the store. Groups of young men and women or middle-aged couples, most of them are gentlemen, reciprocate, and the environment gives people an indescribable plainness and nature. Staring at the crowd around him for a while, Dudley felt emotional. If he didn't know that magic existed in this world, he would probably enjoy life comfortably like these people. In London right now, the National Happiness Index is pretty good. At the same time, Dudley felt someone pull on his wrist. He turned around curiously and saw Harry looking at him with a puzzled expression. Cousin Dudley, what exactly is the bar that Uncle Hagrid mentioned just now? Dudley glanced at Hagrid, who was leading the way ahead, waited for a while, and saw that the other party didn't want to take the initiative to answer, so he explained softly. Harry, you are still young, places like bars are theoretically not something you can go to. Harry was stunned. Is the bar a terrible place? Why can't you go there? Dudley smiled slightly. Of course, a place like a bar is extremely dangerous, and a certain type of people often gather there. This group of people, irritable, manic, like to lose their temper. At the same time, it is also filled with a liquid, and this liquid will have serious consequences after being drunk. Harry seemed startled, his body trembled. Cousin Dudley, what are the serious consequences? Dudley glanced at Hagrid and replied casually, serious consequences. After entering the bar, people will become 10 times more tempered than Uncle Vernon. 10 times more irritable than Uncle Vernon, isn't that? Harry's heart tightened, he stopped walking and grabbed Dudley's wrist, shaking his head like a rattle. Cousin Dudley, it's terrible there, can we not go? Enough. I said, where did you hear this nonsense? Hagrid looked at Dudley angrily. The Dursley child always made some surprising remarks from time to time, which made him very distressed. I have heard a little about the situations you mentioned, and I have seen similar descriptions in books on Muggle research records, but you must be clear, there is a difference between wizards and Muggles. We are wizards, even in a bar, a bunch of polite wizards. Just like me, whenever I enter the bar, no matter how much I drink, the guests around me are polite and elegant, they are not as scary as you think. Listening to Hagrid's perfunctory explanation, Dudley glanced at the other party calmly. Probably because you are tall and big, no one would dare to provoke you. And he wasn't arguing with Hagrid about the bar. Instead, he recalled a Hogwarts-related book borrowed from Arthur Weasley at the beginning, Modern Wizard History. History of Magic, How Hogwarts Stands Tall in the Wizarding World. Some of the records caught Dudley's attention. Hagrid continued to lead the way. Harry lowered his head a little timidly, as if he was preoccupied. The Totoro above Dudley's head was quiet, lying on it and dozing. About 10 minutes later, Hagen's slightly rough voice sounded, okay kids, wait a minute, we've arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid's finger poked the corner of a nearby building. Dudley see. A sign was installed about 2 meters away from this humble corner. There are no signs on the signage. Dudley clearly saw 2 young men walking under the sign not far ahead. The sign above remains unchanged. But when Hagrid approached, a vessel resembling a dinghy suddenly appeared on the sign. Somewhat unscientific, no electricity, automatic playback and switching pictures. Is this the effect of magic items? The strange change caught Dudley's attention. Could it be that this plaque is identified by wizards, and ordinary people? Dudley, I think this is the first time you and Harry have been in a place like this. Pay attention, there are places where wizards often communicate and chat. After entering, don't talk nonsense and follow me closely. If you get lost, it will be very troublesome. Dudley grabbed Hagrid's hem and pulled it down hard, and many more. Hagrid looked back suspiciously. Dudley pointed to his right pocket. Mr. Hagrid, I seem to have accidentally lost the money my parents gave me when I was digging out my pocket 10 minutes ago. Hagrid frowned somewhat annoyedly. Why did you tell me now? Dudley spread his hands helplessly. Harry, on the other hand, stared at his cousin strangely with big eyes. He looked dazed and hesitant to speak. Hagrid pondered for a moment and took out the umbrella beside him, and lightly touched Dudley and Harry respectively. The tip of the umbrella glows white. I don't know what to say in my mouth. Hagrid muttered for a while. Give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back in 5 minutes no matter what happens. Seeing Hagrid leaving quickly, Harry couldn't help but ask curiously, Cousin Dudley, what the hell is going on? If I remember correctly, I saw you drop your wallet on the ground with my own eyes, and motioned me not to ask. You shouldn't be doing this. The voice in Harry's mouth was a little weak. Dudley didn't care at all. He looked around carefully and saw that no one noticed it. With a calm and gentle expression on his face, he said, Harry is running out of time. From now on, don't ask why, and try not to interrupt me. You just have to listen. Harry was stunned, and his cousin Dudley was uncharacteristically. The other party's tone was a bit dignified. He had almost never seen this kind of expression on Cousin Dudley's face, and Dudley reached out and took out a notebook from behind, and shook it in front of Harry. Harry, you have taken a good look at the notes I have extracted, and the text comes from A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. What I'm about to say next has to do with the wizarding world and the magical annals. Harry, I have a habit of having a detailed understanding of them when doing anything. Confused is an extremely irresponsible attitude. Whether it's for me or for you. Harry tilted his head. Cousin Dudley's words were so profound that he couldn't understand them. Dudley saw Harry's doubts and explained casually, 2 days before Weasley's visit to our house, I asked Weasley for this copy from A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. During this period, I studied carefully and learned some basic common sense. After all, the wizarding world is a blank space for us. I meant to tell you this sooner, but Weasley and Hagrid have been sitting in our living room for a while, and I haven't had a chance to tell you about it. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot explicitly mentions humans as well as wizards. The world of ordinary people is what they call the Muggle living quarters. The wizarding world has blocked the news of the existence of magic to all Muggles. Although the book does not mention why wizards do this, it seems to me that it is not optimistic to go deeper. It's too early to talk about that, and I'm coming to you mainly because, in this book, I found several key information. This includes 2.1 is you Harry Potter, another is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With just a few words, in my personal opinion, as far as this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is concerned, there is a big problem. Big problem at Hogwarts, and have some relationship with yourself. At the door of the Leaky Cauldron, Harry looked at his cousin Dudley, feeling dizzy. To be honest, he didn't understand many things my cousin said, and it was even difficult to understand. But through the tone of the other party, Harry could feel Cousin Dudley saying something very important. With limited time, Dudley couldn't care less about explaining in detail, so he had to explain in the most concise language. Harry, don't think too much, you just need to write down what I said now. I know you are very smart, and from now on you will memorize every word I say by heart. When Harry heard this, he nodded his head vigorously. Don't worry, Cousin Dudley, I will. Dudley said directly, according to my personal point of view, I will analyze the problem rationally. First of all, any history book has a reference value, no matter whether it has been rewritten or edited. It records fragments of facts that happened in the past, and how many of them retain real events that happened in the past. In A History of Magic, I saw your name, Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a miraculous symbol. He survived in the hands of the big devil and defeated him. And History of Magic is listed as one of the textbooks at Hogwarts. If this History of Magic is a compulsory course for all Hogwarts first-year students, that means, at least most wizards in the wizarding world know of your existence. And you are what they call the boy who saved the world. Harry, in the wizarding world, no, at least in the context of Hogwarts, you're a hero. I am a hero. Did I ever save the wizarding world? Harry looked at Cousin Dudley in disbelief. Dudley didn't explain that the voice in his mouth was getting faster and faster. Harry, when you encounter a problem, analyze it calmly. According to the records of History of Magic, you are already the hero that all wizards look up to. But actually, why have you been fostered with us for so many years? The most immediate question. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and even the Ministry of Magic, which is directly related to the School of Magic, are indifferent to your living situation? Harry was stunned. He couldn't understand a lot of what his cousin said, and he couldn't even understand the meaning of it, but there was one thing he could understand: what his cousin meant, that maybe it wasn't safe now. Cousin Dudley, what should we do now? Dudley looked at Harry calmly, feeling a little helpless in his heart. After all, he is a child, and it is too early for him to understand and figure out human nature. But he said that these were all out of protection of Harry. In biology, the first time a juvenile opens its eyes, it will regard the creature it sees as its closest person in the ignorant period. And often, in biology, emotion is very important to first impression. In contact with the strange world, being calm, reasonable and good at analyzing can protect oneself to a great extent. Harry couldn't understand this, and Dudley also knew that he took the initiative to pat Harry on the shoulder, and rubbed the other's head gently. Harry, don't worry, I'm not going to stop you from joining Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Wizardry, because I will be with you, nor will it stop you from actively seeking out the truth about the death of your parents. The item wants you to maintain a sane mind. And I can't guarantee that everything I say is correct, because the amount of information about the wizarding world we can get is too little. Harry, listen up, only at this stage, our best course of action is, remain silent. See more, think more, think more. Speaking of this, Dudley's body leaned forward slowly, with a faint smile on his face. He raised a finger and gently poked Harry's forehead. Harry, knowledge can bring us power. Over the years, Professor Morrison and I have studied biology and learned that any animal group has its own survival rules. There is no real law of the jungle in this world. In biology, the most inconspicuous, truly puny creature, not necessarily will live a more miserable, they're powerful is easily overlooked. See more, learn more, think more, let wisdom fill here. Dudley reached out and poked Harry on the head again. The voice in his mouth disappeared, leaving only a mouth shape. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hagrid approaching from the end of the alley. Dudley smiled and withdrew his fingers, looked at Harry and then turned around, standing in front of him with a slightly thin body. Harry stared blankly at his cousin's back. For a moment he felt stupid. If only he was as wise as cousin Dudley. Hagrid approached the two, panting. If he wasn't afraid of being seen by muggles when he was casting magic, he wouldn't be so tired at all. Dudley, you are so serious. Don't mention anything else, you usually look mature and stable on the surface. I didn't expect to make low-level mistakes of losing things and forgetting things. Take it, this time you have to put it away. I don't want to see a similar situation. Hagrid glared at Dudley. Turning his head back and motioning for a glance, Harry pouted at him behind him. Take the last step forward. Squeak! There was an ear-piercing friction. The door of the leaky cauldron was pushed open abruptly. Dudley's expression didn't change at all, and he took the initiative to follow. And Harry lowered his head and followed behind Dudley. He kept thinking about the other party's previous remarks in his little mind. Harry, you have to learn to think with your brain. In my memory, cousin Dudley lived with me for more than 10 years, although Uncle Vernon often beats and scolds himself. But the cousin who lives with me is very kind to me. Perhaps in this world, apart from his parents, only cousin Dudley really cares about him. Think of this, he wasn't stupid for his age, and cousin Dudley was right that if I was really a hero in the wizarding world, when I was in school, the description of the hero in the class would be admired by everyone. How could they allow themselves to sleep in the utility room for more than 10 years? Even if he couldn't eat enough, he didn't have new clothes and was ridiculed by his classmates in the class. Although he didn't say anything and endured all this silently, Harry knew that he really hated being the laughingstock of others, and he didn't like those disgusting eyes. Harry's head was so messed up that he didn't notice that the original psychological tendency to leave Uncle Vernon and go to the wizarding world still weakened a little. Dudley quietly watched the change in Harry's state of mind. Children will always experience confusion and then grow up. During this period, he doesn't need too much guidance. Harry will go through these on his own and then come to his own conclusions. It never occurred to Dudley how well or how badly he wanted to think of Hogwarts or Wizarding World. While studying biology, he has always kept in mind that weak and fragile creatures often have excellent vigilance abilities, which can help them survive their infancy. Caution is never a bad thing. With decades of experience in the above life and this life, he knows an Oriental proverb: there is no free lunch in the sky. If there is nothing to show courteousness, it is either room or stealing. The visit to Hogwarts is worth thinking about. It has to be said that Harry's life in his own home for more than 10 years has not been very good. At this time, one suddenly appeared, a strong man appeared in front of Harry, and then he wore the halo of salvation. Give Harry love and tenderness. This happens to be in line with the logic of biological maternity. This was an easy way to win Harry's favor. After all, the influence of sending charcoal in the snow will be unforgettable. Standing on the experience of an adult, when Harry grows up a little more, the rebelliousness of entering adolescence will easily follow the first feeling in his heart. Moreover, all the magic eye, influenza, virus, magic 2, phage, virus in the biological laboratory are based on Harry's cells as the initial prototype. For the exploration of the wizarding world, Harry is inseparable. In the first rebirth, I can't let go of the human feelings that I ignored in my previous life because I was obsessed with academic research. In this life, new life, will have their own decisions. After entering the leaky cauldron, Dudley looked around. Everything here was completely different from the outside world. Old chairs, crowds of people gathered to discuss quietly, and even one or two men in black robes lying on their backs sleeping soundly. At the same time, there was a strange smell in the bar, a bit like spoiled drinks. I can't tell, but it smells weird. Guys, don't look around. It's a very impolite behavior to stare at a strange wizard at will. Hagrid, who was leading the way, slowed down, and his voice was not as loud as before, but deliberately lowered. Dudley held Harry by the wrist. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Hagrid. Dudley, who followed Hagrid to the gate of the wizarding world for the first time, had a rare moment of emotion. At this moment, Dudley suddenly felt a stabbing pain in the top of his head. The chinchilla, who had been lying on top of its head before, stood up at this time. Its body leaped down the top of Dudley's head and landed on his shoulders. The furry body stood up, the long beard trembled regularly, and a pair of small half-squinted eyes stared ahead. Dudley's body stopped. Harry lowered his head and couldn't help but accidentally bumped into it. His body fell back and he was about to fall to the ground. A powerful palm stretched out. Hagrid held Harry back with a slap. Harry stabilized his body in a panic, broke away from Hagrid's support, and subconsciously hid behind Dudley. Hagrid shrugged helplessly. He also knows the shyness of children. But Hagrid looked at Dudley with some annoyance. Can you be careful as a brother? Hagrid's voice was ignored by Dudley, and he looked at the man in front of him in surprise. In front of him was a man with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. If it is not a calm mind, the first time I saw this person. Dudley subconsciously wanted to blurt out, Brother Asan, why have you also time traveled? But he immediately suppressed the desire to complain in his heart. Because he saw the chinchilla on his arm. the hairs all over his body stood up. This kind of reaction Dudley immediately reflected 4 words. Danger warning. Hagrid on the side took the initiative to come forward and greeted with a smile. Hi. I didn't expect to see you here, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell turned around with a look of surprise. Hagrid, why are you here? It is indeed a coincidence to meet you. Hagrid took the initiative to pull Quirrell to Dudley, and casually introduced Dudley. Harry, let me introduce you. This is your future Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And don't look at his handsome face, this guy was once famous for his profound knowledge. But suddenly, the opponent's hand retracted. Quirrell's voice trembled a little. He looked at Dudley and Dudley behind Hagrid, his palms clenched subconsciously, and his voice seemed a little stuttering. No. It's impossible. What's impossible? Hagrid instinctively asked suspiciously. But Quirrell's retreating steps stopped abruptly, and his eyes stayed on Dudley's shoulders. His mouth was wide open, faintly showing an O-shape. Shock has already made his expression overflowing. Strange, 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 monster. You monster. However, before it finished speaking, the chinchilla stayed obediently on Dudley's shoulder. The eyelids were half lifted, and the dark pupils shrank into a vertical line. The fluffy fur is bursting, the barbed fangs are exposed, and the nails are cold. It disappeared out of thin air in a flash, appeared again in front of Quirrell. The little paw swung down vigorously. Quirrell's face turned from panic to gloomy. Wandless casting, curse, peel off the imprisonment. The battle starts instantly. The leaky cauldron is dimly lit. Totoro's sudden fur-like behavior made Dudley completely unresponsive. The rhythm is too fast. In front of the field of vision, I saw Quirrell opening and closing his mouth without making a sound. The surrounding airflow rate suddenly slowed down, as if an invisible palm was gently brushing the skin surface of everyone at the scene. This feeling, it's magic. Totoro's body was stiff and motionless in mid-air. Stop. Quirrell, what do you mean? Hagrid sensed something was wrong immediately. He took a step forward, and his body suddenly stopped in front of Harry and Dudley. A pair of flapping hands clenched into fists. If the situation is not right, he is ready to protect the students. Tisk. Quirrell's expression turned from vicious to panic in an instant. No, that's not it, Hagrid, sir, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The situation was developing in an unpredictable direction, and Quirrell hurriedly explained, before he finished speaking fluently. The Totoro, who was imprisoned in midair by magic, disappeared out of thin air again. When everyone reacted, the figure of Totoro was already close to Quirrell's face. He quickly leaned back, but there were already a few shallow bloodstains on his cheeks. At the same time, Dudley felt another soft touch in the palm of his hand. Looking down, he saw that Totoro was standing in the palm of his hand, its small body showing its teeth and claws. Make it clear to demonstrate against Quirrell. Oops. Perhaps this incident is the beginning of all troubles, but the imaginary scene where Professor Quirrell was provoked by the chinchilla and became angry and ashamed did not happen. Instead, he dealt with his wound naturally. Professor Quirrell, it seems that you are in a bad state, but don't take it to heart. You know that these two are children, but I still have to apologize to you on their behalf. Hagrid sighed helplessly. This kind of thing happened in an ordinary meeting, which made him distressed, but also secretly blamed himself. He shouldn't have allowed Dudley to bring his pet to the leaky cauldron. No, it's nothing, Hagrid, you know. Before I became a lecturer in the Theory of Dark Arts class at Hogwarts, the direction of study is the field of Muggle studies and wizard exploration. Professor Quirrell took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and while wiping the shallow wounds on his face, he finished the whole sentence with difficulty. Okay, Professor Quirrell, our time is limited. These two students will appear in your class in the future. You still have a chance to meet again, so I will take the two of you away first. Seeing that more and more people noticed this, Hagrid dragged Dudley and Harry involuntarily and quickly left the scene. Before leaving, Dudley glanced back at Quirrell. Looking at the wound on his face, the thick bandage wrapped around his head, and the indifferent smile he kept. Quirrell waved his hand and said, "Don't care." Dudley didn't say much, but followed Hagrid to a closed wall. The walls are made of bricks and stones. Judging by the degree of weathering of the surface, the long traces of time are clearly visible. Mr. Hagrid, it's a wall, and there's no way out. Harry looked at the wall and asked quietly, "Look carefully, this is not a wall, this is a door." After Hagrid's voice fell, he picked up the umbrella behind him and tapped rhythmically on the middle and upper part of the wall. Crack! There were several abnormal sounds, and the wall opened from the center to the sides. Harry looked taken aback. Hagrid had a smug look on his face. And Dudley frowned all the time. This Professor Quirrell, the leaky cauldron, in a separate room. The Hogwarts professor of black arts, Quirinus Quirrell, who had met Dudley and his party before. Standing blankly in the house. With a few candles flickering around, Rocky raised his hand to touch the girdle on his head, and whispered to himself. Unlike before, he speaks very fluently now, without any stuttering or stuttering. Great and supreme existence, I have heard your call. Your most devout servant, Quirinus Quirrell, is here to listen to your teachings. Quirrell's voice seemed a little sluggish, and a human face appeared on the back of his head, with distorted facial features, and lips squirmed. I feel that thing, its presence." Quirrell's expression was a little hesitant, but he still spoke out. "Great master, do you mean the previous mouse? But according to my memory, it should be a chinchilla, but this chinchilla has sharp nails and not weak magic talent." The face on the head suddenly interrupted Quirrell's voice. "No. This little guy's body has a feeling that makes me very close. Its abnormalities are not only claws and magic talent, I can feel that it can carry my soul that I need it. You are just a temporary defect of mine, it's just a container that will be thrown away at any time. And how do you have the guts to question me? The expression on the face behind Quirrell's head was ferocious and the tone was terrifying. No, not such a master, don't get me wrong, I am your humble servant who will always be loyal to you. But at the moment when Quirrell's voice fell, a piercing pain erupted from his mind. Twitching all over, Quirrell was dripping with cold sweat and clenched his teeth. Can't say a word. For a long time, Quirrell spit out a series of words with difficulty from between his teeth. Great master, this time I came here, I have never forgotten the teachings of the master. Since you want this new body, I will do my best to assist you. And I have already found out the whereabouts of the sorcerer's stone of immortality, borrow, with their power. The restless emotion on the face above Quirrell's head began to decrease sharply, and his voice was no longer hoarse, but rather cold. Go Quirrell, this is a chance to redeem yourself. Use the power I imparted to you in advance, which summons the existence hidden in the dark. New body can delay, but the power of eternal life must belong to me. Quirrell knelt down on the ground, and black mist began to fill his body. The mist escaped along the door and windows of the room, and he said hoarsely, yes master, I have sent a rally signal. The Death Eaters lurking in the nearby darkness will gather at number 1 Diagon Alley, the immortality of the Philosopher's Stone, and the body you fancy will be safe. The Wizarding World, Diagon Alley. A group of 3 walked on the street, with Hagrid leading the way, while Harry looked at the surrounding scene with starry eyes. Mr. Hagrid, is this the Wizarding World you told us about before? Are all the people around us magicians? Hagrid glanced at Harry's expression and explained casually, Harry, this is number 1 Diagon Alley, you can think of it as the trading center of the Wizarding World. Because of the trade, there are a lot of magic-related items and vendors here, and this place is not limited to the human species. You will see unicorns, skeletons, elves, monsters, and even creatures that you can't imagine at ordinary times. Listening to Hagrid's introduction, Harry looked into a huge glass window, where a broom was placed. Are you interested in this? This is a means of transportation for wizards. After you enter Hogwarts, there will be corresponding courses that will teach you how to ride a broom, and it will take you flying. Hagrid explained something, but noticed that Dudley looked down and thought. Hagrid couldn't help being a little confused. What's wrong, Dudley? Still worrying about the previous things? I said everything will be fine. Besides, don't you think the magic items around are very attractive? Dudley glanced at Hagrid and said with some doubts, Mr. Hagrid, when you wizards cast magic, shouldn't you use your wand and then chant spells? I remember the book said so, but why did Professor Quirrell just lift one finger, and my chinchilla was imprisoned in the air? Hearing Dudley's question, Hagrid glanced at the Totoro who was napping on top of Dudley's head. After thinking for a while, he explained, under normal circumstances, the sequence for a wizard to release magic is to use a wand and then chant a spell. However, there are exceptions. There are some powerful magicians who have reached extremely high attainments in the analysis of spells. They can release magic with a flick of their fingers. This should be regarded as casting spells without a staff or spells without spells. Dudley raised his eyebrows. There are not many people like this? Hagrid sighed. Of course there are not many people who can release magic silently. Just like Quirinus Quirrell, he has achieved extremely high attainments in the theory of black magic, and he was able to pass Dumbledore's exam. Otherwise, it is impossible to become a lecturer in our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Such courses. Don't be fooled by his thin appearance, his magical power is undoubtedly powerful. Seeing that Dudley continued to ask questions, Hagrid quickly waved his hands. All right Dudley, these things will be handed over to you after you arrive at the magic school. Now we have to make a purchase according to the detailed list in the Hogwarts admission letter. Harry on the side asked with some doubts, purchasing? Mr. Hagrid, I don't think I will have the money to afford those things. Hagrid smiled mysteriously. No, Harry, you have, even if you don't you still have cousin Dudley? Dudley didn't care too much, and it would be nice if the pound could be exchanged for the common wizarding currency. Money is not too difficult for him now. Hagrid waved his hand and said, the next place we're going, boys, is the only bank in the wizard world. Hearing Hagrid's introduction, Dudley immediately became interested. According to some basic information, this so-called financial institution in the wizarding world can exchange the currency in the muggle world for wizards' common currency. Just from this point of view, maybe the real world is not completely isolated from the wizarding world. The chaotic center of crowded streets, Diagon Alley, Gringotts. On the way to the bank, although Harry was curious, he kept silent, while Dudley asked some strange questions in a targeted manner. Hagrid is really helpless, if he can deal with ordinary problems. But Dudley's questions made him very difficult. Things that have never even been heard of. For example, the exchange rate between British pounds and silver sickles. Another example, does Gringotts provide lending services? What is the interest? An annual interest rate? This is simply the king of problems. So many strange questions from ordinary kids. In short, in order to stop Dudley from continuing to ask, Hagrid bought an overview of Gringotts from a nearby shop, handed it to Dudley, and pointed out that your question is covered in it. To be honest, Hagrid hasn't read a single word of the profile above, and after that, Hagrid finally enjoyed a quiet time. Dudley frowned as he looked at the overview of information in his Gringotts was established in 1474 London time, about 1991 years ago in 500. And if we only start from this point, Gringotts existed 500 years ago when human beings were still in the Iron Age. As a financial institution, then the real wizarding civilization can even go back hundreds of years. The history of this wizard is longer than I imagined, Dudley was thinking, but his feet stepped on the stairs one by one as he entered the interior of Gringotts with the flow of people. Kids, be careful, Hagrid reminded. Looking at a group of small creatures sitting on high chairs. They have long ears, pointy noses, and human-like palms. The word elf popped out of Dudley's mind. No, it's not appropriate to use elves to describe them. These creatures are more similar, goblins. Mr. Hagrid, are these Gringotts staff? They don't look strong, are they reliable? Harry asked with some doubts. After all, the guardian of the treasure should always be a powerful creature. Hagrid responded in a low voice, Harry, don't underestimate these goblins. They have smart brains and efficient working conditions. They do things rigorously and seriously, and they can store anything here. The security level of Gringotts has passed the test of time. Since its inception, there has never been a case of theft, loss, and other financial losses. Harry nodded in surprise. Hagrid's introduction paused, because a group of 3 people had already arrived at a long workbench. A Gringotts staff member wearing unilateral glasses stopped what he was doing and looked at the people in front of him. Customer, Scar, the Goblin of Gringotts quickly changed his words. It looks like you are our big customer, dear Mr. Harry Potter. It looks like you are doing well. So, what business do you need to handle today? Looking at the goblin in front of him, Harry didn't know how to speak for a while. Dudley on the side stretched out his hand and patted Harry to tell him not to worry, and raised his hand to signal to the side. Harry turned around and got in the direction Dudley was pointing. I saw Hagrid frantically searching for something in his arms. Strange, where did my stuff go? I remember holding it in my hand just now. Harry's mouth opened. He didn't know what happened to Hagrid. What the hell was going on? Why did my cousin signal me to come here? Mr. Hagrid, I think what you're looking for should be on top of your head. Dudley pointed to the center of Hagrid's thick, shaggy black hair. A small figure appeared there, and a crumpled yellow envelope was dangling from Totoro's mouth. Little guy, take it easy, this thing is very important. Hagrid thought it would take a lot of effort to snatch the envelope back from Totoro's mouth, but he didn't expect the little guy to jump up and land in Harry's hands. Harry looked at the surface of the envelope, then handed it back to Hagrid casually. Hagrid let out a long breath. It's okay, as long as it's not lost. Dear customer, time is money, please stop messing around here. The goblin on the high platform obviously had a bad tone. Hagrid didn't care about getting angry with Dudley, and hastily handed over the letter in his hand to the goblin in front. Sir, look, this is his request. This time, I still hope that you can act quickly, otherwise I will not be able to explain if I miss the time. Hagrid said, looking a little anxious. The Goblin of Gringotts stared at the envelope for a long time, without saying anything, and signaled the staff to take the 3 of Hagrid to the vault to get their belongings. When he came near the underground track, Hagrid suddenly said, I have something to do, I need to leave, and Dudley is a brother, I think you should be able to take care of Harry. I have something to do here. Let's divide into 2 groups and gather in the lobby on the first floor later. Dudley looked into Hagrid's eyes and smiled slightly. Good Uncle Hagrid, I'll take care of Harry. Dudley agreed without hesitation, and took Harry's initiative to follow another staff member on another underground train. It's strange how this little guy speaks so obediently, Hagrid muttered subconsciously. On the other side, under the guidance of the staff, Dudley and Harry came to the front of Harry's parents' vault. The Goblin of Gringotts signaled Harry and Dudley to go in, while he covered the gate and stood outside waiting. The vault left to him by Harry's parents was full of hills of galleons, with some scattered silver sickles and copper newts beside it. But Harry didn't pay attention to the gold coins in front of him. When the vault was closed, his expression changed immediately. Harry said with some seriousness, Cousin Dudley, according to the plan you made before, I just saw some writing on the surface of that letter. Dudley leaned against the wall and said calmly, time is limited, let's talk about the key points, we need to analyze as soon as possible. Harry tried his best to recall the contents of the envelope that had just flashed before his eyes. Because the time is too short, I can only vaguely remember a few keywords. Point 713 vault, sealed, the Philosopher's Stone, 713 vault, sealed, magic stone, how to do. Looking at Harry's slightly begging eyes, Dudley pondered for a while. Taking advantage of the situation, he looked at Jin Gallon in front of him, and then at Harry's bewildered expression as he begged for help. Think about the words and then explain aloud. Harry, I feel that you need to keep this matter a secret. Whatever happens, don't mention anything about the Philosopher's Stone when you meet Hagrid. In my opinion, let's play according to the previously agreed steps. After listening to Cousin Dudley's words, Harry nodded. Immediately, Harry was hesitant to speak again. Dudley looked at Harry curiously. Why do you have anything to say? Harry pursed his lips for a long while as if he had made up his mind and said, Cousin, I think you are right. Dudley looked up suspiciously. He didn't understand why Harry would make such remarks suddenly. And Harry said seriously, Cousin Dudley, as you said before, is currently facing an abnormal situation that we'd better keep silent, watch more, think more. Pass, Philosopher's Stone, Vault 713, wait for key words. I can see from this aspect that Hogwarts arranged for Hagrid to be my incoming wizard, so there should be other intentions. They must be hiding something from us. And in Gringotts, Hagrid never mentioned anything like that to us, he lied to us and lied to us. From this, it can be seen that Hagrid didn't take it seriously, Wait. Before Harry could finish speaking, Dudley quickly waved his hand to stop Harry's infinite brain-filling and associating behavior. If he didn't know the general cause and effect, Dudley felt that his cousin was about to transform into the famous Detective Harry. Except for the round glasses, it was a little close. However, clues and doubts cannot be used in this way. Look at Harry's serious expression. Dudley was sure that little Harry had already begun to fill in negative information about Hogwarts. Dudley was a little guilty, and always felt as if he had led Harry out of the hidden aspects of Harry's hidden character conspiracy and doubt. After a little thought, Dudley could also understand Harry's change of mind at this time. For more than a decade. In his own home, Vernon Dursley hadn't been well received by Vernon Dursley. Beating, scolding, and humiliation are almost commonplace. Just like what he said, at this time, a Hagrid suddenly appeared from Hogwarts and its positive energy form appeared in front of his eyes. And promised to give Harry a new life. And he also asserted that in the wizarding world, most people will treat you well, support you, and take care of you, just like Hagrid himself, who can personally send a birthday cake to Harry on his birthday. But it was such an upright and kind person who lied to Harry, who trusted him the most in the first place. Concealed the real purpose of bringing Harry to Gringotts. Trust in lies, and can't treat each other honestly. This made Harry's sensitive mind at that moment feel an extremely gaping illusion. Or maybe it was Harry's sensitive little mind at work. From Dudley's point of view, Harry must have thought so. After finally meeting a guy who can be trusted, naturally I don't want the other party to conceal myself. Friends who trust each other the most should not hide from each other. Dudley looked at the faint disappointment in Harry's eyes. He knew he had to say something. Use your brain more doesn't mean you have to be suspicious. The innocence of the child cannot be obliterated like this. Although he is thoughtful, he loves to dig into the horns of the dead, and his immature cognition is also a disadvantage. After all, Harry is only an 11-year-old child, and he can't ask too much of Harry right now. After making up his mind, Dudley took the initiative to stick out his palm. Snapped. A crisp sound came out. Harry only felt a tightening in his shoulders, and saw his cousin Dudley's palm on his shoulders. With a calm face and a gentle voice in his mouth, Dudley explained without haste, Harry, I know it's a bit inappropriate to tell you this now, but I still have to talk about the world of adults. First of all, you have to be clear. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a collective, and Hagrid only represents a certain type of people in this group, or a certain type of wizard. It's like you can clearly feel from him now, love and goodwill, as well as, just now in the underground vault, appropriate estrangement and distrust. These are all natural phenomena, Harry. When facing these emotions, all you need to do is understand intolerance. Don't overthink other people's minds. Dudley's voice softened. After a while, Harry, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked directly at him. Harry stared into a pair of slightly puzzled and foggy eyes and explained, Cousin Dudley, I don't understand what you're talking about, but I just want to find someone who will accept me completely. Hagrid. Hagrid is so nice, too. At least I don't want him to deliberately conceal and lie to me. Dudley smiled faintly, seeing Harry's serious expression. He still comforted him. Harry, you have to be clear, lies will always exist in this world, whether it is good intentions or malicious ones. Harry's expression was a little stiff, and his eyes dimmed a little. Dudley sighed softly. His usually gentle voice was rarely hoarse. Harry, you don't have to be like this, sad. Maybe, there is another way in this world. Method. Cousin Dudley, what can you do to make lie not exist in this world? Can you fix this? Harry stared at his cousin Dudley with hope in his eyes. Cousin, tell me, what is the solution? There are many ways to break the lie. I will take one of them as an example. Dudley turned to look at the mountain of galleons piled up in front of him. See it? Harry wondered, what did you see? Dudley said lightly, the method is very common, relying on this pile of gold coins. Harry didn't understand. Gold coins? What's the use? They give you enough power. And Harry's eyes were still full of doubts. Power? Gold gallon? What's the use of this? What does this have to do with power and lies? Dudley turned his head and poked the top. Do you know where this is? Harry replied, Gringotts. Dudley smiled slightly. Yes. This is Gringotts, where a lot of wealth from the wizarding world is hoarded. I believe that people in need will like it here. Harry's thinking couldn't keep up with Dudley's rhythm. Cousin, I don't understand. What exactly are you trying to say? Dudley spread his hands casually as if pointing. In your eyes, what do those goblins sitting on the desk look like? Harry subconsciously said, they are short in stature, with shriveled skin, and they look very uncomfortable anyway. Dudley smiled slightly. Then Harry, please recall carefully, what is the attitude of other wizards who entered Gringotts, as well as creatures in the wizarding world, towards Gringotts staff? Harry shook his head and replied subconsciously, Cousin Dudley, didn't you listen to what Hagrid said? These goblins have kind character, diligent work attitude, smart brain, and serious and responsible spirit. What do these have anything to do with power and lies? Harry, you are wrong. These are the factors that earn them respect and love. The smile on Dudley's face remained the same. Harry, I think you also have these excellent quality and spirit. You are kind, reliable, sincere and considerate of people. So, why are you still being bullied by your classmates at school, rejected by your teachers, and unwelcome at home? Harry opened his mouth as if realizing something, and quickly argued that's him. They think I'm a freak. I'm a monster. Dudley just looked at Harry quietly. Don't talk too much, until Harry looked away subconsciously. Only then did Dudley pause and say, these goblins in Gringotts are not freaks in your eyes, and why are they able to gain respect, understanding, and love? Harry swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and vaguely realized a question that he had never paid attention to, or deliberately avoided. Leprechauns are freaks, and I was also a freak. They can, why can't I? At this time, Dudley took a step forward and gently stroked the top of the opponent's head. Harry, don't think so much, many things cannot be solved by just thinking about it, that you need to experience it yourself and feel it, so that you will get the answer you think. Just like what I said before, don't think about changing anything now. What you have to do now is to watch more, learn more, and think more, especially move. Hear more. After speaking, Dudley raised a finger again and tapped it lightly on Harry's forehead. There is a calm and gentle smile on the delicate cheeks. Inside the resplendent cave, the golden gallon scattered all over the ground reflected golden ons. Before Harry's eyes, Cousin Dudley's extremely gentle smile was as warm as the golden sunshine. After a long while, Harry opened his mouth and subconsciously replied, okay, Cousin Dudley. Hello. Hurry up. Harry and Dudley's conversation stopped. The voice of the Gringotts work goblin suddenly sounded. Both. Mr. Hagrid, I urge you to hurry up. He is already waiting for you upstairs. The staff of Gringotts outside the door took the initiative to open the door of the vault, and his expression was a little anxious, dancing gestures for a while. Finally, he issued a reminder that the two could not continue to stay in the vault. Harry was about to ask with a puzzled face. Dudley stopped Harry from asking, but helped Harry open the package he had prepared in advance, and stuffed a large amount of galleon into it. After the gold coins are filled and nothing is missing. Dudley and Harry followed the anxious goblin out of the cave. The lobby location on the first floor of Gringotts. Dudley and Harry took the underground cable car and got out of the vault under the guidance of the goblin. At the exit position, Hagrid looked at the two little guys behind him, and said with a smile on his face, it seems that you have gained a lot, Harry. Next you can consider going to the magic bookstore in Diagon Alley, where we can buy various items in the information column of the Hogwarts admission notice. Oh, let me see. What else do we need to buy? As Hagrid spoke, he reached out and took out a letter from his arms. At the moment we are short of 3 sets of plain work gowns, a plain peaked hat for daytime use, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. We can buy these things at the supply store opposite later. Harry, I think you need to prepare some extra galleons. Dudley followed Hagrid, listening to him intermittently chattering about the purchase plan. His eyes swept over Harry's face. Perhaps it was difficult for Harry to understand what he just said, which caused him to lower his head, now an absent-minded look. Dudley didn't explain too much. After all, many things need to be done slowly, and growth doesn't happen overnight. Just then Dudley felt a stabbing pain in the top of his head. The chinchilla, who had been napping on his head before, stood upright, pulling the ends of his hair with a pair of small paws. Little guy, take it easy, Dudley murmured, and took advantage of the opportunity to hold the chinchilla off its head. But at this moment, the hairs of the chinchilla stood on end, and this picture was very similar to the appearance of an ordinary cat with fur. Show your teeth and show your claws. Alert. According to this phenomenon, 2 words suddenly appeared in Dudley's mind. Danger. Having studied biology for many years, he knows that such gestures of animals generally represent the effect of warning, which is often an illusion of threat released when encountering an enemy that is difficult to fight or whose strength is unknown. The chinchilla state made his brain tense. Focus on the surrounding area. The danger is destined not to come from the surrounding area. That Hagrid should be looking in the direction that Totoro was facing. At the entrance of Gringotts, there were several wizards in black robes covering their faces. They were being questioned by a few goblins from Gringotts. Their demeanor and tone are arrogant, and their actions are extremely impatient. At the same time, Dudley noticed that Hagrid's footsteps stopped suddenly. His expression was first stunned, and then quickly turned around as if nothing had happened. Looking at Harry behind him, he said casually, well, Harry, you've always been curious about wizards, so the next place we're going is Ollivander's wand shop. Where can this be picked? It belongs to your first magic wand. As Hagrid said, his big fan-like hands dragged Harry and Dudley towards the left side of the Gringotts hall. A group of men in black robes not far away clearly noticed something strange, and their momentum changed. The leader of the group pushed one of the goblins aside. Go away, this is not something you can meddle in. Hagrid's body visibly trembled, and his eyes were a little gloomy. Taking advantage of his burly body, he took the opportunity to reach into his arms, took out something, and stuffed it into Dudley's hand. Dudley was very cooperative and didn't ask. Okay kids, let's go to Ollivander's wand shop. Speaking of this, he took out a handful of powder and handed it to Harry. Harry, repeat the name of the store I said earlier in your mouth, the voice is softer, and then sprinkle the powder. Hagrid used his massive body to shield the two children. At the same time, there happened to be a fireplace behind Harry. Harry was puzzled, and just about to ask, he saw Dudley at the side actively grabbing Harry's arm and dragging him into the fireplace. He whispered something in Harry's ear. Harry knew it in his heart. All he had to do was wave his hand, and then recite in a low voice, Ollivander's wand shop, number 1 Diagon Alley. Just a moment before Harry let go of his hand, Dudley heard a loud and angry reprimand from the opposite side. Curse, gravity impact in front of the field of vision. The former black robed man pulled out a pitch-black wand from his arms. The tip of the wand gleamed with green light, and the magic power visible to the naked eye was gathering. Hagrid's burly body was already floating from the ground. Hitting the wall at an incredible angle. Bangs sounded loudly. London, Ministry of Magic. In the administrative hall on the first floor, people come and go, but in an empty area, a middle-aged man in a black suit has a lunar expression in his eyes. Mr. Weasley, I think you have been too careless at work recently. Weasley froze on the spot in astonishment, his lips moved for a long while without opening his mouth. The middle-aged man in a black suit raised his voice several octaves higher. Mr. Weasley, if you want to serve in our Ministry of Magic, you must reflect his value, and you have repeatedly rejected the transfer paperwork proposed by your superiors. Do you still want to continue working in the Ministry of Magic? Weasley opened his mouth, and he didn't say the words that he wanted to spit out from his throat for a long time. The man in the black suit only felt that he had swung his fist on the bubble, and there was nowhere to release his strength. He took a deep breath, took out a roll of crumpled newspaper from his arms, and threw it heavily on Weasley's cheek. Mr. Arthur Weasley, I think I need to remind you that you don't seem to realize the mistake you've made. Take a good look at this copy of the Daily Prophet for yourself. Weasley stretched out his hand to open the newspaper, and the large print on the front made his heart speed up suddenly. Daily Prophet headlines. The famous Diagon Alley, Gringotts, the wizard bank we can rely on, is now invaded by unknown people. Loss of property is ominous. The injured person was initially identified as Rubbus Hagrid, the gamekeeper of the Hogwarts College. Our special reporter Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet conducted in-depth interviews with the surrounding people, the victims who witnessed the scene, and those who were close to Rubius Hagrid. We found out together that the day before Mr. Hagrid was attacked, the only person who came into contact with him was Mr. Arthur Weasley. Weasley looked at the contents of the Daily Prophet. He only felt that his lungs were about to explode. He looked up at the man in black in front of him, and the voice in his throat seemed extremely excited. I think you need to listen to my explanation. This special reporter from the Daily Prophet is obviously trying to guide public opinion. She doesn't understand what happened at all. She just followed this guess and made my name public. However, the middle-aged man in a black suit had a disdainful smile on his face. Mr. Weasley, there are no fools among most people serving in the Ministry of Magic, and you have become one of the fools. I think you must submit a statement, otherwise, the next one will be the one who gets fired will be you, even if you have the surname of Weasley, a purebred blood. The middle-aged man in a black suit finished speaking, leaving Weasley alone with the Daily Prophet in his hand for a long time in silence. However, compared to the speculation and slander of the Daily Prophet, Weasley is actually more worried about Harry and his party. If he remembers correctly, according to the timeline, it is Hagrid who led Harry and his party today. Dudley, when going to Diagon Alley to buy Hogwarts admission items, the other side, Weasley's house. The sudden noise made Harry and Dudley alert. Cousin Dudley, shall we go and see what's going on? Harry frowned. Obviously Arthur Weasley had gone to work, and now only he and Dudley were left in this private house. Harry, don't think too much. If you are worried, you can go and see for yourself. Dudley waved his hand indifferently. Because many accidents happened in Diagon Alley today, he didn't have time to feed the chinchilla, which caused the little guy to go straight to the kitchen as soon as he entered Weasley's house. This little guy has a very sharp nose, and now he is guessing that he is pouring butter or bread in the refrigerator. After a while Harry returned to Dudley's side. He smiled shyly. Cousin Dudley, Uncle Weasley's kitchen. Dudley waved his hand to interrupt Harry's momentum of continuing to speak. With a wave of his palm, a small figure, which disappeared in a flash, appeared in his palm. Looking at Totoro's round belly, Dudley sighed lightly. Little guy, eat less, or you'll get fat. Totoro shook its head, half closed its eyes and curled up in Dudley's palm to doze off. Seeing the scene in front of him, Dudley put it in his pocket casually, stretched out his other hand and grabbed Harry's wrist, and quickly left the Weasley family's house. When he came to the side of the road, Dudley found a designated parking spot, waved for a taxi, and only heaved a sigh of relief after telling him the destination. Looking out of the car window, Dudley reached out and touched his chest, where the Wizard's Alchemy and Rare Objects Handbook, presented by Ollivander, was lying safely in the palm of his hand. Dudley, who was sitting in the taxi, was slightly relieved, now that he has entered the living area of Muggles. According to Weasley's description, judging from the degree of separation between the wizarding world and the world of ordinary people, he is currently safe. After thinking about it, Dudley took advantage of the spare time and spread out the Wizard's Alchemy Handbook that he got from Ollivander. This book is very thick, at least not less than 1,000 pages just from the appearance. If Ollivander hadn't marked the corresponding position in advance, Dudley estimated that it would not be easy for him to find the overview of the Philosopher's Stone. Turning to the first page, Dudley was deeply attracted by the words on it. The Sorcerer's Stone, preface, comes from ancient history. This year is the 4th year that Ollivander left the UK to travel to the mainland. As a single person in the family, I don't like dilapidated houses and animal fur. Instead, I prefer to explore and wander around all the magic in the world. Location: just the other day I heard a rumor about an old wizard who had no money to repair his wand in exchange for a secret message. When I heard this news, I was very shocked. From the mouth of the old wizard, I heard a secret legend circulating underground. The old wizard said frankly that an angel has come. And when he was dreaming last night, the angel told him that the Sorcerer's Stone of Lucky would come. Only those who have obtained the Sorcerer's Stone can improve their attainments on the wizarding path. Of course, I think this is a lie and I don't care about these things. When I returned to London after traveling the mainland, I accidentally learned information that I had neglected. Wizard Advisory. The most outstanding alchemy genius in the wizarding world, Nicole Flamel, after more than years of painstaking research, finally proved to the wizarding community that it is possible to turn minds into gold. This is not the transfiguration of the wizard spell. It's really turning minds into gold. The gold smelted from the ore has been confirmed by the authoritative wizard organization and can be circulated in the market. Looking at the foreword outlined by the Sorcerer's Stone, Dudley closed the Wizard's Alchemy Handbook. The Sorcerer's Stone is as mysterious as he imagined, and only the first few paragraphs explain an extremely incredible phenomenon. Thinking of this, I can't wait to go home, and then return to Morrison Hill's laboratory. The Philosopher's Stone is destined not to remain in his hands for too long. Hagrid will return at any time and take himself and Harry to Hogwarts. He must conduct analysis and research immediately. In science, matter is constant. For example, charcoal and diamonds. Diamonds are composed of carbon atoms, and charcoal is also composed of carbon atoms. The shapes and textures of the two are completely different, but their essence is the same. But the Sorcerer's Stone is recorded in the Wizard's Alchemy Handbook as being able to turn ore into gold. How did this unbelievable thing happen? Change the substance itself? This is simply incredible. It would be too imprecise to directly attribute all this to the blessing of angels, material conversion. With the Sorcerer's Stone, you can turn ore into gold. If this extremely unscientific phenomenon is placed in the microcosm, what kind of scene would it look like? Could the power of the Philosopher's Stone directly affect the properties of atoms? If I can get some useful information from the Sorcerer's Stone, will I be able to see through the opportunity and break through the wizard biological experiment that I have been stagnant for a long time? Cousin Dudley, what are you thinking? In the taxi for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, London. A silver white car was parked in front of a small two-story house, and the door was pushed open from the driver's seat. Petunia, what do you think Dudley will encounter today? Vernon swayed his fat body and got out of the driver's seat. He reached out and took Petunia from the back seat and handed him some luggage. Petunia smiled, looked at her husband's expression and responded, "Didn't you say, Vernon, that you will never worry about this? It's only been out of your sight for 7 or 8 hours, and you've already been nagging in my ear." Vernon squinted his little eyes and stared. "Oh, Petunia really didn't expect that my well-behaved son would actually act like a child." Petunia shrugged helplessly when she heard that. "Don't forget, Vernon, you told me before we got married that your father wanted you to study hard when you were young, but you felt that book knowledge was boring, and you preferred to communicate with people. If I remember correctly, you quietly ran away from home when you were 13. Vernon had a slumped face. "Don't talk about it. If it wasn't for my father, who made me overfed when I was young, otherwise my plan to run away from home when I was 13 years old would have been perfect." Penny smiled slightly. Vernon frowned and sighed. "Anyway, Petunia, I'm not in favor of Dudley going to Hogwarts because we don't know anything about it." Penny retorted, "I don't think it's a bad thing to let Dudley go to Hogwarts. At least once when my sister, Lily, came home and talked to me about the magic school, she was always beaming and full of admiration. Now you are denying everything that may kill your child's future choices." Vernon looked at his wife next to him and said angrily, "Petunia, you can't say that about me. Dudley has lived in the world of ordinary people for more than 10 years. Now I'm afraid he will be bullied if he comes into contact with those freaks rashly." Penny shook her head helplessly. "Vernon, you don't have to worry. If you guess correctly, they will be back and forth tomorrow morning at the latest. And Dudley should have been exposed to the wizarding world. When the time comes, don't you know the situation by asking yourself?" Vernon sighed, looked at his wife, and hesitated for a while. "Penny, I think you should stand in the same position as me. After all, let our children enter the magic school Hogwarts to study. What kind of talents can this ghost place cultivate? We, the Desley family, still have to find someone who is accomplished in academic research, otherwise my father's wish may never be fulfilled. I became a businessman. My son has become a magician. How formal is this?" Petunia glared at her husband, but didn't answer his words. Now that Vernon's thoughts have not changed, no matter what she said, Vernon would always associate it in a bad way. After all, once a prejudice is formed, it is not so easy to change it. Vernon muttered in front of him. In his heart, Dudley would definitely be able to make a difference in biology in the future. He had been in contact with Professor Morrison for so long, and he might be accepted into the University of Cambridge by the time he graduated from junior high school. For further education. This can be visualized for future benefits. But, now, Vernon sighed, and when he looked back, he happened to see a taxi parked in front of his house. Two familiar figures came out from the rear compartment. Dudley, how are you back?" For Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, London. The window position of a small two-story Western-style building. Dudley sat behind the window and looked silently at a grey sack package in front of him. This is what Hagrid quietly handed to himself in Gringotts yesterday. This is a very ordinary pink gem. On the face of it alone, this gem is closer to the texture of the rough, according to the daily gem grading. In terms of transparency, luster, refractive index, and other aspects, the grade of this gemstone is not high, but it gives people an illusion of cheap. The surface of red gemstones is full of pits and pits. When placed in the sun, impurities can be clearly seen inside. If such gemstones are sold on the market, they will definitely not get the ideal price. But it is such a cheap gem in the eyes of ordinary people, guarded by the safest goblin bank in the wizarding world. At the same time, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was particularly concerned and called this red gem the Sorcerer's Stone. That speaks volumes for its value. Dudley twirled the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and laid it flat on the table. At the same time, he took out a thick Sorcerer's Handbook of Alchemy and Rare Objects from the other side of the desk. This is what I got from Ollivander, and I didn't watch it carefully in the taxi. After returning home, I just greeted my parents in a hurry and went back to the house. At this time, the night outside the window was dark, and the weak electric lights in the room were on. Dudley looked at the Sorcerer's Alchemy and Rare Items Handbook in his hand. Lost in thought, he has already read the page about the Philosopher's Stone in this book, Sorcerer's Handbook of Alchemy and Rare Objects, several times. The rest is just a cursory glance. There are a lot of strange and weird materials recorded in it. Ollivander's staff shop is indeed one of the wizard shops with the longest heritage. After summarizing the various products of the wizards of the past, Dudley felt quite fantastic. For example, the wings of elves, the teeth of giant monsters in the deep sea, the fur of monsters on the top of snow mountains, etc. If you don't have enough understanding of ordinary people's society. Dudley always felt like he was reading a new magical novel. However, there are not many records about the Philosopher's Stone among them. Judge for yourself. I can only briefly summarize a few more useful fragments. The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary item. This legend has something to do with Angel, the author of Wizard's Alchemy and Rare Objects Handbook, also heard repetitions from some old people when he was traveling in the world of wizards. Here is a special note from the author of Wizard Alchemy and Rare Items Handbook. It is likely that these are all rumors. Because Ollivander never found another person who said he had seen Angel, and the most fundamental reason why several generations of Ollivander finally defined the Philosopher's Stone as a rumor, because of the legend. As long as the person who obtains the Sorcerer's Stone, he can break the barrier of time passage and obtain the ultimate pursuit that no one in the wizarding world can achieve, eternal life, live forever. When Dudley saw the words immortality, almost thought he took the wrong book. Could it be that the author of Wizard Alchemy and Rare Objects Handbook also traveled to the eastern continent and discussed the great cause of longevity with the mysterious founding emperor? However, it is very likely that the more powerful creatures always have a common problem, hoping that their power can last forever. Dispel unrealistic thoughts from your mind. Dudley carefully organized the information he read in his mind. Through a few words in the Wizard's Alchemy and Rare Object Handbook, an unavoidable fact caught his attention. Even in the world of wizards with the legendary magic, after hundreds of years or even years of precipitation, there is no way to achieve it through magic power. Most people live forever, can magic, but can't achieve immortality. It feels like, on the contrary, the group of wizards is more like a carrier of power. Wizards can do many things with magic, but few or no one can break the barrier of time and life. Think a little too much. Dudley reached out and fumbled under his chin. If the rumors are true, is it true or false that the Sorcerer's Stone can make the holder immortality? I am now a little wizard, and I have awakened my magic power. But holding the Philosopher's Stone, except for the cold stone surface, he didn't feel any strange phenomena or reactions. Staring carefully at the surface of the Sorcerer's Stone, Dudley knew that if the Sorcerer's Stone could really give people the ability to live forever as stated in the Wizard's Alchemy and Wonderful Items Handbook, that even if it is a rumor, also has a strong attraction, then this thing must and certainly cannot stay in his hands for a long time. Now he needs to hurry up and discover the secrets in the limited space and time. After tidying up everything, Dudley left the house overnight and went to Morrison Hill's laboratory. This time he just left a note on the living room and said he would be back soon. Before leaving, Dudley flipped open another notebook. There are two notebooks on it. They are Wizard Cell Observation Records and Experimental Records of Wizard Genetics. Now it's the third book. Dudley hesitated and named this Fire of Eternity, Exploration of the Origin of Wizard Species, Sorcerer's Stone, Research Record of Philosopher's Stone, August 8, London time. After I got the Sorcerer's Stone, I learned from the Sorcerer's Alchemy and Rare Objects Handbook that this thing must be very important. In order to hurry up, I arrived overnight, Morrison Hill's biology lab. Evans was very surprised by my visit, but knowing that I came back from a vacation, Evans didn't say much. For a child like me who yearns for knowledge, he praised it very much, plus he thanked me because I reminded him of the biological research topic. The genetic similarity between the eyes of dragonfly larvae and chinchilla has been mapped from theory to reality. Genetic experiments have made breakthrough discoveries. He has to be present the whole time. There is no way to take care of me. This is exactly what I want. Watching Evans devote himself to the research work, I found a corner where no one was around and started exploring the Sorcerer's Stone, Research Record of Philosopher's Stone, August 8, London time. Afternoon, I admit, a little reckless this time. Looking at the red magic stone in my hand, I fell into deep thought. Due to limited knowledge, I couldn't find a good entry point. From the perspective of ordinary people, it is difficult to develop and observe everything about the Sorcerer's Stone. Now I realize, I haven't mastered magic, possesses a wand but no associated spells. Now this Philosopher's Stone is like a mine before my eyes, but I have no tools to dig it. Could it be that the logic and the rumor that only magic can defeat magic is true? This leaves me a little helpless. If you make a mistake, start thinking about it. I only rested for 2 hours during this period. Rereading and studying Wizard's Alchemy and Rare Object Handbook, I was shocked to find that my thinking may have deviated from the most basic concept, turning minds into gold, or immortality, are too far away. Start from zero, that is, start from the most basic, try it the dumbest way. Since it is an observation experiment, let's analyze from the most basic, the substance. The magic stone is a light red crystal with edges and corners on all sides, but the surface layer is very irregular. It seems that the smallest crystal inside is not growing regularly. If it grows regularly, this magic stone should have the same properties as quartzite, regardless of the fracture or the surface structure. It is a standard quadrilateral, however, only viewed from the cross-section. One side of the Philosopher's Stone is concave convex. In order to verify the conjecture in my heart, everything starts with the basics. Due to the irregularity of the surface, I guess that the most hardness of the surface of the Philosopher's Stone should not be very high. I decided to use stainless steel tweezers and a knife, and try again. Sure enough, the two collided. When the stainless steel metal knife lightly touched the surface of the magic stone, I successfully peeled off some debris from it. I actually easily removed a little powder from the surface of the sorcerer's stone. These powders stick to the knives. Soon a shocking scene happened. When I looked at the metal steel knife in my hand, the changes on the scene made me look horrified again, even a little confused. The silver-white metal tweezers and steel knife turned golden yellow at some point, and they were extremely heavy. Hold it in your hand. Heavy. If my guess is correct, the density still changes. Research record of Philosopher's Stone, August 8, London time. Morning. I was too shocked yesterday. I hastily suspended the experiment. Unknown is the root of confusion and fear. I need to review Wizard's Handbook of Refining Strength. I feel like I'm missing something. Today, this time I came to Morrison's biological laboratory with a feeling of trepidation. After the metal steel knife turned golden yesterday, I resisted the discomfort in my heart and forcibly sawed the metal steel knife into two. The internal structure is also unified into golden yellow. According to the nature and weight of the metal, I can conclude that when touching the metal on the surface of the sorcerer's stone, due to some strange factors, it turns into gold by itself. This is a very magical phenomenon. From the internal structure to the special exterior, the stainless steel metal knife has been completely turned into gold. What is this? Research record of Philosopher's Stone, London time on August 8, morning. Stainless steel metal turned into gold. Although the quality of the metal form and other aspects show that the tools in my hands have completely turned into gold. But this immediate change, the effect of the nature of the object itself, it's still unimaginable. So is it possible to assume that all metallic elements can be turned into gold? If it is really as I imagined, then in theory, the liquid metal mercury can also be turned into gold. After carefully reading through the Wizard Alchemy Handbook, again, one of the records was ignored by me. Someone in the wizarding world used the Philosopher's Stone to turn mercury into gold. The specific method is unknown. I'm just curious. When the liquid mercury at normal temperature meets the Philosopher's Stone, will they become solid, or does it also exist in a liquid state? I can feel that there is not much time left. Today is already August 8, and there are only 3 days left before Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft begins. I must hurry up on the progress of the experiment. There is a lot of mercury in Morrison Hill's laboratory and they are sealed. But I didn't want to use them, and pulled out the thermometer from the spare kit. Using tweezers and a knife that had been turned into gold, I peeled off some powder from the Philosopher's Stone. And threw these powders into the mercury I found in the laboratory. I'm looking forward to what happens next. Research record of Philosopher's Stone, August 8, London time, at noon. I'm sorry that I stopped the experiment in my hand. Once again I feel that the direction of my experiment has deviated. It is true that the Sorcerer's Stone can turn metal substances into gold, but I can't observe it from a microscopic perspective. Can't see a change in this trajectory. Since I can't see it, whatever the Philosopher's Stone turns into gold means nothing to me right now. I need to change my mind. Morrison Hill's electron microscope can observe cells, but cannot see atoms smaller than him. Cells are made of molecules, and molecules are made of atoms. It is basically impossible to completely observe the atomic changes with the current experimental equipment. Even if the world's science and technology continue to develop in the future, it will not be easy to clearly observe the atomic changes. Sorcerer's Stone research record. It must be changed immediately. I was lost in thought. So is there any way for me to observe the details of the reaction of magic on atoms from a larger macro perspective? After my contemplation, an experimental plan before crossing was listed as a restricted area, but I think this forbidden zone must be broken, and I may face a more dangerous situation than this when I am about to enter the wizarding world. I decided to activate the experimental data that was shelved before the time travel. At that time, the experiment was urgently stopped. Since the arrangement of the gene sequence can be confirmed sideways through the changes of the cells, so now it is also possible to explore the process of magically changing atoms through the changes of cells. The previous experiment involved genetic fragments of human genes, and I was one of the participants. The name of the project was Heavy Metal Species Gene Project. Mercury, most mammals, primates, or aquatic organisms and insects contain heavy metals in their bodies. Biological survival is inseparable from heavy metals. For Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, London, across the Suet Road was a 2-story small Western-style building, and a man's voice sounded from inside the small Western-style building. I said, "Penny, what would you like to prepare for breakfast today?" Petunia glanced back at her husband, and saw that he was wearing a formal brown suit with a tie at the neckline. At the same time, she stretched out her hand with 2 drops of water and stroked her hair. "It looks like, Vernon, you're in a good mood today." Petunia responded to her husband as she sliced bread on the stovetop. "Yes. Honey, do you know what day it is?" Petunia stopped moving, looked back at Vernon with some doubts, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Today's day is normal, just an ordinary weekend." Vernon shook his head, his fat face trembling. "My dear, I believe you already know that everything we have done, but in fact, Please understand that what we can experience is completely different. Vernon said while looking at his wife mysteriously. Petunia curled her lips helplessly and didn't want to get to the bottom of it with her husband. She turned around and went back to the stove to continue making today's breakfast. I think you look like you need some cream and honey. Hope this dessert can make you talk a little more normal. I have no patience for being always secretive. Vernon saw that Petunia ignored him, and he didn't want to continue to play tricks. After all, a good performer can't do without an audience. Dudley, Harry, come down to eat. Surprisingly, it was Vernon who asked the two to come over for dinner this time, not Petunia. Penny looked at her husband in astonishment, wondering what happened to him today. Dudley, who was taking biological notes upstairs, packed up his notebook and went out to look at Harry, who looked puzzled in the stairwell. He didn't say anything, but came to the dining room with him. Good morning, Uncle Vernon. Harry stood a little awkwardly at the door, not daring to enter the dining room. Usually this was his restricted area. If he stepped here casually, he would be beaten and scolded, or fined not to eat for a day. Dudley looked at Harry in front of him and shoved him on the shoulder to signal him not to mind, because this time Vernon didn't say anything to stop Harry from entering the living room at mealtime. Dudley went to the stove and helped his mother put breakfast on the table. Looking at the stacks of cakes, cream, omelets, and sausage and potato soup, Harry swallowed unconsciously. Some weak voices. Uncle Vernon, can I eat these? Harry's reserved demeanor made Dudley feel annoyed and amused, but what was deeper was Vernon's stern influence deeply rooted in Harry's heart. All right, Harry, since your father let you eat at the table, you can eat at the table openly, without thinking about what you have and what you don't have. It will only make you unhappy. Dudley spoke to comfort Harry, and took a piece of dry bread from the table and handed it to him, took a bottle of fruit jam, spread some on the surface of the bread, and took a few slices of sausage to cover it. Delicious sandwich bread is extremely tempting. The voice in Dudley's mouth made Harry feel slightly relieved, but to be honest, he was still a little worried that Uncle Vernon would throw a fit. Fortunately, today's Vernon Dursley has a very natural expression, and there is an indescribable love in his eyes. Okay, Vernon sees that you are so mysterious and happy today. Tell me what kind of things you haven't explained clearly. Petunia couldn't bear her husband's smug expression. She emphasized again. Dudley was also a little curious. After all, his father usually treated Harry very unfriendly. Even if he knew that he was about to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft with Harry, he only reduced the usual beatings and scolding against Harry, but his overall attitude remained the same. Behavior like today's is still the first time. Vernon's face was full of fat, and he looked at everyone with a smile. Now that you are all here, let me announce what I know. Vernon's voice fell, and he looked at Harry in front of him and said word by word, "Congratulations, Mr. Harry Potter. I think you can't go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to continue your studies." After Vernon's voice fell, Harry remained motionless as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were a little flustered, and he looked at Dudley at the side, hesitating in his mouth. "Cousin Dudley, Uncle Vernon, what the hell does this mean?" Dudley looked at his father suspiciously. However, Vernon waved his hand. "Harry, it's useless to ask your cousin. Let me ask you, what day is today?" Harry subconsciously recalled the date and replied, "Today is August-th, Uncle Vernon." Vernon spread his hands and said, "That's right, I don't need to say this anymore. You should take a good look at the date on the Hogwarts admission letter. If I remember correctly, it clearly stated that the little wizard must report to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry before September-st. If it is late, then the admission qualification for this school year will be given up by default." Vernon's voice fell and he looked at Harry Potter with a smile on his face. "Harry, I think you can take a good rest at home in the next year and reflect on the loss you caused me in the Island Tower." Petunia on the side interrupted Vernon's words. "What do you mean, dear?" Vernon picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his greasy mouth. "Penny, calculate the time yourself. If we remember correctly, the address of Hogwarts should be above London, England, go north into Scotland, and finally be in the high and low area. With such a long distance, even taking the train would take 1 day and 1 night, not to mention that now, September-st will be only a dozen hours away. I don't think those mages can directly reach such a long distance." Vernon's voice fell and he glanced at Harry, who was bowing his head in front of him, and smiled indifferently himself. "As I said, what the hell is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Neither the teachers nor the headmaster are very reliable. Obviously, Chenyo will definitely protect the children's progress in school, but now they have left the two of you behind. Don't listen here. But that's fine too, Dudley, I'll take you there tomorrow, the Royal Private Junior High School in London, if you don't abide by the agreement." Harry went to answer the door, but when the door of the room opened, Vernon heard a voice he did not want to hear. "My dear Mr. Potter, it looks like you haven't been doing very well lately. I'm sorry that there was a little trouble at the Ministry of Magic the last 2 days. Someone entered a blatant raid, Gringotts." Then another voice sounded, "Sorry Harry, because of the Gringotts incident, we couldn't assign people to come to you." Arthur Weasley, who was wearing a suit and tie at the door, walked into Dursley's house with a smile and waved to everyone present. Vernon's face was ugly, his mouth was tightly shut and he didn't say a word. Dudley took the initiative to get down from the chair. Not far away, he saw a familiar person waving to him, and saw a burly figure behind Weasley. It was Hagrid. Dudley stepped forward with a sigh. Hag pursed his lips, his face was wrapped with a circle of white gauze, showing signs of cervical dislocation. It seems that the pain caused by the unknown man in black's curse attack in Gringotts has not recovered. Hagrid stood at the door, staring at Dudley without blinking. His burly figure gave off a sense of oppression. "Okay, kid, give me back what I gave you back then." Dudley was going to pretend to be dazed, but Hagrid shook his thick hair and watched Dudley emphatically again. "Dudley, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?" Weasley on the side looked at Hagrid in astonishment. He hadn't heard this giant from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry talk about such things yesterday. Weasley wanted to take a step forward, but was stopped by Hagrid's outstretched hand. Dudley sighed. He knew that he would not be able to shed this thing. "This feeling is a pity. Although I learned the truth about the Sorcerer's Stone from Ollivander before. Perhaps an emperor in the Far East has not figured out the secret of longevity, and what he can get from this Philosopher's Stone. But this is something that belongs to Hogwarts after all, and he is just a young wizard who has never been strong. It is not rational to confront Hagrid now. Thinking of this, Dudley didn't hesitate, reached into his arms, groped in it, found a grey cloth bag, and handed it back to Hagrid. With Hagrid's big fan-like hand, he weighed the Philosopher's Stone for inspection. After making sure that there was no problem, he carefully put it into his arms. It was only at this time that he let out a long breath. Looking away from Dudley, he looked at Harry, who was hiding in a corner. Harry snuggled up behind the doorframe, looking at Hagrid with a little wariness in his eyes. But Hagrid didn't care about it. He just regarded it as a burden on others due to his burly body. After all, such a body was twice the height of a normal person, and he couldn't see it in London. "I'm sorry, Harry, the door-to-door visit was too sudden today. I think this is a small gift from me to you as the price for not continuing to fulfill the task of guiding wizards at Gringotts." After Hagrid's voice fell, Harry's body shrunk and the corner leaned out a little. Seeing this scene, Dudley sighed secretly in his heart. After all, he was only a teenager. Would he still be unable to contain his excitement when he saw someone come to give gifts to him? He saw Hagrid pull out a large iron cage from behind, and there was a white owl in the cage. The owl's feathers are smooth, and its big eagle eyes are very cute. Its claws are clasped on the railing, its eyes are looking ahead, and it neighs twice subconsciously. "Look, Harry, this is a new gift from me, an owl named Hedwig." After Hagrid's voice fell, he placed the big iron cage in his hand in front of Harry. The owl inside was very cute with blinking eyes. Dudley was also quite curious. He could feel that this owl might be a little bit special in his eyes. With joy on his face, Harry raised his eyes and glanced at Dudley, hesitating whether to ask to take the things. But at that moment, Dudley felt a stabbing pain in the top of his head. "I saw the chinchilla who always liked to nap on top of his head recently jumped up and grinned at the owl in the cage." This startled. The owl in the cage fluttered its wings abnormally, looking a little scared. "Ah, Mr. Hagrid, if I remember correctly, there should be mice in the owl's recipe." Hearing Weasley's question, Hagrid opened his mouth, not knowing how to reply for a while. A chinchilla actually terrifies an owl. He often gets along with animals, and he also feels a little weird. Such a thing is like changing from a cat catching a mouse to a mouse catching a cat. Harry, Harry, I don't think you need to care about such things. After all, things in the magical world cannot be judged by common sense. Just like this owl, maybe its personality is quite different." Hagrid said with embarrassment that he couldn't believe it. He felt that the owner of the messenger and monster shop in Diagon Alley must have fooled him. But Harry was stunned, and felt someone pushed him from behind. Hagrid said with embarrassment that he didn't believe it, and hoped that no one at the scene would question him. Weasley next to him also smiled, obviously not intending to help. "Mr. Weasley, I'll leave the rest to you. You know, now that I have something important to do, Hogwarts still needs me to consult in time." Hagrid waved at Harry with a low voice, then turned away from Dudley's sight until he disappeared. It was also the first time for Harry to see someone disappearing from his eyes like a magic trick. His smiling face looked at Weasley with some excitement. "Uncle Arthur, how did Hagrid do it?" Weasley spread his hands. "I'm sorry, Harry, now that you haven't officially entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I can't tell you this. According to the rules, he has violated the prohibition of the Ministry of Magic." "Okay, I get it now," Harry responded with some frustration. But Weasley took out a ticket from his arms and handed it to the two children in front of him. "Kids, take these things, we must arrive as soon as possible, King's Cross Station." As soon as Dudley got the ticket, Vernon's rough voice came from behind him. "Damn Hogwarts, damn School of Wizardry, damn tricks, you all hang around like flies." While speaking, Vernon came out of the restaurant angrily, and stopped in front of Harry and Dudley with his hand, glaring at Weasley. "Mr. Arthur Weasley, I think your admission letter clearly states that if you fail to arrive at Hogwarts before September 31st, your enrollment quota will be extended. Today is August-ST, and it will be September-ST in a dozen hours. I don't need to say anything else, but my child Dudley obviously doesn't have the magical ability like yours, so how could he arrive at school within the stipulated time?" The voice in Weasley's mouth stopped abruptly. After thinking for a while, after brewing again, he paused word by word and spoke again. "This document, Mr. Vernon, is your latest 2 orders from the London project team. I have already negotiated for you about this community project. This speaks for me personally, not for the Ministry of Magic." Harry opened his mouth in confusion. Dudley was a little helpless, obviously feeling as if he had been sold, Petunia stomped her feet and looked at her husband in disbelief. Weasley straightened his suit. Only Vernon took the contract from him without saying a word, glanced at the content, and nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Vernon standing at the door. The expression on Weasley's face was very flat. Mr. Dursley, please listen carefully. Regarding the problem of young wizards going to Hogwarts, our Ministry of Magic has formulated some measures. In the past, when there was no Ministry of Magic or normal order, most wizards wanted to go to school, riding a flying broomstick, or driving a car, sitting on a magical creature, but this situation was very bad. As early as a long time ago they were like this behavior is expressly prohibited. The mysteries of wizards should not be constantly exposed to Muggles' sight and interfere with their normal life, so we have adopted a new method, funded by Hogwarts and undertaken by the Ministry of Magic, to operate a magic train. All new students will enter Hogwarts on this train. Therefore, you don't have to show your worries at all. Vernon waved his hand. To be honest, the Ministry of Magic is sponsoring his sons Dudley and Harry to study at Hogwarts, though he doesn't know why Hogwarts gave his family such favorable treatment. But with the 2-point new contract submitted to him by the Ministry of Magic, after Dudley graduates from the magic school, he can also buy a property for him. Only with enough money can he develop better in his studies, at least in Dursley's view. Excellent scholars want to study hard from zero, finish biology, start at Cambridge University, then advance to graduate school, get a doctorate, and finally graduate with a postdoctoral degree. The field must consume a lot of funds and tuition fees. In order for his son Dudley to complete his studies in the future and become the only well-known leader of the Dursley family in the British scholar circle, he must pave a broad road ahead of time. Dudley looked at his father, completely unaware that he would reserve time for himself to think about 10 years after graduation. Now he looked at the ticket Mr. Weasley handed over, frowning thoughtfully. Platform 9, 3/4, London, Railway Station. Two figures were walking on the street with people coming and going. Harry was holding a trolley in his hand, and there was a layer of sundries on it. There were a change of clothes on it, and several large suitcases. On top of the suitcase was a cage. A white owl in the cage looked at the surrounding crowd curiously. Cousin Dudley, I always feel that there is something wrong with Hedwig's expression. Harry pushed the trolley, and opened his mouth somewhat tangled. Walking beside Harry was Dudley, empty-handed and wearing an ordinary short-sleeved t-shirt. In comparison, Harry's dress is relatively shabby. Although Harry has inherited a huge amount of wealth from his parents, the exchange service between galleons and British pounds cannot be found with Harry's current knowledge base alone. Dudley stopped in his tracks, looking helplessly at the scene inside the cage. Harry, don't you think this is a very unscientific thing? As Dudley said, he looked at the Totoro in the cage. Strange to say, since Totoro threatened Hedwig, Totoro didn't like to lie on top of his head very much. But uncharacteristically very energetic. The usual dozing mood also disappeared, and he especially liked to drill into Hedwig's cage. This led to Hedwig's spacious cage, but now this white owl shrank pitifully at the edge of the cage, with its feathers once on the frame of the cage, making it look very shivering. Reluctantly, Dudley reached out to open the mouth of the cage, entered it, ignored the little guy's protest, grabbed the chinchilla out, and stuffed it back into his pocket. In any case, this was Hagrid's second commemorative gift to Harry. If he was scared out of his wits by his chinchilla and lost the ability to deliver letters, Harry would probably need to consider another messenger. Of course, the most important thing was that Dudley could also see from Harry's worried expression that he cherished this Hedwig. There are not many things that belong to Harry personally. Cousin Dudley, I feel that Uncle Weasley is as unreliable as Uncle Hagrid. Harry's voice sounded again. Dudley also nodded, quite concerned. The Ministry of Magic. Weasley originally agreed that he would send you and me into King's Cross Station, and then take the express magic train to Hogwarts. But halfway he seemed to be caught again. Some special circumstances interfered, and he left without saying a word. Leave the miners at the train station. Is this dangerous place really good? Dudley complained non-committally. Compared to questioning Weasley's confusing behavior, Dudley cared more about how to find platform 9 3/4. He didn't know much about the original plot. Even if he had a smart mind, he was confused when he saw such a label. Express train tickets. London Hogwarts platform 9 3/4. Does such a platform really exist? That's when Dudley felt a stabbing pain in the top of his head. He saw the Totoro, which he had put into his pocket, back on his head, pulled out his hair, stretched out his small paw, and pointed at a wall not far ahead in a humane manner. Dudley noticed that it was a position between a 9 and a 10. Strange to say, since coming to this King's Cross Station, Dudley confirmed that he and Harry had passed by here several times, but they didn't notice this place. It seems that they will ignore this area subconsciously. Instead, under the guidance of Totoro, he realized that such a place exists. No longer hesitate, Dudley guided Harry to the front door of the huge stone pier. Cousin Dudley, what are we going to do? Harry uttered curiously. Dudley frowned, recalling the scene he had seen before, and spoke carefully with his words rush over. Harry was taken aback. Cousin Dudley, what do you mean? Rush up, I will crash into it, and Hedwig will be injured. Dudley stopped talking and walked over first. When he got close to the stone pier, his body disappeared in front of Harry's vision. Looking at a new express train in front of him, Dudley knew clearly that this should be the train leading to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that he and Harry were looking for. However, what puzzled Dudley was that Harry didn't follow for a long time, and just when he was about to turn back to find Harry, a figure rushed out together with another figure. Harry quickly stabilized his figure and looked at Dudley, who was not far in front of him, beckoning, "Hi, Cousin Dudley." Before Dudley could speak, another man's voice sounded from the side. "Harry? This is the cousin you just said. It doesn't look very reliable, and they left you outside alone." Perhaps realizing that he could not speak like this, the red-haired boy smiled and walked in front of Dudley and introduced himself carelessly. "Meet me, my name is Ron Weasley, nice to meet you." Dudley looked at Ron's silly look and ignored him. Instead, he walked to Harry's side and said with a serious face, "Harry, what did we agree upon when we arrived at the train station?" Harry, who was originally smiling, froze in place. His somewhat thin body took a step back slightly, lowering his head like a child who made a mistake. "Cousin Dudley, I was wrong. We said before that you shouldn't talk to strangers casually when you're out." Under Dudley's calm expression, there were mixed feelings in his heart. Seeing Harry's slightly cramped look, Dudley sighed helplessly. After all, he is a teenage child. Whether it is a magician or an ordinary human being, children are more innocent, not so much complicated thinking. But from my own perspective of looking at the problem, because I have the mindset of my previous life, I ignore this point. Thinking of this, Dudley took a step closer to Harry. "Forget it this time. After Harry, you must follow me closely, and don't get lost again." After finishing the words, Dudley reached out and rubbed Harry's head. Feeling his cousin's kind palm, Harry suddenly felt a little relaxed, and a smile appeared on his guilty face again. "Hey, I said people like you, why are you so rude? I am introducing myself to you, don't pretend you can't hear me." Ron Weasley opened his mouth a little annoyed. He glanced at Harry, who was obediently following Dudley's side, and continued with some annoyance. "Harry, you say he is your cousin? What a joke, just because this guy left you alone outside platform 9 and 4/3 so irresponsibly. He did not play the role of a brother taking care of his younger brother at all." Ron's flame-colored lid shook. Although the words are fierce, he hates stinky fart guys the most. Dudley looked at the boy in front of him with his arms wrapped around his face, but he didn't pay attention. It's just a bear. If you say a few excessive words, you won't care too much. "Harry, let's go." Dudley turned around and took the initiative to hold Harry's wrist, heading towards the Magic Express not far away. Halfway through, Harry turned his head quietly and waved his hands apologetically. He made a mouth gesture towards Ron in his mouth. "Thank you." Seeing this, Ron curled his lips, but smiled back symbolically. However, why are the two brothers so different in character? Ron immediately thought of his two twin brothers, George and Fred. They were also born to the same mother, and their personalities are very different from their own. From this point of view alone, although Harry's cousin is unreliable, he is still passable compared to his two older brothers. Shaking his head, Ron no longer wanted to take the initiative to leave to the other side of the train. At the same time muttering, Harry, why does that name sound so familiar?" On the other side, Dudley looked at the one-way train ticket in his hand. "This is a special paper with bronze and gold. I can't tell the specific material above. It feels a little soft and silky, a bit similar to rubber but also somewhat different from plastic. The lines bordered in gold on the ticket should be some kind of metal. The material should not be gold. London Hogwarts one-way ticket platform 9, 3/4. There is no detailed seat number on the ticket. Only the ticket without the seat identification. Could it be that this is a standing ticket, or that the Magic Express train does not have a so-called seat number?" Just as Dudley was thinking, he felt the restlessness beside him. Turning his head, he saw Harry staring at the scene in front of him with a starry face. Cousin Dudley. It's a train. It's a train." Harry was very excited. He was often locked in a small dark room at the Dursleys' house, and he rarely went out to play. It was really the first time Harry saw the huge steam column. The body of the steam train is made of steel, and a crown logo is erected at the front of the train. There is a string of numbers at the top, 5972 from both sides of the underground track. A large amount of water vapor escapes. Harry's eyes were wide open. He subconsciously broke free from Dudley's wrist and ran towards the train. His hands made a big hug. The expression is a bit exaggerated. Instead, she looked at her cousin with an incredulous expression. "Dudley, look at how big this train is." Dudley just smiled slightly. Before time travel, I was obsessed with scientific research, resulting in a small social circle and no childhood. When I came to the wizarding world, I subconsciously used the thinking of an adult to interpret the historical biographies of wizards, so I was naturally vigilant about the current pattern of the wizarding world. But a child is a child, and that's how it should be when it's time to be innocent. Too much restraint will confine their nature. Instead, do what you should do most at the best age. If you miss it, it may be too late. Dudley looked at Harry with a smile and gave him an affirmative look. Harry's actions attracted a lot of onlookers from his peers. Most of them looked curiously, and some looked at Harry as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. Dudley took the initiative to step forward to block those mocking eyes, preventing them from interacting with Harry's eyes. Sensitive children are extremely intelligent, and a glance can make them understand the meaning. "Cousin." Harry looked at Dudley in front of him suspiciously. "Okay, Harry, it's time for us to get in the car." Dudley reached out and took Harry's wrist again and walked towards the entrance of the carriage on the other side. Harry put the question he wanted to ask to the back of his mind and was immediately attracted by the novelty. Cousin, do you know where this train is going? How far can it drive so big? Looking at Harry's eyes full of curiosity, Dudley explained casually, this car departs from London, will cross the border of England and then cross the area of Scotland, and finally arrive at a place called Highland, and our wizarding school, Hogwarts, was established in a certain area of the Highlands. Hearing Dudley's statement, Harry scratched his head in frustration, as it was complicated and he didn't understand. If only I could be as knowledgeable as your cousin Dudley. Dudley patted Harry on the back casually. These are not difficult, Harry, you will be smarter than me if you read more books, and you are still young so you don't need to be too strict with yourself. Harry shook his head and muttered, humph. You're obviously a few days older than me, and you always look so old-fashioned. Dudley smiled lightly. He didn't care about Harry's careful thoughts, but placed his gaze on the entrance of the train compartment. Dudley was in a tangle. This step is a bit high, the special magic train leading to Hogwarts, although there are not many entrance steps, but each floor reaches the position of his and Harry's calf knees. Look at the mountain of luggage behind him. Harry also seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. Cousin, what should we do now? Dudley was silent. He really wants to say, you ask me how do I know? Harry, you are a legendary magical genius. Can't you use a levitation technique or something? If you want to return to Dudley, you should take the initiative to speak. Come on. Let's do it. Harry looked at Dudley expectantly. My cousin is always very powerful and makes people feel safe. He must be able to solve the immediate difficulties. However, Dudley's next words made Harry enter the freezer. Full of despair, Dudley said flatly, you go up first, I'll pass things down, and you drag up little by little. Harry, wrong. Something is wrong with my cousin today. Harry had no choice but to go forward and stand obediently on the steps of the train on the second floor, handing his cousin the luggage and struggling to lift it up. Yes, Harry, that's it. Your body lacks exercise, and more exercise is good for your health. Blushing all over his face, Harry mustered all his strength and tugged the trunk upwards. He is also very small, and it is very difficult to move things. Just then a big hand pressed on Harry's wrist. Two youths with similar looks looked at Harry with a smile. It looks like you need help. Harry subconsciously wanted to shake his head in refusal. But then he glanced at cousin Dudley, and Harry gritted his teeth and insisted, yes, we need help, thank you all. 10 minutes later. Inside the compartment of the limited express magic train. This is a two-way sitting area, and Dudley is holding a book of Wizard Chronicles and is studying it carefully. Harry's voice sounded from outside the carriage. Fred, brother George, thank you. After a while, Harry ran out of breath and sat down next to Dudley. He was shaking left and right on the sofa cushion with some excitement. Cousin, I think the students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are pretty good. George and Fred are the seniors and they are so helpful. Dudley smiled, but didn't answer. Since the last time the magic wizard bloodline awakened on Tower Island. The game of conflict between Magic I, Influenza, Virus, and Magic II, Bacteriophage, Virus surpassed my own estimates. In the end, he survived by luck and his body was very weak. Physical strength, the excellent body built for more than 10 years, was completely baptized by the virus. The short-term cultivation of physical fitness is slowly recovering, but this is not something that can be done overnight, according to the scientific plan. As long as he recuperates according to the plan, Dudley is sure that his body will fully recover within 2 years. Difficult now, but fortunately, all plans are proceeding in an orderly manner, and now I have awakened my magic talent, and boarded the train to Hogwarts again. As long as the Magic Express train enters the magic school, he has officially set foot in the world of wizards. The engine of the train roared, and the sun shone through the windows on the books. Dudley looked at the green world outside the car window, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. It was an excitement, a thirst for knowledge that was about to be unveiled. Harry, who was a little excited beside him, also fell silent. He looked at his cousin beside him in astonishment. The sunlight shone on Dudley's profile, and Harry was attracted by the delicate face, with deep and dark eyes, holding a copy of The Chronicle of Magic. I don't know why, Harry always felt that his cousin, who was bathed in the sun at the moment, was a bit indescribably handsome. No, should be mysterious. Dong dong. At the same time, there was a sound of knocking on a wooden board. Harry turned his head curiously, and saw a red-haired boy leaning against the side of the door, with a tentative expression on his face. Sorry, the carriages on this road are full of people, can you please? Suspicious? Harry. Ron was a little surprised. Harry waved his hand and said subconsciously, come in and sit down, it's okay. But Harry regretted it after speaking, and looked at his cousin with a little anxiety. Dudley nodded slightly. Harry suddenly felt relaxed and smiled at Ron. Seeing this, Ron walked into the car and sat on the chair on the other side. I didn't expect to see you here, Harry said happily. Well, I am very happy to meet you here. I forgot to introduce myself to you before. My name is Harry Potter. Ron was stunned on the spot and then sneered, Harry Potter? Come on, Harry, don't lie to me, it's impossible. Harry was a little dazed. It never occurred to him to lie. Harry hurriedly explained, Ron, I never lie. Ron didn't care. He looked excitedly at the thin boy in front of him and said, "Harry, you don't need to explain. I can see that you should be living in a society of ordinary people. Ordinary people have limited ability to understand the world of magicians. My father told me that in the history of modern magic, a boy named Harry Potter became the hero of all wizards. He saved everyone in the wizarding world. And many children as old as him are very envious of him. I also did this kind of impersonation of Harry when I was a child, but it was quickly discovered." Ron's expression was quite exaggerated. Harry smiled awkwardly, feeling a little helpless. I was about to say something more. A voice stopped his words. "Okay, Harry, since a friend is here, let's entertain him." Harry subconsciously looked at his cousin Dudley, but he saw his gaze outside the car door. Dong dong. There were two more muffled sounds. The wooden door of the train was knocked again. A middle-aged lady in overalls pushed a long line of snack carts to the crowd. "Children, what do you need? I have a lot of magical snacks here, such as chocolate frogs, piles of cockroaches, blowing super bubblegum, eggnog, ice cream balls, ginger newt cookies, licorice wands. I think these are all your favorites." Ron smiled awkwardly when he saw this. His father, Weasley, worked in the Ministry of Magic with a meager salary, and at the same time raised a family of several people. Even the coat he was wearing today was left by Fred and George's brothers. One was the coat that Fred wore 2 years ago, and the trousers were mended by George last year. Both of them look one size bigger when worn on the body. Ron pursed his lips and subconsciously reached out his hand to take out a sticky rice ball from his pocket. "Sorry, we brought it ourselves, we don't need it." Without hesitation, Ron chose to refuse, because he saw that Harry was dressed similarly to himself. Estimate, in the society of ordinary people, Harry's family situation is not very good either. The snack sales staff smiled politely, turned around and planned to leave with the cart. Ron swallowed again enviously. "Wait, ma'am." At this time, everyone looked for the sound. Dudley by the car window put down the book, looked at Harry gently and said, "Harry, as I said before, since it's a friend who is here, please be generous." Harry turned his head subconsciously, with a look of surprise on his face. "Then, can I buy all of these?" Harry looked at his cousin Dudley expectantly. After all, he didn't usually eat snacks. Uncle Vernon made him eat leftovers every day. Now that they are gone, the child's nature and curiosity make him want to buy a whole carload of novelty snacks. Dudley looked at Harry silently, and slowly uttered 2 words under the hopeful eyes of the other party. "No." But soon, Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder and looked at the red-haired boy and said, "Ron, this is our first time at Hogwarts, please help us pick some snacks, please." Harry overheard and gave Ron a sneaky look. Ron understood, and replied, "I understand your expression." The eyes of the two sealed the deal. Ron ran to the trolley, his coat pocket, his next pocket, and finally a large pile of snacks in his arms. Back to the car. In the end, Ron gave Dudley a look of triumph. He deliberately chose the most expensive snacks on the trolley. In fact, he couldn't tell why, but once he saw Dudley's behavior of educating Harry, he would recall the sad memory of being played by his 2 brothers in his own home. All of these are the most expensive. A sense of joy of a small revenge arises spontaneously, which makes Ron secretly happy, but Dudley shook his head noncommittally. The mood of a brat is always changing. If it was him, he would definitely not engage in these useless social interactions. Although cruel, but judging by Ron's clothes, manners, and speaking demeanor, judging from the thinking of an adult, his family background is not superior. But this kind of thinking is easy to lose the happiest childhood. Since you came here through time travel, let's try to make up for the regretful childhood in the previous life while maintaining safety. Besides, what kind of bad thoughts can there be among the bear children? Holding a bag of colorful beans, Ron showed off excitedly in front of Harry. "Harry, let me tell you, what I hold in my hand is BB's multi-flavored beans." "What is BB multi-flavored beans?" Harry wondered. He had never heard of this stuff. "Hey, don't underestimate this thing. You can tell by the name that this thing has a lot of flavors. Don't worry, let me describe it to you. Its flavors are exaggerated, it's so big." Ron stuffed a handful of BB's strange flavored beans into his mouth and muttered while chewing. "Harry, I didn't say that, I actually ate it. Eggplant flavor, sardine flavor, and even hamburger flavor. But then again, some unlucky people can taste the smell of sewer, and I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I haven't tasted it once." Harry also chewed one curiously after hearing this. "Woo. Ron, how do I feel that I have a creamy taste?" Ron smiled. "Good luck, Harry. Several of my friends had the taste of sewer." The novelty snacks also attracted Dudley's curiosity, and he opened his mouth to chew on that strange flavored bean. Dudley was stunned. This turned out to be fish-flavored eggplant flavor. For a moment, Dudley had a guess in his mind. Maybe this Dobby strange bean was probably a magical snack that randomly simulated the smell in his mind, and it could replace similar foods to trigger the taste buds. Is this the magic snack? Dudley squeezed the beans curiously, with a desire for scientific inquiry. He really wants to analyze how this thing works. But it's obviously not appropriate now. At the same moment, a furry shadow appeared on the back of Dudley's hand, with tiny claws stretched out, and snapped the bean off his hand. "Put it in your mouth," and the 2 cheeks bulged. "Bah-ha, the big ears are flickering." After a while, the chinchilla opened its mouth rarely, and stuck out its tongue in a very humane manner. "Bah, bah, Bah, Dudley smiled, stretched out his hand and poked Totoro on the head. It seems that your luck is not very good. Totoro fell straight, its beard drooping aside. It said that this was the worst thing it had ever eaten in its dragon life. Hey, Dudley, you don't need to look, this rat must be late to smell the sewer, so it reacts like this. Ron guessed casually. Dudley smiled and explained, it's not a mouse, it's called My Neighbor Totoro. Ron expressed doubts, but compared to the novelty of Totoro, he cared more about the snacks in front of him. In his opinion, Harry's cousin Dudley doesn't seem to like the magical treats. Then he is welcome. Speaking of which, Ron rummaged through the snacks and found a small box. Harry looked at Ron curiously. What's this? Ron said quite confidently, this is the famous chocolate frog. Seeing Harry's puzzled expression, Ron explained excitedly, Harry, I told you that chocolate frogs are one of the most popular desserts in the School of Wizardry. I have to say that the main reason is that the package comes with a picture with a bust of a famous wizard printed on it. Ron slowly opened the box under Harry's curious and confused eyes. Harry saw the box too. It was a chocolate-shaped frog. Ron handed the box to Harry, pointed to the pattern on it and said, Harry, I told you that the students at Hogwarts are very keen on collecting pictures, and I have collected more than 500 pictures myself. Hey, what are you doing in a daze? Quickly catch this frog and eat it. Ron said anxiously. Harry panicked and said, It moves. Before Harry could finish speaking, the chocolate frog jumped onto the table. Ron waved his hand indifferently. Give it up, Harry, since you didn't catch it and eat it in the first place. Under normal circumstances, no one can catch up to this chocolate frog. Me too, from now on, the first thing I do when I open the box is to eat the frog first. While Ron was speaking, the chocolate frog jumped up again. Look, Harry, it's going to get away. But the next moment, the furry figure flickered and stopped the chocolate frog in midair. Totoro landed on Dudley's head, holding a chocolate frog in its two paws and stuffing it into its mouth. He swallowed it in his mouth. At the same time, the small eyes narrowed slightly, with a look of extreme enjoyment. Not bad, Harry, your cousin's My Neighbor Totoro is much stronger than my mouse scab bets. After speaking, Ron pouted and turned his head to look at the brown mouse on his lap. No, Ban, haven't you got rid of your little habit of stealing food? Looking at the mouse on his lap, whose head had all gotten into the snack box, Ron's expression looked a little stiff. There is no harm without comparison. Looking at the chinchilla curled up in a ball above Dudley's head, Ron envied his magic pet for not being so obedient. Hey, Harry, can you cast magic? Ron asked while chewing the snack in his mouth. Harry shook his head subconsciously. Not yet, I don't know how to release the magic. Ron suddenly became interested. He took out a wand from his arms and waved it in front of Dudley again. Harry, can your cousin Dudley cast magic? Dudley looked at the boy in front of him with great interest. Sure enough, the common problem of bear children is that they have a strong desire to express themselves. But Dudley also wanted to see, under normal circumstances, what kind of magic could be cast by young wizards who hadn't entered school. In this way, you can also have a reference in your heart. Seeing Dudley's silence, Ron smiled triumphantly. So I'll open your eyes. Someone is about to appear on stage. You can guess the next plot. The author loses hand, pointing towards Scabbers on his thigh. Shaking his head, he was ready to cast magic. Just then there was a knock on the door. A figure of a little girl emerged from the side, with long brown hair and a slightly rounded oval face. The lower body is wearing a large black robe with a bow tie around the neck. At a glance, it gives people the illusion of a little adult. Hey, I'm looking for a toad, do you see it? Ron's movement of holding the wand froze, and he looked at the girl in front of him with an annoyed expression. This was his first time casting a spell, and he was disturbed by others, which made Ron very unhappy. Suspicion? Are you casting magic? Really strange? Come on, let me see. The brown-haired girl entered the room naturally, without the slightest shyness of seeing a stranger. She was sitting by Dudley's side generously. Ron's expression was awkward. He looked at Harry beside him, and saw that the owner of the carriage didn't say anything. He could only sigh helplessly. Okay, then I'll cast the spell again, you guys watch it. A series of murmurs began to utter in Ron's mouth as he spoke. Daisies, sweet cream and sunshine, wand and wand at my command. Turn this stupid fat rat's fur into yellow. Dudley frowned as soon as he heard the beginning. Although he hasn't learned how to release magic yet, why is the voice of Ron declaring magic so similar to the jumping rope in his memory, so unreliable? This, somewhat imprecise. But then, at the tip of Ron's wand, the light gathered, and the streamer suddenly appeared. Half an hour, the mouse on his lap continued to gnaw on the biscuits inside the box. Ron's expression was stiff, and he looked at the three people beside him in a daze, feeling a little at a loss. No, this spell must have been tricked by my brother. Puffed. There was an uncontrollable laugh. The brown-haired girl covered her face with her hands and chuckled, then looked at Ron arrogantly. That's it? Is this the magic you're about to cast? Ron was speechless. The brown-haired girl naturally took out a black wand from her arms. What are you going to do? Ron asked subconsciously. The brown-haired girl with a small oval face said calmly, I didn't say that. Are you sure what you just cast can be called magic? To tell you the truth, I previewed the knowledge content in the textbook before school started, and everyone in my family can use magic. I practiced a few by myself. As he spoke, the brown-haired girl looked around the scene, and finally sighed helplessly. There seems to be no matching items. Hey, if you don't know magic, just say it. Ron finally found a chance to fight back. He was a little unhappy to be crushed by this girl's high latitude all the time. The brown-haired girl's small face was full of anger, who said, "I can't do magic, I just learned the restoration spell." Ron looked around and spread his hands. "It doesn't look like there's anything you need to fix." The brown-haired girl retracted her wand, somewhat bored. "That's really a pity." However, Dudley stopped him aloud. "Wait, if it's a restoration spell." Speaking of this, Dudley took the wooden box of the chocolate frog from Harry's hand, and then stretched out his hand and pressed it hard. Crack! A crisp sound. A small piece of the wooden box collapsed. "Try it." Dudley smiled and handed the box forward. The brown-haired girl looked at the handsome young man in front of her in surprise, wrinkling the tip of her nose. "Okay then." Immediately, the brown-haired girl raised her wand and muttered softly, "Repair, curse, restoration." After the words fell, the tip of the girl's wand glowed white. The damaged wooden box began to undergo amazing changes. The sawdust that was originally broken on the ground floated out of thin air, floating upward from the inside of the box. Finally, just like splicing building blocks, the combination is complete. Just 3 seconds, the whole wooden box is intact. Ron looked stunned, Harry looked shocked. Dudley looked at the restored wooden box in his hand with great interest. This, under the effect of magic blessing, that I'm afraid even the legendary reunion after a broken mirror can do it. The essence of magic, what exactly is it? Dudley became more and more curious. Unlike most magicians, learning and using magic is not difficult. But going from 0 to 1 is a very difficult thing. Just like a pistol, it is lethal if you can use it in your hand. But how the pistol came about is what counts. And to figure this out, maybe Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry can explain it all. This is equivalent to why 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, which makes people think deeply. There is a world of difference between knowing and knowing, compared to Dudley's thirst for knowledge. Harry and Ron were extremely excited. A girl who can cast magic is still the same age, which allows them to see that they can also cast magic in the future. How did you do it? Harry spoke in shock. The girl replied, "Naturally, what's so difficult about it? Although no one in my family knows magic, but from the moment I received the admission letter from the magic school, I read a lot of related books. I not only previewed and recited all the wizarding first-year courses, but also learned from the book that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the most outstanding institution of higher learning in the history of the wizarding world." Speaking of this girl, she said with a confident smile, "My name is Hermione Granger, how about you?" Ron said resentfully, Ron Weasley." Harry looked at his cousin, looking seriously at the wooden box in his hand, and subconsciously helped him explain, "He is Dudley Dursley, and I'm Harry. No. Yes, Harry Dursley." Harry looked at his cousin in astonishment. Almost exclaimed, I'm Harry Dursley. I'm Harry." Speaking of this, Harry's tone paused. Harry remembered that Ron had whispered before that he didn't like such jokers. Hesitated. It seemed to prevent the two people in front of them from being confused, and also to show their identity. Harry proactively reached out his hand to brush the hair on his head, preparing to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Right now, a hand stroked Harry's forehead gently. Harry looked at the figure beside him suspiciously. "Cousin Dudley, what are you doing?" Dudley looked at Harry with gentle eyes and said calmly, "Listen, Harry, getting lost in a hero story is not a good thing." Harry was puzzled, and he said he couldn't understand what his cousin was saying at all. Immediately, Dudley let go of his palm, and he looked at Hermione and Ron in front of him calmly and explained, "He's my cousin named Harry Dursley." Harry was taken aback. But looking at his cousin's unusually calm expression, he also guessed that his cousin might have his own intentions. "Nice to meet you, Harry Dursley." Hermione smiled and held out her little hand. Harry shook his hand awkwardly, but he always felt awkward being called Harry Dursley. Too unaccustomed. You can call me Harry if you don't mind." Hermione covered her face and chuckled. On the other side, Ron couldn't bear it anymore, swaying his body and patted his thigh vigorously. Ha! Ron laughed so hard that he was on the verge of tears. "Hey, you guys are really rude." Hermione gave Ron a blank look. Ron didn't care. He reached out and poked Harry on the forehead. "Actually, I was just like him when I was young, obsessed with being a hero who saves the world. But it's a pity, whether I draw lightning on my forehead or stick a band-aid on it won't help, because no one will believe it." Harry subconsciously touched his forehead when he heard this, and then looked at the glass window aside. Sure enough, Cousin Dudley put a band-aid on his lightning scar. He men on the side looked at Ron angrily and said, "If you want me to say that no matter how you try to disguise yourself, you will never be able to succeed. Your fiery red hair is completely impossible to grow on Harry's head, because one of Harry's parents must have been dark-haired, and I've seen it described in history books." Ron curled his lips to express his disdain for arguing with the lady. Harry on the side suddenly regained his spirits. "You've heard about Harry's parents? Tell me about it." Hermione tilted her head, looked at Harry and sighed, "I don't know much, but there are only a few words from modern magical calendar and the rise and fall of dark magic and the greatest wizarding events of the 20th century. But the content is very similar, and there are not too many details." Harry looked a little lonely when he heard that. Hermione frowned. She was a little puzzled. However, Dudley, who was sitting by the window, suddenly said, "Okay, Harry, don't think too much about it. If you want to know more about this, you will naturally have relevant clues when you enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry looked up at his cousin in astonishment. Dudley stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Harry, I will help you. After all, the Ministry of Magic staff who came to our house also mentioned this matter, but you were not there at that time. Upon hearing this, Harry stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses, showing a pure smile. Thank you, Cousin Dudley is so kind of you. Dudley was keenly aware that something was wrong. He reached out and rubbed Harry's hair vigorously. Humph, don't think I'll help you with your luggage when you get off with a few nice words. Harry is a little confused. Why do I always feel that my communication with Cousin Dudley is not on the same line today? Ron couldn't help but said from the side. Harry, I really envy you, and I want to have a gentle brother. Look at my two older brothers. What they liked most when I was little was to tease me. I don't like them at all. At the same time, the speed of the moving train suddenly slowed down. The scenery outside the window of the express magic train gradually dimmed. Okay, I should leave too. Hopefully we will succeed in being in the same school at Hogwarts. Hermione shook her slightly curly shoulder-length hair, raised her face subconsciously and wanted to get out of the carriage. She paused in her footsteps and looked at the three teenagers beside her, and said word by word, I advise you to put on your Hogwarts school uniform quickly, otherwise you will be criticized in public as soon as school starts. After the words fell, Hermione turned around, leaving a sharp back view of the three of them. This is really annoying. Ron curled his lips in displeasure. But he didn't wait for Harry to get up and complain to himself. A high-spirited look, as if we all owe her money, and this tone of voice can be the same as my nagging mother. It's really annoying. Ron turned his head to look at Harry with broken thoughts in his mouth and said seriously, listen to me, Harry, my vision has always been very accurate. You will definitely go crazy if you stay with Hermione's temper for a long time. Kill me, and I definitely don't want to be in the same school of wizardry and wizardry as her at Hogwarts. Harry smiled awkwardly. Ron waved his hand and said, Harry, I'm leaving first. I have to go there to get my luggage and change my clothes. I don't want to be named and criticized as soon as school starts. It's really embarrassing. Wait until the two leave. Only Dudley and Harry were left in the carriage. Looking at the figure sitting aside and staring at the book, Harry couldn't help but ask again, Cousin Dudley, why do you want me to use a fake name? Strictly speaking, this should be cheating. Dudley looked out the window, calmly put down the history of the dark arts in his hand, leaned against the side of the window, and stared at Harry at the side with his eyes. Boom, boom, except for the sound of the train moving slowly in the carriage, only the heartbeat of the two is left. Harry shrank his neck for a long while. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Although my cousin didn't speak, it made people feel extremely serious. Dudley sighed and looked away from Harry, turned to look out of the car window and said casually, Harry, when you come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft and Witchcraft, what do you most hope to change? Harry lowered his head and snapped his fingers, thinking about the response in his mind. I want to find clues about my parents, and I want to make more good friends. Dudley's voice remained flat. Making friends is like those two little magicians just now. What do you think of those two friends? Dudley asked seemingly casually. Harry recalled a little shyly, actually, the two of them are pretty good, although Hermione's temper is a bit personal. Ron likes to complain, but they all make me feel good, too. At least I can feel that they treat me kindly. They didn't look at me strangely. While listening, Dudley flipped through the rise and fall of dark magic in his hand, and inadvertently said to himself, Harry, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? When you come to an unfamiliar environment, without power and unfamiliar with the environment, the most correct choice is to listen more, watch more, learn more, and then reflect. This book, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, clearly records the great achievements of your parents, and you, Harry Potter, after defeating the evil forces in the wizarding world, all the wizards respect you. Cousin Dudley used to say that Harry didn't understand anything, but this time Harry took the initiative to scratch his head, some tentatively said, Cousin Dudley, you want to say, if a stranger knows my name the first time he sees me, knowing I'm Harry Potter, will this prevent me from making good friends? Harry looked at his cousin warily. Dudley stretched out his hand and gently pinched Harry's face. Okay, Harry, you don't have to think too much. Things are not as complicated as you imagine. Most of the time it is right to listen to your cousin, but it is not good for you to think so much in private. And we want Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry too. Harry bulged his cheeks in pain, rubbed his face, and looked at Dudley with a grieved expression. Dudley smiled faintly. Harry, don't think so much. Tell the truth about your name, so the students don't know your identity. For the magic teacher, this is no secret at all. Listen to my Harry, this time you have to trust me, cousin. You can insist on using it for a while. Harry Desley's name. Wait until the time is right to switch back to your real name. In theory, this could help you find your best soulmate. Things are a bit confusing, although it is difficult to understand, but Harry nodded with his little head. Cousin, although I don't quite understand, but I'm willing to believe you, because Cousin Dudley is the nicest person in the world to me. Harry looked serious, his eyes wide open. Looking at Harry's innocent eyes, Dudley's imperturbable eyes, there was a faint flash of helplessness. Harry is still young, he deserves a pure childhood. The magic school, in theory, exists like an ivory tower, but it brings together wizards with extraordinary abilities. Rules sometimes seem to get in the way. There are light and darkness in the lives of ordinary human beings, and in the wizarding world full of magical power, we must follow the natural law of survival of the fittest. As long as it is a creature, it cannot escape competition. After all, I have a mature and sound thinking that you should take good care of your cousin, and changing the name boils down to a double meaning. This is a test for Dudley himself, from the perspective of an adult, to measure Hogwarts' attitude towards Harry Potter. Dudley wanted a test, to compare, and this trial will soon have a result. Looking at Harry, who was hurriedly changing his wizard Robes aside, Dudley turned and looked out the train window. Vaguely looking through the dark curtain, a semicircular pagoda spire looms Hogwarts, that area where wizard elites gather. The magic train came to a complete stop. There was a burst of match whistle sounding. Seeing the little wizards leaving the carriage one after another, Dudley stretched out and took Harry's wrist. He is ahead, the little figure is behind, and the other hand behind Harry is pulling a heavy suitcase. The two left the express train following the flow of people. Harry asked breathlessly, "Cousin Dudley, where should we go now?" Dudley pointed to the front of the crowd. A familiar deep voice sounded, "First-year freshman, go this way." I saw a burly man with an oil lamp in his hand. He is very tall, and most of the first-year students can only reach his knees. "Cousin." He turned out to be Uncle Hagrid. Dudley nodded and said it looked like he was in a hurry to leave when he saw us, just to get back to Hogwarts for the freshman reception. Rubius Hagrid walked at the forefront of the crowd, and when everyone was almost gathered, he continued to walk deeper with the oil lamp in his hand. Dudley dragged Harry through the crowd to keep him from being scattered by the main force. Keep going. In the dark, Dudley saw a lake appear in front of him. Thick mist is escaping from the lake, fog enveloped the entire lake. Can't see exactly what's behind it. Such a scene made Dudley even more confused. If he guessed right, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry should be behind the fog. But why should a school be built in thick fog? Just as Dudley was contemplating, a figure squeezed over from the crowd. "Hi, Harry, I've been looking for you for a long time." Looking at the iconic red hair, Harry also showed a surprised expression. "Why are you here, Ron?" Dudley let go of his hand just right. Harry and Ron gathered happily together. After a while, ripples appeared on the lake, and wooden boats docked on the river bank. "Okay, children, find a suitable boat to sit on. We are going to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hagrid commanded ahead. The little wizards climbed onto the boat one after another. Harry and Ron quickly locked on the target and chose one of the empty small wooden boats. Because the boat is a little high from the river bank. The two put hands on each other before flipping inside. But Dudley saw something very interesting. Hermione in the distance was staring at the wooden boat in front of her in a daze. She is not tall, and there is a pool of water in front of her. You have to step on the water to get on the boat, but Hermione obviously doesn't know anyone on the boat. Hermione's oval face hesitated whether to ask for help. Wait for me." She was very anxious, but the stopped ship had moved forward automatically. Hermione stomped on the shore helplessly, had to change the target, and soon she came to another wooden boat. "Hi, Hermione, your body is too small, you should eat more, otherwise you might not even be able to capsize the wooden boat." Ron saw Hermione's embarrassing scene early in the morning, and couldn't help muttering a few words, then stepped forward, came to the wooden boat and offered his hand. "Here, hold my hand and I'll pull it up for you." Hermione's oval face showed annoyance. "Humph, don't want." Hermione tossed her hair subconsciously, turned around and wanted to leave. However, there are no spare ships on the surrounding shore. She had no choice but to go back to where she was. "Look, Hermione, come up quickly, or it will be too late." Ron pursed his lips. "No, I don't need your help, take your hand away." Ron tilted his head helplessly. "Okay, up to you." Watching Hermione struggling to pull on the side of the wooden boat. "That's what you said, it's not that I won't pull you." Ron pinched his waist and watched. Hermione was helpless. She found that she really didn't seem to be able to capsize into the wooden boat. At this moment, she felt a pair of hands grabbing her lower back, and following this force, Hermione rolled into the wooden boat smoothly. "Harry, give me a hand." "Good cousin Dudley." Harry stood up and dragged Dudley up the other side of the boat. Taking a breath, Dudley looked at his own body and shook his head helplessly. "It's really weak." This kind of slight physical fitness made him feel a little overwhelmed. Harry looked at the faint sweat on Dudley's forehead and said anxiously, "Cousin Dudley, are you all right?" Dudley waved his hand. "It's okay, it's normal, just take a rest." That's when a packet of napkins was passed to Dudley's side. Seeing Dudley's puzzled expression, Hermione's oval face slightly raised. "This is loaned to you, remember to return it." Dudley smiled helplessly. "How do I return the used napkin?" But he still said thank you and took it over. After all, it is easy to catch cold when sweating in the cold wind at night. He looked at Dudley, with flushed cheeks and beads of sweat on his brow. Hermione on the side suddenly said, "It seems that your body is a little weak. You see that although Harry is also very thin, his physical fitness is much better than yours. After entering Hogwarts School, I want to become a qualified wizard. My suggestion is that a healthy body is an essential foundation. Besides, there are sports competitions in the school, such as Quidditch, broomsticks, etc." "Okay, Hermione, don't talk about it. In fact, Cousin Dudley's physical fitness is very good, but it was caused by an accident recently." Harry couldn't resist opening his mouth to defend his cousin. He knew what it was like to be misunderstood, and it must have been hard to think about Cousin Dudley. However, Dudley smiled and waved his hand indifferently, saying, "Okay, Harry doesn't need to explain, we will arrive at Hogwarts soon, we need to pay more attention." Harry wanted to explain something more, but seeing Dudley's serious eyes, he had to sit back in his seat helplessly. Ron on the side seemed to have heard some gossip news, moved his body quietly to Harry's side, and asked in a low voice, "Harry, what was the accident involving your cousin?" Harry swallowed his saliva. He could feel the calm gaze of his cousin behind him, and shook his head subconsciously. "No, nothing." Ron, who couldn't satisfy his gossip thoughts, stuck out his tongue resentfully. "Cut." It's boring. Hermione on the side quietly looked at Dudley behind her, and she was also very puzzled. What kind of accident caused the seemingly quiet boy to develop into the current situation? Breathing heavily, flushed-faced. This is a sign of hypoxia and difficulty breathing. Could it be? Ever had a lung disease? Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help thinking of the new type of cold that broke out near London a few years ago. On the other side, Dudley sat in the stern, staring into the thin mist at the far end of the lake. The guess in my heart is a little deeper. At least most of the Wizarding School's area is surrounded by thick fog. And the water in this lake does not belong to the normal category. Both the color and the degree of reflection reveal a deep black. Black is very wrong. If I guessed correctly, this is a dead lake. But that's just speculation at the moment. After thinking for a while, Dudley looked at Harry in front of him and said, "Harry, lend me your kettle." Harry was a little puzzled, not knowing what Cousin Dudley was going to do. But he still took out the water bottle that was placed inside the coat. "Promise, here you are." After taking the kettle, Dudley poured the drinking water inside directly on the lake. "Oh, Dudley, what a waste you are," Ron subconsciously accused. But Dudley didn't care. With the help of the torches on both sides of the wooden boat, he actually saw an extremely incredible scene. Water cannot be dissolved in water. This is very unscientific. There are many liquids that cannot be dissolved in water, such as cooking oil and gasoline, which are directly related to the texture and density of the substance itself. However, the drinking water had an obvious tension reaction under the reflection of the firelight and the dark lake surface. Dudley filled the jug with a small portion of lake water as the boat slid. Interesting. Looking at the water sealed in the cup, Dudley's mouth turned up. This just entered the magic world, and I found something interesting. It seems that entering Hogwarts will not be boring as he imagined. "Harry, what is your cousin doing? If you don't drink good water, you have to fill the lake with water. My mother told me that raw water contains a lot of bacteria, and if you don't boil it, you will get sick easily." Harry smiled awkwardly, and he didn't quite understand why his cousin did this. "Okay, Ron, it's nothing unusual. Water is everywhere in this world." Seeing Harry helping Dudley speak, Ron had to give up. But Dudley on the side reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Although it is inappropriate for Harry to say these things at this time, I still have to remind you that water is a scarce resource, so use less. It is non-renewable." Question marks filled Ron's head. Non-renewable? Scarce? His only vocabulary can't understand the meaning of these words. Harry didn't understand either, and looked at his cousin blankly. Cousin is good at everything, the only shortcoming is that he likes to say things that others don't understand. Hermione, who was on the side, could vaguely understand this seemingly ordinary sentence, but it made some sense when you looked into it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Dudley next to her again. Soon the ship stopped. All the first-year wizard students also left the ship one after another. There is an open space in front of you, and in front of the open space is a stone building with European style. The top of the building presents an inverted triangle. Below is a thick stone wall. At the same time, a line of text was written on the wall. Houseboat. Dudley looked around, and Hagrid, the original leader of the wizard apprentices at the front of the team, had long since disappeared. But the crowd seems to be walking in a specific direction as if they have a predetermined guiding track. Dudley and the procession was holding Harry's hand under his wizarding robes as they passed under the boathouse and were about to step up the academy stairs. Dudley paused and staggered away from the crowd, turning his eyes to look at Harry calmly. Silently made several mouth shapes in his mouth. Harry's small face was stunned at first, but it didn't take long for Dudley to understand what he meant. His little head nodded heavily. He muttered softly, "Okay, Cousin Dudley, I'll just listen to you." "Just listen to what?" Red-haired Ron popped up and looked at Harry curiously. Ron always felt that the two brothers had a secret. Harry waved his hands hurriedly. "No. Nothing, Ron, you heard me wrong." Hermione on the side also leaned in, staring at Harry's expression, raised her oval face and said casually, "Humph. Lies. Lying is so clumsy." Harry was a little embarrassed. Dudley smiled non-committally. A group of magic apprentices walked into Hogwarts along the stairs. Dudley looked inside the building. It was gloomy outside before and it was impossible to see the outline of Hogwarts School clearly. Enter the interior, surrounding walls, stairs, and decorations. All unique. The walls are thick khaki. The beams and columns are clearly defined. The handrails of the stairs are carefully carved. Everything reveals the most direct feeling. Thick. Quaint. But if Dudley gave a fair evaluation. That is the building here, full of years of precipitation. But it's too far behind. Don't even look. A faint feeling arose in Dudley's heart. Under such a heavy and old atmosphere, there must be almost harsh institutional standards. This is the indelible mark of all buildings stained with historical dust. A corner. The progress of the new wizard stopped. At the corner of the stairs ahead, a lady wearing a round horned hat with a magic stone peak appeared. Suddenly. The steps of the new students stand firmly. Dudley also looked at the lady in front of him thoughtfully. Her face is a bit old, about 60 years old, but her temperament is very unique. The dry and thin face gave people a direct and serious impression. The black-robed female wizard cleared her throat and said calmly, "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The door behind me is the place you are about to pass through, but before entering this door, you need to be clear about few things. The school is your home, house rules, schools have school rules, and our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has strict school rules. I hope you can remember what I say next." The tone of the black-robed witch's mouth changed, and her palms turned. A miraculous scene emerged. On the wall behind the black-robed witch, a large number of broken stones began to fall from the flat wall. There are 4 pits behind the stone. All the wizards were all attracted. Dudley looked at the statue inside the wall, feeling vaguely familiar. Just listen to the explanation of the black-robed female wizard. Through this door, you will be divided into 4 colleges, and if you perform well in the college, you will be rewarded with extra points, and if you lag behind, you will be punished by deducting points. So let's briefly introduce from left to right. The first one, the red hourglass on the lion's back, represents the Gryffindor branch. The second one, the blue hourglass on the back of the eagle, represents the Ravenclaw branch. The third one, the yellow hourglass on the badger's back, represents the Hufflepuff house. The fourth one, the green hourglass on the snake's back, represents the Slytherin branch. Wait for the black-robed witch to finish speaking. Dudley subconsciously looked down at the badge on his chest. This is the Hogwarts badge. There are lions, snakes, badgers, and eagles on it, corresponding to 4 different Hogwarts branches, and there are 4 phrases under the school badge. Dragon sleeping never scratch. Dudley's pupils shrank for a moment, and his brain almost subconsciously reflected a sentence: never provoke the sleeping dragon. Good guy, hammer it. Dudley stretched out his hand and scratched his chin. It seemed that Hogwarts was just as he had imagined. The school badge and motto revealed a sense of threat. In the wizarding world, does even a school need to use implicitly threatening words to deter its peers? Sure enough, there are always some fragments of records in the history of magic that are indelible traces of Hogwarts. A school can be established safely, presumably. At this moment, Dudley felt the palm of his pocket empty, and the original furry feeling disappeared. Raising his eyes almost instinctively, he caught a glimpse of the familiar furry figure emerging from the dark shadow behind the Slytherin statue representing the boa constrictor. Totoro's body was lying on the Slytherin's glass cover, with its mouth open. A pair of fangs and claws. 2 small fangs were exposed. Ah! The whole process is fleeting. Oops! Dudley's face stiffened, feeling the furry sensation reappearing in the palm of his hand. He almost instinctively thought of the seriousness of the problem. Snakes have a natural predation instinct for chinchillas. Could this be triggering the stress response of chinchillas? Crack! Crackling, there was a burst of cracking sound suddenly. The black-robed female wizard turned around in astonishment. Her face was horrified and extremely ugly. At the same time, all the little wizards were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. They were all overwhelmed by the aura of the witch. Everyone listened carefully, and Slytherin's scoring glass hourglass just shattered. The female wizard's expression is extremely serious, and her face is almost dripping with seriousness. Quiet. Listen up, I'm the vice headmaster of Hogwarts. Don't think that some tricks can attract attention. In my eyes, you are full of flaws. It's like certain people don't think that you can be proud and complacent just because you are a hero. This is extremely stupid and arrogant behavior. In the wizarding world, if you know I'm Harry Potter, Draco, a wizard and nobleman who has always been arrogant, will become friends with himself, but he himself denies the status of a hero. In an instant, Malfoy's attitude was condescending, and even friends were not qualified to establish with him. You can only become his subordinate. At this moment, Harry felt a little confused. He had never quite understood what his cousin Dudley's intentions were, and in the past he would not have thought about it too much in his little head. But the sharp contrast between before and after made Harry gradually want to rise, an impulse to doubt everything around him. Harry looked troubled. Just then, a palm patted Harry's back lightly. Harry knew it must be from his cousin's care. This made Harry decisively recall a sentence that cousin Dudley often said in his ear. Encounter something you don't understand, or something you can't figure out, then don't think anything, don't say anything. Look at it quietly, feel it quietly, it will be natural, and you will understand when you should understand. Harry turned his head to Dudley and showed a pure and bright smile. Don't worry, cousin, I'm fine. At this moment, a female wizard in black robes suddenly appeared behind Malfoy. Her body was thin and straight, and her dark eyes were shining brightly. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Cough, cough. Professor McGonagall coughed softly, holding the parchment roll in his hand, and tapped the blonde boy on the back. Who? Malfoy frowned and turned his head. When he saw the person coming, he immediately showed embarrassment and glanced aside. Sorry. Professor McGonagall didn't care that her gaze fell on Harry's cheek and said casually, since you are here at Hogwarts, you must abide by the rules and regulations of Hogwarts. Many times the history of heroes doesn't do you much good. Friendliness and unity are the bridges of communication between wizards. Professor McGonagall spoke a little lesson. She looked at Harry and subconsciously thought that this child must have been misled by a series of legendary events in the magical world such as the Daily Prophet. Looking at this kind of problem from her point of view, she will only find it ridiculous. If she wants to accept the praise of a hero, then she must have a corresponding responsibility and tolerance. I hope that the beating this time can improve little Harry's memory. After all, since my parents were not around since I was a child, I can understand the lack of discipline. While the black-robed witch was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. You are right, most of the time, the history of heroes doesn't do someone much good. Yes, Vice President, I also think you are very correct. Harry raised his head and stared at Professor McGonagall with unusually calm eyes. Professor McGonagall, Professor McGonagall frowned in astonishment. How could this child give him the illusion of a small adult? Such a scene made her vaguely familiar. The last student who dared to speak in a questioning tone seems like a genius who used to be Slytherin, the one who used to. Yes, Professor McGonagall spoke lightly. Sure enough, she guessed right. Dumbledore's decision was obviously wrong. That Muggle family that hates and loathes magic, it's normal for a little wizard to live in such a family, thus forming such a sharp personality, is the influence of the host family. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall's eyes softened a little. Before she could speak, Harry took a step forward and said seriously, "Yes, Vice President, I think you are quite right, but I think you may have misunderstood something. Formal, let me introduce myself. My name is Harry Desley." The black-robed female wizard froze in place, her eyes slowly widened, and she seemed to hear an extremely inconceivable words in her ears. When did Harry Potter become Harry Desley? However, as the deputy dean, Professor McGonagall did not show too many changes in his expression, but said lightly, "Oh, is it, Harry Desley? That's a nice name. It looks like you're trying to distance yourself from the past. All right, I get it, and it might be a good choice for now." "Smart, Mr. Dursley." Professor McGonagall's tone was calm and she could not hear any emotional changes. She turned directly and came to the front of the wizard apprentice team. "Spread your hands." The closed door suddenly opened. Dudley reached out and grabbed Harry's somewhat stiff and cold wrist, and gave him an encouraging look. Together with the flow of people, they entered the magnificent hall. In sight, there are groups of students wearing wizard robes. They are quite old, and they welcome the new students with smiles on their faces. Harry was fascinated by the scene before him. Surrounded by resplendent gold and jade, the decoration of the entire hall is very luxurious. Walk in the middle of the road, Dudley looked up and could see the dome filled with clouds and black mist and the faintly visible starry sky. Almost instantly, he was sure that such a realistic environment must be a wizard's masterpiece. Because under the dome, there are burning candles floating out of thin air. "Wow, this is just incredible," Harry muttered softly. He looked at the illusion-like hall in front of him, and besides the excitement, there was also some shock. Is this the world of wizards?" Ron on the side looked at Harry and muttered in a low voice, "It's really shocking. This scene is much more handsome than the dilapidated floating pots and pans in our house." Dudley's point of view was completely different from that of Harry and Ron beside him. His gaze swept across the freshmen, and at the same time, his eyes fell on a row of seats not far away. Sitting on it are wizards with different looks. These people were either examining, curious, contemplating, or boredly looking at the new wizard. But without exception, their eyes were all searching for something in the crowd. "Are you looking for someone?" It was Dudley's first instinct. "It seems that what I guess may be more serious. I thought Harry was just a hero deliberately created in history of magic." Unexpectedly, there are still so many people who care about him among the high-level members of the wizard group. This is not good news. Maybe Harry's importance needs to be re-evaluated. Dudley was thinking. The entire wizard team stopped. The female wizard leading the way strode forward holding the parchment scroll, and then stood in front of a cocky hat. Professor McGonagall did not speak, but gestured to a white-haired old man sitting in the middle of the high platform behind him. The old man's face was kind, and although he was old, his eyes were extremely bright. After clearing his throat, the white-haired wizard said, "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is your home. You will not feel any restraint. But before we begin the sorting ceremony, I need to reiterate our Hogwarts prohibition." Before Dumbledore could say anything, Professor McGonagall, to everyone's surprise, came to Dumbledore with the parchment roll in her hand, spread out the parchment roll, and the names of the newly enrolled little wizards appear line by line on it. But her hand fell on only one of the names, Harry Potter. A horizontal line was drawn. It was replaced with Harry Desley on it. Dumbledore also frowned. He didn't make a sound, but closed his eyes rarely. Fingers tapped lightly on the table. Boom, boom, boom. One sound after another, rhythmic percussion sounded. Dumbledore's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Boom, boom, boom. One sound after another, rhythmic impact. However, he ignored Professor McGonagall, and said to himself, "Okay, little wizards, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is your home. You will not feel any constraints. But before we start the sorting ceremony, I need to stress our Hogwarts prohibition again and again. First of all students of our school, all little wizards are expressly prohibited from entering the dark forest. That is an extremely dangerous place. In addition, the basement of the school is also a forbidden area, which cannot be entered without the teacher's permission. Same. The right corridor of the corridor on the third floor is also closed to traffic. The reason why I say this is entirely for your safety. If you don't want to die, then it's best not to go to these places." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but in the ears of all the little wizards, it was like enlightenment. Subconsciously, I have an inexplicable fear of these places. This is magic affects thinking. In the crowd, Dudley frowned. He had no perception of the dark forest and the school basement at all, no impressions and pictures. This kind of danger that comes from outside of self-awareness is not a condition for many people to breed fear at all. What's more, I have the thinking and senses of an adult. Autopsies are very dear to him, and he hasn't felt the same kind of fear for a long time since he was born. Emotions are deriving themselves. What's going on? But it was so abnormally surrounded by his own fear. Let Dudley have an intuitive impression of the white-bearded wizard sitting on the top of the table in front of him, powerful, He must be very powerful. Casual babbling can actually affect everyone's mood, as well as some thinking. This completely represents his profound attainments in magic. Quiet, silent. Dumbledore was very satisfied with the reactions of the little wizards at the scene, but he still ignored Professor McGonagall. That's when Dudley felt a tingle in the ball of his finger. Bite. His body suddenly relaxed, and the fear that emerged one after another disappeared. Feel the furry touch in the palm of your hand. Dudley was very relieved. This chinchilla was useful besides making trouble and being cute. But this is the moment when the ability to think is restored. Dudley seemed to recall some unique picture. The cocky hat in the center of the hall, if I'm not mistaken, I have seen, it was a similar illustration in the Wizard Alchemy Handbook obtained from Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. There is indeed a hat painted on it, which looks similar to the hat in front of me. Cousin Dudley, I see you've been staring at this hat. Is there anything strange about this hat? Harry looked strangely at Dudlin's increasingly serious face. Dudley whispered among the wizarding crowd, Harry, this should be a sorting hat. Harry wondered. Professor McGonagall also said before that this hat will help us identify the college. Is there anything strange about that? Dudley shook his head. No. You underestimate it, Harry, this is a legendary magic hat. Without waiting for Harry to be puzzled, Dudley explained this sorting hat used to belong to the Gryffindor school. And the reason why he was able to be placed at the sorting ceremony, it is because it has been enchanted by the most outstanding figures of the 4 Hogwarts schools of witchcraft and wizardry. I have read related information, legendary Slytherin luminary, Salazar, instilled cunning and insidious on the magic hat. Great Hufflepuff, Helga, instilled loyalty and tenacity into the magic hat. Great man of Gryffindor, Godric, instilled brave and bold into the magic hat, and the luminaries of Ravenclaw have imbued smart and wise into the magic hat. Harry's eyes opened in disbelief when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a magical plot. Dudley lowered his tone a little bit. Harry, don't underestimate the sorting hat in front of you. It is clearly recorded in Wizard Alchemy Handbook. This sorting hat should cover the wisdom of the 4 outstanding founders. After absorbing their magic, the hat is able to talk. At the same time, a passive magic talent that can be called a myth and legend has also been awakened. This talent makes all wizards dread it, and this kind of magical talent has no side effects on the hat. That is one of the forbidden magic, curse, legilimency. Hearing Dudley's description, Harry shrunk his neck subconsciously. He glanced at the sorting hat on the high platform in fear, and said with some difficulty, legilativization, so, what would be the result of wearing it? Before Dudley could say anything, a girl with an oval face came up to him and looked at Harry curiously, saying, You were talking about legiliency just now. I have read related reports about this spell, and it seems to be the last resort used by the Ministry of Magic to interrogate prisoners. The caster will enter other people's brains and read the memory and thinking of the person involved, red brain memory. Hearing this description, Harry immediately turned pale. He hurriedly shook his head and said, No, nothing. Hermione said suspiciously, Where did you hear that term? This is a forbidden spell explicitly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, and it has varying degrees of mental damage to both the caster and the prisoner. Then, what happens if you are mentally damaged? Harry asked weakly. Hermione spread her hands. I don't know what else the mental damage can be. There are mental hospitals in the common people area, perhaps. The most likely possibility is that he will become an idiot. Hearing this, Harry subconsciously swallowed again. What? But at this moment, Harry suddenly let out a small cry of alarm. Dudley turned to look at Harry beside him suspiciously. Harry rubbed his forehead with some doubts. It's okay, cousin, but my forehead hurts a little. For the first time, Dudley's calm face reveals, dignified. At this moment in the Hogwarts sorting ceremony, at the left corner, 2 figures stood side by side. One had a fuchsia hood wrapped around his head, and the back of his head was pointed at the crowd of wizards. Professor Quirrell trembled slightly, his head drooped, and his body was slightly bent. And there were voices echoing in his mind one after another. The voice is hoarse and gloomy, and puts in obscure whispers. Coming, he came. I feel it now. I saw, it's him, my new body. He's in the little wizard not far ahead, the best container I've ever seen. That mouse. Quirrell's body trembled, his eyes were closed, and he was silently praying in his mind, Great and noble master, your loyal servant, Quirrell will accomplish your will. But please don't worry, there are many powerful wizards around. We can't show our flaws. Don't worry, as long as you give me enough time, I can find it for you. Its specific location, in the ranks of wizard apprentices. Dudley glanced at Harry suspiciously. He felt a little strange. After all, the place where Harry rubbed the pain was his forehead where the band-aid was stuck. And under the band-aid is the iconic lightning scar. Squeak! Hearing the call, Dudley lowered his head. He saw a little furry paw protruding from under his wizard robe. The chinchilla's paws are very long and poke the front left position in a humane way. Anyone, seeing this, Dudley subconsciously looked up and saw the high platform in the Hogwarts branch hall. There is a black-haired man at the very edge, and he happened to tilt his head slightly and looked at himself. Do not, rather, his eyes were fixed on Harry beside him. Teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dudley was puzzled. Looking at the other party's melancholy face, Dudley frowned. He can read the heavy emotional fluctuations through the serious pupils of the melancholy black-robed man. Maybe most people won't notice anything, but Dudley, who has adult thinking, is very clear that the other party's eyes are somehow different from his own imagination. It was weathered, people with a story in them, and many times Dudley looked at the strange environment around him alone, and he always had a kind of nostalgia for his hometown. It is a kind of emotional fluctuation that comes from the depths of the soul for something or something and its dependence. Thick, but such eyes should not be fixed on a child who has just turned 10 years old. It is impossible for a child to carry such emotions. Dudley could be sure that he had never met the person in front of him in his 10 years of life in London. Weird, abnormal. Dudley felt something was wrong. Maybe Harry didn't feel anything when a wizard looked at him like that. But Dudley reached out and pulled Harry to his side. He covered Harry's figure with his slightly taller body. On the countertops of the Hogwarts dining room, the man with long black hair and a melancholy face suddenly realized that the familiar feeling had disappeared. An empty thought emerged. Severus Snape, with a little confusion in his eyes again, almost subconsciously, he muttered softly in his mouth, speaking with a word that only he could hear. Lily Evans, Potter, yes, are you here? Snape stood on the side of the high platform, his eyes watching the new Hogwarts freshman. Since he became a professor at Hogwarts, he is no stranger to such occasions, and he has even become a little numb. It is this kind of numb life, now he was made to wait for hope, the pair of girlish eyes Lily that he had been looking forward to. In a trance, Snape noticed that the figures around him began to disappear one by one. The entrance hall at Hogwarts was empty. Even Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and familiar wizard apprentices were gone. Everything around me is quietly changing. Here, this was his hometown. Deep in Snape's memory, after decades, the memory that has been dusty deep in the brain has been opened again. Snape was standing in front of a street at this moment. Here it is, another city near London. Cokeworth, stand right here. The road sign on the small alley in front of him is marking the name of this line, Spidertail Alley, that he is about to forget. Snape's expression was rigid, and there was no movement in his melancholy features. Instinctively step into this familiar alley. Around the alley, there is a thick fog, which is the exhaust gas from the furnace when the surrounding factories produce steel. The exhaust gas is filled with a lot of coal, which makes people who live here smell sore throat. However, Snape remained unmoved. He kept going. Through the heart of the alley, the sound of running water can be heard vaguely. Ahead. Looking around, the river in my memory has never been clean. Even after so many years, it is still so dirty. Heinously dirty. A large amount of charcoal and pitch black liquid floated on the river, and a strange rancid smell penetrated into the nostrils. However, Snape continued to move forward as if nothing happened, and finally his body froze in front of a dilapidated house. Rubbish piled up around the house. White smoke would spew from the chimney from time to time, which allowed Snape to conclude that there were people in the room. Look around. The harsh environment, even insects and wild dogs are unwilling to live here. And those who can survive here may only be those who are forced to make a living. Look at the fried fish skins thrown on the floor in front of the house, and the wrappers for chips and some cheap snacks. There was a slight movement in Snape's calm eyes. This may have been one of his favorite foods ever. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Snape hesitated. His palm was raised and stiffened in midair. He didn't know if he was going to push the door and enter. After hesitating, the dilapidated door automatically opened a gap, and a small figure approached from behind him. It's a little boy. The little boy broke through Snape's body, opened the door and went back into the room. The door opens. But Snape stood in the doorway, his footsteps as motionless as lead. The door was opened, and the situation in the room was clearly visible. Mom! I'm back. The little boy smiled and ran back into the house. In a simple room, a woman is wearing an apron and washing dishes on the stove. The woman stopped. She gently wiped off the water stains in her hands and gave the little boy a gentle hug. The woman smiled slightly and said, Severus, Snape, why are you hanging out again? The little boy raised his head and responded happily, Mom, I recently made a great friend. Her name is Lily. The woman rubbed her child's head affectionately. Severus, you are really nice. It's a great thing to be able to make new friends independently. The little boy had a happy smile on his face. But this warm moment did not last long. A figure of a man appeared outside the gate. The man had a hooked nose, and his eyes were slightly narrowed, making him look a little narrow and long. He had a cigarette in his mouth. Pushing open the door, the man sat down on the dining table as soon as he got home, complaining one after another. Boring work, boring life, and you guys, boring magician. Okay, Severus, you go back to your room. The woman stretched out her hand and pushed her child. Snape turned reluctantly. Stop for me. At this moment, the man suddenly spoke. The little boy's body was stiff, and he stood still. The man said lightly, why didn't I even say hello when I came back? The little boy pursed his lips and said, welcome home, father. Hummed. The man snorted coldly. The woman hurriedly pushed her child back into the house. Closed the door. The lady looked at her husband with a reproachful face. Tobias, how many times have I told you not to take your anger out on your children? Such behavior is wrong. Besides, why was I so blind at the time that I fell in love with you guy? To shut up. Tobias heard the slap on the table. Irene, are you still blaming me? Damn it, you turned out to be a magician. Do you know what people around you are talking about me? They say I have a wife who can juggle. My wife buskers in public every day. To sensationalize, attract people's attention, and make people laugh out loud. Damn, you know what they said when they saw me? They all said I was a wimp. Aaron blushed and argued. Tobias, Snape, what the hell do you mean? Are you blaming me? What right do you have to talk to me like this? The man's eyes widened and he roared angrily, you're doing me a favor, Irene. Isn't that enough? Isn't it embarrassing enough to go out as a housewife to perform? Where do you want my husband's face to be placed? Snort? Ridiculous. Aaron snorted coldly. Shame? See for yourself. Tobias, didn't I say, do you have a regular job after marriage? Quit halfway through every job you've worked so hard to introduce you to. After the baby is born, all the financial expenses are on me alone. Not only do I want to raise my child, but I also have to raise you. Is your conscience okay? Tobias became furious, overturned the table and roared, I said it all. Those jobs are so boring. And it's boring as hell. I don't like those at all. Besides, these are not reasons why you can go out and juggle in the street. The woman almost screamed. Tobias, you, simple, straight, yes, no, can, reason, you. In the dilapidated gatehouse, the voices of men and women scolding each other angrily were intermittent. On the other side, the little boy huddled in the room and shivered. There was nothing he could do to change everything. He hated the man who called himself his father. Just a muggle who can't magic. He can only yell. What right does he have to get angry at his mother? The little boy pulled out a magic wand from his arms. The tip of the wand glowed red. A beam of rays passed by, and the flies in the room instantly turned into ashes. Snape, standing in front of the door, remained silent for a long time. He doesn't like it here, even if this is my former home. Even if there is a mother he loves deeply and a father he hates, he still doesn't like it here. I hate it here. Never even set foot in the house. Snape waved his hand. The house in front of me is gradually dissipating. Dilapidated neighborhoods, corrupt alleys, and foul-smelling environments have all disappeared. Here is a piece of green grass. Fragrant grass all around. And there is a lush tree in the middle of the grass. The trees are luxuriant and the breeze is blowing all around. But in the center there are two figures of a man and a woman. The boys and girls were not very old. They looked less than 10 years old. At this time, the little girl Lily sat kneeling under the big tree with bright eyes. In front of her was Snape in shabby clothes. Lily pursed her lips with tears in her eyes. Snape, really? I really didn't cheat on my sister Penny. You have to believe me. Snape quietly looked at the girl in front of him and said softly, yes. I'm sure Lily can't lie. As Snape said, he stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lily's eyes. But the girl was still a little confused and said, but, my sister Petunia says that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is all a lie. There is a gathering place for circus troops, who are specialized in deceiving children, and the children who go there will never come back. Snape proactively reached out his hand, took out a wand from his pocket, and recited a sentence. Softly spelled levitation, the tip of the wand glowed white, and a fallen leaf was suspended in front of the little girl's eyes out of thin air. Snape stared at the girl happily and said softly, don't worry Lily, you, like me, are children of magic. For us, it is quite normal to receive a notice from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As for the muggles like Petunia, they have never had anything to do with the wizarding world. So in theory she is right, magic doesn't exist for her, and the wizarding world is only real for little wizards like you and me. Lily looked at the leaves floating in mid-air before her eyes and said a little nervously, is this real? Snape nodded solemnly and said, yes, it's all true. However, Lily was a little confused. But I've heard you say before that your mother was a wizard, so it makes sense for you to have magic. And neither of my parents were magical. They were called muggles by the wizarding world. My identity, would it be a little? Lily bowed her head silently when she said this. She doesn't know magic and has never been exposed to magic. Unlike Snape, who had a wizard mother, she was ignorant and dazed about the wizarding world. Snape subconsciously recalled his muggle father, who was often drunk and liked to beat and scold his mother when he had nothing to do. A wave of disgust rose from my heart, but looking at Lily's lonely eyes, he still resisted the prejudice in his heart, and took the initiative to reach out and hold Lily's palm. Don't worry, Lily, believe me, Muggleborn you are essentially no different from wizarding me. We are the same kind of people. We are all wizards, the girl whimpered. But what if they bully me? Snape said decisively, trust me Lily. I will protect you. The girl Lily's lonely expression disappeared when she heard about it. Instead, showing a happy smile, she threw herself into Snape's arms and said in surprise, that's really great, Snape, thank you so much, Snape, you're such a nice guy. Lily was so happy that Snape was the best person in her life. And look at the girl's bright and moving eyes. This scene caught Snape's eyes deeply. That kind of pure beauty, unbelievably beautiful, and the good is short-lived, the illusion is only for a moment. The past was too weak and could not change the established ending, and now, I, Severus Snape, am doomed. Just then a hand suddenly rested on Snape's shoulder. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts has begun, Professor Snape. Note, Grindelwald's wizard war needs pioneers. They need to save those wizards who were persecuted by muggles. Snape turned his head and saw Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a turban, looking at himself with doubts. Professor Snape, are you just looking at something, or in a daze? Snape frowned and looked at Quirrell beside him, and said with some disgust, get your dirty hands off. Quirrell smiled awkwardly, and quickly withdrew his hand, a little at a loss. However, his eyes were also full of doubts. Why did Snape's eyes look in the same direction as his master saw? What's the trick in this? Could it be that? What did Snape find? At the same time, Professor McGonagall was getting impatient. She whispered, Principal Dumbledore, more than 10 minutes have passed. If you don't start, this effect is somewhat not good. However, Dumbledore let out a breath and waved his hand like an old man who just woke up. Didn't say anything. Professor McGonagall frowned, and returned to the center of the Hogwarts Hall with the yellow parchment scroll. She spread out the roster and glanced roughly. It is found that the above representation, Harry Potter's name, has not produced new changes, still the same as before. Harry Potter is crossed out and on the left is Harry Disley. What does Headmaster Dumbledore mean? Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore with some annoyance. The principal's thinking was always unpredictable. It looks like it's up to you to decide for yourself. Professor McGonagall glanced at the wizards in front of him with a serious expression, and then said, "Now, the sorting ceremony has officially begun. Students who hear their names, please take the initiative to step forward." Soon the sorceress McGonagall reached out and picked up the Hogwarts sorting hat placed in the center of the table. At this moment, the sorting hat began to mutter to itself, "Lovely little wizards, let me introduce each branch to you. If you want to go to Gryffindor, please pay attention. There is the bravery buried in the heart, their courage, boldness, and boldness. If you want to go to Hufflepuff, the house is honest and loyal, and the Hufflepuffs are tough, honest, and hardworking. Of course you don't like the above two. Well, if you're smart and intelligent you can go to wise old Ravenclaw, full of learned people. Finally, don't underestimate Slytherin. This is a gathering place for elites, and of course you can make best friends here, but the people who can enter here are all great conspirators." While the sorting hat was speaking, Hermione behind Dudley seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and she came back between Harry and Dudley and whispered, "I remembered, Dudley, what you said before, spelled legilimency was introduced in some Diagon Alley news. They say that when legilimency reaches a very high level, there are also nicknames, seems to be, it's called Heartbreaking Curse." Breaking curse. Dudley was puzzled. What is this? Harry was also taken aback by Hermione's description. Hermione shook her head a little uncertainly. Before school started, I saw interesting books and newspapers on many street stalls in Diagon Alley, but I only had a one-sided view of this curse. Legilimency allows the caster to peek into other people's memories and thoughts, if only based on the name. The function of the heartbreaking curse is supposed to be able to change the mind and heart of the victim. Break down the psychological defense line. Hermione looked at Harry aside as she explained. Harry, why is your complexion so ugly?" Harry took a deep breath. "Calm down your emotions. No, it's nothing, just frightened by the broken curse you said." Hermione's oval face was a little puzzled. She pouted. Hermione didn't believe Harry's explanation, but seeing the other party hesitated to speak, she could only spread her hands. "Okay then." At the same time Harry felt a large hand on his shoulder. Harry looked up and saw his cousin Dudley looking at him calmly. "Harry, don't worry, the job of the sorting hat is to combine the potential and personality of each student to help them decide the most suitable branch for them. Moreover, the history of the sorting hat appeared in Hogwarts very early, and the students of Hogwarts did not feel that there was anything wrong with the sorting hat." Listening to Dudley's explanation, Harry felt a little more at ease, and his little head nodded with a sunny expression of encouragement. "Don't worry, cousin, I will definitely work hard. I hope we will be assigned to the same college." Dudley nodded non-committally. "Without it, I have no idea." At the scene, the most worried person. "Who is it? It must be me." After all the calculations, I didn't expect that there would be such a review mechanism in the Hogwarts branch. Dudley had guessed before. According to the historical records of magic, there are perennial civil wars in the magic world, and various forces are entangled with each other. To be able to stand firmly in troubled times and build a school, the most important point is safety. If you change your mind. Magic schools are rich in wizards, and wizards will go to the magic world. This is different from the world of ordinary people, wizards with magic wands. Looking at it from another angle, they are all lethal weapons. Judge with the calm mind of an adult. Dudley. The wizard apprentices in the Ivory Tower are equivalent to the military academy in the world of ordinary people. This is the bastion of cultivating talent power. And the most taboo thing in this kind of place is the infiltration of enemy troops. Killing a growing wizard is far more difficult than killing a young wizard who is still in its infancy. I thought that before entering the school, the identity of each student's magic guide wizard would be reviewed. Unexpectedly, there is a second review. Have the sorting hat of forbidden curse, legilimency. The current situation is not good for him. If one judges only from the records in the wizard's handbook, legilimency can read minds. So how much can this kind of thinking read? To what extent can we spy on memory? What effect can the heartbreaking spell have? Although Dudley wanted to study this legendary magic item, Dudley frowned, his whole face was serious, and Harry looked at his cousin Dudley's somewhat serious face, and subconsciously pursed his lips. Ron on the side suddenly came up. He looked at Harry and whispered, "It's really stinking. Why does this Hermione always like to show off her knowledge? Is it possible to be so arrogant just because you have previewed all the wizarding courses in the first year at home?" Harry was a little dazed. He didn't realize it before. In his past life, his subconscious habits, Uncle Vernon and Petunia's coming and going. Facing some arrogant Hermione, Harry didn't think there was anything wrong. It's just that when he heard Ron's prompt, he subconsciously felt that what the other party said made some sense. But Harry kept in mind his cousin Dudley's warning, listen more, watch more and think more. That he didn't directly agree with Ron's point of view. Right now, on the podium in the hall, Professor McGonagall spread out the parchment scroll in his hand. Looking at the name above, he said with a serious face, "Miss Hermione Granger, please come on stage." Hermione in the crowd was a little shocked when she heard this. "Me? Is it my turn?" She looked around in bewilderment. The heart began to beat violently. Hermione lowered her head, closed her eyes tightly, and muttered quickly, "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Hermione, you are the best. You have to believe in yourself. You are the best. Don't care about other people's eyes. Absolutely not." Watching Hermione pass by her side as if thinking about it, Ron curled his lips and bumped Harry. "Seeing that there is no Harry, I have already said that Hermione is a bit out of her mind. What do you think?" Although Harry wanted to express his approval in his heart. But the expression on his face was awkward, and he didn't say much. Dudley on the side didn't care about the nervousness of the little wizards around him at all. he was carefully observing the wizard sorting hat at Hogwarts. At any time, keeping calm is an essential element for a scientific researcher. Only by observing and summarizing the rules in detail and thinking calmly can the fleeting clues be captured. Dudley's eyes were staring straight ahead. At this moment, Hermione also walked out of the crowd, and the moment she left the crowd, her eyes were opened decisively from the originally closed ones. A pair of smart eyes were replaced by an extreme confidence. Hermione stepped up the steps step by step and came to the front of the sorting hat. Confident, smile. Gorgeous turn, a smile called reckless appeared on the round goose egg face. However, Dudley saw through the opponent's disguise at a glance, masked tension with the strongest emotions. Many weak creatures have this instinct. Dudley recalled that there was a kind of poodle, which was petite but had a ferocious bark. Facing strangers, they would use the most intense emotions to resist. This is to hide my fear. Professor McGonagall glanced at Hermione sitting on the stool with a stiff face. He raised the sorting hat casually and put the sorting hat on her head. Time passed slowly. In Professor McGonagall's indifferent eyes, disbelief gradually appeared. In her perception, this humble girl was able to keep the sorting hat from reaching a conclusion for several minutes. What does this mean? The girl in front of me have a smart brain, excellent magic talent. Still, Professor McGonagall smiled rarely. She was very happy. On the first day of the sorting ceremony, she picked up a baby, a young wizard with great potential, as a boon for them at Hogwarts. In the next moment, the khaki sorting hat appeared. There was a big black mouth in the middle of the crumpled hat, and he seemed to be talking to himself. Oh, it's really difficult to make a choice. Where do you fit in, dear little wizard? In my opinion, you are smart, outstanding, and eager to learn. You have a curiosity to doubt and explore everything. These are great qualities. Let me think. Put you in Slytherin? No. The students there are cunning, shrewd, and ambitious, and your existence will make them jealous. So, put you in Hufflepuff. Let me see. Hufflepuff is nice though. The students here are warm, loyal, and the food in the canteen is great. I believe you will have a good time here. But I think this is not for you. You are an excellent and smart girl. In this group of students, you will stand out from the crowd, and you are easy to be complacent, thus wasting your talent. I don't blame you. To be honest, the students in the Hufflepuff branch are a little stupid. Actually, I think the one that suits you best is Ravenclaw. Students in Ravenclaw House, let's be honest, they are curious about exploring the unknown. They are smart, they like to pursue knowledge and excellent quality of life. Really, this place should be very suitable for you. I believe you will make all kinds of wizard friends here. So, Hermione. Lavine. Hermione's small face paled instantly, her eyes were tightly closed, and she subconsciously recalled in her mind that when she left Hogwarts Express train, she happened to witness Dudley rubbing Harry's head and said lightly, "Harry, you are very smart, but after reading the historical biography of wizards I found that in the wizarding world, perhaps intelligence is far less important than high emotional intelligence. Just like the book mentioned, magic Warcome, all the smart people run away, smart wizards lost the principle." Harry doesn't understand. Hermione vaguely felt why. The reason why she was so excellent but had few friends. Not going to Ravenclaw. Not going to Ravenclaw. Not going to Ravenclaw. The sorting hat's voice froze. He seems a little confused. After a long while, he was talking to himself again. Not going to the Ravenclaw branch? Why, this place is obviously very suitable for you. Excellent people, and only when they are with excellent people will they create more beautiful sparks. Isn't this what you have been looking forward to in your heart, since you hate Ravenclaw so much? So let me see why. Oh, so that's the case, my lovely child. You have an extremely brilliant wisdom, and you also feel the importance of responsibility. Then Gryffindor is actually pretty good too. Most of the students here are brave, great, and some of them are also smart. So, it's not bad here. Maybe you are missing the most important things now. Hope you can find it in Gryffindor. At last. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor College. The sorting hat yelled. Professor McGonagall pulled up his hat subconsciously. All the paleness on Hermione's goose face disappeared, and her expression was extremely excited. The joy was beyond words, and she jumped up from her seat. The entire auditorium, both the seniors and the teachers, raised their palms to express their welcome. After the sorting ceremony, from this moment on, Hermione was officially admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dudley's eyes flicked across Hermione's cheeks, seeing her being accepted by Gryffindor House. He smiled a little relieved. He is very happy, not because of Hermione but because of him, because he noticed a very important clue. As a legendary magic item, the sorting hat at Hogwarts looks like. It's not possible to read all the memories inside the little wizard's brain instantly. For now, the sorting hat will take time. This time, after Dudley's careful analysis, should range from a few seconds to a few minutes. Powerful existences will always reveal flaws inadvertently, because they stubbornly believe that certain things are impossible. Sure enough, calm observation can always find useful clues. Dudley glanced at the old man with the white beard sitting in the center. I saw his two hands lightly overlapped, one hand didn't move, and the other hand gently patted the back of his hand. A pair of plain eyes, no waves in the ancient well. Just at this glance, Dudley felt a sense of familiarity. That was what happened to me in the Institute of Biology, and the iconic eyes that his postdoctoral supervisor will have. In plainness, there. His wisdom. Dudley was a little emotional, as expected. The headmaster of Hogwarts is not easy, but Dudley didn't pay much attention. He came to the magic school, and he didn't need a strong sense of presence at present. If too many eyes are fixed, there is a high probability that it will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles. Quickly, the next behavior of the Sorting Hat also verified Dudley's conjecture. The shortest time from when the little wizard came to power to the end of the sorting ceremony was 2 to 3 seconds. A few minutes. The blonde boy Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin, Ron Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor. Dudley didn't know the other little wizards. The number of young wizards has been greatly reduced. On the platform, Professor McGonagall looked at the scroll of parchment in her hand, and for the first time showed an embarrassed expression on her stiff cheeks. She turned to look at Dumbledore behind her. Dumbledore, on the other hand, changed his sitting position. His posture is leaning back, sitting upright, holding the armrest firmly with both hands. The facial expression didn't change at all, but the attention obviously began to focus. Under Professor McGonagall's generous black robe, she frowned and stared at Dumbledore with force on her finger bones. She doesn't care about this dean who likes to play charades anymore. From the first time she saw Harry, she noticed that the little guy had a bad temper. In the face of the elders, he dared to talk back. Not polite, a little rude. This was clearly a hangover from the irresponsible upbringing of the Muggle families on the Dursley side. Into Hogwarts, the name hero is taboo. If you want to wear its crown, you must bear its weight. At this moment, Harry, Professor McGonagall looks unworthy. Even being famous would bring him danger. At this point, Professor McGonagall had already made a decision. The next one, Harry Dursley, please take the stage for the sorting ceremony. Harry Dursley, all the wizards around did not react too violently. This is a very normal thing, after all. There are too many people with the same name in London. Besides, it's not obvious that the surnames are different. The magical wizard who saved the world is called Harry Potter, and the one in front of him is named Harry Dursley. The two of them have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied with the reaction at the scene. Since you choose to hide, then you can do what you want, and you can be an ordinary person. Just let him pass this matter. Harry Potter disappear forever in the dust of history. At this moment, Harry and the crowd looked a little pale. His body resisted moving forward. But a palm lightly patted Harry's back. Go Harry, it's okay, you have to trust me. Hearing his cousin Dudley's assurance, Harry let out a long breath. He nodded seriously, looked at Dudley, and said, Cousin Dudley, don't worry about what you agreed with me, I will definitely do it. After speaking, Harry reached out his hand and took out a new band-aid from his pocket, planning to put another seal on the scar on his forehead, but Dudley smiled and suppressed Harry's movements. If Harry really wants to do this, there is simply no silver 300 taels here, for fear that others will not suspect it. Go Harry, rest assured everything will be fine. Dudley smiled and rubbed Harry's head. And Harry stretched out his hand and pushed his round glasses, and then walked up the steps of the sorting ceremony step by step. Finally, he sat on the bench of the sorting ceremony in full view of everyone. A burly wizard on the stage swayed subconsciously. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at the boy in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. When did a boy called Harry Potter one day ago become Harry Dursley? Simply incredible, absurd. He turned quickly and looked around, looking at Dumbledore suspiciously. However, the principal of the magic school ignored him. No, can't. Then Hagrid subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to ask, but was frightened by the rigid face and immediately closed his mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Hagrid sternly. Her meaning is very clear, just say one more word and wait and see. This giant who was nearly 3 meters tall suddenly looked like a deflated ball. Even Snape on the side was stunned. Harry Dursley, this is impossible, such familiar eyes, and that cheek that looks like an enemy. Let Snape firmly believe that the child in front of him is definitely Harry Potter, because that damn bully figure was almost imprinted in Snape's memory. Unmistakable. The boy in front of him is Harry Potter, Professor Dumbledore. Why? On the table, Professor McGonagall was holding a scroll of parchment in one hand, and a cocky hat in the other. Harry's expression was a little nervous and his face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I'm ready, and, thank you, for accepting my new name, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall smiled when she heard it, and she didn't explain too much. Instead, the sorting hat was completely placed on top of Harry's head. In an instant, the disgusting murmur of the sorting hat who likes to chatter, complain and talk about trivial things, stopped abruptly. The entire auditorium fell into extreme silence. Time passed by. Professor McGonagall's expression also changed from calm at the beginning to a little astonished. No way, Professor Mao was shocked at the end. She turned her head in horror and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. How is this possible, Professor Dumbledore? Wizards who are powerful enough to cast extremely simple spells without a wand. It's as if the two of them are using a simple magic to communicate now, and the meaning in Professor McGonagall's eyes staring at Dumbledore is self-evident. This is incredible. 5 minutes. The sorting hat was silent for more than 5 minutes. Professor Dumbledore, since Hogwarts used the sorting hat, no one of my age has achieved such an achievement except me. Harry's magical talents, as well as his potential, are truly astounding. How much magic power is contained in his body, and also, he is really comparable to the he used to be, the Slytherin genius. Dumbledore's face remained unchanged, but a loyal voice sounded in Professor McGonagall's mind. No, Professor McGonagall, you are overthinking. The he of Slytherin is just an immature kid, and Harry's magic and achievements will surpass him. It is inevitable, because Voldemort is just in career and Harry is a hero. He is a true hero, Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall looked shocked. This was the first time in her history that she had heard such a high evaluation from the headmaster of Hogwarts, and this person is just a child. Under the gaze of the crowd, Harry involuntarily closed his eyes. After the Sorting Hat was silent for a while, as if talking to himself, he said, "Harry, well, you are a very courageous kid, but courage is not enough. This is a reckless act, but, and not only that, strange, why I can feel that you have two completely different personalities, that you have two opposite emotions in your body, they are contradictory and opposite. Autism and post-existence. This, I can feel that you are a smart, wise, and courageous child. Good, very good. I think Slytherin might be a better fit for you. Slytherin wizards, although cunning, are also a symbol of intelligence. They are cunning, shrewd, and at the same time have great ambitions. This suits you well, Harry. I can feel another emotion in you, it's called desire. Harry, are you longing? Oh no. Are you trying to prove something? You want to break free? The Sorting Hat murmured and babbled endlessly. But Harry closed his eyes tightly, repeating a set of words crazily in his mind. My name is Harry Desley. My name is Harry Desley. My name is Harry Desley. But the Sorting Hat remained unmoved. He wriggled his big black mouth and said to himself, it looks right, ambition. Yes, it is ambition. This feeling is very familiar to me. Very good. I feel like you are a perfect fit for Slytherin now. In this wizard branch, your desire will be satisfied, and your personal strength will be greatly improved at the same time. Weak hearts will be tempered. And as long as you become an outstanding figure in Slytherin, you will be able to fulfill your dream. This is also the closest path to your inner goal. This time Harry heard the words of the Sorting Hat clearly. Slytherin? What's the situation? I'm going to Slytherin myself, in the same wizarding academy as the blonde oval-faced Malfoy, high-spirited and sarcastic as soon as they meet, bullying ordinary little wizards, thinking of the other party's arrogant and sympathetic young Master Malfoy to other wizards. Harry instinctively rejected it. He hates the feeling of being bullied. But he still kept in mind his cousin Dudley's promise, and silently murmured to himself, I'm Harry Desley, I'm Harry Desley, I'm Harry Desley. The Sorting Hat's voice froze. This time it no longer ignored Harry's muttering to himself. The Sorting Hat's mouth curled up, and the corners of its mouth collapsed. How? You don't even like Slytherin, but you must know that after going to Slytherin, you are destined to become a famous figure in the wizarding world in the future. You will get everything you want. Are you willing to let go of this opportunity? Harry ignored the temptation of the Sorting Hat. In fact, in his opinion, as long as he didn't go to Slytherin, it would be a good thing to go to any other house. The Sorting Hat was at a loss for words, as if caught in a deep entanglement. Finally, he shook the tip of the hat irritably, and said in a very dissatisfied voice, okay, I understand, since he's not going to Slytherin, Gryffindor might be pretty good, all things considered. Okay, it's more suitable for you. After the Sorting Hat finished speaking, it seemed as if it was waiting for Harry to make a decision. Seeing Harry, there was no sign of denying it. The khaki Sorting Hat immediately cheers up, his black mouth opens wide to indicate that his current mood is unusually high. So, congratulations to Gryffindor House, joining the wizarding students. The sound of the Sorting Hat was loud and echoed throughout the auditorium. The wizard apprentices of Gryffindor College who had stood up in unison were all stiff in the posture of standing up, their faces full of shock. Mr. Harry Potter, congratulations on joining Gryffindor House. Note: dead end, social death under the spotlight of all eyes. Harry Potter pawn. Cousin Dudley was thrown into Azkaban. The end of the whole play. Harry Potter, Hogwarts House. The sound of the Sorting Hat was loud and echoed throughout the auditorium. The students of Gryffindor College who had stood up in unison were all stunned and stiff. They maintained a standing posture with incredible facial expressions. The hands that were raised to applaud were all frozen in midair. Rows and rows of dark wizard students were all stunned, shocked, in the entire Hogwarts auditorium, whether it was a new wizard or an old wizard. They all looked at the stage in shock. The burning eyes of countless wizards are filled with doubts. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall didn't mean isn't he Harry Desley? How to become Harry Potter? Could it be Professor McGonagall's mistake? This is impossible. Professor McGonagall has always been unsmiling, with a serious expression. So, is it the Sorting Hat? These are the questions of all the wizards in the room. My God, did the Sorting Hat make a mistake? Hermione's oval face was full of horror. Ron looked at Harry on the stage with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. It is said that making more friends will help in the future, but now, Ron, has become friends with legendary characters from the wizarding world. Mal frowned, hateful. He slammed his fist on the table. Clark and Goyle were equally puzzled. Malfoy looked at the two followers beside him and said viciously, what's there to be surprised and puzzled about? Isn't it a Harry Potter? Damn it, Muggle-born. He even concealed his identity, and most importantly, he dared to reject my Malfoy's friendship in public. This completely ignores our Draco family. I think he has to be taught a lesson. Goyle, Malfoy, you're right. Draco, that makes sense. This Harry is really bad. Malfoy, show him some color. Snape's expression was indifferent. He intuitively saw the key to the problem: the deputy head, Professor McGonagall, and Headmaster Dumbledore. A rare problem with decision-making at Hogwarts. What the hell? Why is this happening? Snape was lost in thought. The scene in the branch hall was once an extremely embarrassing situation, and many people talked about it. Professor McGonagall's face darkened completely. She was very pissed off. As the deputy dean, she felt for the first time in full view, dignity has been challenged. This kind of thing should not happen in full view. The continuous discussions and doubts from the little wizards In the audience made Professor McGonagall's old-fashioned expression look more rigid again. Transfiguration spelled mirage trap in an instant, an inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings. The noise of the students in the auditorium froze for a moment. Dudley and the audience felt a kind of danger, which was a wonderful feeling that although nothing has changed for 4 weeks, but just like that, my instinct was warning. This is the feeling that creatures will have when they are facing danger. He is very familiar with this situation, and it is the same behavior as Professor Dumbledore on the table before, but there is a clear difference between the two. Professor McGonagall, it was obvious that magic had been used to create all of this. What is this principle that can affect people's emotions on a large scale? Because the naked eye cannot observe everything around it, unable to judge one's own mental and emotional changes from a material perspective. If Dudley had to make a basic judgment. This is very similar to a radio invisible to the naked eye, invisible, if it acts on the brain, it can instantly make people understand the intention. This, interesting. Looking at Professor McGonagall on the stage, Dudley smiled without changing his face. A humanoid signal transmitter and a humanoid computer terminal, building bridges between each other may be the magic power in the mouth of wizards. At this moment, the arena was completely silent. Professor McGonagall remained motionless. But a voice of questioning came directly into Dumbledore's ear. Professor Dumbledore, what do you mean? I need an explanation, a reasonable explanation. Professor McGonagall's voice was stiff. Now that Dumbledore has tacitly left this matter to his own decision, so what is the intention of suddenly revealing Harry Potter's identity now? And the custodian of the legendary item of the Sorting Hat has always been Dumbledore. If there is a problem with the Sorting Hat, then Dumbledore has an inescapable responsibility. And Dumbledore's expression didn't change much, he just replied secretly symbolically, Professor McGonagall, I think you misunderstood. This time, it is not up to me to decide whether Harry can successfully abandon his past identity. Professor McGonagall frowned and retorted, not you. Who is that? Dumbledore took a deep look at the Sorting Hat and said, Professor McGonagall, this matter is not for you and me to make the final decision. Hogwarts has been using the voting meeting system since its establishment. I think it was a decision made by the most prominent minds of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. The answer after their consultation together. So, Professor McGonagall, you don't have to be so serious, this has become a fact. Dumbledore, you don't wait for Professor McGonagall to reply. Dumbledore's body moved forward, his hands clapping lightly. Clap! The sound of clapping fell, and all the wizard apprentices at the scene suddenly felt relaxed, and the inexplicable pressure disappeared. The center of the Hogwarts household. Harry, who became the focus, stood in place. His face was pale, and his little face was extremely tense. Harry in the middle of the auditorium stretched out his hand and put it on the band-aid on his forehead. He mustered up his courage and his eyes were calm. Thinking back to the figure in my memory, my emotions gradually stabilized. After a while, Harry said in a calm tone with a little apology. First, I apologize to everyone present, sorry. Dumbledore's clapping hands froze. Professor McGonagall's voice, which was about to speak, paused. All the wizards at the scene were stunned. The momentary silence increased Harry's confidence a bit. Sorry for the trouble and misunderstanding caused to everyone. To be honest, changing the name is really a helpless move. I've always lived in the Muggle world, and after learning about my identity, I felt very early on that I'm currently, are not worthy enough to be called a hero of the wizarding world, and I came to Hogwarts and concealed my name in order to make true friends with everyone. Because my adoptive parents told me that fame can bother strangers, and I don't want to be affected by the hero. The relationship between everyone and me is the first time. Anyway, I lied to everyone. I sincerely send my most sincere apologies to everyone. I hope fellow wizards will also take care of me. After Harry finished speaking, he took the initiative to bow to Gryffindor College. The moment the voice fell, the auditorium froze for a little bit. When a child uses the tone of an adult and speaking skills that are shocking, people don't hate children, because Harry is sincere enough. He really wants to make friends. Emotions need a fuse. Got too nervous and forgot the last step. Dudley quietly looked at Harry, who was calmly stating all this on the table. The hero Harry Potter who saved the world changed his name just to better integrate into Hogwarts. Look at what a cute child. Dudley smiled and offered to extend his hand and applaud gently. Clap, 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 clap. Soon, 1, 2, 3, row after row of applause sounded. Thunderous applause, especially the wizards of Gryffindor College all stood up, some applauded, some waved their hands, expressing the warmest welcome. Harry looked at everything in front of him, and a feeling called shock boiled and burned from his heart. This, all the attention, harvest support, this the thousands of people that Cousin Dudley said. Harry, who was surrounded by warm welcome emotions, had an indescribable throb, although far from. But this feeling of being recognized and encouraged by most people is like a melting pot slowly burning in Harry's heart. Myself, longing for these, Harry's emotions were also aroused. His face was full of surprise. This place is different from the Muggle world. They don't hate me, they welcome me. Harry walked down the steps step by step, and walked towards Gryffindor amidst the cheers of the crowd, and his eyes looked around subconsciously. Harry wanted to find Cousin Dudley. He was going to tell Cousin Dudley that he had done it. However, when the eyes fell on the memory center area, they found that there was no one there. Harry's excitement was mobilized again. His eyes subconsciously searched to find Cousin Dudley, there is no sign of my cousin." Harry was a little lost, but soon after Gryffindor warmly beckoned, Harry entered his college. And among the crowd of little wizards, Dudley had already stood in another place, looking at Harry's excited and lonely eyes. Dudley gave a wry smile helplessly. Around 10 years old, alas, Harry is a child after all, and he forgot his own warning in the process of excitement. He is still too young, and his poor self-control ability is also within his expectations, only, almost exposed. "My stupid brother," on the sorting stage, Professor McGonagall watched Harry being welcomed into Gryffindor House. Her expression looked a little incredible, in memory, that the rude child who contradicted her abruptly left a very bad first impression on her, but now, instead, she took a 180-degree turn. If I had to put it in one sentence, scholars will treat each other with admiration for 3 days, but Harry's changes in just a few minutes are unbelievable. Harry not only relieved the embarrassing atmosphere at the scene, but also apologized to everyone. This obviously said something that didn't match what he should say at his age, but no matter what, Harry not only washed away most people's doubts at this time, but also made everyone accept and get closer to him as a hero, integrated into the collective. This is a good thing for Hogwarts as a whole. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall turned to look at Dumbledore behind him. He said it himself before. Harry Potter and Voldemort are different. Voldemort is an ambitious man, and Harry is a hero, for now. Maybe Harry's achievements in the future will be higher than Voldemort's. Professor McGonagall smiled in relief. However, she found that Dumbledore's eyes looked around as if searching for something, finally looking at the area where Dumbledore's gaze was fixed. There is nothing strange. What was Dumbledore doing looking at the clearing? Professor McGonagall didn't understand, but the sorting ceremony had to continue. Soon she called a few more names: Neville Longbottom, Shelby, Luna Elisa. Dudley stood in the wizarding team, his face was calm, his hands were inserted into the spacious wizarding robes, without any change. After the observation just now, Dudley discovered a very interesting phenomenon. That's the sorting hat's allotted time for little wizards. According to him, quietly record the summary in his mind. In the end, it was discovered that Hogwarts sorting hat has a precise time scale for the division of little wizards colleges, just judging from the little wizards he knew himself. Harry sorting longest, next came Neville Longbottom, then Hermione Granger, then Ron Weasley, and finally Malfoy. So is it easy to judge if it is based on comprehensive factors such as basic magic talent? The longer the sorting time, the higher the talent of the little wizard. Although this was just a guess, Dudley was % sure, but at the same time, he also affirmed one thing: Hogwarts, the School of Wizardry, has some problems with Harry Potter's attitude. Obviously before, Harry had expressed the meaning of hiding his name and getting along well with the students and communicating with them as equals. This is actually good for both parties, and it won't even have any impact on Hogwarts, but the final result is worth thinking about. There should be disputes within Hogwarts, creating divisions and disunity. In the end, the decision to hide Harry's identity was overruled. There's a big problem here. Fortunately, Dudley was always calm and cautious in doing things, and he and Harry summarized the planning process in detail before starting the sorting ceremony. Can be roughly divided into ordinary programs and contingency plans. To be honest, except for some final blemishes, Harry has done a good enough job. The collection of data and information is almost comprehensive, and it seems that it can be regarded as a trial, a first impression of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry towards his heroic cousin. To sum up, Hogwarts, not peaceful, as recorded in the history of magic. The peace brought by the disappearance of the great Demon King is a short history that will plunge the magic world into a new vortex again. Watching the sorting ceremony on the stage, Dudley's hands didn't stop moving. A furry creature is clutched in the left pocket of the wizard's robes. Totoro, who was snoozing in his pocket, suddenly felt that he was holding by a hand. But Totoro didn't care at all. It changed its position, flickering its big ears, its head drooped on Dudley's palm, and it continued to sleep in a comfortable position. But at this moment, the corners of Totoro's half-asleep eyes opened, its nose sniffed, and its eyes gradually widened. Squeak! 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 It's the taste of cheese. Totoro was very anxious. It tried hard to break free from Dudley's palm, but found itself tightly held by the human's palm. Ah! The chinchilla was extremely annoyed, showing 2 small fangs, and gestured for a while, baring its teeth and claws. Finally, helplessly, he found himself stuffed in his pocket, and Dudley couldn't see it. For a long time, I had no choice but to resign myself to my fate, to have nothing to love in the palm of my hand. Suddenly, Chinchilla seemed to think of something. It nodded seriously. At this moment, Dudley felt a sudden furry feeling in the palm of his right pocket. A faint smile appeared on his always calm face. Success! While Dudley was calmly analyzing and planning. A familiar voice came from the side. Dudley Dursley. Professor McGonagall is holding a parchment scroll, and she has some impressions in her mind when she looks at the name Dursley. Isn't that the last name of Harry's host family? Her gaze swept across the crowd, and she locked on a handsome, pale, and sickly-looking child, looks about the same age as Harry. However, Professor McGonagall's complexion was a little ugly. This child must be the son of that damned Muggle family, the Dursleys. It's just that I didn't expect that as the descendants of 2 Muggles, a family who hates magic so much could make their children awaken their magical talents. I don't know that. When Fat Vernon Dursley knew about it, what a mood it would be. But this Dursley is bad enough. It's fine if he doesn't treat Harry well. Even his own son has been raised like this. Professor McGonagall's face was rigid, and there was no abnormality in the slightest. When Dudley approached and sat down on the chair under the sorting hat, this seems to be intentional or unintentional, little guy, you look a little lacking in exercise, and according to the rules of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft, next time you have to watch out for grooming needs fixing and messy hair will get you points. You are wizards, it's not a wild child who is left unattended on the main road, remember to tidy up later. Points will be deducted for unqualified appearance, and I hope you can get rid of the habit of wiping yourself after eating. Listening to Professor McGonagall's voice, Dudley smiled gently and did not refute. Thank you for your kindness, Professor MC. Greg, I hope you can remember. Professor McGonagall said no more, shaking his wrist and slowly taking off the khaki sorting hat. Although Dudley's expression didn't change, his palms were still in his pockets. The furry touch in the palm will soon disappear. The moment the sorting hat was placed on its forehead, its dark mouth pouted. The sorting hat began to mutter, "Oh, Dudley Dursley? Let me see your personality and hobbies. You like reading, you like sports, and you like self-discipline. It's good character, although it's not very difficult. So where do you fit in, dear little wizard, in my opinion? I like reading books, I also like sports, and I prefer self-discipline. These are great qualities. Let me see, putting you in Slytherin, although it's not possible, I feel inexplicably that you are the most suitable here. It's a pity, so consider putting it in Hufflepuff. Let me see, Hufflepuff is nice though. The students here are warm, loyal, and the food in the cafeteria is great, but because you are too self-disciplined, you have high demands on yourself. I think this is not suitable for you, you will waste your talent. In my feeling, I think Ravenclaw is the best for you. The students in Ravenclaw College, to be honest, they are curious, intelligent, pursuing knowledge and excellent quality of life, which almost perfectly fits your hobbies. I like reading, I also like sports, and I like self-discipline more. See how this fits? I think this place is very suitable for you. I believe you are welcomed by the Ravenclaws, so, let me see, however, when it comes to the sorting hat, the tone is stagnant. He seemed to be talking to himself, with some doubts. Strangeness, little guy, why did you suddenly change your mind again? Why do you suddenly dislike reading and sports, or even hate self-discipline? Does it mean that there is another self living in your heart? Very well, I seem to have discovered something interesting. The sorting hat's emotions were clearly mobilized. It is talking to itself faster and faster. Little guy, let me see, what is the deepest hidden favorite in your mind? Oh, I saw, in your heart, what you really like is lying down and napping. Okay, didn't you work regularly before? Why do you like lying down and taking a nap? Do you have something more to like? There are countless cheeses when you open your mouth when you sleep. My God, this is not a good habit for a little wizard. The pursuit of knowledge is the most taboo. The sorting hat's voice seemed a little stiff at this moment. How can you do this? You actually hate self-discipline from the bottom of your heart. You hate self-discipline? Why is that? What? Because doing one thing repeatedly with self-discipline will make you feel painful. That's an extremely dull and tedious act. Strange. So many nasty things in your life. Is there no point of positive energy? Never mind. Let me see, what's your favorite? What's your favorite thing to do to sleep coiled up? The sorting hat was stunned, and he found that everything seemed irreversible. Now you hate lying down and sleeping? It's very dark in here. Have you found that your cervical spine is a little sore when you sleep cross-legged recently? The quality of sleep is too poor, resulting in poor spirits, which will affect the quality of hair and skin. What kind of hobbies are these? Simply, the sorting hat is very upset. Forget it. Let me see your character. You are very timid and afraid of being frightened, but you feel extremely disgusted with those big guys, and defeating them is the most important thing you should do. Well, it seems that you consider yourself weak but never lacking in courage. Then it's decided. Just then Dudley's other hand in his pocket moved again. The tone of the sorting hat did not stagnate at all. Dudley Dursley, your house is Gryffindor. I hope your courage can be honed to be more tenacious here. Professor McGonagall reached out her hand decisively. Her expression remained unchanged, and she looked at the time. It was less than 30 seconds. This little Dursley wizard from a Muggle family is not very talented. He lifted the sorting hat casually. Dudley's expression was unusually calm, and he took the initiative to walk towards the Hogwarts campus. The applause around him was not very enthusiastic, but he saw Harry sitting at the front table vigorously waving his little hands as a sign of welcome. Dudley smiled and took the initiative to walk to Harry's side. Harry gave Ron a push. You are in the way, hurry up and give way. Ron slumped with some reluctance, and got up to sit on Harry's left side. Okay, Harry, you have to learn to think about your friends. Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder and took the initiative to sit opposite Harry. Hermione on the side looked at Dudley curiously and said, Aren't you excited? Dudley replied calmly, What are you excited about? Hermione stretched out her hand and made a big circle. So many people welcome you. How do you keep your face unchanged? To be honest, do you have facial paralysis? Otherwise this is really incredible. Dudley looked at Hermione's oval face and thought for a while, then replied, Extra Dudley, it's useless if you know what you don't understand. Hermione? What are you talking about? P.S. The branching school is over. I hope you don't worry. The author doesn't make any preparations. Just be cool. What will the author write in the follow-up? The ruthless readers have run away without seeing anything. The author will drink Northwest. It's windy. Thousands of mistakes are wrong because the author writes too slowly. Back to the topic. The ending of the sorting has already come out. The eldest cousin did not officially participate in the sorting ceremony. The one who was finally sorted to Hogwarts was Totoro, who possessed the courage of a weak creature and the ruthlessness of a python. That's why it was sorted into Hogwarts. The big cousin became the protagonist who entered Hogwarts without being sorted. Will there be an extra branch? The big cousin's sorting ceremony is not over yet, and the entanglement between him and the sorting hat will continue. After all, this hat contains the King Arthur's sword, and only those with the will to lead can pull it out. Out, the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione raised her oval face with a puzzled expression. Dudley, I don't understand what you're saying, and what language do you speak? Dudley replied calmly, proverbs from the Far East. Hermione tilted her head and suddenly felt bored. Proverb, East, what was that place she had never heard of? Dumbledore, who was sitting on the high platform, saw that there was no one in front of the sorting hat. He and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, then got up and patted their hands gently. All right, little wizards of Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony is officially over, then let's start the official entrance ceremony. Headmaster Dumbledore's voice fell. All kinds of food automatically appeared on the plates in front of rows of wizard students. Hey, Harry, look, here is my favorite chicken drumstick. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. With a happy face, Ron stretched out his hand with a smile and pulled off a chicken leg, put it in his mouth and chewed it vigorously. His cheeks were puffed out and his lips were full of grease. It tastes good, Harry, try it. Seeing the grapes appearing in front of her, Hermione couldn't help but reached out and took one, and chewed it gently in her mouth. Ron looked at Harry curiously. Hurry up, why don't you move? Harry's table full of food. Speaking of which, Ron pulled out a piece of bread from his dinner plate and was about to stuff it into Harry's dinner plate. However, Harry shook his head on his own initiative. This made Ron very inexplicable. Harry didn't understand Ron. He turned his head and looked at his cousin Dolly seriously. Cousin Dudley, why don't you eat when dinner is served? Dudley stared at the delicious food that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Let's be honest, ever since, according to the side evidence, some ambiguously probed out some attitudes of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry towards Harry Potter, Dudley grew instinctively more cautious. This caution comes from the instinct of a scientific researcher. Maintain a question for periods that are not scientific. It is also a disadvantage. It's like a large plate of delicacy suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Dudley always has the illusion that it doesn't conform to logic. So much food. There are meat, vegetables, and even melons and fruits, all beautifully and carefully crafted. But these foods composed of completely different growth conditions suddenly appeared in front of me. Dudley instinctively had doubt. This doubt is not doubt that the food is poisoned. Instead, I wonder, is magic so magical that it can break away from the material foundation and create things out of thin air, Hogwarts, or the wizarding world? If magic really has such abilities. So why can I still see the headline in the newspaper in Diagon Alley? Some wizards are even starved to death, and their rotting corpses were found in the stinking ditch. After thinking for a while, Dudley looked at Ron, who was eating happily, and said, "How does your roast chicken taste?" Ron scratched his head. Chicken? What else can it taste like? Dudley looked at Hermione again. What's the taste of the fruit you just ate? Hermione shook her head subconsciously. It just tastes like ordinary grapes, but the grapes from Hogwarts are very sweet. But why do you ask that? In the middle of speaking, Hermione seemed to realize something suddenly. Her small face suddenly puffed up and said, "Okay, Dudley, you don't eat." "Okay guys, don't worry, today is a traditional holiday at Hogwarts. Most of these potlucks are prepared ahead of time by Hufflepuff House." Headmaster Dumbledore then magically presented the food on our plates. It's not out of the blue as you might think. What a group of vigilant little guys. Ron only felt that something was choking his throat, and quickly picked up the drink on the side and poured it into that mouth. Good-a-good-oo, it took a long time to catch my breath. Dudley looked at the speaker with some doubts. Harry was also a little curious, and he felt a little embarrassed, because the other party had been staring at him. "Hey, don't disturb." Ron on the side wanted to get angry, but the moment he saw the person coming, he stopped cooking immediately. Ron flinched timidly. The young man had red hair and was tall and straight. He looked slightly older than the young wizard students present. Ron turned his head, pretending not to see anyone coming, and wanted to drink some drinks to get away. But the other party twisted his neck. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Percy Weasley. Nice to meet you, Harry Potter." I'm glad for Ron to see how well you know him. Harry looked at the tall Percy in astonishment and then at Ron with a look of surprise on his face. "Percy Weasley? Ron Weasley? Ron is your brother?" Ron swallowed and nodded awkwardly. Hermione was also a little surprised when she heard that. "Percy, I've heard your name before. The little wizard next to me called you prefect just now." Percy nodded and said, "Well, that's right, I'm Hogwarts, the freshman head of the Gryffindor branch. I usually need to supervise your daily routines, and I also need to tell you about daily trivial matters such as the rules of the dormitory." Percy sat beside Ron naturally while talking. He introduced, "Harry, Ron, you are new here, and you are not familiar with Hogwarts. By the way, let me introduce the magic professors on the stage to you. After all, they will also be one of your teachers in the future." Percy's words immediately attracted the interest of Hermione, Ron, and Harry. However, Hermione noticed that Dudley was staring at the base of the copper pillar candle on the table in front of him. Just when Hermione was going to invite him to come and listen together, Dudley said casually, "Senior Percy, if it's convenient, can we introduce Professor Wizard from the left? In this way, we can also remember the faces of the teachers in order." Percy felt that what Dudley said made sense. He didn't think too much but said naturally, the one on the farthest, with black hair and black eyes, is a serious teacher named Snape. He's your potions teacher. In fact, don't think of him as a potions teacher, you have the meaning of contempt for him. Correspondingly, there are legends circulating in the academy that he is very proficient in black magic, although it is not known whether it is true or not. Posey finished speaking and then went on to introduce, besides Snape as Professor Quirrell, he is the newly appointed Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Recently, there are some bad rumors. Rumors said that his position had been coveted by Snape, so on weekdays he acted as if he was a little afraid of Professor Snape. Percy kept talking and continued to introduce one by one. Dudley was silent for a while and did not continue to listen to the follow-up content. The reason why he didn't eat the food on the table and stared at the copper pillars of the table, that's because, from the moment the sorting hat was put on his head, he vaguely felt that someone was watching him. This feeling is amazing that I thought it was an illusion. But under the deliberate prompt of the Totoro in the pocket, Dudley was sure that the root of the problem came from the powerful wizards on the high platform. It's just that Dudley wasn't sure who was watching him. The smooth surface of the copper pillar just happens to form the angle of refraction, and choosing to sit opposite Harry was also because he had to miss the opportunity to face the wizard professor on the stage head-on. From Dudley's point of view, wizards are a mysterious group who acted outrageously without sufficient information. If you're not careful, it's easy to show flaws. And now Dudley was staring at the copper pillar in front of him. The copper pillar happened to reflect the two figures on the far left on the high platform. The figure swayed, and Dudley could confirm it through Percy's introduction. Point one is Potions Professor Snape, the other is Quirrell, the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. But these two people are staring at their side. What the hell are these two looking at? Following the deliberate gaze of the two wizards, Dudley saw that the Totoro, who had been hiding in his pocket for some time, had appeared under the huge dinner plate above the banquet table. On the dinner plate was a whole turkey that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The furry body of the chinchilla is slowly lying under the dinner plate. After a while, its little paws lifted up. Then raise your upper body. The fluffy ears flickered. Finally, he jumped up and pulled a chicken leg that was half a circle bigger than his body. Open your mouth. Ah! The chicken legs were stuffed into the chinchilla's mouth. Its originally furry body instantly swelled a large circle, from the original long strip shape to a football shape. Shaking from side to side like a tumbler. In the end, it seemed like he couldn't bear the deliciousness. Totoro's chubby body fell backwards, slap, lying completely flat under the silver dinner plate. It was at this time Professor Quirrell's head hangs down behind Professor Wizard's desk. The whisper in his mind became more urgent. Professor Quirrell's facial expression changed from panic to surprise and finally to hesitation. Finally, Quirrell took a deep breath and tremblingly replied in his mind, "Oh, my great and noble master, your humble servant Quirrell, has found the body you long for. He's in Gryffindor." "Oh, my great and noble master, your devout servant, has found the body you've been longing for. Master, please be calm. I've already confirmed that my neighbor Totoro is in Gryffindor, and his master is in Gryffindor. Getting a new body is not difficult. We have plenty of opportunities. I am the defense against the dark arts tutor of the little wizards of Gryffindor. We have a lot of time and opportunities. I will let him obediently present his body to his master. It is there honor to be the master's body." Feeling the restless whispers subside in his mind, Professor Quirrell finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Snape beside him, frowned slightly and stammered, "Professor Snape, what are you doing looking over there?" Snape turned his head and stared at Quirrell calmly, but didn't speak. A pair of eyes are extremely deep. Quirrell seemed to be a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his stuttering tone seemed a little fluent. "I'm telling you, Snape, absolute. You are not allowed to be too strict with Gryffindor students. Only I am their defense against the dark arts, Professor. Don't even think about it." There was a deep meaning in Quirrell's words, because Professor Snape was staring at Harry. In front of Harry lay a chinchilla, and he instinctively thought that Snape, who was proficient in potions and black magic, was interested in this magical creature. The body favored by the great master absolutely does not allow others to touch it, so Quirrell decided to warn Snape from the side. Snape's facial expression remained unchanged and he only replied two words: ridiculous, madness. Kylo was speechless, his whole face was flushed with anger. Hogwarts is too restrictive. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing his true strength, Quirrell really wanted to make Snape suffer from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, during the meal, a white phantom emerged from under the chair on the dinner plate. Dudley looked curiously at the transparent white foggy figure in front of him. Percy on the side said casually, "Normal meal is fine, don't pay attention to them. These ghosts will appear every time Hogwarts holds a ceremony." "My God, ghost?" Ron was taken aback. Hermione and Harry were also full of curiosity. Dudley asked casually, "Ghost? What are they? Is there any specific information on this?" Percy pondered for a moment as if looking for the right words. After all, no one had ever asked him such a question before. After a while Percy said, "It's probably not quite right to call them ghosts, because they can actually be seen as revenant. In layman's terms, according to people in your muggle world, these ghosts are transparent and three-dimensional, and they have no physical touch, but their bodies can be blurred and can pass through all solid and non-magical props. They were all wizards in life, but after becoming ghosts, they have no emotion and intuition. Not even being able to communicate, and even being able to communicate freely is a rare case." The paragraph above is an explanation given by a former monster class professor, but he seems to have resigned. Speaking of this, Percy paused and said helplessly, "In fact, they are all a group of poor and fragile people. This form makes people feel a little pitiful. Harry and Ron were confused, but Hermione seemed to be enjoying it. Dudley looked at the ghost in front of him and said indifferently, since becoming a ghost will lose so much, why do these wizards still choose to become like this? Percy shook his head. Who knows, I'm not interested in their wizarding career. But I heard before that the teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class once said that only weak and poor people would want to keep their own form in the world. They refuse to be detached. And a truly wise wizard would not choose to become a dead soul. This kind of eternal life can only bring endless pain. Listening to Percy's explanation, Dudley stretched out his hand subconsciously, wanting to touch the ghost of the white mist in front of him. However, the other party directly reached out and tore off his head. The flesh and blood of the hideous wounds were extremely clear. Harry and Ron were pale and even Hermione had her eyes shut. Dudley's face remained unchanged, and his palm easily passed through the opponent's body. Immediately, Dudley's face showed interest. There is no touch, it is quite magic. Since the wizard can survive in this way after death. From time to time, it can also be understood as, in this wizarding world, is there a carrier that can visualize the brain's thinking? Thinking of this, Dudley's eyes narrowed. Time in the Great Hall dining room at Hogwarts is coming to a close. Soon the little wizards of the first grade gathered together. Percy stood at the head of the line. His steps were vigorous and fast, followed by the little wizards behind him. Wait, Harry, slow down. Ron leaned over to Harry and complained in a low voice. Really, Harry, you heard me right. At home, my mother always said that if you were full, don't exercise and your stomach will hurt. Look at my elder brother Percy, he changed his obedient style at home when he arrived at school, and he is vigorous and decisive. This contrast really makes me unable to recognize. Harry looked at Ron beside him in astonishment, and asked in confusion for a while. It seems, Ron, you seem to have some problems with your brother. Opinion, no. Hearing this, Ron seemed to have found someone to confide in. Listen to me, that's it, Harry, you have no idea what exactly I went through at home. To tell you the truth, several of my older brothers just take pleasure in bullying and laughing at me to make a fool of myself. Their favorite thing is to watch me cry. I tell you, really, don't look at how energetic my brother Percy is now. You don't know that he is alone. Ron babbled about his brother's shortcomings. Dudley followed beside Harry. He didn't pay attention to everything Ron said. Dudley's attention was on Percy's introduction along the way. After leaving the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the little wizards first passed through the main tower of Hogwarts. Dudley discovered that the main tower of the magic school had stairs that could automatically change directions. These stairs have no power structure. Imagine the crankshaft, even the gears, no trace of machinery at all. But even so, these stairs can change their trajectory in a certain direction in a regular and rhythmic manner in the air. Percy's introductions don't stop. Dudley's eyes were drawn to the black and white portraits on the wall. These portraits include oil paintings and watercolors, but most of them are more realistic. Looking around, there are countless photo frames on every step. Percy's footsteps paused. He looked at the portrait on the side and introduced, be polite when you pass these portraits, they are not ordinary paintings. Percy finished. One of the portraits of a lady in an evening dress bends over. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, my dear little wizards. At this moment, Hermione approached Harry and Dudley and whispered, I read it in a book before, and they said that behind some of the portraits in Hogwarts, there seems to be a secret passage leading to other places in the school, but these are just rumors, I don't know if it's true or not. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Dudley watched silently from the sidelines. Then he took out a notebook and wrote and drew on it. Hermione frowned, with some doubts on her oval face. She was curious and wanted to watch it. Dudley naturally took a step forward and missed Hermione's visit. Flopped. Hermione pouted instinctively with an annoyed oval face. Humph, mean. Dudley didn't pay attention to the change in Hermione's expression. He followed the path of the little wizard for about 10 minutes. Everyone arrived in a long corridor. Clusters of copper torches lined the sides of the corridor. Percy stopped, turned around and looked at the freshmen of Hogwarts Gryffindor College behind him and said, everyone pay attention, remember the way we came here. Now we have reached the door of the dormitory. This is the rest area for the little wizards of Gryffindor. I usually come back here after class. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. There are many restricted areas on the campus of Hogwarts. In addition, everyone must remember that the daily password of the dormitory needs to be changed. Change password? Ron subconsciously bumped into Harry beside him. Harry looked at Ron suspiciously. How? Ron murmured in a low voice, Harry, don't you think this oil painting is a bit weird? Harry heard and observed carefully for a moment and shook his head. No, Ron, I don't find anything strange. Ron whispered close to Harry's ear, I saw it just now. The lady's eyes are moving in this oil painting. The painting at the door of our dormitory is also alive. The two of you speak my word. At this time, the lady on the mural moved her body and looked at the people in front of her. Hello, please say the passphrase. Percy replied, Dragon immortal grass. After the words fell, the lady on the mural stretched out her palm and made a gesture of please. The mural slowly opened to one side, revealing a crack in the door that was as tall as a person. Amazing, both Harry and Ron stared in astonishment. Soon followed the crowd into the door. Percy stood still, looked at the little Hogwarts wizards behind him and said, the lady in the painting by the door, you can call her the fat lady. Where we are now is the common room in the Hogwarts dormitories. There are separate dormitories for men and women. Boys go up the stairs on the left, girls go up the stairs on the right. Percy introduced in detail all the things about the new wizards staying in Hogwarts. Harry, Ron and Hermione listened very carefully. Dudley watched his surroundings quietly. The public rest area of Hogwarts looked small from the outside, but it is very spacious after entering the interior. If judged only from the volume of the building, the internal volume is obviously larger than the external volume. This building is no ordinary masonry stack. The sense of difference in space is likely to be affected by the residual traces of magic power in the surrounding area, but limited by his current knowledge of magic. Dudley could not analyze this space expansion phenomenon very well. The style of the room is very dated. This staleness is not that the item is obsolete, but old in style. This gave Dudley a strong sense of age. This feeling is like being used to the traffic in a big city and suddenly coming to a small mountain village. In front of me is the scene of riding a donkey on the road, time and age difference illusion. Dudley looked up at the chandelier overhead. The chandelier is in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Each tip rests on a bowl-sized base. A flame burns in the base. Below the flames are candles. Dudley frowned. A question quietly appeared in his mind. Behind. It's so far behind. Could it be that the wizarding world is such a magical place? Isn't electricity even popular? This sense of disobedience made Dudley, who had lived in the modern environment for 30 years, quite uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Senior Percy, I would like to ask. Note, wizarding wars in the age of technology need pioneers. They need to save those muggles who have been persecuted by sects. Senior Percy, may I ask a question? Percy, who was suddenly interrupted, was a little stunned. He looked towards the source of the inquiry. Little wizards who come to the wizarding world for the first time will listen to their own statements, rules, and various Hogwarts content honestly according to the usual practice. Basically, few people would suddenly ask or interrupt his speech. But in front of so many new wizard students, Percy still smiled naturally. Dudley has any questions, just ask. As long as I know, I will try my best to help you answer. Dudley stretched out his finger and pointed to the candle chandelier on the top with some doubts. Senior Percy, why didn't I find the existence of electricity all this way? Electricity? Percy was a little stunned. He didn't react for a while. In his impression, new wizard students usually ask about class time and knowledge about magic books. Suddenly asked what does electricity mean? Seeing Percy's confused look, Dudley was even more astonished than he was. What the hell kind of magic school is this? A wizard from what's? Don't even know about electricity. Percy frowned and replied, Dudley, are you asking about the lightning charm and the casting charms? Dudley shook his head, thought for a while and then explained, the electricity I'm talking about is the ordinary people's world, things that can turn on the light bulbs when walking on the road, they can be used for lighting. Percy was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized, sorry Dudley, I grew up in the wizarding world, and I don't have much exposure to muggle living quarters, but the electricity in your mouth is what muggles call it. In our case, just from a lighting point of view, it's much easier to cast fire spells over time than lightning spells. Dudley frowned. How did electricity have anything to do with magic again? While speaking, Percy drew a wand from his arms. He was all smiles and waved his hand. He whispered the mantra in his mouth, curse, arc of lightning. After the spell was recited, the tip of the wand shone with white light. A small arc of pale cyan mixed with blue light shot out from the tip of the wand. The blue arc is not fast, uncharacteristically, the naked eye can clearly capture its trajectory. The arc was directed by the wand and landed in Gryffindor, at the bottom of the lamp bowl in the common room of the dormitory. And the orange flame that was originally burning inside was replaced. Instead, a cyan arc jumps continuously in the middle. The sound of crackling can be heard endlessly. For a moment, the entire dormitory was surrounded by high-frequency glare of arc flickering. The surroundings are flickering. Then with a flick of Percy's wand, the arc disappeared. He looked at Dudley and explained, that's the main reason why we wizards don't use electricity for lighting. It consumes a lot, the light effect is poor, and the expected effect cannot be achieved. Not even as stable as a flame. Percy made a serious statement. But to Dudley's ears, he felt that he was talking nonsense. This gave Dudley a cognitive bias. Is this the contrast caused by the difference in subjective thinking? Is the wizarding world really disconnected from the living quarters of ordinary people? And what caused all this to happen? These questions can only be left to be explored later. Dudley said no more. Changing a wizard's worldview is obviously not something that can be solved with a single sentence. Dudley nodded silently. Percy continued with his explanation of dormitory rules. However, a pair of beautiful eyes in the crowd are shining with curiosity. Hermione on the side quietly came up. Dudley, how did you think of this? This is really beyond my expectation. Dudley looked at Hermione's oval face full of curiosity, and replied casually, it's okay because I'm from a muggle family. I have been educated by ordinary people since I was a child, and I just ask casually when I see something unreasonable. Hermione was a little surprised when she heard that your parents are also ordinary people. No, your younger brother is Harry Potter, and Harry Potter's parents are both famous wizards. Dudley looked at Hermione strangely, that's Harry's parents and not mine. Dudley was a little puzzled, but he said calmly, it's not a secret, and everyone will know it after getting along for a long time. But Hermione seemed to feel the joy of finding an organization. She said excitedly, I also grew up in an ordinary family. When I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the whole family thought I was a liar. Although they don't say anything, I can see in their eyes that they don't believe it. But only I believe it's true. And you don't know that when I broke the news to my best friend, she actually laughed at me to clear my head. Hermione's Goose Egg Face was full of resentment, and her small fists were clenched tightly. She, who was always a little arrogant, rarely became a chatterbox, talking about the incompatibility of many ordinary people entering the magic world for the first time. Dudley said he didn't want to listen to a little girl's babble. This is pure waste of time. But due to the fact that Percy's nagging dormitory management system is more unnutritive than Hermione's nagging daily. Dudley can only choose the lesser of two evils next to each other. Half an hour passed. Watching Percy turn and leave the little wizard's dormitory, Dudley had to admire one thing. Hermione's talkative attribute is so powerful. Is this a natural attribute? She just nodded the whole time, but she complained to herself for a long time, comparable to stand-up comedy. In the end, Harry stepped forward to help solve the encirclement. Sure enough, to refuse this kind of thing, it is most appropriate to need a cousin. Dudley followed the stairs on the left to the inside of the dormitory. The setting is spacious with windows all around. Outside the window are the mountains and forests around Hogwarts. Dudley's footsteps stopped, as if something was against his back. All right, be quiet. Dudley reached out and stuffed the trickling Totoro into his pocket. Looked at the sky outside the window. The sky was pitch black, and it looked like it was past the wee hours of the morning. Right now this is a standard double room. There are common areas and study rooms. My and Harry's luggage had already been sent to the Hogwarts dormitory. Enter the room. Take a look. Dudley looked at Harry, who didn't know when he was sitting alone on the table by the window. Harry put his arms around his knees. A pair of eyes stared out the window. During this period of time, the cheeks filled with smiles seemed to be covered with a layer of dark clouds, and the owl that was originally staying in the cage, Hedwig, the white owl, voluntarily left the cage and flew towards Harry in a fluttering motion. It stretched its white wings. Turning his head, a pair of eagle eyes looked curiously at the person who entered the door. Cuckoo! The next moment, the white owl seemed to be extremely frightened. Flying up in a panic, Hedwig immediately wanted to get into her cage. But the furry sense of touch that had been hidden in Dudley's pocket all along disappeared. The small body of the chinchilla suddenly appeared in front of the cage. The small body pinches the waist, ears flickering. Hedwig was so frightened that she leaned tightly against the side of the cage. Her eagle eyes are full of terror, and the chinchilla has big ears flickering. Close to the metal cage, the chubby body burrowed into the finger-wide gap. Hedwig was horrified to discover that the fat, stinky chinchilla could slip into the cage uncharacteristically like a python. Totoro's small body stood up on the spot, the two paws spread out, making a gesture of predation. Bang bang! Hedwig immediately fell from the railing in the cage in fright. My neighbor Totoro squeaked twice. Take the initiative to lift the wings of the white owl and take advantage of the opportunity to drill inside. Doze off with your body crossed. The white owl, Hedwig, is completely unrequited. Her eagle eyes looked helplessly at the figure outside the cage. Dudley watched the scene before him with interest. He didn't interfere with the friendly interaction between Totoro and Hedwig. Instead, I took the initiative to come to the window, watching Harry's small body curled up under the window sill. The moonlight outside the window poured down on Harry like water. What's up, Harry? What are you thinking? Travels in the wizarding world, wonderful and wonderful. Is it far beyond your imagination, or is the wizarding world just too wonderful? Harry's eyes were staring out the window, the moonlight reflecting off the lenses of his round glasses. Harry did not answer his cousin Dudley's inquiry, and remained silent. Dudley didn't care. Instead, he started to say by himself, if Harry is fine, you should go to bed earlier. Adequate sleep will allow us to have enough energy to absorb knowledge in the next magic study. Speaking of this, Dudley took out a notebook from his arms and turned a page. Naturally, we are first-year freshmen at Hogwarts now, and little wizards in the first year need to study 7 courses. The first transformation class is taught by Professor McGonagall, the second potions class was taught by Snape, the third defense against the dark arts class is Professor Quirrell, and then herbal medicine, flying sky. Wait a minute, cousin Dudley. Before Dudley could finish speaking, Harry suddenly turned to look at Dudley. Harry's eyes flickered, and his expression was a little hesitant. Finally, he couldn't help but say, cousin Dudley, do you know why? Dudley closed the notebook and looked calmly at Harry in front of him. What? Harry shook his head and tried his best to organize his words. I don't know either. I don't know how to put it into words. Cousin Dudley, the wizarding world is really amazing, and very wonderful. Everything here attracts me. I feel, I belong here, really, I belong here. But I can't be happy. Dudley still looked at Harry quietly, not interrupting his narration. Harry seemed to be stating or talking to himself. Cousin, why, I have already applied to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I think they already know what I mean. I'm not a magician who saves the world, don't they know? But speaking of this, Harry panicked and said, cousin Dudley, me, I never thought my name would have such a big impact. If I'm really what they call a hero, save the entire wizarding world, but I know that now I can't do anything. I don't know powerful magic. Don't even know a little bit of spells. How is it possible to become a qualified hero? Cousin, I think what you said is right. Before I learn something, it's better not to be called a hero by others, otherwise, when they know that I don't know anything, waiting for me is only laugh. It's like tomorrow is class. What should I do? Dudley watched Harry silently, listening to the incoherent statement that came out of his mouth. Harry kept saying, in the end, Harry didn't even know what he was talking about. His throat was dry and his eyes were erratic. The bizarre magical world attracts him, but he's not a hero either. Just when Harry was extremely distressed, a hand was suddenly on Harry's shoulder. The voice in Harry's mouth paused, and he even asked in a slightly crying tone, cousin Dudley, what should I do now? Dudley looked at Harry silently. However, Harry found that the pair of eyes in front of him were extremely deep. Look into those eyes. Lee's mood gradually calmed down. For some reason, Harry always felt at ease with his cousin's calm and gentle face. After waiting for a while, Dudley let go of his hand and said with a smile on his face, Harry, you're upset, and you also forgot a sentence I told you at the beginning. Harry was stunned, and he replied subconsciously, I haven't forgotten, Cousin Dudley. You said you should keep silent, watch more, listen more, think more. Dudley smiled slightly. That's right, but you only did it, read more, listen more, but forgot to use this place. It's thinking. Speaking of which, Dudley stretched out his hand and poked Harry on the forehead. Harry, you have to think more, calm down and think, just calm down. The problem you're worried about doesn't really exist. To put it bluntly, all these pressures come from yourself to yourself. Hero is what other people call you. So Harry, I ask you, how do you see yourself? Harry's expression was a little dazed. He didn't quite understand what his cousin said was a little profound, but he understood the last sentence. I'm not a hero, I'm just an ordinary person. Harry retorted instinctively. Dudley smiled and stretched out his hand to pat Harry on the shoulder. Look, in this way, the problem is not solved. You think you are a normal person, is that hero, and what does it have to do with you? Hearing Dudley's explanation, Harry felt a sense of enlightenment for a moment, as if there seemed to be a little truth in it. There was still a lot to understand, but Cousin Dudley was right that he is an ordinary little wizard. Other people's opinions belong to others, and Harry doesn't want to exist on the praise of others. As for the rest, Harry didn't have the energy to think, and felt that the doubts accumulated in his heart were eliminated. Harry just felt a wave of weariness hit him. Turning around and returning to the bed. Good night, Cousin Dudley. Good night, Harry, sweet dreams. Watching Harry fall into a deep sleep. Dudley took the initiative to come to the window, looking out at the dark and gloomy night. He was originally relaxed and calm, and his hidden smile disappeared. Instead, it looks a little more serious and dignified. There are a lot of things that he can't explain directly to Harry. This is derived from the vigilance of an adult's thinking. Except that Hogwarts itself treats Harry very delicately. What's more, it's extremely dangerous here. A senior wizard cast a spell in front of all the wizard students. Although I don't know the specific casting process, but Percy's blow, the cursed lightning arc, judging only from the naked eye, its real charge has exceeded the theoretical 1000 V. Through the shape and duration of the lightning arc, as long as Percy has any bad intentions, the new wizard students present are destined to end badly. The most direct description of this feeling is that in a school for ordinary people, both teachers and students enter the church with lethal weapons. Danger is everywhere. There are no strict constraints. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There is a strong security risk here. It is different from the world of ordinary collected weapons. To be the center of attention in the magic world is much more expensive than being the center of attention in the ordinary human world. Sorry, Harry, you had your childhood, but as a mature scientific research worker, I can't let myself ignore the danger. Making up his mind, Dudley went back to the trunk instead, nearby, opened the box and took out a notebook. This was a breakthrough research topic he left behind when he left London for Hogwarts. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Revised, Plant Gene Awakening, Part. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the dormitory of Gryffindor College, Dudley looked at the notebook, Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, in his hand, lost in thought. After a while, Dudley opened the study door and looked at Harry, who was resting on the bed. There was a little silence. He closed his study door with his backhand. The dormitory of Gryffindor New Wizards has a basic style. Although it was dark outside the window, the moment the door closed, it seemed that someone had entered it. The magic lampshades on the walls on both sides of the study automatically ignited clusters of flames. The flame flickered and bloomed with a brightness that was not what it should have been. The whole study room is extremely bright through the lampshade. Dudley Bing didn't pay attention to these details. Instead, he took the initiative to squat down and came to a suitcase. Take out bowl-shaped flower pots from inside. The pot has the soil he prepared in advance. Then place the flower pots in the corner of the windowsill in the study one by one. Finally, take out a glass test tube from the suitcase. These test tubes are filled with green plants one after another. This is water orchid. It is a close relative of weed, has strong environmental adaptability, and a relatively generous page. Looking at the water orchid in the glass tube, Dudley nodded in satisfaction. After a period of storage and long journeys, there were no obvious signs of dehydration in these experimental samples. No hesitation, Dudley took the water orchid out of the glass jar. Then, in order, transplant them one by one into the flower pots on the windowsill. Water orchids are emerald green. The leaves are long and narrow, its vitality is extremely tenacious, and it has no strict requirements on the growth environment. It's even worse than weeds. This is the main reason why Dudley originally chose water orchids: short growth cycle, high observability efficiency, excellent reuse and change. Water orchid is completely a natural white mouse in the plant kingdom. Perfectly suitable for the current research on plant gene awakening. According to the original idea, it is completely unfeasible to directly act on the living body with mercury. Pure metallic mercury is not only easy to evaporate but also highly toxic. Mercury's poison is just a concept. It is colorless and odorless, it cannot be detected, and it cannot be directly absorbed by living things. Entering the living body, only a certain amount can be fatal. If you want to use the Philosopher's Stone to witness whether the mercury in the living body can be turned into gold, the potential condition for this process must be that the living thing has vital signs. Death does not have any reference meaning. When Dudley was a graduate student, he had planned such an experimental plan, but due to the taboo rule, he never tried it publicly. Dudley's own decades of biological research experience shows that mercury in animals or humans is not a pure metal. It is the organic mercury after mercury, cells, and tissues are mixed. He has another nickname in biology as methylmercury. Dudley knew that what he had to do now was to use plants to produce methylmercury that could be directly absorbed and stored by living organisms. Methylmercury is the final step in the awakening of the heavy metal biocause. And before that, directly using mercury to act on living animals is not only difficult to control the dosage, but also unable to directly react with the philosopher's stone. Dosed too much, it will cause death. And there is no turning back. When mercury enters the living body, most of it will be precipitated and fused with fat, so it cannot be excreted from the body at all. If the amount is large and the amount is small, the life of a living body can be ended by a slight difference. No matter how sophisticated the instrument is, it can't do the correct injection of the mercury element. And this kind of taboo experiment should be more scientific, the ultimate goal of Dudley's design notes in Plant Gene Awakening, Part. It is to let plants absorb mercury independently during the growth cycle, let the mercury element affect the internal structure of plant cells. The main role is, laterally confirmed, the initial response of the cytoplasm, cell wall, endoplasmic reticulum, and vacuoles. Finally, it reflects whether the internal chloroplasts can successfully continue photosynthesis under the erosion of mercury to maintain basic vital signs. When plants are ingesting enough mercury and can naturally carry out photosynthesis to a certain extent. This also means that the prototype of methylmercury will appear. The mercury element acting on the living body is to let them eat the heavy metal water orchid that has absorbed the mercury element and survived. The experiment is well conceived. Then it is the role in practical applications. Thinking of this, Dudley set his eyes on the window sill of the study room and the dormitory. There are a total of 3 experimental potted plants for Plant Gene Awakening. This will be your subject for his experiment. Plant Gene Awakening, article, do it yourself. Experiment. No, I potted plant. Water orchids are planted inside with a bowl of clear water next to the soil. A small amount of mercury is added to the clear water, which is the vaporized mercury that can fully integrate with tap water. Schedule regularly. 4 potted plants in experiment I. The soil will be regularly irrigated with tap water mixed with a small amount of mercury. Experiment. No, 2 potted plant water orchids are planted inside. There is a mercury ball the size of a grain of rice on the edge of the soil. Mercury is liquid at room temperature and will evaporate naturally. Schedule regularly. No, 2 experiment number potted plant will be injected with normal water source within the natural period, but it will be filled with volatilized mercury in the glass cover of its life. Experiment. No, 3 potted plant water orchids are planted inside with a bowl of clear water next to the soil. A small amount of mercury is added to the clean water, which is mercury that has not been vaporized, and it does not fully integrate with tap water. Schedule regularly. Experiment. 3 potted plants will be used regularly, and tap water mixed with mercury will be used to regularly water the leaves of the water orchid. The 3 experiments were recorded in batches one by one in Dudley's experiment notebook. Plant Gene Awakening, article, not an easy task. Want to study the effect of the philosopher's stone on the living body, observe the function and influence of magic from the perspective of watching the world, then we must solve the difficult note of heavy metals entering the living body. Point 3 experimental materials. Start cultivating today, and at the growth rate of water orchids, it will take no more than a week from seedlings to mature. During this period, do a good job of analysis and record the most suitable experimental plant. That according to Dudley's vision, during the growth of plants, their leaves contain a large number of chloroplasts, which gather together to form a general light complex. They photosynthesize, whether it is the moisture in the soil or the moisture in the air, it will be absorbed by them, decompose and absorb hydrogen to release oxygen. In this cycle of approaching bend. So, what will happen if you encounter mercury doped in it, if it is possible to cultivate a water orchid mixed with a certain amount of mercury? So finally, can the branches and leaves of water orchids be fed to living organisms, so that the organisms can have more heavy metal elements? Start with a plant and, if successful, work your way up to a link in the food chain. Water orchids containing mercury, fish that eat water orchids, marine organisms, amphibians, and finally land viviparous creatures. Look at the Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project in your hand. Dudley had clearly planned a route. Already enrolled in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the process of learning magic, conducting research at the same time may have different discoveries and gains. Look at the experimental pots that have been spaced out in batches. It was 3 o'clock in the night. It's so late, you should rest. My old problem has been committed again, and when I encounter novel things, I will always concentrate on it. If it hadn't suddenly occurred to him that there was magic class tomorrow, Dudley thought he could continue taking research notes all night long, turn around and leave the study. Close the door and return to the bed. He glanced at the dark night outside the window. Dudley smiled faintly. Unknown, it's a locked door. He wants to push open the door with his own hands, to see what is behind the magic. Note, the changes in the wizarding world often arise from the most inadvertent corners. If I could go back in time, I would hold the Elder Wand and kill all evil heresies in the bud. It all started when I opened the gate of time to save the wizarding world. Late at night, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is the top of the Hogwarts Tower. Surrounded by bookcases. The bookcase is full of thick books, a long wooden table and European-style chairs. Chair back against tabletop, on it sat an old man with silver hair. The forehead of the silver-haired old man was slightly tilted to one side, and his eyes were half asleep and half awake. His eyes seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally looking at the glass lampshade in front of him. Magic crystal lamp. there is a cluster of small flames floating in the center of the lampshade. The flame flickered, a faint orange halo was emitting from its body. Cough cough, Professor Dumbledore, our newly admitted Hogwarts wizards have already made curriculum arrangements. Roughly schedule Monday for Transfiguration, Charms and Herbalism. Tuesday is Defense Against the Dark Arts and Herbalism, then adjust the History of Magic class plus Quidditch items. Wednesday schedule is Herbalism, Defense Against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. Thursday is Transfiguration, Charms, Flying Lessons, and Quidditch. Friday is Potions class, the last weekend I'm planning to arrange for a Quidditch match in addition to the breaks. Professor McGonagall was talking about a new round of Hogwarts admission proposals for little wizards. She didn't get a response for a while, looking at the half-asleep Hogwarts headmaster in front of him. Cough cough. Professor McGonagall coughed violently again. Principal Dumbledore, although I know it's late, but this is also one of your duties. The little wizards class arrangement still needs your confirmation at the end. Professor McGonagall spoke angrily. Dumbledore slowly turned the chair, and his body sat firmly facing Professor McGonagall's somewhat rigid cheek. Deputy Principal Minerva, you must have something to say when you come to me. I think you know what I mean. Professor McGonagall frowned. Deputy Dean, I mean, besides the basic job duties, your real purpose of coming to me. Hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Professor McGonagall shrugged helplessly, put down the little wizard training lesson plan in his hand and said calmly, since Professor Dumbledore has spoken, then I'll just ask directly, what did your previous actions mean? Why did you make it say Harry's original name during the Sorting Hat's activation? That Sorting Hat with rigid thinking, humph, I think this thing should not be done, Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. Professor McGonagall, haven't I already said, it is the leaders of the 4 Hogwarts colleges who made this decision, not me alone. The Sorting Hat inherits Slytherin, Gryffindor. Don't wait for Dumbledore to finish. Professor McGonagall decisively retorted, Headmaster Dumbledore, it's just the 2 of us here, you don't need to put me down with such lame excuses full of prevarications. You know, no one cares more about the importance of Harry than I do. Whether it's his parents or his tragic life experience, I feel guilt when facing him. The controversial contradiction between wizard and muggle should not be applied to a child, can. But Harry Potter, he's in a strange state. Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall raised his palm. A wand was held in her palm, and the tip of the wand glowed white. A string of spells was blurted out by Professor McGonagall, curse, flashback of light and shadow. The white ons gathered in the air, and after a while in mid-air, several pictures appeared one after another. These pictures are the Harry Potter observed by Professor McGonagall. Every word and deed, every action, even subtle changes in expression are presented one by one. Principal Dumbledore, I think you should pay attention to this matter. From the very beginning, I refused you to hand Harry over to a family like the Dursleys who hate wizards and atheists. They have no beliefs, and I even think their beliefs may be disgusting gold coins. You need to know, in such an environment, it is very unfavorable for a child to grow up physically and mentally. This kind of decision, how do you want me to face Harry's parents who are dead? Professor McGonagall's voice was serious, and her expression rarely showed helplessness. Dumbledore's face remained unchanged, his eyes were fixed on the scene of spell flashback of light and shadow. I don't know what I'm thinking about. At once, please, answer me. Professor Dumbledore, take a good look at your previous decision, look at what Harry did. Professor McGonagall pointed at the wand, and the magic catharsis light curtain instantly enlarged. Look at Harry when he first came to Hogwarts. He is actually in the situation where all the little wizards are extremely respectful to me. How dare Harry say something slightly provocative to me directly? He's still just a kid. Do you know what that means? The difficult life in that Muggle family was actually in his heart, in Harry's heart. The desire to break the rules is buried deep. The first time Harry saw me, he asked for a name change, Harry Disley. From this point, it can be seen that Harry may still have some vague impressions of the responsibilities he bears for his name. I don't know exactly how Harry came up with this idea, but when faced with these, Harry's approach turned out to be to evade difficulties. For safety, he didn't even want the last name of Potter. Immediately afterwards, Professor McGonagall waved his wand again. You can let go of everything else. Never mind, Professor Dumbledore, look here. Under the eyes of everyone, I had promised him to abandon his past honors, but was pointed out by the Hogwarts Sorting Hat on the spot. See for yourself what Harry does. Harry's on-the-spot reaction and countermeasures were all the best choices. I don't even know how he got so smart. Not only did it resolve the embarrassment between you and your companions, also successfully integrated into the Gryffindor family. His on-the-spot reaction and psychological performance, not at all like a kid who just turned 11, should be acting. Professor McGonagall poured out his doubts in one breath. Her eyes were on Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore smiled lightly. He was not in a hurry but instead picked up a pot of tea by himself. So, Professor McGonagall, it's all over. What are you still worried about? Professor McGonagall was at a loss for words. She stared at Dumbledore. After a while he hesitated and said, Harry, he is so smart. Jane is exactly the same as the he in Slytherin. Do not, at the same age, I even think that the big devil of Slytherin, nothing could be more appropriate than Harry's performance today. Of course, under the same circumstances, Professor McGonagall finally expressed the worries that were suppressed in his heart. We will guide. Dumbledore interrupted Professor McGonagall with a wave of his hand, and he got up slowly and said, So, Professor McGonagall, are you worried that our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will cultivate another existence comparable to Voldemort? Professor McGonagall nodded stiffly. You can say that, and you can't say that. However, Dumbledore waved his hands casually and said, Deputy Principal McGonagall, I think that's what you're worrying about. Professor McGonagall was a little puzzled. The appearance of Voldemort not only caused losses to Hogwarts, but also caused great turmoil in the entire wizarding world. Sacrificing war and terror has almost become synonymous with him. After what happened last time, Dumbledore should be more cautious. How could he be so relaxed? Dumbledore smiled and said, Professor McGonagall, have you forgotten the most important sentence I told you before? Voldemort is an ambitious man, and Harry is a hero. The two men's future paths are destined to be very different. And about Voldemort's suspicions, I think you know better. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore's gentle smile and didn't understand the meaning of his words for a while. It took a while for Professor McGonagall to figure out what was the key. She looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. Professor Dumbledore, do you want to train another genius? Dumbledore turned his head to look at the candlelight behind him and said calmly, no one can be sure that Voldemort is dead. There are too many survival methods for powerful wizards. A self-proclaimed successor of Slytherin, his strength is well known to you and me, but it doesn't matter, Professor McGonagall. When a wolf enters the flock, then this wolf is a symbol of ferocity. So, Professor McGonagall, if there is another wolf in the new flock, then in the process of the game, between wolves and wolves. For sheep, wolves, this period of time fighting each other, he is the hero. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. No, you trusted him so much back then, but he still betrayed you, Headmaster Dumbledore. You are doing too much risk. And there's no need to push Harry to the forefront. Dumbledore's expression didn't change too much, his palms spread out. Suddenly a cluster of flames continued to burn in it. The flame expands and contracts. Exploded into a streamer. In an instant, it turned into a flaming phoenix. Phoenix falling, flame switches form again. The torrential magical streamer is surging. Dumbledore looked at the creature running on the table and smiled at Professor McGonagall. Do you know what this is? Professor McGonagall frowned. Her expression was gradually shocked, and finally she seemed a little out of control. Guess what? Do you know what this is, Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall said silently, is this a wolf? Dumbledore denied. No, it's a collie. Wolves and dogs are similar when they were young. Their future achievements are directly related to their living environment. A wolf can become a dog, and a dog can become a wolf too. Professor McGonagall, I think you're missing something. We Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as a mentor, you have the obligation and responsibility to guide the young wizards to be positive, full of love and courage in their hearts, instead of being afraid in the first place. It goes against your style as a Hogwarts professor. When Professor McGonagall heard this, she raised her eyebrows and did not directly answer Dumbledore's question. Instead, he said solemnly, are you going to train another Hogwarts guardian, make Harry a collie? Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall with a gentle smile, and said slowly, no, what doesn't a collie change? That's too regular. Only a mighty and domineering lion will do everything in his power to protect his clan. We need a real lion at Hogwarts. He will protect us all, in the near future, become a new generation of heroes at Hogwarts. The flame in Dumbledore's hand instantly expanded when the voice fell. The shepherd dog running around collapsed in an instant. Gather again, a domineering lion that spewed flames and covered in streamers stood proudly on the top desk in Hogwarts. Roar, silent roar, flame spurt, magic turmoil. Professor McGonagall was shocked by the scene in front of him. She stared at the flaming lion, as if she could feel its burning heat in her eyes. Cough, cough. Okay, Headmaster Dumbledore, I know what to do. But I still have my own way to teach the little wizard. As for whether your decision is right or wrong, just leave it to time to judge. History will always give you and me an answer. After speaking, Professor McGonagall walked towards the door of the office without looking back. The moment the doorknob was pulled open, Professor McGonagall stopped and she said lightly again, sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, I forgot to inform you. Hagrid has been waiting outside the door for a long time. Professor McGonagall is ready to leave after speaking. However, Dumbledore suddenly said, wait, Professor McGonagall, tell Hagrid to wait outside, and I will take the initiative to call him later. Professor McGonagall didn't say much after hearing that, but left Dumbledore's office directly. Hagrid had been leaning against the door for over an hour. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and when he saw Professor McGonagall coming out, he said quickly, Professor McGonagall, you are finally over. Is Professor Dumbledore still busy? When I was looking for him, he kept me waiting at the door. Professor McGonagall looked at Hagen's slightly anxious expression and frowned. Principal Dumbledore told you to wait at the door, and he will take the initiative to call you later. Hagrid watched the back of Professor McGonagall leaving in a hurry. I couldn't help stomping my feet again. There were some animals near my little house that hadn't distributed their dinners on time. If they went back later, they would be starving. Hogwarts, inside the headmaster's office. Dumbledore left his seat, walked around the desk in front of him, and came to the metal door on the other side. This is the second time he has come here recently. His eyes stayed on the ancient and complicated magic lines above for a while, and he took a step forward. Puffed. Dumbledore's body went straight through the iron gate. Entered the confined space behind the door. Looking around, there are no candles here, and there are dark walls on all sides, with an area of only about 4 square meters. Dumbledore leaned forward slowly. The moment the pale face was about to approach the pensieve. Dumbledore's body stiffened. Eyes that had been closed all the time suddenly opened. His lips opened and closed unconsciously, but no sound came out. Do not aside. Dumbledore stared at the pensieve and shook his head slowly. No, not yet time. It's not a good time to think. After speaking, Dumbledore pulled himself away from the pensieve with both hands. He stretched out his hand and straightened the wrinkled wizard robe. Turn around and leave slowly, this claustrophobic space. But the moment Dumbledore turned around, the pensieve, which was filled with magic power, automatically rippled layer by layer, and the water blue halo dissipated. In the dark and dim small space, it was illuminated by a blue halo. Dumbledore's body paused, and he could clearly feel the magic fluctuations escaping from the pensieve. Has your memory started to falter again? But just as Dumbledore was thinking, a deep and hoarse voice echoed behind him. It's here, why don't you take a look? I can feel the purest yearning for her in your heart. This is an opportunity, I can give you this chance, Dumbledore, because you have not seen each other for too long. Dumbledore instinctively closed his eyes, and he subconsciously shook his head. No, you think too much, I don't want to see her. Since that day, the moment my sister died unexpectedly, it already means, Dumbledore's voice fell, and he did not continue. Quiet, the entire claustrophobic space was silent. So be it. A faint sense of loss rose in Dumbledore's heart, and he lifted his foot and planned to leave. At the same time, a hoarse sigh mixed with an inexplicable charm echoed throughout the small room. Ugh, this is a helpless sigh. Open your eyes. But the scene in front of him made Dumbledore a little astonished. Small enclosed spaces disappeared. In front of the field of vision is a large expanse of grass. Surrounded by lush greenery and luxuriant branches and leaves. There is even a student wearing a characteristic wizard robe on both sides of the road. Here, where is it? Dumbledore raised his head, and he could clearly see a magnificent building not far away. A building is the gate of a school. Durmstrang School of Magic is clearly written on the gate. The memory gradually wakes up. This scene was extremely familiar to Dumbledore. He stepped into Durmstrang School of Magic almost instinctively. Follow one of the paths. Dumbledore came to a chic teaching building. Without hesitation, he passed through the entrance of the branch, walked up the stairs, and came to a circular classroom door. Before entering the gate, he heard a hoarse roar in his ears. Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, did you listen to my charm class or not? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant and domineering? Another slightly younger man's voice sounded. Professor, don't be impatient, of course I want to listen to the spell class, but the way you teach the class, Mr. Metz, is really boring. It's even a little bit. Dumbledore's still standing outside the classroom window. He could clearly see a young man with silver hair playing with a magic wand in his hand. The wand twirled back and forth in his hand. And a middle-aged wizard on the stage was looking at the young man with an angry face. Grindelwald, very good, very good. You openly challenged me that the content of my charms class is too boring. This is really barbaric. I don't think so. The corner of Grindelwald's mouth raised slightly and he waved the wand in his hand, and a string of flames emerged in the air. The flames danced in the air, like dancing elves, cheering in midair. The face of Wizard Mace on the podium was a little dark, and he paused word by word. Grindelwald, I'm warning you one more time not to interfere with my class. Otherwise, you will get out of here. Your behavior of casting magic at will is simply not taking your own safety into consideration. And I'm sure no one will appreciate your stupid behavior. Grindelwald laughed when he heard that. He jumped down from the table and looked at the middle-aged wizard on the podium, and said provocatively, damn old man, to shut up, don't use the rules to restrain me, I have already studied your spells thoroughly. Theory is something that only children care about. Charms themselves are a form of magically affecting everything around them. From a muggle perspective, it could be seen as a supernatural situation, and in a stuffy class like yours. Education gives us, every time only nagging, take the wand first and then say the spell. Final statement. The connection between mind and attention. Charms change from spell to spell. In actuality, casting a spell shoots a beam of light, and the beam is the carrier of the spell. Spells and mana work together to be shot from the tip of the wand. If the beam is blocked or avoided by obstacles during the casting process, the spell release will be invalidated. You keep repeating these cliches all day long, Professor. My ears are almost calloused. The things you say, Jane, seem worthless to me. The middle-aged wizard's expression was astonished, and he became a little ashamed and angry. He said angrily, Grindelwald, what do you mean? If you don't want to attend the class, you can get out. If it affects the class and the study of other wizard students, I will ask the wizard to be disciplined. They will not listen to your magic debate. However, Grindelwald turned directly and his midweek wand danced gently. Throw it away and store it in the wizard's robe. A pair of heroic eyes stared at the middle-aged wizard in front of him. Professor Mace, how can you explain this? While speaking, Grindelwald snapped his fingers directly, snapped a crisp sound. Spell, sparkle, fireball, the voice fell. In front of Grindelwald, magic fluctuations came out. The magic power was gathering, clusters of dark red flames swayed, and finally froze in the air. The flames are arranged in order, orderly. Professor Mace, I don't have a wand, so can you explain, what is the act of casting magic with my bare hands? The middle-aged wizard stared blankly at the young man in front of him, his eyes were a little dull, and he subconsciously said to himself, do not, this is impossible, since no one has ever been able to do it at your age, to the point, no. Professor Mace, I did it, this is cast without a wand. Grindelwald looked arrogant and said with a little pride in his tone, then Professor Mace. Am I not a genius, and for your future courses, don't I have to arrive on time? The middle-aged wizard took a deep breath and didn't know how to answer for a while that he is just a spell teacher specially hired by Durmstrang School of Magic, decades of teaching career, conscientious. But what the genius wizard student did in front of him made him unable to step down. No one told him what to do when he met such a genius wizard. At this time, in the last row of the charms classroom, Dumbledore was staring at the scenes that happened at the front. He raised his palm subconsciously and waved it lightly. All the flames suspended in mid-air on the podium were extinguished. Who? Grindelwald suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the last row of the classroom. There, a handsome young man with a gentle expression was looking at him with a smile on his face. Dumbledore's elderly figure almost coincided with the young man standing there. This moment, countless years have passed, only those eyes have escaped the passage of time and collided with her. A kind of palpitation that has been silent for a long time, an inexplicable feeling rose in Dumbledore's heart. This is a feeling of sympathy, a kind of enlightenment that can only be born when geniuses and geniuses meet each other. Grindelwald spoke almost at the same time as Dumbledore. I appreciate your talent, maybe we can be best friends. Dumbledore's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. This wasn't the first time he and Grindelwald met, but this is the first time he has been attracted by the other party's talent. Open your eyes again, the spacious classrooms around are still gone, the noisy wizard school was empty. Wait until the ambient light subsides. Dumbledore noticed that this was a room of hundreds of square meters. The doors and windows on both sides of the room were boarded up. She. Twice. A cluster of flames lit up. In the dim environment, the light began to spread, clusters of orange flames danced in the air. Large dark spaces are filled with warm tones. Here is a circular area. Wizards in black robes sat quietly on chairs holding books in their hands. In the most central position is a young man. The young man has silver hair, three-dimensional and handsome features. His expression is somewhat arrogant and indifferent. I think you should know why I summon you here. One of the wizards stood up from his seat. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald, we're here because of what you said in the Daily Wizard. You don't like it, you boycott International Wizarding Secrecy Act. Grindelwald nodded and responded, no, it's not that I don't like it, but loathing and hatred. Everyone here, let me ask you, what did the International Act of Wizarding Secrecy bring to us wizards? This kind of legal rule against wizards is not an external constraint, but completely internal constraints. This is simply ridiculous. When the wizards in the audience heard this, they started whispering immediately. Grindelwald stood in the center, his expression changed from indifference at the beginning to cynical. I believe most of you have never left the wizarding world, or even go to Muggle territory, so I can tell you from my point of view how extravagant is the life of those ordinary people. This group of Muggles, sitting on vast land and fertile fields, built high-rise buildings in one area after another. Plant food and have enough food and clothing. They live very comfortably, everyone's face is filled with a smile named happiness. Speaking of this, Grindelwald waved his wand in his hand, and pictures of patterns behind him appeared in the vision of all the wizards. Spacious and clean land, luxurious and stylish building. A church adored by all. Even scenic natural scenery. Grindelwald looked at the wizards at the scene and said word by word, wizard friends, after the formation of the damn Wizard International Statute of Secrecy. Tell me, after you learn magic, what will you face? Integrating into Muggle collective work, it would be considered one of the most menial jobs for wizards around. Then stay in the wizarding world and you will be organized to hunt livestock with magic. Or enter the mysterious forest to explore potions. We face danger at any time in order to survive. But we are a group of beasts with fangs. Why pretend to be harmless when facing Muggle sheep? Listen, I now have reason to suspect that the International Act of Wizarding Secrecy is a wicked curse. The wizards who organize and promote this idea are all partners controlled by Muggles. This approach is changing our minds, curb our genius. The basic rights and interests of our wizards have to be guaranteed at all. All the wizards in black robes, who were still talking about it, fell silent at the same time. They quietly looked at the silver-haired man in front of them. We are powerful wizards, not captive livestock. Grindelwald snapped. In an instant, the eyes of the wizards present were filled with an emotion that was about to burn. That's called anger. That's called humiliating. The dignity of a wizard has been stifled. We are strong. This world shouldn't be like this. Seeing the changes in the crowd, Grindelwald's expression became angry and passionate. With a flick of his hand, a copy of the International Law of Wizarding Secrecy, engraved by the Ministry of Magic, was suspended in the air by him with the levitation spelled out. The book was opened page by page, and the black and white words floated around Grindelwald. At the same time, Grindelwald took a step forward, stood at the top of the podium, and looked at the black-robed wizards below him. Grindelwald's eyes carried a kind of extremely confident publicity. What kind of ridiculous remarks are stipulated in the ridiculous wizard law? This kind of stupid regulation completely makes us like rats committed to the underground sewer. Every word Grindelwald utters, a flame will burn out of thin air. The flames flickered and fell under the International Law of Wizarding Secrecy paper. Look, what absurd remarks this wizarding law stipulates, such stupid regulations, totally making us the equivalent of rats committed to the sewer. We are beasts. We are not rats, our ferocity is contained. This is equivalent to cutting off the cheetah's fangs and claws, so that they can only become ornamental cats. Grindelwald's voice fell, and one of the pages was completely swallowed by the flames. The raging fire burns on and on. Part of the International Law of Wizarding Secrecy quickly turned to ashes. The emotions of the wizards at the scene were mobilized, and Grindelwald snorted coldly. I'm asking you from the perspective of a wizard. This damned regulation makes us face a group of ignorant and confused Muggles and pretend to be exactly like them. This kind of behavior is simply trampling on the dignity of our wizards. This regulation seems to be in the name of protecting us, but it's ridiculous. Those weak muggles who couldn't even withstand a magical impact, how could it be our wizard's opponent? Let that weak ant ride on the tiger's head to command. Such ignorance is simply a disgrace. Here I ask all the wizards here, in your hearts, is this damn International Wizarding Secrecy Act actually protecting our wizarding community? Or is it protecting the muggles who live in the Eden? After the words fell, Grindelwald waved his palm again, and clusters of flames soared out of thin air. The flames swallowed International Law of Wizarding Secrecy and completely turned it into fly ash in the flames. At this moment, a man in black robe stood up from the wizard crowd. He looked at Grindelwald and said word by word, Mr. Grindelwald. So, if it were you, when facing the International Act of Wizarding Secrecy, what will you do? Grindelwald flicked his silver hair. He looked proudly at the wizards in the audience and said word by word, what would I do in the face of the International Act of Wizarding Secrecy? Good question, also very targeted, but, just for me personally. For International Wizarding Secrecy Act, I choose to refuse. For freedom, I refuse and submit to its rules. After the voice fell, in the dim room, the eyes of groups of wizards in black robes shot out a light of hope. This look is pure with heat. For freedom, for freedom, for freedom. We refuse and submit to that foolish regulation. Overthrow this damn International Act of Wizarding Secrecy. It is poisoning a new generation of wizarding communities. For our next generation, we wizards want to regain our own dignity. The shouts of wizards in the entire room filled it wave after wave. Enough. Dumbledore raised his palm. For a while, the originally substantial scene was instantly shattered, and darkness was restored around it. In a trance. The familiar and seductive voice sounded in his heart. Dumbledore, now that you're here, it's useless to escape. Opportunity is at hand, and the Sorcerer's Stone is just outside the door. You have it at your fingertips. You can change everything that has happened. You got it. Not only can you lie forever, it can even be revived. Dead he and she. I can feel the call of your sister's soul. Follow your own will. Dumbledore, your sister, she is longing for, she wants to see you, Albus Dumbledore. Shut up. Dumbledore's footsteps stopped, his brows raised, and the voice in his mouth seemed a bit complicated. No. Dead people cannot be resurrected. This wizard has passed down the rule for thousands of years. No matter how much I miss my relatives, it is impossible, ridiculous. No, it is possible. Dumbledore, you have witnessed the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Your best friend with the Philosopher's Stone has survived over 6 centuries. You can think about it. This is the lifespan that human beings can't get close to at all. Look at you now. Your skin is wrinkled, your body is weak, but your spirit is full, huge magical power, imprisoned in a body that is about to decay. This is really a pity. The hoarse voice became more and more bewitching. Enough. Dumbledore turned around abruptly, stretched out his palm, pressed it on the mirror like pensieve, and sternly reprimanded, shut up. I think you should know better than anyone that I shouldn't have power now, not even a wand. I can't hold it. I got the magic wand. Don't you know it yet? I, Albus Dumbledore, can't have power again. This is the lesson of blood. The voice fell. Dumbledore is covered in wizard robes without any wind, and he is full of energy. Chant the mantra, curse, magic, backflow. The flickering blue light curtains all around gathered in the center of the pensieve. The hoarse voice disappeared completely along with the light curtain. Leaving the secret door of the principal's office, Dumbledore returned to the desk, his eyes fixed on a piece of paper in front of him. The wrist danced, the paper was suspended out of thin air, and lines of text emerged on it. After 2 minutes, it was confirmed that it was correct, and Dumbledore waved his hand. The spread paper is automatically gathered and folded into envelopes. With a flick of the finger, the envelope floated towards the crack of the door and disappeared. At the same time, outside the principal's office, Hagen's body like a hill was squatting on the ground. To be honest, he has been standing at this door for almost several hours. But Headmaster Dumbledore never summoned him. If it wasn't for Professor McGonagall telling him to wait, Hagrid was really worried that Principal Dumbledore would forget him. Not long after, Hagrid heard a rustling sound beside him. He saw a folded letter floating in front of him. Before Hagrid could reach out, the letter began to twist and wrinkle. Open a mouth from the center. Dumbledore's gentle and calm voice came from the roaring letter, Hagrid, take what I gave you and hide it in the basement of Hogwarts College. I think you know where the place I'm talking about is. After the roaring letter was finished, a big mouth opened and chewed and bit his body in reverse. In an instant, countless shreds of paper fell to the ground. Rubius Hagrid stared blankly at the scraps of paper in front of him and waited for hours by himself. Just this sentence, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you kidding me? Having said that, Rubius Hagrid strictly followed orders. In his cognition, the extremely clever Headmaster Dumbledore must have his deep meaning. In doing so, he rubbed his somewhat bewildered forehead. Cousin Dudley, what are you doing? Seeing that Dudley has got up and changed into a brand new wizard robe, under the robe is a white shirt and a red tie, Harry was still in the daze of just waking up. Dudley responded with a gentle smile. Morning Harry, it's time for you to get up too, and today's outdoor class may not be in time if it is later. Outdoor? Harry scratched his head suspiciously. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to break free from the seal of the quilt, wash up and put on a brand new wizard robe. Cousin Dudley, what did you say about the outdoors? Harry asked suspiciously again. Dudley took out a notebook and read it word by word. Harry, you will have to do these things yourself in the future. If you just started school, I will only remind you the first time. Before the start of school, the Ministry of Magic sent you and me the curriculum in the form of letters, which clearly stated. The Hogwarts first year curriculum is as follows. It's Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Monday, then there are charms and herbalism. Tuesday is Quirrell. Defense against the Dark Arts, Herbalism, History of Magic plus Quidditch with Professor Hooch. Wednesday's schedule is Herbalism, Defense against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. Thursday is Transfiguration, Charms, Flying Lessons, and Quidditch. Potions class is on Friday, and the weekend will be arranged soon. After Dudley finished speaking in one breath, seeing Harry's dazed expression, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked his hair. Okay Harry, don't be dazed. According to the time calculation, we should be going to Professor Rolanda's Quidditch class this morning. If I remember correctly, this should be a big class. Harry hurriedly put on his clothes, and after washing up, he said with some doubts, Cousin Dudley, what's big lesson? Dudley took the initiative to take a piece of dry bread from the dining room table and stuffed it into Harry's mouth. Harry broke his cheek and chewed subconsciously. And the bread blocked his momentum to continue speaking. Dudley put another bottle of milk into Harry's pocket. Okay Harry, we're out of time, hurry up, let's talk about these details as we walk. Woo, okay. Cousin Dudley, Harry puffed out his cheeks and chewed the bread in his mouth, his voice faltered and couldn't be heard clearly. Go to the door and open the door of the dormitory. Dudley looked at the boy at the door suspiciously. Oh my God, Ron's expression changed from stunned to anxious, and even complained in his mouth. Harry, Dudley, why are you opening the door so slowly? This morning is Mrs. Rolanda's Quidditch lesson. I heard she has a bad temper. After Ron's voice fell, Harry swallowed the bread in one gulp, and then gulped down the milk. Harry, slow down, you'll choke. Ron spoke out to comfort him, but he also walked ahead in a panic. Dudley and Harry followed Ron straight out of the Hogwarts dormitory. Harry looked at Ron curiously and said, Ron, do you know what Quidditch is? This is the first time I've heard of this thing. Ron said casually, it's a sporting event. If I have to say it, it can be regarded as similar to rugby or football in your Muggle world. They all hit the ball into a fixed place to score. Just like that? Harry was a little lost. Ron shrugged. I don't know how to describe it, but this kind of competition is in the sky and it is very popular among wizards. Harry thought about it. Ron on the side said with a depressed face, Harry, to tell you the truth, I wanted to skip class today. I don't like the Slytherins, and the thought of going to class with them makes me sick. Harry looked at Ron puzzled. Ron didn't explain too much. The three of them stopped and went and soon came to a grassland according to the planned route. At the moment of leaving the circular arch, Dudley's nose smelled a fresh fragrance of grass. Ahead is an open area surrounded by walls. It looks like a scenic leisure area in Hogwarts School. Not far away, there was a group of students wearing wizard robes, and they were surrounding a row of shelves. In the center of the crowd was a middle-aged woman with short hair. Okay kids, quiet, now line up in order according to your own college, and everyone needs to get a magic broom before class. Alright, Gryffindor to my left, Slytherin to my right. The short-haired lady's voice fell, and the chaotic and noisy little wizards lined up spontaneously. Ron and Harry quickly followed and entered Gryffindor College before the team was formed. Let's get rid of it and don't expose us. Hermione, who was standing in the back row of the line, looked at the three people behind her in astonishment, and said angrily, sleeping in on the first day of school. Harry smiled awkwardly. Ron curled his lip to express his disdain. Hermione immediately annoyed, really, if we're late, we Gryffindors will be detained. Quiet. At the same time, the female wizard at the front of the Gryffindor team frowned and quickly approached the last part of the team. She stood still, looked at Hermione with slightly curly brown hair in front of her and said seriously, Gryffindor students, Ms. Hermione Granger, I don't want anyone breaking the rules in my broom lessons. This is a warning, don't disturb the classroom order at will. I don't want you to leave a bad impression on me either. Ms. Granger. Humph, this is a warning, I hope you can pay attention to it in the future. All the students are warned not to whisper in my class. I hate little wizards who don't pay attention to class. After the words fell, Rolanda directly came to the front of the crowd regardless of Hermione's personal emotions. Ron nudged Harry lightly. He glanced at Hermione and mouthed to Harry, see, this is the fate of meddling. Harry smiled awkwardly. Hermione also noticed Ron's actions. She stomped her feet in annoyance, grievance and grief welled up in her heart. Since I obviously did it for the higher comprehensive score of Gryffindor, it's for the good of the academy. How could these two treat themselves like this? Hermione has decided, she will never talk to the two people behind her again. Simply, it's really too much. Hermione was extremely aggrieved and annoyed. Dudley on the side looked thoughtfully at the trio beside him. He could see through Hermione's grievance and incomprehension at a glance. It can also be seen that Ron is irritated by being nosy. But Dudley didn't want to get mixed up with the three of them. He doesn't have the idea that face value is justice. After coming to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, at this stage, little wizards are still biological, infancy. That you have to learn to camouflage yourself and be the same color as your surroundings. The most important thing to do is to reduce the sense of presence and concentrate on continuing your biological experiments without being noticed. Dudley Instead gave Harry a direct pull that he took the initiative to stand between Hermione and Ron. Ron looked at Dudley with some puzzlement, wondering why he changed positions so suddenly. But with Dudley standing in front of him, he couldn't see Hermione's angry face. Out of sight, out of mind. This can be regarded as following his heart. The other side, seeing Dudley standing between herself and Ron, Hermione's aggrieved and suppressed tears stop abruptly. No, nothing, I'm fine. Hermione lowered her head. She thought Dudley was here to comfort her. She was a strong child. But after waiting for a long time, Hermione didn't see Dudley taking the initiative to express concern. Hermione was a little puzzled. After a long while, Dudley suddenly frowned and looked at Hermione. What's wrong with you? What are you watching me do? I switched places with Ron. It's because I can't read what Professor Rolanda wrote on the wall. It's much clearer now. Hermione. Hermione's face turned red for a moment, and she smiled awkwardly. No, what? If you can't see clearly, I can help you read. Dudley shook his head. No need, I can see clearly now. Hermione, although I don't know why, I didn't notice anything wrong either, but Hermione felt very unhappy. Why does it feel worse than when facing Ron? Hermione struggled. It was really an outrageous day. At the same time, Rolanda, the short-haired lady at the front of the little wizard team, also stopped waving her wand. Lines of red characters appeared in front of her. Rolanda Hooch. Hello students, I am in charge of your Quidditch lessons, and I am your professor, Ms. Rolanda Hooch. In the next year, I will be in charge of teaching and sorting out your Quidditch courses. First of all, Quidditch requires players to ride on a magic broom to compete. In the competition, we strictly stipulate the production and manufacture of brooms. In addition, 3 kinds of 4 Quidditch balls will be used in the Quidditch game. It can be simplified as Quaffle Ball. This ball can get points for attacking and angering the goal. The other is Bludger. This ball can be used to attack and block your opponents. The last is the Golden Snitch. It is quite important. As long as you catch him, you can get huge points and win directly. The Golden Snitch is worth 150 points, and the moment he is caught, the game will end. Well, that's all for the kids. Let us get acquainted with the broomstick today. Then do follow-up study. After a while, Professor Rolanda frowned, and she looked at the little wizards in front of her with a serious face. He reached into his arms and took out a wand. Gryffindor College, Slanterling College, divide into 2 echelons, you stand in order. After the words fell, Professor Rolanda gently waved the wand in his hand. A cluster of cyan blue halos lit up at the tip of the wand, and the halos spread and shrouded in all directions. Rolanda's hands kept moving, and the frequency of the blue halo at the tip of the wand became more and more frequent. This move attracted the curiosity of all the wizard students. Hey, Hermione, do you know what Professor Rolanda is doing? Ron poked his head out of the side and looked past Dudley at Hermione. Hermione frowned, flicked her brown hair and snorted coldly. Don't ask me, I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. You can ask your good friend Harry. Ron looked at Harry's bewildered expression and said helplessly, don't ask Harry, he hasn't learned how to cast magic yet. You are the only one in our group who can cast magic. Hermione pouted and cocked her head. Don't think about it, I won't tell you. She laughed at her and ran on her before, but Hermione is very revengeful. Ron pouted. Look Harry, I told you that Hermione has a bad temper, and hold grudges. Harry smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. Dudley on the side said thoughtfully, if my guess is correct, this should be one of the spells. According to the color and the magnitude of the halo, it should be classified as the magic pull of the Transfiguration Curse. Magic traction? What is this? Ron asked curiously. What is Teacher Rolanda doing? Aren't we a Quidditch class? What's the use of using magic pull? Dudley didn't explain but smiled. It's really stupid. Hermione on the side couldn't help but seize the opportunity to fight back. Ron, you are so stupid. Mr. Rolanda is obviously calling the magic broom stored in the Hogwarts storage room. At the same time, above the heads of the little wizards, wizard brooms were flying in the air. From far to near, the broom bypassed the high platform of the courtyard wall and came to the top of the open space. Ron looked at the scene in front of him, and then looked at Hermione with an idiot-like look at himself. Feeling very blocked in his heart, he looked at Harry angrily and said tisk tisk. Harry saw it. Someone said before to follow the rules. If you don't talk nonsense in Mr. Rowland's class, you will deduct points from Hogwarts. Now, I was the first to break the rules. Hareton felt that there was a grain of truth in that. You, what did you say? Hermione's face was flushed red, and she felt indisputable. Annoyed, she could only kick the grass vigorously. Treat Sayako as an object to vent. A small piece of innocent lawn caved in. Dudley looked at Hermione's annoyed look, and he knew it. From the previous chat, he could see that Hermione was born in a well-educated family, and she also excelled in school. Usually two good friends should be very few. This caused her way of speaking and talking to be like that rule to handle things. Always straightforward. And she's never heard a bad word in her life. Never heard of. I have never suffered language bullying. Most of what surrounds you is longing and envy and alienation. This made Hermione completely unable to gain the upper hand in the tongue battle with Ron. After all, it is not clear why a scholar meets a soldier. Dudley watched Hermione venting his temper quietly, and he didn't intend to speak to stop it. The conflicts between bear children will be completely forgotten by each other after a while. Perhaps only this kind of behavior can make each other know each other quickly. Contradiction and conflict, that's right, break the original communication barrier. But the next instant Dudley was a little surprised that he felt that his scientific analysis was not rigorous this time. Maybe for Hermione, her own logic doesn't work, but, from Dudley's point of view, perhaps Hermione could not be blamed for that. I saw Ron, who had just stood up in words, and saw Hermione sulking. And suddenly made a grimace at Hermione. The ridicule index is full, 2 and 1, P.S. It's updated. Thank you for your support, and answer some questions. By the way, some people may wonder why the author wastes pen and ink writing everyday feelings and supporting role shaping. The author replied, because the big cousin is about to enter the taboo scientific research field, and the abyss is like walking on thin ice. If there is no supporter, I am willing to offer for variables such as body or emotion, this kind of research will be suspended. From the point of view of the game, the degree of favorability is not enough, and the bond is not deep enough to carry out the next research plan. May I ask which wizard would voluntarily lie on the operating table and let people slice it? Lying on the operating table, what can make the experiment break through the limit of will? For example, Aunt Snake can make it possible. Is June Mallow lying on the operating table relying on brute force? Not much to say, too many spoilers. Ron's sneering grimace, it made Hermione, who was about to calm down, feel that her life had been hit by an inexplicable blow. If he hit Ron, he would deduct points from Gryffindor College. If you pretend to be invisible, you will feel extremely uncomfortable. It is very tangled. Hermione feels that today's time is too long. She was extremely annoyed, her cheeks puffed up, and she turned around directly, going around Dudley. He kicked Ron hard in the shin. Pain, pain, pain. Ron's expression was painful. He subconsciously stood unsteadily, fell backwards, and slammed into the other side at the same time. Bang! Bang! Two sounds sounded. Ron fell to the ground together with the figure beside him. Ron, what are you doing? Neville pushed Ron away with some annoyance, and he was pulled down to the ground inexplicably while standing upright. He expressed some incomprehension. Ron hurriedly lifted Neville on the ground and apologized quickly. Harry on the side shrugged. Seeing this, Hermione hurried back to Dudley's side, her heart pounding. Got into trouble. What to do? Do you want to pretend nothing happened? Hermione was very entangled. She lowered her head and repeated in her heart over and over again, it's okay. Dudley didn't go to see Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Instead, his attention fell on the lawn on the ground. The moment Neville fell to the ground just now, a white transparent glass ball rolled out of his pocket. The glass ball spun, past Dudley's side, and finally stopped at Hermione's feet. Dudley could see clearly that it was a hollow glass sphere. The copper metal sheet inlaid on the middle arc. Hermione also noticed the transparent glass ball at her feet. She was a little surprised and said, "Memory ball?" Dudley was puzzled and said, "You know this stuff?" Hermione thought for a while and explained, "I remember this magic item. I saw someone selling it when I was in Diagon Alley. It seems that after touching this metal sphere, if it remains the same, it proves that you have not forgotten something. If it suddenly changes color, it means you probably forgot something, but I don't think it has any practical value. After all, memory is such a thing. If you forget it, so what if you know it? You can't remember anyway." Hermione spread her hands in frustration. At the same time, Hermione wanted to bend down and pick up the memory ball on the ground. But Dudley reached out to stop Hermione's movement. "Be careful and you'll get hurt if you touch it." Dudley finished. Looking at the chinchilla that just disappeared from the pocket. At this time, Totoro was lying on the grass curiously looking at the crystal ball, which was about the same size as itself. Its furry ears flickered, and a pair of dark pupils stared at the glass ball. It seems to be attracted by this thing. Totoro jumped forward and hugged the round glass ball. The whole furry body is lying on it. Ga. Totoro seemed to have seen some novel treasure. Its small head was rubbed against the glass ball, showing an intoxicated expression. "Okay, stop making trouble, it's class time." Dudley squatted down and directly pulled Totoro off the glass ball and stuffed it back into his pocket. It was at this time that Dudley clearly saw that the glass ball had been filled with dark red gas at some point. Changed color? Lost your own memory. However, Dudley resolutely denied this. According to the sequence, it should be that Totoro's memory is missed, and it should have forgotten something, but at this moment, the sunlight shone on the glass ball, and the crimson mist became the best base. This allows the glass ball to reflect the surrounding scene. Dudley frowned. He looked at the glass ball in his hand, because a figure was reflected on it. The pitch-black figure disappeared in a flash behind him and quietly hid in the darkness. Who is this person? Dudley frowned. He looked at the glass ball in his hand, because a figure was reflected on it. The figure disappeared in a flash and quietly hid in the dark. There was a thick bandage wrapped around the opponent's head. With such an iconic outfit, even if he couldn't see his face clearly, Dudley knew that the opponent was Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. "Professor Quirrell, this is very wrong. Why do I have a Quidditch class with my group, and a teacher of Defense Against the Dark Arts wants to hide in the dark and observe secretly?" Dudley's expression remained unchanged. He sorted out his thoughts, turned around and handed back the memory ball, a magic item in his hand, to Neville. Neville hurriedly put it away, looked at Dudley with a grateful face, and said, "My friend, thank you so much. This memory ball is very important to me. It was a gift from my grandma." Dudley smiled back. A little meditation. Dudley took the initiative to leave his original position. He came to Harry's side. "Suspect?" Harry looked at Dudley suspiciously. "Cousin, why did you suddenly change positions?" Dudley gently rubbed Harry's little head. "I'm here to supervise you. You are not allowed to desert in class, don't talk nonsense, and listen carefully." "Cousin, I didn't mean to." Upon hearing this, Harry immediately put on a mournful face, extremely aggrieved. Ron shrugged. and he automatically took the place where Dudley had been standing. At the same time, I am very happy at the same time. It's a good thing that I don't have an older brother of the same age, otherwise I would end up like Harry and be supervised when I go to school. Humph. Hermione looked at Ron standing beside her, and shook her head without saying a word, expressing that she didn't want to talk to him. Ron shrugged helplessly, baffling. On the other side, the top floor area of a high tower in Hogwarts, a figure was slowly appearing near the window behind the stone wall. Quirrell's eyes looked forward, and there was a large open space hundreds of meters away. There are two little wizard classes in the clearing point. One side's wizard costume is Slytherin, and the other wizard's costume is Gryffindor. After confirming the person outside the window, Quirrell's body retracted to the inside of the tower window. His expression was sincere, his forehead drooped, and his hands were clenched into fists and slowly embraced in front of his chest. Great and noble master, your servant Quirinus Quirrell, sincerely call to you. Hope you wake up from your deep sleep. Your humble servant has prepared a perfect plan, hoping to get your call. Quirrell's face was humble, and he prayed devoutly in his heart. Not long, Quirrell felt a prick in the back of his scalp. Quirrell's expression was pleasantly surprised. He knew that it was the Great Master Voldemort who responded to his call. Great Master, I have a complete plan, the new body you have been longing for. I have prepared it. This is Gryffindor's Quidditch lesson. I will do something to interfere with the little wizard's first magic broom flight, get him wounded and sent to a healing room at a magic school. There are very few people in that area, and it is also the time when I am most likely to succeed. The new body, my neighbor Totoro in your picture, is almost inseparable from his master Dudley. Only the whole method can make them alone. This is the best so far. Just, I want you to help me. Just the moment I showed up, my neighbor Totoro seemed to be aware of my existence. He can always find out my location in time. It's just unbelievable. In addition, the magic professor in this class is Ms. Rolanda, and her magic attainments are not trivial. We need to be cautious. How cautious? Professor Quirrell looked flustered. This is because he took the initiative to ask for help from the great existence. He wondered if the master would help him. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. Go, my servant, open your mind, open your heart. Go, my servant, give me your body. I will help you erase the memory of the vigilant creature, let it forget your existence today. The voice fell. Quirrell's body was stiff, his expression seemed a little dull, and one hand slowly stretched out and pulled out a dark wand from his arms. A black mist filled the tip of the wand. The wand danced in the air like a nimble little snake, and the tip of the wand drew lines of ancient and complicated characters in the air. Finally, the wand moved forward, and the words in the black mist in the air suddenly dissipated. Quirrell's eyes suddenly recovered. He looked at the tower window beside him, and saw a thread of milky white mist floating in the air and finally attached to the tip of his wand. Looking at this layer of milky white mist, Quirrell's eyes were full of shock. He is indeed the master he adores. Voldemort. Even a wisp of remnant soul can cast such an incredible curse. Mental category, orientation, memory stripping. Feeling the quiet restlessness in his mind, Quirrell knew that all the rest would depend on himself. Follow the memory to find the position of the first few strokes. Interfering with the little wizard riding the broom is an act of continuous casting. From now on, I can't show my head, and must hide behind the wall, otherwise Professor Rolanda will find out if he continues to cast spells. But it doesn't matter. He had already fully remembered where Dudley Dursley stood in Gryffindor College. Just now I just need to listen to the Quidditch teacher's release, try to fly the slogan quietly. He can interfere with the riding track of the little wizard. At this moment, Professor Quirrell's hands were spread out, supporting on the thick rock wall in front of him. Quirrell's magic power gathered in his hands. The target area has been locked, and the reason why he was competent when he entered Hogwarts at the very beginning was the professor of defense against the dark arts. He didn't just rely on the unique skill of casting spells without a stick. The painstaking research many years ago, after receiving the gift from the master, the strength is no longer what it used to be. The trick to silent casting, he, Quirinus Quirrell, has already mastered it. The other side. Quidditch playground. Rolanda flicked the wizard's robe, and her sharp eyes scanned the wizard's present. Okay. I hope I don't repeat myself a second time. From now on, collectively be quiet and follow my command. During the conversation, a magic broom fell on the right side of each little wizard. This is your first time using a broomstick, so hold your breath and concentrate on the broomstick. Finally, I said, get up in a commanding tone, put your emotions into words and make the voice magic to control the broomstick. Professor Rolanda explained how to use magic to manipulate wands. Teacher, at this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the crowd, interrupting Professor Rolanda's statement. Say, what's your question? Rolanda asked with a frown. The little wizard in the crowd hurriedly said, report, Professor Rolanda, you said we need to put the magic broom on the right-hand side, but why not on the left? Rolanda stared left and right. What does this have to do with our flying lessons, little wizard of Gryffindor? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, your behavior will be listed as disrupting the order of the classroom. The little fat wizard subconsciously defended with fear. Professor Rolanda, please don't get me wrong, I am born left-handed. My father is a magician. When he taught me, he always let me hold the wand in my left hand. This makes it impossible to cast magic at all if I hold a wand in my right hand. Rolanda browsed frivolously. She walked quickly to the little fat wizard in Gryffindor, pointed to the broom on the ground and said, the magic broom is just a prop used by wizards. Since you can cast magic, then follow what I said, step by step. First focus all your attention on the broom, and then start the spell with all your strength. No, it won't work, I can't. The little fat wizard of Gryffindor stretched out his hand with great reluctance, gestured at the magic broom on the ground, and said in a weak voice, "Stand up." The magic broom on the ground remained motionless. "Professor, this can't be done." The little fat wizard subconsciously muttered again, "Get up." The magic broom shook twice, but did not move again. "Ms. Rolanda, I told you, it won't work. I'm born left-handed. Right-handed can't help." The little fat wizard raised his head and said with a frustrated face. His meaning was very clear. If he wanted to make the broom fly, he had to put it on the left-hand side. Boom. A muffled sound. Ouch. Then there was a scream that the little fat wizard held his buttocks and his face was aggrieved and purpled. I saw the magic broom that had been placed on the ground just now slapped his soft flesh severely. Professor Rolanda looked at the little fatty in Gryffindor with a gloomy expression and said seriously, "Listen. This is a warning. Your behavior is completely questioning my philosophy of wizard teaching. Now I want you to give your full attention and say the activation spell of the magic broom in a command voice. If the voice is quieter, I won't treat you as gently as your father. It will knock on your forehead next time." "No, don't hit me." I do it right away." The little fatty in Gryffindor looked terrified. He immediately stood still, stretched out his right hand with all his attention, and roared loudly, "Get up! Get up! I get you up!" The fat wizard's forehead was sweating, his face was ferocious, his butt was in pain like a volcano. He didn't want to experience it again. I saw the magic broom that had been lying flat on the ground was raised on the spot, and the speed was surprisingly fast. Boom. Another muffled sound. The magic broom came into close contact with the little fat wizard's cheek firmly. However, the little fat wizard didn't scream this time. His eyes seemed to shed tears of excitement. "Luo, Professor Rolanda, I made it. I managed to get rid of the curse of being left-handed. Thank you so much, you." Before the little fat man in Gryffindor finished speaking, he fell back straight and fell to the ground, faded out. "Miserable. He is really miserable." Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered. Harry nodded subconsciously. "It's true, it's a bit miserable. This Professor Rolanda is even more vicious than Uncle Vernon." Ron asked curiously. "Vernon? Who is he?" Harry quickly changed his words. "It's nothing, you misheard Ron." Dudley on the side was observing thoughtfully. He was collecting information. According to the actual situation, today was the first time he actually cast magic. Although it works on magic props. But according to the reactions of the little fat man and Professor Rolanda. In fact, the principle and nature of using magic props and casting spells with wands should be related. "Harry, why don't you give it a try?" Ron looked at Harry expectantly from the sidelines. After all, Harry is a legendary hero. It is said that he once defeated the great Demon King. "I don't know how talented he is." Ron once heard his father Arthur Weasley mention that the great Demon King is an extremely terrifying existence with vast magical power and unfathomable strength, although he doesn't believe that Harry is the hero who really defeated the big devil. "But I can't hold back my curiosity." Harry pushed his glasses casually. "Okay Ron, since you've asked, I'll give it a try. Rise, come." Before Harry could finish his order, the broomstick on the ground automatically hung in the air and landed smoothly in his palm. Ron was dumbfounded watching from the sidelines. This is really too powerful. If he hadn't been to the east, he could even say bull to describe his shock at this time. Hermione on the side was quite surprised when she saw this. However, she imitated everything, stretched out her slightly white and tender hands, and muttered softly in her mouth, "Stand up." The voice was crisp, and the words fell, and the wand on the ground slowly lifted into the air and landed firmly in Hermione's hand. She pursed her lips lightly and looked around happily. However, she found Dudley had already noticed Hermione's success. But seeing her impulse to share the joy of success, she immediately turned her head and pretended not to see it. Those with mature thinking are very clear about what they need to do now, and they carry the rules of the Far Eastern world. For now, it is the safest way to implement cautious first. "Oh, it's not bad, Hermione, I didn't see it. Your magic talent is still so powerful." Ron looked at Hermione with a smile. He actually noticed her earlier in the morning, and planned to ridicule her, but there was no way. The opponent is too powerful, so he can only gain the upper hand in words now. "Humph, you don't need to tell me about my talent." Hermione expressed a little dissatisfaction when she heard that the oval face looked up and did not look at Ron. Dudley didn't pay attention to the interaction between the three, but focused on the magic broom at his feet. Spread your palms out and hold your breath. According to Ms. Rolanda, put your full attention on the broom. Stand up, mouth softly. However, the wand on the ground shook slightly, but did not really fly up. Dudley frowned. Could it be that the way he used his magic was wrong? Dudley is very clear about his ability to concentrate. It is estimated that no one at the scene has stronger concentration than him. It is the nature of children to be restless, and it is easy to be unable to control the magic broom because of lack of concentration. This is the conclusion he has just observed. After thinking about it, Dudley continued to try to cast magic. Concentrate and guide the feeling extending from the palm to the magic wand. "Stand up," the voice spoke again, and this time the wand began to rise from the ground wobbly and very slowly. However, Dudley's face was very ugly. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his heart was beating faster. Blood begins to pool at the location of the heart. Heart rate keeps rising. This reaction, very similar to the high-intensity short-distance aerobic exercise done under short-distance running, the feedback it brings, something is being consumed, is Physical strength, Dudley's complexion was a little pale, and beads of sweat began to ooze faintly from his forehead. Such continuous casting of magic is a disadvantage. Bring a strong re-examination to your body. Question appeared. In an instant, Dudley understood the difference between himself and all the wizards present. In the magic awakening experiment in the island tower, the mutual game between magic I, flu, virus, and magic 2, bacteriophage, virus was extremely tragic. As an ordinary person, I survived successfully but failed to transform the cells in my body in the end. According to the current analysis, I have awakened the hidden gene fragments inside the heart. And no matter how the gene cells of the heart divide and form, they may accumulate. According to its natural characteristics, this split tendency can only form a heart in the end. If the body is considered as a whole, Dudley knew that the current was just allowing the heart's invisible gene to be developed and reproduced. But compared to all the little wizards present, and I am different, they start from embryonic development, and their whole body is full of cells that meet the storage of magic power. The problem was finally verified. The difference was finally found. Dudley wasn't upset that he had found the source of the problem. On the contrary, I feel very happy. Science is like this: if you have a problem, you should overcome it. If you have a goal, you should solve it, and focus on high efficiency. If the nature of casting a wide net will only waste more time. Knowing this, Dudley clenched his hand and subconsciously let it go. The magic broom fell downwards. He can't go on anymore. His magic power is not much, and there is not much space to display and control it. If he wants to save face and suffer, it will only hurt his body. Harry, your cousin seems to be dying, you see, Ron subconsciously spoke. Harry was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, "No, Ron, my cousin Dudley is very powerful." Ron nodded noncommittally. "No, Harry. Maybe your cousin is very powerful among muggles, but his talent among wizards must not be as good as yours." At this moment, Dudley felt his cuff itch slightly, and a furry creature crawled out of it. My neighbor Totoro jumped from the inside of Dudley's arm onto the wooden handle of the broomstick. Slap, then swaggered upright. Crawled to the highest point along the wooden handle. Dudley's eyes were calm. He stretched out a hand and lightly poked Totoro's forehead. Totoro's body paused. The furry head shook twice. Then he pinched his waist very airily. The beard on its face trembled. Dudley smiled slightly when he saw this, curled his fingers again, and flicked lightly. Boom. Totoro covered his forehead. Then he fell stiff and straight from the wooden handle of the magic broom. At the same time, Dudley held Totoro in his backhand and stuffed it into his pocket. And the magic broom in his hand fell off naturally, but Dudley held it tight. Just a doubt. He understood the whole story in an instant. This, my neighbor Totoro, can actually cast magic? No, it should be able to learn to use magic, can. However, logically speaking, didn't Ms. Rolanda say that the magic broom could be triggered by chanting the password, "My chinchilla can't talk"? Could it be that, is language just a means to direct attention, as long as the mental strength and concentration are enough? Can this effect be achieved without speaking? Dudley guessed in his mind. At this moment, the crowd automatically dispersed slightly to the two sides. A boy with blonde hair and oval face approached Dudley on his own initiative. "Malfoy, what are you going to do? This is Gryffindor's college. Please return to your original location." Someone among the little Gryffindor wizards stopped him. But the two children behind Malfoy stepped forward. "Go away." The two looked aggressive, and the little Gryffindor wizard who stood up to stop him immediately misfired and returned to his team. Malfoy stepped forward. "Humph, who was I then? You are Harry Potter. Why did you use a fake name the first time you saw me? Call yourself Harry Desley. Do you know that your behavior is extremely disrespectful to me?" Harry looked at Malfoy in front of him. He stretched out his hand and pushed the glasses. He didn't refute immediately, but subconsciously glanced at Ron's side. However, his cousin Dudley didn't set his eyes on him. "How, not talking anymore? Also, this is a matter between the two of us. What do you think a wretch next to you is doing? It's just annoying to have dubious people like the Weasleys with you." Speaking of this, Malfoy's voice changed, and he took the initiative to stroke his blonde hair again and said, "Harry Potter, I think there was some misunderstanding between us before, but it doesn't matter to the Potter family or our Malfoy family. After all, we have no conflicts, do we? And staying with dubious people will only affect how others judge you. Harry. Listen to me. As long as you want, we can be friends again." Harry took a deep breath and was about to speak. However, Malfoy was surprised. "I think you'd seriously consider our friendship, Harry." "Harry, don't pay attention to him, he is provocative." Ron took the initiative to stop him. He planned to take Harry away. Others didn't know what Malfoy meant by his own family, but he, Ron, knew it. As a descendant of the 28 pure bloods of wizards, Malfoy's family is quite powerful. Malfoy frowned. "Shut up, naughty guy. Who allowed you to interrupt me? It's not your turn to speak here, the Weasleys." Ron's face was stiff, and his red hair was trembling slightly. Finally, he couldn't bear to retort, "I'm not a dude." "Ah, still angry?" Malfoy curled his lips, and the two Slytherins beside him laughed together. Then Malfoy said, "Weasley, since you took the initiative to stand up, I will give you this chance. You haven't let the magic broom hang in the air yet. Such, as long as your magic broom wakes up faster than mine, forget about Harry teasing me." Seeing Malfoy's provocation, Ron gritted his teeth and took a step forward. He said angrily, "Okay. Malfoy, that's what you said. Remember, this is an agreement between wizards." Ron was amazed that this was his first time learning how to use a magic broom. "I didn't expect to succeed so easily." Holding the magic broom tightly with both hands, Ron looked at Malfoy in front of him proudly. "Look how is Malfoy. I don't think there is any need to compare it. From the time I gave the order to the time when the magic broom flew to my palm, the whole process took only 1 second, not even 2 seconds, I think. There is no suspense anymore. Ron was very proud. However, Malfoy's blonde hair tossed and snorted coldly. Humph, ridiculous. Do you think this will clear your reputation as a wretch? What did you say? Ron's smug expression also gave birth to a bit of anger when he heard that Malfoy, you have the ability to make an appointment, but you dare not compete. You have no right to speak of me. That you must have seen that I activated the magic broom faster than you, knowing that I had no chance of winning. That's why you're so reckless. Nonsense? Malfoy's handsome face also darkened. What the hell do you mean, Weasley? Who gave you the guts to question me? Isn't it just a magic broom that activates? It's a joke with your ability. There was disdain in Malfoy's voice. Don't be ashamed to speak out there. Come and try if you have the ability. Ron directly stretched out his hand and raised the broomstick in his hand. He couldn't believe it yet. Malfoy could really be faster than him. Ron has seen his father ride a magic broom since he was a child. In terms of the speed at which his father, Arthur Weasley, awakened the magic broom. Ron was sure he had behaved just like him. Anyway, from Ron's own perspective, no matter how powerful Malfoy is, he can't be as powerful as his father, who works in the Ministry of Magic. Since Weasley is like this, it is optimistic. Malfoy's expression was contemptuous, and his palms were stretched out and gently spread out. He was going to humiliate Ron severely in front of all the wizard apprentices, and let him remember it in the eyes of ridicule and disgust. His own Malfoy surname is beyond doubt. This magic broom. Malfoy was a preschool wizard in the family, and gave him preschool tutoring when he was very young. From the beginning, start the broom with the command. Later, without order, the magic broom on the ground could be awakened purely by mental concentration. From the very beginning, Malfoy had learned from preschool wizards that spells were only for wizards to focus on. When you are proficient enough, your mental power is also concentrated enough. A similar effect can be achieved for magic items that do not have hard spell requirements. He has seen the teacher cast magic like this with his own eyes. Malfoy had a confident smile on his face. He didn't say a word, but the wand slowly rose from the ground. Facts speak louder than words. Seeing this scene, Ron was quite shocked. He tightly held the broomstick in his hand and kicked it hard on the ground. There is little doubt. Wait for the moment when Malfoy holds the magic broom. This time, Ron lost the competition. The commotion in the crowd caught the attention of Ms. Rolanda at the front of the line. Her gaze circled around. Frown. Do. A sharp whistle sounded. Everyone's attention is drawn. Immediately afterwards, Rolanda's voice was loud and resounded in the ears of every wizard student present. Attention, little wizards who have successfully activated the magic broom. You will listen to my password later, and every little wizard can only take off with his feet in the air after my order. Remember my password. I count 1, 2, 3. You can start. If anyone acts without authorization, don't blame me. However, before Rolanda finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the scene. My God! How did you do that? God! You can't do this. The source of the sound is the last of the line. Enough! Gryffindors, little wizards of Slytherin, I have reached the limit of my patience. Now all of you stand where you are. Stare. I'd rather see who's disrupting my Quidditch class. Such a daring little wizard must be punished accordingly. Rolanda had a gloomy face. She had always had a bad temper, although she could understand the excitement of the little wizards when they used the magic broom for the first time. But disrupting her class order many times is simply provoking her reputation as a teacher at Hogwarts. Be the best Quidditch coach ever. Strictness and execution are her benchmarks. She can cultivate excellent Quidditch players by virtue of her. Rolanda said that her patience as a professor is also limited. The commotion at the scene was getting bigger and bigger. No matter how serious Rolanda was, the little wizards were stunned on the spot as if they had been frightened by something. Get out of the way. Rolanda frowned and stepped forward. I saw Ron of Gryffindor hitting the broom on the ground with one hand. Then the broom floats slowly upwards like this. Don't do this. Come down. Ron turned pale with fright and hurriedly tried to pull the magic broom off. But this magic broom is getting stronger and stronger. Almost instinctively, Ron turned over and climbed on the magic broom, trying to press the broom down with his weight. But the broomstick lifted Ron to a height of 3 meters in an instant. This distance made Ron swallow subconsciously. Ruined. This is the only thought in Ron's mind. Step aside. Get out of the way. Professor Rolanda anxiously separated the crowd. She looked at Ron in midair and said angrily, "Let me see who is disrupting my classroom order." Snort. It turned out to be a student of Gryffindor. I remember your name was Ron Weasley, right? Listen, Ron, you now have 2 options. Come down immediately and apologize honestly. Otherwise, I will deduct 5 points from Gryffindor House this year. Little wizards who seriously disrupt classroom order and refuse to obey discipline will be punished more severely. Believe me, I have a right. In midair, Ron looked at the situation below him in horror, his head shaking like a rattle. Professor, help me quickly. I don't want to come up. This is really not my doing. Ron was in the air, and his speech seemed a little incoherent. Professor Rolanda frowned. You can fly? It's not easy to get down. As long as you want to get down, press down on the front of the broom with your elbows, and it will automatically land. On the contrary, it is your behavior I have reason to doubt. Don't wait for Rolanda to continue. Ron's face was already flushed, and he desperately explained, Professor. Really, I can't get down. Hurry. Come on. Think of a way. Rolanda frowned again. This situation didn't seem to be a joke. Could it be that this little guy in Gryffindor lost his magic power? Thinking of this, Rolanda's complexion suddenly changed. Although the magic out of control often happens unconsciously in little wizards, but as they get older and their mastery of magic becomes more sophisticated, this situation will be reduced to disappear. But it doesn't rule out some little wizards with relatively dumb talents. Look at Weasley's stupid look, chances are it's still true. While thinking, Rolanda stretched out his hand to lift off his wizard robe, and pulled out a wand from the inside. Her eyes fixed on Ron in midair, and the rescue steps were already planned in her mind. The wand dances, draw an arc in the air. The two spells are cast almost simultaneously. In Rolanda's design, the petrified broomstick will bring Ron down from the sky, finally fell into the swamp. But at the moment when the petrification curse was about to hit Ron's broom, the entire magic broom suddenly rose again at an incredible speed, avoiding the casting of this spell. Wow! All the little wizards in the audience exclaimed, "Oh my god! How did he do that?" Yeah, how did this Gryffindor student do it? He actually dodged directly Professor Rolanda's spell. It's unbelievable. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dudley frowned slightly. With his insight, he has already seen the problem, but now he is also a little puzzled. Why are all the little wizards at the scene so frightened? Dudley! Look, Dudley! Ron dodged again, and Professor Rolanda's wand cast a spell. Hermione on the side couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, she didn't want to talk to Ron, but she didn't expect this guy to be so outstanding. This talent is simply too powerful. Gryffindor College and Slytherin College completely regarded Ron as the focus center. This was a big surprise to Hermione. How? Is it unusual to dodge magic? Dudley asked casually. Hermione looked at Dudley in astonishment for a while and explained in confusion, magic being dodged is not in itself a bizarre thing, but it also depends on who casts the magic. Professor Rolanda Hooch has trained countless excellent Quidditch players and coaches. The accuracy of her magic release should be very tricky in theory, and it is impossible for such mistakes to occur. Besides, her target is a new little wizard who has just entered Hogwarts first year. After Hermione finished explaining the truth, she couldn't help curling her lips and said, "Actually, I didn't expect this red-haired Ron, who looks like a fool, to be so powerful." Snort, it's quite capable, but I don't know how long it can be arrogant. Dudley didn't respond to Hermione's nagging, but frowned and looked at Ron, who was riding on a flying broom in midair. The aerial scene at this time is extremely gorgeous. Professor Rolanda swung the wand in his hand one after another. The magic gathers in the air. Bunches of milky white rays shot high into the sky. But Ron dodged one after another in the air with his hands on his broomstick. The timing of the dodge, the trajectory of the movement, and the angle are perfect. Professor Rolanda was extremely annoyed, and she felt an unprecedented provocation. It's really disgusting. What is going on with the Gryffindor students this year? Pretend to be frightened to deceive yourself. As a result, in midair, the dodging was so wonderful. Eye-catching new pie. If he was really allowed to play around on a magic broomstick in the air, it would be a serious blow to his reputation as a professor at Hogwarts. Ron Weasley, very good, brat, I'm serious. Professor Rolanda snorted coldly. She didn't plan to play with the brat in front of her anymore. Ron screamed desperately in midair, "Professor, help me! Help me! Help me!" The expression on Rolanda's face was stiff, and she almost formed a hashtag shape on her forehead. Provocative. This is the provocation of Chi Qaquo. For a moment, Professor Rolanda's expression was serious, his wand was stretched out, and his eyes locked on Ron. The wand in his hand tapped 3 times in a row in the air. 3 halos froze in midair. The brightness of the halo is getting stronger and stronger. When Ron's body appeared in the center of the triangle. Almost immediately, Rolanda pointed forward with his wand, and the last halo appeared in the center of the 3 halos in the air. Triangle lock, each light beam represents a magic spell. This Gryffindor student who dared to fool himself must let him suffer a bit. His approach is exactly the same as Slytherin's little wizard. Suddenly, the beam is blazing out. Ron's body turned directly in midair and rushed towards the tower on the other side of the open space at a high speed at an extremely incredible angle. The momentum of sudden acceleration far exceeded everyone's expectations. Want to run? Professor Rolanda snorted coldly, waved the wand in her hand, and 3 white rays turned and followed Ron closely. Now she can figure it out, also dispelled the last trace of doubt. Ron is not a magic out of control at all, he is completely provoking his own teaching authority. Magic out of control creates nothing but mindless unpredictable scenarios. But like Ron, who has successfully avoided his own curse countless times, it has been fully confirmed that this Gryffindor kid is just pretending. With such a scheming mind, why wasn't he thrown into Slytherin when he was sorted? Simply too much. It's me. The professor is me. Hurry up and save me. The intense sense of weightlessness, as well as the miserable screams, made Ron's throat-breaking voice echo in the midair of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, a high-tower office at Hogwarts. This is the office of the vice president. A few minutes ago, Professor McGonagall was seriously watching the homework exercises for the Transfiguration class that he received from the little wizard 2 days ago. Discussion on the theory and development direction of Transfiguration is one of her favorite things to do, but it was such a peaceful day that she actually heard a shrill scream. At this time, Professor McGonagall came to the window. She stared blankly at a black figure outside the window, and fell silent again. He reached out and took a monocle from the desk, and put it on the bridge of his nose. At this moment, she saw clearly who the man in the sky was, that turned out to be Gryffindor's new little wizard, Ron Weasley. At this time, he was dodging magic beams from the ground at high speed in midair. Disrupting classroom order? This was Professor McGonagall's immediate reaction. But soon, Professor McGonagall seemed to realize something. The fingers that were going to reach out to call Hogwarts School Spirit Supervision Department paused. Her eyes under the monocle looked a little excited. Being able to become the vice principal, she deeply understands such a truth. The goal of education is not restraint. It's about constantly discovering their talent during the growth of little wizards, then develop the talent so that it can be unique in the field it is good at. So to speak, Ron Weasley, this kid is naughty, but everything else is fine, also has as good a Quidditch talent as some people. Gryffindor, this is a rare opportunity. Very good Quidditch talent. Professor McGonagall smiled in relief, and she planned to make the next decision in her heart. Slytherin is so annoying. He even secretly plotted the outstanding members of Gryffindor into the Wizard Sanatorium before the Quidditch match. However, this decision is somewhat difficult. According to Hogwarts regulations, first-year students are not allowed to participate in Quidditch competitions. Professor McGonagall was lost in thought. When she was hesitating. On the grass not far away, a black-haired child dangled from the ground driving a magic broom. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall was talking to himself. She could see that Harry was acting awkwardly on the broomstick. This level, at first glance, is the reaction of beginners only for the first time. But in the next moment, the boy who was riding a magic broom wobbly before, unexpectedly, fly into the sky. Harry gripped the magic broom tightly with both hands, and from his initial panic, he began to calm down. Very good. I can adapt to this feeling very well. This is Harry's most intuitive feeling about driving a magic broom, and what he has to do now is to save Ron, who was hit by the spell petrification. Ron's body in front of him happened to dodge several magic rays one after another in the air, but the last ray still hit the magic broom under him. The magic broom falls straight down along the wall in midair. The wizard's robe behind Ron happened to be suspended in midair by a humanoid statue with a spear piercing through the clothes on the back. It seems that there is always a risk of falling. He had to protect his friend. This was Harry's only thought at this time. In an instant, Harry's broomstick accelerated suddenly and rushed straight towards Ron, who was hanging on the portrait. Ron's wizard robe is constantly cracking with the downward gravitational force. It was about to fall to the ground. Harry had to accelerate again, and with all his concentration he rushed almost recklessly towards the statue. Behind the statue is a wall. Professor McGonagall frowned. This is so reckless, so daring to ride a flying broom for the first time. Once he couldn't stop and hit the wall, the injury would be serious. It seems that I need to make a move. Thinking of what Professor McGonagall is about to do. However, Harry's body was turning 360 degrees to the dangerous area, turning direction deftly. At the same time, the palm stretched out and successfully grabbed Ron's wizard robe. Call, thank you so much. Ron was still in shock, and he looked at Harry excitedly. At this moment, Harry is almost like a hero. Harry smiled slightly. Don't worry, Ron, we are friends. Ron returned a silly smile. Well, Harry, Thank you, but in the next moment, the wizard's robe could no longer bear the gravity and broke directly. Ron's voice fell down before he finished speaking. Hermione exclaimed, but still reached out and patted her chest. It's okay, I forgot, Professor Rolanda just cast the spell Mud Swamp under Ron just now. It seems that he is safe. Dudley shook his head indifferently. No. Hermione was stunned. How come? Didn't you see? Dudley waved his hand and said calmly, I saw. But according to the algorithm, the distance and the tension of the liquid can be inferred. Ron fell from this height and was lying flat. This kind of contact area would bruise his skin even if it was the surface of the water. If it's a swamp, I think Ron's best outcome is a minor fracture. Hermione sneered. Probably not, Ron will be safe and sound. However, before Hermione's words fell, Ron's body fell heavily into the mud swamp. Professor Rolanda looked back at the little wizards behind him and said with a serious face, our lesson today is the use of the magic broom, not Quidditch training. As you all have seen, Ron of Gryffindor disrupted the class, and I will report this to the Hogwarts Ethos Department. But before Professor Rolanda could finish speaking, boom, there was a sound. It was followed by a slightly painful exclamation. The young wizards present, including Professor Rolanda, all looked stunned. Because it turned out to be a scream. Oops. My God. Professor Rolanda turned around quickly, flicked his wizard robe and rushed to the mud pool under the tower on the other side of the lawn. The young wizards of Gryffindor and the Slytherin branch surrounded them. They also looked at Ron in the mud swamp in shock. In Dudley's field of vision, Ron was lying flat on the wriggling swamp. Hermione on the side was full of disbelief. Dudley, how did you guess that? No, how did you know Ron was going to get hurt? Could this have something to do with the tension of the water you mentioned earlier? Dudley didn't answer Hermione's question. Of course he wouldn't explain it to a girl. Scientific logic. Just like the mud swamp is also a flowing liquid, and the external force that can reduce the surface area of the liquid is called the surface tension of the liquid. Destroying the surface tension is directly related to the contact area, which is the same as nails and wood. Dudley looked at Hermione calmly and said indifferently, I think your attention is in the wrong place. Hermione tilted her head a little puzzled. Dudley calmly stretched out his finger and pointed to Ron in front of him. Ron is hurt, and as his friend you should go up and help him. Hermione nodded subconsciously when she heard that. Although I didn't know what was wrong, I always felt that what Dudley said made sense. Okay, I'll go and have a look and help notify the Hogwarts infirmary. Hermione ran forward twice and stood still. Turning around suddenly, he said expectantly, after class is over, can you tell me about the principle of tension in detail? I'm really interested. Also, I need to explain that Ron is not my friend, he is just my classmate. I'm going to explain that Ron is not my friend, he he's just my classmate. Hermione didn't know why, she just subconsciously wanted to explain. After all, she still felt very uncomfortable being teased by Ron before. But she has always claimed to be smart, and when she encounters knowledge she doesn't understand, her subconscious desire to explore and curiosity make her unable to help asking Dudley for advice. Hermione's goose egg blushed, and she muttered crazily in her heart. It's okay, Hermione, it's okay, this is just a normal knowledge consultation. Dudley looked at Hermione calmly, and his voice was gentle. Well, okay, I will explain the relevant knowledge to you when I have time. After all, Ron is my classmate, and so are you. Hermione was subconsciously delighted when she heard it, but soon realized what it was. Raise your head with excitement, however, seeing that Dudley had turned his eyes away and paid no attention to himself. Reluctantly, Hermione kicked the lawn resentfully. She was a little familiar with Dudley's way of speaking and tone. My father refuses to come to the door every day to sell food or household goods. In a similar tone. Strangeness, are you thinking too much? Tangled. At the same time, Dudley took the initiative to enter among the young wizards at Hogwarts. With the cover of moving heads, he subconsciously glanced at the other side of the tower behind him. The place of the previous window has long been empty. There is no shadow of Professor Quirrell in my memory. This matter is very strange. Perhaps all the little wizards at the scene felt that this should be a personal show of Ron. But only Dudley knew that this was not an accident but a premeditated planning. When Totoro touches the memory ball, the ball turns red, which means that Totoro has lost a piece of memory. This information is very crucial. In memory, Totoro will take the initiative to warn every time he sees Professor Quirrell. From a biological point of view, this is called an instinctive reaction built into the gene. This situation is like when humans see tigers. Meet strong muscles, fierce claws and sharp fangs. This kind of behavior imprinted on the genetic instinct does not need to be learned, it is innate knowledge. Many people will subconsciously breed fear, and fear, this is a group of fragments in the biological gene sequence, including the imprint. However, this time, Totoro did not early warning but lost its memory. Combined with Professor Quirrell's identity as a professor of defense against the dark arts, Dudley was almost 100% sure this Professor Quirrell has no bad intentions. So, what is his goal? Is it yourself, or cousin Harry Potter, or a pet chinchilla? It seems that the experiment of my heavy metal biological gene project is about to be accelerated. Thinking of this, Dudley took the initiative to bypass the crowd and approach Professor Rolanda. When the juveniles are weak, they need to use the surrounding environment to better hide themselves. As long as the infancy period is past, the vast magic world will be extremely wonderful. At this time, Ron had been lifted from the quagmire by Professor Rolanda with the floating technique, and then gently placed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the tip of the wand glowed white, and the mud on Ron's body completely fell off. Ron's face was pale. He clenched his teeth, his expression was very painful. Dudley saw where Ron was injured at a glance. The scapula is slightly tilted, obviously dislocated or fractured, but in Dudley's view, the possibility of dislocation is relatively high. If it was broken, Ron might not just be pale. Just then, the chaotic little wizards fell silent. When Dudley turned his head, he saw a figure in a black robe approaching quickly. Someone is approaching. When he saw who was coming, Dudley was a little puzzled, because he was very familiar with it, and it turned out to be Professor McGonagall, the vice principal. Professor McGonagall, why are you here? Rolanda hurriedly stood up from the ground. She wanted to explain. After all, the little wizard was injured during her magic teaching. To a certain extent, this is already a teaching accident. Okay, Professor Rolanda, you don't have to worry, just leave it to me, and just leave someone to take care of Ron. Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall paused. Oh, by the way, let Harry come over, I have something to ask him. Professor Rolanda nodded immediately when he heard that. Good, Professor McGonagall. Then she turned around and looked at the little wizards behind her with serious expressions. The little wizards of Gryffindor House and Slytherin House immediately returned to their original positions, and we continued the magic broom class. The crowd dispersed and pooled to the other side of the playground. A handsome blonde-haired boy in Slytherin looked at the figure beside him and said with disdain, "Look, see that? Disturbing the order of the classroom and alarming the vice principal. Let me tell you, Harry and Ron must have no good fruit. Wish they were criticized by Hogwarts." Clark nodded. Yes, Malfoy, I think so too. Gower also expressed his affirmation. I think they will soon do what Malfoy said, be locked up and Hogwarts school will be deducted points. After the crowd dispersed, Professor McGonagall reached out and took out a wand from his arms. A magic power poured into it. A light green halo glowed at the tip of the wand, and the halo was attached near Ron's right shoulder blade. Ron's complexion instantly changed from pale to flushed, and a numbness made him quite uncomfortable. Be patient, this is cartilage regeneration, your bones are healing automatically, although it won't immediately restore you to the original state, but it can save you a lot of pain. If you want to fully recover, you will have to go to the Hogwarts infirmary to receive treatment from the potions professor for a while. A few minutes later, the green light stopped, and Ron's mood stabilized. He hurriedly got up and looked at Professor McGonagall with an urgent expression. Professor McGonagall, listen to me, what just happened? However, before Ron continued, Professor McGonagall interrupted with a wave of his hand. Okay, Ron, you don't need to explain to me, this matter itself is not a big problem. We train young wizards at Hogwarts. Not pedantic. What's more, I found a real bright spot in the two of you. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to Dudley, who planned to help Ron. She looked at Ron and Harry. From the very beginning, Harry stood timidly beside cousin Dudley. After all, his previous act of riding a broomstick without authorization was regarded as a violation of school rules. Dudley reached out his hand and pushed Harry to Ron's side. Professor McGonagall looked at the two Gryffindor children in front of him with satisfaction. Excellent seedlings. Mag took the initiative to turn around and walk to the passage on the other side, and said lightly, "You follow." Note, the gears of fate are turning. Although I have never regretted it, I am still glad that luck is also a part of success. Weasley's message. Ron and Harry looked at each other and didn't understand what Professor McGonagall meant. Harry took the initiative to lower his head and help Ron's right arm. Dudley supported Ron's left arm. The three followed Professor McGonagall silently. The surrounding voices gradually quieted down, Professor McGonagall's footsteps slowed down, and she sighed softly as if feeling emotional. "What's the matter, Professor McGonagall?" Harry couldn't help but ask. Professor McGonagall did not answer, and looked at Harry with a slight smile, which was rarely serious all the time. "Seriously, Harry, I still admire you and Ron." Harry was a little taken aback. Ron was also a little puzzled. Dudley was thoughtful. Professor McGonagall explained selfishly, "To tell you the truth, I was also a very talented Quidditch player decades ago. When I was successfully selected, Gryffindor won the Quidditch team and won many honors for Gryffindor. But, in a final against Slytherin." Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall's tone paused. She looked at Harry, Dudley, and Ron behind her, and sighed. "It's all in the past, and the future of Gryffindor depends on you two, Ron and Harry. I hope that after you play, Gryffindor can defeat the group of little wizards and Slytherin head-on and win the first place in the game." Ron and Harry fell silent and they were shocked. Harry couldn't quite understand it. On the other hand, Ron felt incredible, his eyes widened, and he stretched out his finger to point at himself in disbelief. "Me? I was able to participate in the Quidditch match? Just kidding, oh my god, it's just..." Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively with a smile. Ron turned around excitedly and hugged Harry directly. "Harry, you tell me it's not true. It must not be true, right, Harry?" Harry reached out his hand to push Ron away, but found that the other's hug was too tight and had no choice but to give up. Dudley asked subconsciously, "So, Professor McGonagall, in fact, you have been looking for talented players in your daily life?" Professor McGonagall was taken aback for a moment. She glanced at Dudley in surprise and explained, "I can't see that your little guy's insight is pretty good. Why do you want to join Quidditch too? But you're still too thin for a Quidditch match." When Harry heard that Ron was pushed away, he instinctively wanted to say that Cousin Dudley couldn't go, and he didn't want to go either. But Dudley just glanced casually at Harry. During this period of cooperation, Harry instantly understood what his cousin meant. There was only a little lost silence. Professor McGonagall didn't notice anything unusual. Children always care more about their friends, after all. She also knows the feeling of not being able to play with her companions. At this moment, a figure walked out from the other side of the passage. The visitor has a strong body, good facial features, and unrighteousness on his face. "Professor McGonagall, here I come." Seeing the person coming, Professor McGonagall waved actively, and she brought the person in front of her and introduced Harry. "Ron, this is Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Wood. In the future, you can communicate more, and then take advantage of your spare time to exercise. Wood, I think I need to talk to you. This little guy named Ron successfully evaded Professor Rolanda's dozens of spell castings at high altitude during the first magic broom test flight course. And this little guy named Harry, just a few feet away from the wall, made a degree turn and swooped down to catch Ron, who was about to land. After my identification, these two people can become extremely good Quidditch players. Harry can be trained towards seekers, and Ron could develop into a hitter." Listening to Professor McGonagall's introduction, Wood's expression was shocked. He looked at Ron and Harry and nodded. "If it's true, then these two are definitely the geniuses of our Gryffindors. Only, Quidditch matches don't allow first years. But before Wood finished speaking, Professor McGonagall waved his hand. "Leave the rules to me. I'll go back and discuss with Principal Dumbledore. You guys should hurry up and train." Recently, Wood nodded and said, "What about the broom? We have to make a better one, such as Nimbus 2000 or Sweeping 7 Stars. Professor McGonagall nodded again when he heard Wood. "Your proposal is very good. How can Gryffindor's excellent Quidditch players not have a good magic broom? You don't have to worry about this, leave it to me." Wood nodded with a smile on his face. Professor McGonagall turned to look at Harry and Ron. "Okay, you two, let's get acquainted with Wood first, and let him take you to the restaurant for dinner. I still have to leave here." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she smiled bluntly on her slightly old face, and left in a hurry with a flick of her wizard robe. When Ron saw this, he looked at Harry with some puzzlement. "Harry, why do you think Professor McGonagall is in such a hurry? It was fine before." Harry shook his head. "I don't know about Ron either, but I feel that Professor McGonagall's abnormality should be related to Professor Snape." "Snape?" Ron looked stunned. "I did see Professor Snape." Harry slowly stated the details of what he had just seen. Ron on the side scratched his head. "Is it really weird? But then again, shouldn't Professor Snape be teaching potions in Ravenclaw? Why did the current class time come here?" "Ron, I think you will take the initiative to find Professor Snape later." Dudley, who was helping Ron by the side, spoke. Ron wondered, "Why? What am I looking for with Professor Snape?" Dudley pointed to Ron's shoulder and said, "Professor McGonagall's meaning is obvious. You are very likely to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team now, and Professor Snape is proficient in potions. You go to him, and he will give you a prescription to improve your health, your physical condition." At this moment, Ron also slowly recovered from the surprise. Dudley, You just said, I'm likely to be on the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Ron instinctively spoke again. He still can't accept it. Dudley smiled calmly. And Wood, who was standing behind Ron, took the initiative to nod forward and said, Ron, Harry, I think you can take the probably out. Based on what I know about Professor McGonagall, the possibility of the two of you entering the Quidditch team is almost %. Ron looked stunned, and heard again that he had the illusion that the world was about to collapse. What's your level? He really knows it all. Harry, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. Wood continued, aren't you wondering why Professor McGonagall is so devoted to finding talented Quidditch players? Because in recent years, Gryffindor has almost never won against Slytherin in Hogwarts school competitions. And Professor McGonagall was also in the Quidditch match with Slytherin, because the other party plotted. As a result, his ribs were broken, and he was no longer eligible for an official Quidditch match. This is gossip, don't talk nonsense, okay? Alright. Ron was still in a trance. Harry nodded subconsciously. Master Wood, Professor Snape, would wave directly. Snape is Professor Slytherin, and last year Professor McGonagall was pretty confident about her new Gryffindor Quidditch team. But on the Quidditch field, we Gryffindors was crushed by Slytherin House. This is a bit of a blow to Gryffindor. So now Professor McGonagall chooses to take a detour the first time he sees Snape. Rumor has it that before the start of the match, Professor McGonagall told Professor Snape that Gryffindor's Quidditch will definitely prove their strength. Is that so? Hearing this, Harry nodded thoughtfully. Wood stretched out his hand to signal Dudley, and Harry and Ron followed behind him. At the same time, he came to Harry and said with a mysterious expression on his face, Harry, I think you are the famous Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback, but he smiled shyly. Wood patted Harry on the shoulder seemingly casually. Little guy, can't see how you can be so wonderful at the Hogwarts sorting ceremony. To be frank, if it weren't for the fact that you're just a freshman, I'd have thought you were a mature and gentle gentleman. What does a gentleman have to do with himself? Harry was baffled by what he heard, and subconsciously looked at his cousin Dudley, wanting to seek Dudley's help. But Wood directly dragged Harry to the corner of a passage. This is the common corridor for Hogwarts students after class. The hallway is flanked by stone walls with depressions in the walls. Dudley looked at everything in front of him with a puzzled face, while Wood on the side directly pointed to one of the areas and said, Harry, here's what I'm going to show you. Harry was stunned. He saw a golden shield inside the glass cover of the wooden countertop in front of him. The U-shaped shield on the wooden board has 3 coats of arms respectively. There is a line of writing on each fist-sized U-shield. The one on the far left is 1969, the one on the far right is 1971, and the one in the middle is 1972. For some reason, Harry's heart began to beat faster involuntarily when he saw the middle medal. Wood was very satisfied with Harry's changes. He pointed to the area in front of him and said, Harry, this is the display cabinet of Gryffindor Quidditch honor in Hogwarts. What you are looking at now is the best Quidditch team member of our Hogwarts ever, Seeker. James Potter, 1972. Harry's eyes rounded subconsciously. He looked at Wood in disbelief, and his voice trembled. You mean, he? Wood nodded and said, that's right, Harry, James Potter is your father, who was the most outstanding genius of Gryffindor during the wizard apprenticeship. Whether it's wizarding studies or Quidditch, he deserved it all. Now see you again. Harry, I believe that you, who inherit the blood of the excellent Potter family, will even achieve a higher achievement than your father. Harry pursed his lips, and his fair cheeks were slightly flushed, which was a sign of violent emotional ups and downs. Finally found a clue related to parents. Harry was very excited. For countless days and nights, Harry had never heard or seen what his parents looked like, and he didn't even have a clue about them. Every night when I go to sleep, the faces of my parents in my fantasy are blank. Although there are still only words in front of him, Harry understands that as long as he continues to be familiar with Hogwarts and stays in Gryffindor, sooner or later he will be able to find the track of his parents lives in the past. Thinking of this, Harry turned his head in surprise, and he planned to share the joy in his heart with his cousin Dudley. Cousin, have you seen it? Cousin, but I don't know when it started. Cousin Dudley was not behind him. Ron, did you see Dudley? Harry asked Ron anxiously. However, Ron seemed to have just been awakened from the ocean of consciousness. No, Batter. Absolutely not. No way. Ron uttered a few words incoherently. Harry looked at Ron puzzled. Batter? No? What does that mean? Ron, let me ask you, have you seen my cousin Dudley? Ron shook his head irritably and blankly. No, I didn't see it. Maybe he went back to the dormitory first. Wood looked at Harry and Ron and waved his hands with a smile. Okay, it looks like you guys are going to find someone, so I'll go first, and we'll get in touch if there's anything else. But Harry, I think Ron is right, you can't get lost at Hogwarts. Generally, after class or when you are bored, everyone will go back to the dormitory first. Seeing Wood's back after explaining his departure, Harry felt a little relieved. No. Ron, why are you spirited all of a sudden? Harry stared at Ron smiled awkwardly, and he faltered and said, or, maybe. Harry looking at Harry with a little disbelief. Ron had mixed feelings in his heart. Ron was naturally very happy to be selected into the Quidditch team. Since he was a child, he heard from his brothers what an honor it was to be able to enter Quidditch. Even my own mother and father used to have obsessive views on Quidditch. This is an honor. I have been teased by my brothers at home, and I didn't even think that I was selected into the Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall not long After I entered Hogwarts. This honor made Ron subconsciously excited. It really is the favor of the goddess of luck. But looking back, Ron was horrified to discover, I can't do anything. He is what Malfoy called a trash Weasley. Tell the truth. Ron didn't even know the circumstances under which he was selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In my memory, I didn't even formally control the magic broom. After being carried around by the magic broom, I fell heavily into the mud puddle. I thought what was waiting for me was deduction of points and disciplinary punishment from Hogwarts. As a result, my dream has come true. Ron swallowed subconsciously. He did not intend to continue to hide Harry. If I tell you, I don't actually know how to ride a broomstick, would you believe it? Harry nodded and said, I believe, is he also a trash in Harry's eyes? Ron is a bit lost. However, Harry explained word for word, I think Ron, you must be a better genius than me. You've never ridden a magic broom. You can perfectly avoid Professor Rolanda's spell in the air for the first time. I think just based on this, your Quidditch talent has already surpassed mine. He looked at Harry with a sincere look on his face. Ron seemed to have a lump in his throat, and he really wanted to yell at the top of his throat, damn it, I don't know Quidditch at all. But Ron couldn't say it. But it can be praised by the legendary Harry Potter, and praised by Professor McGonagall. It can also be admired by Senior Wood. In just a few 10 minutes, Ron felt the treatment he had never enjoyed before. With a star halo, everyone around me is full of praise and blessings, trash, useless, downcast, no friends, in my memory, the clothes that would be looked down upon by fellow wizards when walking on the road, and the scene of being scolded by Malfoy as a trash Weasley, Ron knows. As long as you successfully board the Quidditch game, you Ron Weasley. Thinking of this, Ron immediately shook his head. Because he had already shown in his mind that he rode a magic broom and then represented Hogwarts in the competition, attracting much attention. Thousands of people admire. But another scene emerged. He was riding a magic broom wobbly, and then he was severely taught in a Quidditch match. Stink forever. Ron dismissed the thought from his mind. Harry, I'm actually more curious, why do you have such a good talent? Did you have any training before riding the magic broomstick? It can't be said that you were born with a magic broom. Ron finally couldn't help but asked aloud. He planned to try again to see if there was any chance. Harry was a little taken aback, but seeing Ron's expectant expression, please Harry, you must have some way to become stronger, tell me quickly. Ron had a mournful face, a look of tears. In his opinion, Harry must be able to help him with such a genius. Harry looked at a friend in his life, hesitating again and again, and said, Ron, actually, I don't think I have much talent. I used to be very stupid, but I think the reason why I became talented may have something to do with my cousin. Ron looked at Harry in astonishment. What did you say? Harry, are you saying that the reason why you were able to master Quidditch ahead of time in the Muggle living area is directly related to Dudley? Harry felt that Ron might have misunderstood what he meant, but he couldn't find a suitable explanation for a while, so he said vaguely, it should have something to do with it. Okay Harry, I see, I'll visit Dudley later and let him teach me my Quidditch skills. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. It's great to have a friend like you. Ron opened his arms and gave Harry a hug involuntarily as he spoke. He was so happy. Just find Dudley and find a way to make Quidditch stronger. As long as he works hard, he, Ron, can also shine in the Hogwarts Quidditch competition. Harry smiled shyly. What Ron said just now made Harry feel a lot. It's great to have a friend like you. Is this the friend cousin Dudley mentioned earlier? Help a friend solve a problem, the friend will smile happily, and my mood seems to improve accordingly. Ron and Harry walked towards the Gryffindor dormitory while talking. However, at the corner of the corridor at this time, a figure was quietly watching everything here. A figure was hidden at the side of the corner, his face was a little melancholy, and he was wearing a dark wizard robe. He just quietly watched Harry and Ron who were leaving in front of them. If the two turned around, they would immediately find that the figure standing in the corner had pulled out a magic wand from his arms. At some point, Snape flicked his wand lightly through the air one after another. A light blue halo glowed at the tip of the wand. Curse, trace the source of disappearance. Snape's eyes stared. He looked at Harry, and then back to Ron. The wand in Snape's hand slightly raised, changed direction, and stretched forward again. The magic is coming together. The light blue halo aimed at Ron's back. Tens of seconds later, the wand in Snape's hand trembled slightly. Puff. The light blue halo at the tip of the wand expands and shrinks. Immediately afterwards, an extremely weird picture appeared at the display cabinet. Where Ron left, a pair of light blue shoes suddenly appeared on the flat and intact ground. Light blue shoes are framed by halos. Its body faded slowly, and when it reappeared, it was already close to Snape's feet. Turn to, the light blue shoes continue to fade, and when they reappear, still appeared at the top of the stairs behind Snape. The magic power vibrates soundlessly. Look at the shoes that are about to disappear again. A problem occurred. Snape raised his foot and followed. No one knew that before he became a professor at Hogwarts, he had studied a lot of dark arts. Whether it is the release technique or the use, he has rich experience. In one of those black magic, seeking technique, curse, trace the source of disappearance. From Snape's point of view, this is the fact that he has helped the Death Eaters to find the secret hidden in it many times. Order of the Phoenix or some secret work that claims to be justice, seeking technique. repeatedly made extraordinary achievements. At the thought, Snape waved his hand away from his mind. The reason why this black witchcraft will be used again, it was because not long ago, he felt an extremely evil breath again. This breath is actually a little bit similar to the big devil in his memory. And the last trace of breath stayed on Ron of the Weasley family. Too many doubts. With doubts in his heart, Snape followed the blue shoes all the way to the high platform of A tower. The countertops in front of you, as well as the walls and windows. Nothing unusual here. Snape stepped forward and leaned closer to the window. He looked outside, where he could just have an overview of the lawn of the inner courtyard of Hogwarts, staring at the pair of blue shoes in front of him. Snape's eyes flickered, and the search technique, magic curse, disappearing and tracing the origin, has been confirmed. There used to be someone here, but there was no trace of it. Snape's melancholy face darkened a bit, and he waved the wand again, whispering softly, seeking technique. Curse, flashback. In an instant, the light blue halo at the tip of Snape's wand was replaced by a light gray. The gray light expanded and instantly enveloped everything around. Walls, corridors, high platforms, and windows have all become completely black and white tones. At this moment, Snape's attention was drawn to the details of the wall. In a gray world, a pair of skeleton handprints suddenly appeared on this wall. This pair of skeleton handprints is supported on the wall, as black as coke. Countless black air lingered on it, weaving a scalp-numbing wailing wriggling. Snape's gloomy face froze. This is impossible. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A figure is walking in a wide stone-walled passage. Just a few hours ago, Dudley had voluntarily chosen to separate from his cousin Harry. There are two main reasons for the separation. The first, it's Professor McGonagall. As the vice principal, she actually takes Harry so seriously. Judging from her tone and subsequent decision, Dudley could even guess that the rule that the other party said first-year wizards cannot participate in the Quidditch competition will definitely be broken. There is no doubt about that. No matter what era it is, there will always be some people who enjoy special preferential treatment in the rules. And in the magic world, the only condition to enjoy these preferential treatment is nothing more than excellent talent. Little wizard, Dudley, who can see through the principle of things, is very clear that any preferential treatment has already been marked as overweight. While enjoying the resources that other little wizards don't have, you have to create enough value. Having a mature mind is not a good thing. Just like now, Dudley, who knew all this, didn't want to let the material thought affect Harry so early. Harry is still young, so he deserves to enjoy the unfettered school time. But I have to make time. Dudley stood still. He looked at the flames burning on the khaki-colored walls all around him, and the calm expression in his eyes burst out with extreme thirst for knowledge. Magic. What the hell is it? Just like the magic lamp in front of me, it has no kerosene or fuel, but it can burn in the air. Although it is clear, it is magic power that fuels this bunch of flames infinitely. But what is magic power? From the very beginning, the wizard gene cells and allow oneself to obtain magic power, and then set foot in the field of magic. But Dudley still couldn't give a definition of magic power. Since you can't figure it out, put it aside. Dudley wasn't in the mood to explore this question right now. Understanding what is magic power is almost equivalent to asking you to answer what is your thought, what is your spirit, in terms of pure efficiency. Pure waste of time. In the end, he chose to leave Harry and Ron briefly, and Dudley knew that his purpose of doing so was to create a space for himself to think independently. Harry didn't notice the change in the situation around him. But Dudley knew very well that he and Harry might already be in trouble. The danger hidden in Hogwarts is gradually approaching. Through the mirror reflection of the memory ball, Quirinus Quirrell's abnormal behavior was peeped. The professor in this defense against the dark arts class is weird. This kind of maliciousness is to lock yourself. During the broomstick class, Dudley already had a preliminary early warning of the other party's behavior. Through Ron's back and forth trajectory, Dudley can deduce a guess. Maybe the other party wanted to injure himself in the magic broom class. It is not clear what ultimate significance this result has for Quirin Askyro. But under normal analysis, if you are injured, you will be sent to the hospital in the infirmary of Hogwarts before coming to Hogwarts. Dudley knew very well that in the overview of Hogwarts school map, the infirmary area was relatively remote. From this point alone, Dudley had a decision in his heart. Some people want to create a private meeting with yourself, with % to % certainty. Dudley still considers giving it a try. For scientific researchers, practice is the only point to test conjectures. Look around the empty area. There are candles burning on the walls. The lighting here is not good. Flame flickering. Dudley's body stood still. He looked at the corner not far away and remained silent. In sight, there is only the magic lampshade installed on the wall. The diffuse reflection refracted. There is no extra shadow. Could it be? Did I guess wrong? Didn't that malicious black magic Professor Quirrell stay here in advance? Frowning thoughtfully. It seems that the other party should be very careful, and did not approach him rashly. Come to think of it, it's possible. Just then Dudley heard behind him there was a strange sound of crack. Who is it? Suddenly, Dudley turned his head, and at some point there was a figure standing in front of the wall not far from him. How is this possible? Dudley subconsciously took a step back. The figure faced the wall, with its back to itself. I didn't realize it, and the other party's bandaged head is very iconic. This is exactly Quirinus Quirrell. How the hell did he show up? Dudley's heart began to beat violently. Although his face was calm, anyone would react to this kind of ghost movie scene. Conditioned reflex does not belong to the control of subjective consciousness. And Dudley must have observed the surrounding environment in a state of vigilance just now. With his own naked eyes, he can be sure that just now, there was absolutely no one here just now. Quirinaskyro appeared so silently and out of thin air. Cough, cough, cough. A slight cough came out, and Professor Quirrell turned around slowly. As usual, his expression was a little cowardly mixed with inarticulate speech. Dude, Dudley, you don't go to Quidditch lessons. Why are you here? Dudley answered subconsciously with a puzzled expression. Sorry, Professor Quirrell, the way you speak is a little. I may not be able to hear you clearly. Professor Quirrell stretched out his hand and beckoned to Dudley. Dudley, you come here, the teacher has something. I want you to do it. Good, Professor Quirrell. Dudley was talking, but his steps seemed to be tripped by something, and he fell to the ground. Instead, Dudley reached out and rubbed his ankle. With a distressed expression on his face, he said, Professor Quirrell, sorry, there is a foreign body on the ground. I was too careless. Dudley leaned back as he spoke. He was extremely certain in his heart that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I chose a witness early in the morning. Dudley turned his head and glanced quietly at the oil painting wall beside him. The oil painting is a slightly fat woman. It is the caretaker of the Gryffindor dormitory. Fat lady. The fat lady moved her head on the oil painting. She looked down at Dudley below her. Fat lady. Oil painting is very doubtful. The kid clearly had nothing behind his feet. How did he trip himself to the ground? What does Gryffindor's little wizard really mean? On the other side, Professor Quirrell has fallen into an inexplicable sluggish state since he finished what he just said. That he didn't talk too much, because thoughts and obscure whispers were roaring in his mind. Kill him, kill him, kill him. My new body is in his hands. He is a thief, despicable and despicable. He is despicable, he's shameless. He actually wants to occupy my body. Be sure to organize him, kill him, go, hurry up. I want you to kill him now and take my body back. Useless servant, you stupid trash, give me a hand, destroy him for me, end his life and take back my body. Irritable, destroy. Eager, Quirrell resisted the impulse in his heart, and he tried his best to comfort him in his mind. Great and noble master, your humble servant Quirinasquillo, at your service, but it's really out of place here. Your fancy body is under the watchful eye of the fat lady in Gryffindor. If you act rashly, shut up, you useless piece of crap. I've given you the chance and you failed. It's easy. Well, you killed the damn oil painting altogether. Kill them all, and take back my body from the hands of despicable thieves. Kill him. Kill him. Quirrell's body trembled involuntarily. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and touched his arms. His fingers were still clasped at the end of the wand. There seems to be nothing in. Quirrell's murmured. Dudley, you're hurt, then let the teacher do it for you. Seeing Professor Quirrell's movements, Dudley couldn't help but want to let go of his hand that was always in his pocket. Manful intentions. With the intuition of an adult, Dudley can feel the other party's true smile hides a knife. Quirrell is about to make a move. Dudley could feel the restlessness of his pet Totoro. No, hold on, but now is not the time. There are people. If Kilau is behind him, then who is the another shadow at the corner of the wall that he saw earlier? At this moment, a voice faintly sounded. Professor Quirrell, the child is injured. I think the treatment of wounds should be given to me in potions class, not to you. The defense against the dark arts teacher. Severus Snape. While speaking, a figure walked out from the corner of the Hogwarts wall. His face was gloomy. He looked indifferently at Dudley and Quirrell in front of him. Professor Snape, aren't you taking potions class in Slytherin? Why? What? Professor Quirrell asked hesitantly. Snape didn't answer but frowned deeper. No, I think you asked the wrong question. Professor Quirrell, I'm looking for something. The owner of that thing seems to have left an important item in the Tower of Hogwarts. I think he must be very anxious now, or be careful. Quirrell's eyes didn't look strange at all, but naturally showed confusion and stammered. Tower? Something missing? Professor Snape, what are you talking about? Snape's eyes met Professor Quirrell's. He couldn't see the slightest difference. Did you guess wrong? Snape said slowly. No, it's nothing. I just hope the owner of the lost thing can restrain himself. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry after all. Not those. Professor Quirrell stood up slowly, looked at Snape with a smile and stammered. Looks like I'm meddling. According to the school rules, you are qualified to treat little wizards. This is a very normal decision. So, bye, Professor Snape. After speaking, Professor Quirrell left the place in a hurry. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat depressing and silent. For a moment Snape tilted his head and glanced at Dudley indifferently. Lying is not a very good habit, Mr. Dudley Desley. Be more careful when looking at the reflection. Don't mistake the shadow of the lampshade for the shadow of a person. No one would be so careless. After speaking, Snape flicked his wizard robes and turned to leave. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Snape. Dudley stood in place, looked at the black figure not far away and said. Snape's footsteps paused, and he didn't say much. His figure quickly disappeared on the other side of the Hogwarts corridor. Dudley slowly stood up from the ground and went to the oil painting in front of the Hogwarts dormitory. Fat lady looked at Dudley in front of him and said, Hi little wizard, you need to say the password to enter the dormitory. Dudley replied calmly, Daffodils. In the oil painting on the wall, the fat lady leaned forward slightly, stretching out one hand as a gesture of invitation. Dudley entered the common area of the Gryffindor dormitory. But he didn't stay, but went straight to the room in his memory. Go upstairs. Go through a stairwell. Dudley looked at the door of the dormitory in front of him, pushed the door open and entered. There was no one in the room. Looking at the empty area, Dudley breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the Surroundings were safe. The palm that had been in the pocket all the time was released. The fuzzy feeling in the palms disappeared. The figure of Totoro emerged from Dudley's pocket with a head, stretched out its small paws and grinned at Dudley. But found that Dudley didn't pay attention to him, but reached out and groped his chin. Squeak boring, the furry body of the chinchilla trembled, and it focused on the cage beside it. Here it saw a familiar figure it hadn't seen for a while. Immediately, Totoro's small dark eyes were slightly rounded, and a light bulb seemed to light up on its head. In the next moment, the figure of Totoro disappeared. And Hedwig, who was dozing off during the day, suddenly felt that danger was coming. But when it fluttered and wanted to fly away, it was already too late. I saw the chinchilla quickly climbing up the corner of the wooden table, crossing the table, and approaching the special cage. Looking at the steel mesh that is only as thin as a finger joint, Totoro doesn't care at all. Its fluffy body is pulling hard inside. The originally swollen and loose body deftly passed through the wire cage like a fluid animal. Cuckoo, Hedwig the white owl. See such a scene. I suddenly feel that the whole bird life is not good. Obviously it is a mouse all the time. Why does it look like a snake? Flash. Flop. Hedwig struggled desperately. She wanted to resist violently. But the Totoro has already hugged her feathers, and under Hedwig's unlovely eyes, it has completely penetrated into the feathers under her wings. Cuckoo. Dudley didn't notice the friendly exchange between Totoro and Hedwig, and now he was thinking about how to decide his situation. There is now a preliminary plan. Thinking of this, Dudley directly picked up the paper and pen that he had prepared in advance from the table beside him. Soon a line of warning was written on the paper. I feel unwell and need to rest. Harry, ask me for a leave of absence. Looking at the slogan, Dudley felt that there was nothing unusual, so he went straight into his study. Although it was possible to ask Harry to ask for leave, Dudley figured it out by himself, on the pretext of taking care of his body. Give him a week or so of vacation at most. And the period of rest for a week or so is the safest time period for me. After his own exploration and analysis of the scene, Professor Quirrell Ascairo has maliciousness towards himself. The source of this maliciousness is unknown. But if he faced a powerful wizard who served in the defense against the dark arts class without preparation, his strength was still far behind. Magic power and external conditions are not equal. But it's good to know the target person. Weak creatures are not comparable to powerful creatures in terms of strength, claws, fangs and muscles. But its viability and camouflage are incomparable to powerful creatures. This is like a cockroach, which can survive for more than 7 days without eating or drinking without a head. Earthworms can also regrow new bodies from broken tails. But these high survival characteristics are almost invisible in ferocious and powerful creatures. Due to time constraints, Dudley decided to speed up formally Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project. Back in the study, Dudley began to prepare a new experiment recording plan. As a scientific researcher, Dudley knew that any experiment was based on the premise of hypothesis. It's like the magic stone powder in your hand. After breaking away from the main body of the Philosopher's Stone, it still has its own characteristics, can turn other metals into gold, and in the process of transforming heavy metals into gold, what if other substances are mixed in it? Taking simple mercury as an example, when it enters the living body, it will be neutralized into methylmercury with a high probability. Mercury, that is, mercury, will remain in the body. Due to its stable chemical properties, this type of heavy metal can hardly be excreted from the body through normal means of natural metabolism. The core logic of this idea is that is, when the mercury content in the organism reaches a certain level, but it is not dead, it can also have a chain reaction with the Philosopher's Stone. So, how the creature itself will change. The above experiment is a process of exploration and discovery. The Philosopher's Stone. The Sorcerer's Stone is a treasure given to wizards by angels in the Wizard's Alchemy Handbook. It is of great significance in itself. Thousands of years of historical precipitation still cannot change its nature. If you can infer the usage of the Philosopher's Stone from the changes in the microcosm, so, as long as he succeeds, he may peek into a different magical world. Perhaps, the defense against the dark arts teacher Quirrell who has malicious intentions towards him will not be a problem. Dudley summed up his ideas and recorded them in a new notebook. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, article, Scientific Research Practice is imminent. Open, record of the awakening of magical plants. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 1, Magic Plant Awakening Record 1 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dorms. First aid, I look at the clock beside me. Has it been 24 hours since you wrote down the house number? During this period, Harry came to the door twice, and he saw the note I left outside the study. Incorporate my comfort and request. I could feel Harry's concern, but he still agreed to help me, and took the initiative to apply for sick leave to the magic teacher the next day. The plan was successful. With this time, I started to further analyze and organize. I was not in a hurry to move the water orchid used in the 3 pots of experiments. According to my plant heavy metal plan, they don't have sufficient reaction time with mercury right now. Combined with the current situation, I also have to describe some important information from the past. Before coming to Hogwarts, I knew that the space in the room was limited, and it was impossible to place an electron microscope here. And I only bring a physical high-power microscope at present. This is the most advanced optical portable device I can buy in London right now. Although the optical physical magnification of it is only 100 to 200 times. In theory, this multiple can only let me see that the surface layer of cells exists. It is not possible to see the internal structure of plant cells in detail. If you want to see the internal structure of plant cells, you need at least an electron microscope. Only buy Zooming into 1000 times from the point of view of physical properties, can the detailed content be observed? Faced with a limited situation, I had to find another way. The microcosm can be observed very well. In order to facilitate the simulation reference. Stop superfluous associations. I started to draw my memory, plant cells, spread out your notebook and start detailing the plant cells in the form of planograms. Here I roughly marked the internal structure details of 13 cells with branch lines. The following details will be slightly changed under the erosion of the sorcerer's stone. Such as cytoplasm, cell wall, endoplasmic reticulum, nuclear membrane and nucleus, and nucleolus, then mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, ribosomes, and finally the cell membrane, and chloroplasts near the vacuoles. There are many types of these plant cells. Simplify. The basic overview of this experiment is based on the photosynthesis of plants. Variations on the magic of heavy metal. Here, I have clearly highlighted the chloroplast in the plant cell. Drawing basic references by hand takes time and checking. Unfortunately, I didn't finish my preparations today. There are many more details about plant cells. I decided to take a break first. But I know that I can't be in a hurry now. I must prepare before the mercury element, successfully enters the cell. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 2, Magic Plant Awakening Record 2 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dorms. Day 3. In order to be able to materialize my thoughts, I started doing a lot of tapping wrong. After 2 days of tedious plotting slopes of plant cells, today I started the summary planning of my visualization project. Without an electron microscope, I can only list some of the characteristics of biology and memory one by one. Water orchid is an ordinary plant. Assuming an ordinary plant reacts to a magical product, then where does one start? I once did such a set of experiments when I was a graduate student in biology. And apply it in practice. That was a microscopic recording observation. I used an electron microscope to magnify a leaf of a water orchid to about 1000 times. Under this magnification, I managed to see that there are one after another nest-like depressions inside the leaf. The basic literacy of scientific research for many years makes me firmly believe that in the microcosmic world, the surface of objects is not absolutely smooth. They are composed of molecules. Especially with the smallest particle as the unit, there are still gaps. I saw this gap for the first time under a microscope. Inside this gap are the chloroplasts that are commonly found in plants. Chloroplasts are like small mouths that are constantly opening and closing. And this time the magic plant transformation experiment. It is to observe the actual changes of chloroplasts, especially in the process of ingesting a large amount of heavy metal elements. In my design, the chloroplast is the key point of photosynthesis in plants. The first step in the transformation experiment of magic plants is to let the chloroplasts swallow and absorb smiling mercury particles when they supply nutrients to themselves. I think this is a bold experiment. After all, the basic transformation of plants is an indispensable first step before the mercury element can act on animals and finally react with the philosopher's stone. It will become a keynote to determine the living element. If you want to use the survival mechanism of plants to make the living body have dynamic performance, then you need light. Light is extremely important to the survival of plants. In my past knowledge system of scientific research, sunlight is composed of photons. What it does. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 3, Magic Plant Awakening Record 3 Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft, Gryffindor Little Wizards Dormitory. After days of tedious preparations, I looked at the draft plan in my hand. Today is the 4th day. Recently, I have been asking Harry to leave the food at the door on a regular basis, and I will eat to replenish my energy after he goes to class. I know doing this will cause trouble sooner or later. After all, I haven't seen me for a long time. Whether it is Harry or the Wizards of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, they will focus on this. Now I have to hurry up. Improve efficiency. Instead, continue to invest in project research. After the previous rounds of recording, I found that I was still lacking to a certain extent. Because I notice light is extremely important for the basic survival of plants. And sunlight is in my knowledge system. From a micro perspective, the sun's rays are made up of photons. From the perspective of scientific research, photons are electromagnetic particles that move very fast. These electromagnetic particles are absorbed by the leaves. And this is the main key to why plants can carry out photosynthesis. Understand basic concepts. I set my sights on the water orchid in front of me. Based on past practical experience. The moment the leaf surface of the water orchid comes into contact with the photon. The cells in the water orchid started to work. This is the most important observation object. In the chloroplasts of plant cells, there should be Pugh-Guan complex. Photons are absorbed by chloroplasts in the form of electromagnetic particles. Thus, the common photosynthesis inside plants is produced. According to the only relevant scientific research knowledge in my mind, I can basically tell, these ordinary light complexes collect light particles. Assuming that 12 light particles are used as the start switch, then under photosynthesis, the chlorophyll of the water orchid itself will automatically decompose the water molecules in the air, broken down into their necessary hydrogen and oxygen. Just then Dudley's pen stopped. Looking at the Magic Plant Awakening plan that he planned in front of him. Dudley frowned the moment he wrote this. The reason is simple. In basic common sense, the composition of water is very simple. These are the two chemical elements hydrogen and oxygen. Water orchids follow the laws of nature. Under photosynthesis, plants absorb hydrogen and release oxygen, which is their instinctive survival operation. And now. So, after 3 days of chemistry, plant water soil mercury Under the stimulation of photosynthesis, water orchids have been sedimenting for many days. After eating plants, these cell structures, while decomposing and swallowing water molecules in the air, should also bring naturally volatilized mercury into the interior of the leaves. Identify this element. Dudley knows. Time to test the results of the experiment. Dudley put down the notebook in his hand. Turn to look at the clock behind you. More than 5 hours have passed. Just this morning, Dudley clearly heard the cautious voice at Harry's door. In summary, Harry explained outside the door that he had tried his best to explain to the Hogwarts teachers, but the long sick leave was up to a week. If a week later, I still can't participate in the magic class of the first-year little wizard, there is a high probability that a dedicated Hogwarts professor will come to check on the condition in person. Perhaps there should be enough time. Dudley planned the time silently in his mind, and then picked up the notebook again. Then he set his sights on the 3 groups of experimental potted plants in front of him. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 4, Magic Plant Awakening Record 4 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. Today is the 5th day. Yesterday I took a cursory look at 3 groups of experimental potted plants on the countertop in the study room of the Hogwarts dormitory. No experimental potted plant, no 2 experimental potted plant, no 3 experimental potted plant, but they didn't work out well, only in a practical sense. The photosynthesis of these plants did not achieve the effect I expected. I still need to wait. During this period, I also need to open and prepare corresponding research tools as soon as possible. Such as gas masks, rubber gloves. After all, heavy metal elements are almost invisible to the naked eye when they volatilize in the air. Volatile in the air, not only small, its taste is also greatly reduced. It is easy to enter the body through the respiratory tract without realizing it. Other people may be able to withstand the erosion of some heavy metals. But I haven't recovered my healthy body, can't bear it, the erosion of mercury. But fortunately, I have already considered this a long time ago, and I have prepared a lot of experimental equipment in the suitcase. I believe that the next practical operation will be fortunately discovered. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 5, Magic Plant Awakening Record 5 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. Today's diary is not easy, because this is the 5th day. According to the pressure of the surrounding environment and his ability to adapt to his own psychology, his young cousin Harry began to feel a little anxious. Harry's mood gradually became agitated. He didn't understand me locking myself inside the house. Either explaining or comforting will make him feel uneasy. Sometimes Harry was so annoyed that he expressed his concerns and even protested to me for the first time that if only I knew if I didn't open the door again, in a few days, maybe he will choose to bring Hogwarts magic professor to visit my condition. Time seems to be running out. I can't open the door at this time, because in the next period of time, the space will be filled with a large amount of volatilized mercury. Although the situation is somewhat urgent, but I have to keep experimenting. According to the plan, today, the growth cycle of my 3 groups of experimental materials is close to 90%, and they are all in good condition. First of all, the first set of experimental materials, experiment no potted plant. 6 days ago, I planted water orchids in pots by myself. And put a bowl of clear water next to the soil with your own hands. A small amount of mercury was added to the clean water. Originally my plan was to mercury element vaporized at room temperature will be fully integrated with tap water. After completely soluble in water, water mixed with mercury will vaporize under sunlight. There is a certain probability that the water molecules will be mixed with trace amounts of mercury, dissipate in the air, or be decomposed and absorbed by water orchids during photosynthesis. In order to intensify the process of this experiment, I will also plant potted plants in experiment number I. During the period. Regularly water the soil with tap water mixed with a small amount of mercury. Moist soil is very important for his survival. Plants get their nutrients from more than just moisture from the air and the water inside the soil. At this stage, after a few days of experimental analysis, I have been able to confirm that the water orchid in experiment no potted plant has theoretically absorbed a large amount of mercury element. After absorbing a large amount of mercury through water and soil, this water orchid exhibits a rare slight yellowish color. This is very different from what I expected. Combined with the overview map of plant cells that I have previously drawn by hand. According to this color, I can basically analyze several trends. Mercury should be absorbed by the plant cells of water orchids during photosynthesis. And successfully broke through the outermost barrier and entered the inner area. The current heavy metal elements it should be attached to the cell membrane of the plant. Roughly observe and analyze. The cell membrane is almost covered with mercury element. The current situation is neither optimistic nor trough. Although heavy metal elements have not yet invaded the inside of cells, but judging from the luster of the leaves, the water orchid in experiment no potted plant, although alive, is extremely unhealthy. Its living conditions have been suppressed to a great extent, but I think at this stage it is still possible to carry out the original experimental protocol. In order for the experiment to continue, I bagged my gas mask, then put on special white gloves and take out a consistent glass reagent from his arms. This special glass reagent is a storage area that I prepare in advance for important items. In this glass reagent, powder particles piled up about the size of a fingernail are spread out. These powder granules have a light pink color. Particles show irregular diffuse reflection under the reflection of firelight. Magic stone powder. I use tweezers to take out a piece of magic stone powder and put it on the surface of the water orchid of experiment no potted plant. The magic Experiment is about to begin, I think. The time to verify the conjecture has come. Waiting is suffering. However, 3 minutes passed. This water orchid, which has absorbed a large amount of mercury, has no abnormal reactions. Impossible. My brow furrows. Could it be that the effect of the sorcerer's stone on water orchids is very limited? Or, there was an error in my initial guess. Can't the philosopher's stone act directly on biological cells, the metal elements that enter the living body are not within the scope of transformation of the magic stone? Is this the same as the human body? If the amount of heavy metal elements is not enough, will the philosopher's stone not react? Unfortunately, it was a hit. However, I dismissed the idea. For scientific researchers, difficulties are encountered in the experiment. It is nothing more than a normal thing. Right now I'm just sticking to one point. It is really against the steps and principles of my own experiments. If one fails, there is a second one. Heavy metal biological gene project. The experiment of plant awakening must continue. I can't stop there. Heavy metal biological gene project, plant awakening, 6, magic plant awakening. Record 6 Hogwarts, Gryffindor dormitory. After the previous experimental potted data for no I are presented as well, I didn't have time to think about it, so I turned my attention to the experiment 2 potted plant on the other side. Open the glass covered experiment no 2 potted plant in front of you. I started by talking about the cultivation of water orchids, and a mercury ball the size of a grain of rice was placed on the edge of the soil. Mercury is extremely stable chemically and is composed of mercury ions. Mercury is liquid at room temperature and will evaporate naturally. In my idea, the no 2 experiment no potted plant, the water orchid will directly absorb the mercury ions released in the air by natural volatilization when it is undergoing photosynthesis. The extremely small, heavy metal elements will have a higher concentration than mercury mixed with water. The quantity is also sufficient. Experimentation is not persecution, and in order to maintain the natural growth of water orchids, I will and will fill with normal water during the natural period. Finally, the water orchid relies on the water in the soil to survive, but its living glass cover will be filled with volatilized mercury, differ from the expected results. Even the water orchid, which is tenacious with life, cannot be spared. The water orchid presented in front of my eyes has survived for 5 to 6 days. The surface of its leaves has turned black, and the leaves are completely withered. Instead of being burnt yellow, it still looks like rotten black charcoal. According to the current manifestation of water orchids, I started the latest record analysis. The original water orchid had a normal metabolism, but now it has obviously lost this function. The hypothetical mercury element should have penetrated successfully, and the leaf surface of the water orchid has entered the cell surface instead. The cell membrane that was supposed to play a protective role was corroded and penetrated by mercury and attached to it. Not only damaged the cell membrane of the water orchid but also the vacuole. Even mercury elements enter it, making the chloroplasts unable to work normally. That's the way to end a live plant. From the very root of the cell, let the chloroplasts stop normal photosynthesis. The only thing waiting for it is wither and decay, and this is the inevitable result of experiment no potted plant. I looked at the water orchids that were completely necrotic in front of me, as black as the surface of charcoal in the rotting soil. I took out the tweezers as usual, and lightly added a tiny magic stone powder on the leaves superior. The experiment started. This time I still observed quietly. Didn't make me wait too long. This plant is like black charcoal, a water orchid that has been deeply poisoned by mercury, the moment he came into contact with the magic stone powder. The classroom exit of Hogwarts Gryffindor first-year wizards. Harry looked at the book in his hands. Today is the history of magic class, so I took a lot of notes. This place is different from what Harry imagined. He thought he could quickly master basic magic after entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But since the last flying broom class, most of the classes are in the process. Whether it's transfiguration or defense against the dark arts, those professors are teaching boring theories. Looking at the dense records in his notebook, Harry sighed. During the period when Cousin Dudley was ill, he listened to the teacher nagging about the history of Hogwarts and the cognition of the wizarding world almost every day. Snapped. Just then a hand hung on Harry's back. Harry jumped, turned his head quickly, and was relieved when he saw a head of red hair. Ron, say hello before you show up next time, don't be so surprised. Ron looked at Harry in front of him with a smile. Why do you look a little unhappy? What happened recently? Harry shook his head. No surprises, only seeing Harry's hesitant to speak, Ron immediately clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Harry, just say it directly, don't hesitate like a bitch. Gryffindor, dormitory study, change, plants turned into gold, it's just unbelievable, although I had expected this kind of thing to happen. But looking at the water orchid in front of me after it is completely golden, I still can't help feeling a little emotional. Then I got lost in thought. It took a while to verify the possibility in my heart. I gently touched the fully golden water orchid with tweezers. Ding ding, there was a crisp sound of metal impact, and he looked at the metal water orchid in front of him. I was both excited and disappointed. Excitingly, my original idea, the general outline of the heavy metal biological gene project, was not wrong. Theoretically, the successful pure gold of plants can be established, and my assumption was correct. But what got me lost is, I don't have a more high-end electron microscope on hand. I can't present this magical scene with the most direct microcosm under the electron microscope. This is a bit unacceptable. But be fact-oriented. Plants that have absorbed a large amount of heavy metal elements can be changed by the magic stone. Thereby turning into gold. If only, as long as I can under the electron microscope, observe in detail how the philosopher's stone turns the plant cells full of mercury into gold. So, can you reveal the essence of magic from the side? The mystery can be solved by changing the substance. Fundamentally and observing the properties of individual molecules. Theoretically, the microcosm cannot control the macrocosm. But the micro-world must be the foundation upon which the macro-world is laid. I believe that this rule also applies to magic theory, just like my conclusion of using the philosopher's stone on plants to make them gold. Whether it is life or death, the plant body is simply used as the structure, and it has indeed become gold. Heavy metal biological gene. Project, Plant Awakening, 7, Magic Plant Awakening Record 7 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory, completed the data recording of the No. Experimental potted plant. I am very happy, but the fact is that I have to proceed to the next step. After having the experimental data of the first two groups of water orchids and magic stones interacting with each other. The third set of experiments is not so important for now. Although this is only a part of scientific research work, knowing that it is meaningless, I have to do it just to complete this speculation. But this is unimportant only for the golden concept theory of plant cells. In the initial hypothetical stage, this is a very crucial part, and the water orchid in the No. Experimental potted plant will become the key that acts on the living animals. This is a necessary step for my follow-up research. It was also successfully used a certain amount of mercury element to generate a dissertation I was studying for a postgraduate project. Methylmercury is a trace heavy metal element that enters the body of living things. This heavy metal element is terrible. They will cling to the inside of the flesh and cannot be expelled from the body. According to my past experience, the heavy metal mercury will fully fuse with the products of the fat category. Large amounts of mercury can kill people. But gold, heavy metal elements such as gold are different. When gold enters the human body, it can be naturally excreted from the body, while mercury enters the body of living things, but it will be absorbed and retained. It is not an easy task to adjust the content of mercury element in the microcosm. Even machines can't do it. Just like in front of you experiment No 3 potted plant in my original design. Plant water orchids inside. There is a bowl of clear water next to the soil, and a very small amount of mercury has been added to the clear water. This mercury is not directly dropped into the water, but a part of the gas containing mercury is injected into the clear water. The volume of the volatilized mercury is very small, and the content of the vaporized mercury in the air is very small, and it is fully integrated with tap water under certain conditions. This practice can greatly reduce the mercury content. In the No 3 experiment potted plant, I put it in a cool place and don't let it carry out photosynthesis. Just regularly water the soil of the orchid with tap water mixed with a small amount of mercury. The plant's instinct is to make his roots absorb nutrients from the water every day. A brief loss of sunlight does not immediately die the plant. Hydrogen and oxygen are the necessary conditions for plants to survive. Now is the time to observe the results of the experiment. Looking at the water orchid number 3 in the shady location, I nodded in satisfaction. The plants in this pot did not show signs of yellowing or withering or necrosis of the leaves. Just scratching the surface. On the surface everything looks fine, but it is undeniable that the leaves, rhizomes and whole body of this water orchid are infused with a small amount of mercury. Trace amounts of mercury are not immediately fatal. This is the same as cancer. There will be a strong incubation period before the outbreak. After the above argument. When the mercury element exceeds a certain amount, the magic stone will have a magical chemical reaction with it. Convert cells or certain non-metallic substances directly into gold. Then when living organisms eat for a long time, leaves containing mercury element, whether it is aquatic life or terrestrial creatures. Their senses, states, reactions, or manifestations may be the moment they come into contact with the sorcerer's stone, but they are much more intense than the manifestations of plants. This is the difference between plants and animals. Animals are easier to observe. This may also be the true best form of sorcerer's stone. However, when I analyze and summarize here, an extremely scary thought suddenly flashed in my mind, but before I had time to think deeply, I quickly closed the scientific research notebook in my hand. I can feel, maybe I've touched a taboo area. It's unbelievable, even scary. The dim yellow light of the dormitory. Swaying a figure in the study room of the dormitory. The figure is wearing a white coat. He is not tall, and his appearance is a bit delicate, because he is wearing a heavy gas mask, so he can't see the real face. Dudley looked at the biological experiment notebook on his rubber glove and pondered for a long time. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Plant Awakening, 8, Magic Plant Awakening Record 8 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. The experimental records need to be put on hold. After a while Dudley put down the notebook. He felt that perhaps the following content should not be recorded on this page. This information should be very important. The water orchid that was placed in the first pot before, plant experimental potted plant Noai, did not directly react when it came into contact with the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. Theoretically it won't have any follow-up effects with the Sorcerer's Stone, but now, after 10 minutes passed, the scene in front of him made Dudley feel unbelievable. I saw the water orchid in the potted plant that had been withered and turned yellow after taking too much mercury. It's starting to change. It is slowly stretching the leaves. The surface of the leaves began to emit a halo that could not be described in words. The leaves of the water orchid are stretching. This gave Dudley an illusion. It is doing natural photosynthesis. And the reason why this photosynthesis can be captured by the naked eye, that's because the surface of the orchid's pages is exuding a golden luster from time to time. Countless golden light particles inside the glass cover run back and forth between the inside and outside of the leaf surface like starlight. Dudley stopped recording in his hands, The water orchid with a faint golden halo in front of him gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. 1. Slice, a dying leaf, it just came back to life. It's incredible, it's not fully goldified into a solid metal, instead, it exists in its own life form. The plant is alive, it is swallowing gold, golden water orchids glisten in the sunlight. This scene subconsciously made Dudley terrified. This instantaneous power suddenly opened the side. Wizard Alchemy Handbook, Magic Stone. What exactly is the Sorcerer's Stone? Recording, the Philosopher's Stone is derived from the blessing of an angel. I heard it with my own ears when I was traveling in the mainland. Someone obtained longevity with the Philosopher's Stone. This rumor has not been confirmed yet. But at this moment, Dudley looked at the golden water orchid in front of him, and his heart began to beat violently. Longevity, resurrection from the dying. Longevity may be real. Any species will be shocked when they see the word longevity. Death is the final destination, cells stop dividing, and the decay of the body trunk is an eternal rule, and it is recorded in the shaman's exercise handbook that someone once gained longevity because of it. A prototype formed in Dudley's mind. If one, under certain conditions, has been using the Philosopher's Stone to turn the heavy metal mercury into gold, then over time, he must breathe in a large amount of mercury. Mercury will volatilise and remain in the body forever. The Philosopher's Stone, perhaps to some extent, can really break through the obstacles of life. Dudley took a deep breath, his eyes gradually calmed down from the excitement at the beginning. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the norms of this creature. This taboo door has been rejected by countless martyrs who tried to explore it. Including the head change surgery on Blue Star. It's all for another kind of longevity. The life that Dudley put his eyes on in front of him withered and withered. The water orchid that had completely turned into a solid gold. His hand stretched out involuntarily. The record book of the awakening of experimental heavy metal plants, heavy metal biological experiment in the magic world. Modification so structured, goldenization magically creates a conflict, resurrection from the dead is a paradox, but I also saw the precondition of equivalent exchange, the same water orchid. A plant turned into solid gold on the road to immortality. Another strain successfully evolved on the road to immortality. It lived and died with gold, and became another hybrid form, and one paid life as the price. Completely turned into a metallic solid. So, the other paid what? As a person who studies scientific research, I never believe in fabrications. I have been practicing in countless attempts. The foundation of science is based on matter, equivalent exchange. Matter is constant. I am a firm believer in the practice of one rule, just like I saw with my own eyes, the eternal life bestowed by the angel. But I know that there may be an unimaginable price in it. Finish. Hogwarts, Gryffindor, witchcraft, and wizardry, Ron said angrily. Okay, Harry, just say it directly, don't be so hesitant. What the hell? Harry nodded and said then I can say, Ron Quidditch captain what has been asking me lately, why don't you go to practice after class? If you don't participate in practice, you won't be able to officially participate in the Quidditch competition. What? Harry. Ron's smile suddenly became embarrassing, his eyes looked a little erratically in the air and said, didn't I say that my body hasn't fully healed from the fall before, and it's not suitable to go now? Harry reached out and shoved Ron. Ron, I've given you this excuse several times, and Captain Wood told me that it will be a Quidditch match after a while. Forget Ron, you have to think clearly, this is a rare opportunity after all. Ron's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he doesn't know Quidditch, so participating in the training match will make Wood laugh. Can face Harry's doubts. He didn't know how to reply, so he subconsciously changed the subject. Harry, how is your cousin? Harry looked worried when he heard that it's been several days. My cousin has been locking himself in the study, and I don't know what's going on with him. Ron couldn't wait to say it. So Harry, didn't you say that your cousin will recover almost today? I'm going to your dorm today and I'm going to find him right now. After all, you got your Quidditch talent to get stronger from him. By the way, I also want to discuss with him the secrets of being as talented in Quidditch as you are. Harry nodded subconsciously, not feeling anything out of place. The two walked out of the Hogwarts classroom with one word at a time. But not far behind them, Hermione stood quietly behind. To be honest, she was also concerned about Dudley's situation. Dudley hadn't come to class for a while, and Hermione always felt empty in her heart. After all, the huge Gryffindor classroom, in a group full of young wizards and in an unfamiliar environment, he was familiar with Ron, Harry, and Dudley. Among them, Hermione thinks that the relationship between herself and Dudley is relatively good. No friends. Hermione felt like she had no one to talk to recently. Besides, these days, Ron obviously doesn't like to talk to himself. Hermione clearly noticed that Ron and Harry usually kept a distance from her on purpose. Why is this happening? Hermione was a little annoyed. She didn't know when she offended these two people again. Why is the situation now similar to that of ordinary people schools, under the new environment, the new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? I thought I could start a beautiful campus life again, but I once again felt an illusion of being isolated. Hermione pouted angrily. She decided to follow Harry and Ron to at least ask why they kept avoiding her. This is so rude. Ron, who was walking ahead, quietly lowered his head and whispered in Harry's ear, look, Harry, she's following me again, neither of us obviously play with her, why is she so persistent? Harry also nodded seriously. Since Ron explained his views on Hermione with him 2 days ago, Harry felt that what Ron said made sense. Hermione likes to snitch, so stay away from her. The pace under Ron's feet quickened a little. Harry, follow me, let's get rid of Hermione, you know her temper, if you are with her, gaming will definitely report our affairs to Professor Wizard. To tell you the truth, I hate people who complain to the teacher when they have nothing to do. Looking at Weasley's back. Wait Ron, I don't think this is so easy to solve. Harry offered Ron a tug. Ron's footsteps stopped, and he looked at Harry suspiciously. Harry said seriously, I don't think it's going to solve the problem for the two of us to avoid her like this. Ron nodded and then said with a sad face, then what can I do? We can't always, anyway, if you do that, maybe it's too much. Harry took a deep breath and said proactively, leave this to me. At the same time, Hermione chased up from the other side of the corridor. She looked at Ron and Harry, who had stopped suddenly, and she didn't understand why the two who had been hiding from her were suddenly waiting for her here. Looking at the silent Ron and Harry, Hermione hesitated and spoke first. Harry, I actually wanted to ask, how is Dudley's health? He hasn't been to class for days. Oh yes, I'm just helping the Transfiguration teacher, Professor McGonagall, to ask. That's it, just a normal survey among classmates. Hermione always felt like she was speaking incoherently. Or, perhaps, this excuse is a bit crappy, but this is not lying. Professor McGonagall did ask himself about Dudley's physical condition, although it's just a casual mention. I just borrowed it, by the way. Within a few words, Hermione had already thought of countless reasons in her mind to ease the embarrassment mood. In the end, she smiles with a stiff oval face. Well, that's it, your cousin Ron took the initiative to reach out and push Harry, and his meaning was very clear. If we can't handle Hermione, we'll leave. Taking a deep breath, Harry stretched out his hand and pushed his round glasses. A pair of dark and bright eyes stared at Hermione and said word by word, please don't follow us. It's none of your business, Hermione, I'll take care of my cousin Dudley's situation myself. And also, please don't mind your own business. Harry changed from his mild and cowardly character in the past. This time his tone was serious, with a serious expression on his face. Halfway through the speech, Harry showed a somewhat sinister expression and stretched out his hand to cover his forehead in the upper left corner. Hermione was a little taken aback by Harry's sudden change of painting style. How come Harry, who is usually weak, has become a bit fierce? She faltered for a long time. Then, that's fine, Harry said no more, turned around and walked to the other side of the corridor. Ron hesitated, wanting to comfort Hermione, but looking at Hermione's dazed cheek, he still didn't say much, and followed Harry's pace closely. After a while, when Hermione was completely invisible behind him, Ron patted his chest and said, Harry, isn't what you just said a little too much? Hermione, after all, we are classmates, there is no need for us to directly make the relationship so stiff. Harry's footsteps slowed down, and he didn't reply to Ron's question. At that moment just now, Harry didn't know what happened to him. After hearing Hermione express caring emotions towards her cousin Dudley, Harry felt a wave of boredom or anger in his heart. This feeling is indescribable. But Harry's instinctive resentment of someone touching something he cares about. Note, don't use that anymore. I feel that normal emotional growth has been led astray by you. Ron tilted his head, but he didn't notice that the short Harry in front of him looked weak, and at that moment just now, he also felt a little scared. If Dudley had been there to witness this scene, he would have given Harry a reasonable explanation for his behavior. Creatures in the young period, while receiving care, instinctively want to take this feeling for themselves. This is similar to the instinct of food protection in the animal genome. Harry, who is still young, doesn't want anyone to share his attention around his cousin. It's normal to feel this way. After all, in the world Harry grew up in, he was teased at school. Being beaten and scolded by Uncle Vernon at home. Only my cousin is the best for me. Actually, Harry doesn't dislike Hermione, he just instinctively feels that if Hermione gets in touch with her cousin Dudley, he doesn't want this to happen. I don't know why I'm bored though. Harry is confused too. After a while, he looked at Ron and said, sorry Ron, I think maybe it's because cousin Dudley has been staying out lately, and I have nothing to do. I was too worried and took my anger out on Hermione. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder very understandingly. It's okay Harry, you don't have to think about it. When my sister was sick, I was busy taking care of no one in the family. Later, when my brother came back, I questioned him. I've had this feeling too. Anyway, it's no big deal. That if we're really sorry, we can apologize to Hermione afterwards. Alright, Harry nodded silently. In fact, there has always been a mystery in his heart. What is the hostility that just erupted from his heart? Why does my forehead feel painful at that moment? After calming down now. Even without Ron's explanation, Harry felt that he had just questioned Hermione. I am a little fierce to be terrible. It seems that I was not like myself at that time. Forget it. Harry scratched his head, saying he didn't intend to care about such insignificant things. His cousin's physical condition is what he cares most about. If Ron's cousin Dudley's health still doesn't improve today, I'll take the initiative to bring the potions teacher to him to take a look, although my cousin will be very disgusted with my approach, but I think this may be the best solution. Seeing Harry talking to himself, Ron understood his worry, and reached out and patted Harry's shoulder gently. The two soon arrived at Hogwarts, in front of Gryffindor's dormitory. Harry looked at the painting of the fat lady in front of him. The oil painting of the fat lady tilted her brain and looked at the two little wizard figures in front of her. Little wizards. If you want to enter the dormitory, you have to give the door password first, Harry said decisively. Spinach fairy. The fat lady leaned forward slightly, and the mural door opened to the outside. Harry raised his foot and wanted to step into the dormitory. But at this moment, someone grabbed his arm. Harry frowned, and he broke free from the opponent's pull with a hard slam of his wrist, and turned to look behind him. Hee hee, you have a pretty temper, Clark said with a smirk. Gore clapped his hands. I didn't see it, you have such a small body and strength. How, didn't you hear Master Draco greet you just now? Harry looked at the two people in front of him. One was fat and the other was thin. Both of them were slightly taller than him. They are dressed in Slytherin's unique wizard robes. What are you doing? This is Gryffindor's dormitory area. Ron took the initiative to stand by Harry's side. Seeing his friend being picked on suddenly, he immediately planned to step forward to defend. Humph, what are we doing? Is it your turn to speak here? Nonsense. Weasley? At this moment, Clark and Goyle separated. Behind them, a blonde-haired child stood in the center. His facial expression was a bit ruffian, although his facial features were handsome, but just a glance made people feel a sense of pressure. You are Draco. Harry said that he knew the man in front of him. But don't everyone call him Malfoy? Ron leaned closer to Harry's ear and said, Harry, Draco is his first name and Malfoy is his last name. I think it's better for us not to conflict with them. After all, Draco's Malfoy family. Compared, shut up, you nonsense thing, is there a place where you can speak? Malfoy stepped forward and took the initiative to poke Ron's shoulder. Ron's face was flushed red, he gritted his teeth lightly, and stepped back helplessly for a long while. Humph, it really is trash. The reputation of the pureblood 28 family is completely tarnished by people like you. Malfoy looked at Ron with a sneer. Shut up. At this moment, out of the corner of Malfoy's eye, he saw Harry standing sideways in front of Ron. Harry's eyes were dark, and there was an imperceptible meaning in them. What did you just say? Malfoy? Harry had a scowl on his cheeks. Malfoy's tone of voice and his superior attitude made him feel disgusted all over his body. Seeing Harry's violent mood swings, Malfoy spread his hands. It looks like you're not convinced, Harry. The legendary heroes of the wizarding world, the genius Harry Potter who defeated the big devil, now you can only show off the pros and cons of your mouth. It's just a joke. Malfoy looked at Harry with disdain. Harry took a deep breath, his fists clenched. Malfoy, what do you want? How about it? Malfoy shrugged. No way, Harry, don't you forget, things between us are not over yet. That you made me look like a fool in front of all the wizards, whether it's on the road before school or in Quidditch class. Your rudeness is offensive, so, let us resolve the conflict between the two of us in the most direct way. How? You Harry, dare you? Harry said decisively. What are you going to do? Malfoy sneered. Wizard duel, at 11 tonight, in the storage room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. Harry stared at Malfoy and said word by word. Malfoy, what do you mean? If we fight, whoever wins, we will walk around each other when we meet in the future. Malfoy nodded. It's okay if you think so, but I don't think your chances are good. I'm afraid you're too timid to come. Don't lie. Harry stared at Malfoy seriously. Hope you don't bother me and Ron anymore after your failure. Okay, I'll be on time, snapped. But before Harry finished the remaining words in his mouth, a hand behind him suddenly rested on Harry's shoulder. Harry turned around and saw a familiar face. His cousin Dudley didn't know when he came behind him. Dudley looked at Harry with a smile. What's wrong, Harry? What happened? Harry was at a loss for words. He hesitated subconsciously. Ron on the side quickly explained to Dudley, Dudley, please persuade your cousin Harry. He agreed to duel with the Wizard of Malfoy. A wizard duel is not a trivial matter, it is equivalent to a life and death pact between a warrior and a warrior. No matter what accident happened during the battle, both sides voluntarily endured it. This is an ancient and sacred treaty. Harry was stunned. He looked at Ron. He didn't expect this to happen in the wizard duel. Ron cried with a mournful face. Harry, I wanted to explain to you at the time, but you couldn't listen to me at all. Just now you seem to, kind of scary. Never mind. What's wrong? Regret? Malfoy looked at Harry with disdain. If you're scared, just say it. I, Malfoy, might be merciful enough not to argue with you. Certainly, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. You two will have to walk around when you see me. Harry just felt a burst of anger hit his brain. Shut up. Who is afraid of whom? Tonight at 11:30 in the storage room on the 3rd floor. I will be there on time. I promise to duel your wizard. Seeing Harry's agitated look, Dudley didn't step forward to dissuade him. From Dudley's point of view, there are many kinds of things like education. In safe and peaceful conditions, using knowledge education, there is time and cost for the children to grow up slowly, but now Hogwarts didn't look safe to Dudley. He can detect the loopholes in Malfoy's words and the reasons for the conflict between the two at a glance. But Dudley didn't intend to remind Harry directly. Under the new environment, he abandoned his past life. Now Harry finally gained respect and support. He doesn't want to be looked down upon and rejected. This was within the realm of Dudley's comprehension. But often, if you want to protect something, you have to pay a price, and in a dangerous situation, growth is extremely fast, and growth in actual combat. Let Harry sum up the human nature he said before, regardless of the outcome this time. As his cousin, he didn't need to beat, scold or blame at this time, to forcibly change Harry's mood. Having been hurt and hurt, my cousin Harry will grow up naturally. This is still different from the real, law of the jungle education. Mistakes under the law of the jungle will cost you your life, and Harry doesn't. Fighting is the fastest growth. After all, the instructor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Dudley took a step forward. Harry shrank his neck. He felt that his behavior just now was a little too much. It's about the same as the bad kid in Cousin Dudley's impression. How to do want to explain? Harry was very confused. However, Dudley took the initiative to reach out and pat Harry on the shoulder, and then actively looked at Malfoy with his astonished eyes. Malfoy of Slytherin, don't worry, I won't stop Harry in this wizard duel, but I will join him. He is my brother after all. Regardless, right or wrong, I will stand by his side. Harry looked at his cousin in astonishment. After hearing Ron explain the wizard duel, Cousin Dudley was still resolutely standing on his side. At such a moment, Harry felt a little guilt in his heart, such as, if I am not so willful, Cousin Dudley wouldn't be in danger with him. Harry raised his head and stared at his cousin seriously. He wants to say something, all right, but Dudley took the initiative to rub Harry's head and said with a gentle smile, it's nothing, Harry. Wizard duel, you have to believe in yourself, you can win. Yeah. Thank you, Cousin Dudley. Harry nodded his head heavily, the small eyes under the glasses narrowed, and the corners of his mouth smiled happily. My cousin still knows me best, humph. But that's all. Malfoy looked at Ron, Harry and Dudley, then turned around with a cold snort and looked at Clark and Goyle behind him. Let's go. The two followed closely behind and quickly left the Gryffindor dormitory area of Hogwarts. After about 10 minutes, Malfoy's footsteps stopped, and Gluck and Goyle behind him also stood scattered on both sides. He took the initiative to come to the bottom of a stone wall. Malfoy's eyes looked at the smoldering flames at the top, and the voice in the mouth suddenly became a little muffled. The other end of the hallway in the Hogwarts dormitory. Malfoy's footsteps stopped, and Gluck and Goyle behind him also scattered on both sides of him. Gore looked puzzled and said, Master Malfoy, why do we have to hold on to Harry Potter? It is not a wise decision to contradict him now. Clark nodded and said, that's right, Master Malfoy, Harry Potter is the boy who once defeated the great Demon King. We have no idea how powerful he really is. Malfoy looked at the two behind him. He didn't reply directly but snorted coldly. Clark, Goyle, you two shut up, you don't understand anything at all. My father told me so. The holy family of ancient wizarding blood is noble and inviolable. It's an honor. And every bloodline member of the family must have his own arrogance, also have your own style. Things like Harry Potter directly cut off the existence of our Malfoy family friendship. It can be said to be unreasonable that you say, if it were my father, what would he do? Malfoy said to himself. He did not have hope for the two in front of him. Clark shook his head blankly and said, Master Malfoy, this is incomprehensible. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Gore agrees indeed. Master Malfoy, although I don't know what you're trying to say, but if you can't be friends with Harry Potter, then there's no need to be enemies. My father once told me that the boy who can defeat the great Demon King has extraordinary strength. Enough. Shut up, both of you. Malfoy sighed. Madness. Just hopelessly stupid. You two idiots. Clark, Goyle looked confused. I can't understand the logic of Malfoy's words at all. Malfoy took the initiative to come to the bottom of a stone wall. He stretched out his hand to stroke the metal hair, and at the same time looked at the slowly burning flame on the top with his own eyes. The voice in Malfoy's mouth suddenly became a little low. Forget it, I'll tell you straight. You two listen carefully, these are my father's exact words. If you can't be friends, that is the enemy, our Malfoy family, to deal with the enemy, it must be done by any means. Clark and Goyle shuddered at the same time. Go, just kidding. After speaking, Malfoy turned around and his handsome facial features looked a bit sinister. Harry Potter actually chose that poor Weasley Trashron to be his friend. Very well, his decision is doomed, and our Malfoy family and the Weasley family will be incompatible in the future. For now only, we have to teach him a lesson. I don't even need my father to do anything. I will take care of Harry Potter's troubles myself. Clark seems to understand, so, killed Harry Potter in the wizard duel. Gore was a little scared and said, that's not good. I haven't even killed a fish, let alone killed you two idiots. Malfoy stomped angrily. Madness, you listen to me. Hogwarts expressly stipulates that magic duels are not allowed at will. Besides, I, Malfoy, have a great future and a bright future. What good is it for me, who inherits the glorious family business, to die with a down-and-out Harry Potter? He's just a down-and-out poor boy. Gore was completely taken aback. Then why do you need a wizard duel? Isn't it superfluous? Malfoy had a heartbroken face, then put his hand on his forehead and said helplessly, no. Stop thinking about it, both of you, and follow my plan later. Later you both anonymously reported to Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, that someone was loitering in the storage room on the 3rd floor at 11:30, staying out at night and wandering around Hogwarts at will is a big taboo. Think about it. Violated the ban of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the beginning of school. Basically, it's not far from expulsion. This is the rule of Hogwarts, without exception, as long as they make a mistake. I, Malfoy, have a chance to completely get Harry Potter out of the magic school and let him completely out of our sight. Malfoy's voice fell. This is killing two birds with one stone. Both Clark and Goyle widened their eyes at the same time. Malfoy, Master, you are so smart. Humph, you two just do as you're told. My intelligence does not need to be praised by the two of you. Malfoy flicked Slytherin's wizard robes, a wicked smile formed on the corner of his mouth, and strode away. The other side, Hogwarts, Gryffindor dormitory common room. Dudley was tidying up his study, the results of previous experiments must be stored. Although Senior Percy said that the little wizard's personal dormitory has a high degree of concealment and privacy protection, but the actual situation is always a bit complicated. But the power of a wizard is unpredictable, it's always right to be cautious. Looking at Dudley's busy figure outside the door, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his cousin's physical condition had recovered, and there was nothing serious about it. After thinking about it, Harry still took the initiative to say, "Cousin, I have something to ask you." Dudley's movements paused. He looked at Harry behind him. Harry hesitated for a while and faltered and said, "Cousin, just like you said, I'm now really allowed to join the Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall. I have also become a qualified ball seeker, and recently I started to integrate into group training under the guidance of Senior Wood. Well, seems not bad." After hearing this, Dudley smiled and said calmly, "Very good, Harry, you have performed very well, and you have to work hard to get the opportunity given by Professor McGonagall. As your cousin, I also hope that you will shine in the Quidditch game." Harry's thought of hesitating to say something else was immediately dispelled. He tilted his cerebellum up and gave Dudley a pure smile. "Cousin, I will work hard. I think I have this talent, you have to believe me." Dudley looked at Harry's slightly self-confident look, and also smiled lightly. Dudley reached out and was about to rub Harry's little head. "Woo, don't." But this time Harry took the initiative to turn his head sideways and shrink back. Dudley's outstretched palm stopped, and he looked at Harry, who was dodging while covering his head, and said indifferently how. Harry puffed his cheeks and said with a little temper, "Cousin, I am not a child anymore, really." After speaking, Harry stretched out 5 fingers and broke his fingers and said, "After the Quidditch training for the past few days, the Hogwarts students said that my talent is outstanding, much better than all of them." Dudley smiled indifferently. "Oh, is it? Our Harry has finally become a little adult?" Harry tossed his hair, just about to explain something, but saw Dudley's other hand protruding out of his blind spot, flexing his fingers and flicking Harry's forehead lightly. Boom. There was a crisp crash. Hareton felt a slight tingle passing from his forehead now covering his forehead. There is a mist in the corner of his eyes. Harry clutched his head a little at a loss. "It hurts. Cousin, what are you doing?" Dudley looked out of the window calmly and said lightly, "This is your punishment." Punish. Harry was still a little puzzled, not knowing where he went wrong. Dudley nodded. "That's right. It's a punishment, to punish you for not using your brain, so you joined Quidditch." Harry is baffled. He said he did not understand. Joining Quidditch by yourself. What does this have to do with not using your brain? Dudley didn't explain much, because Harry couldn't understand it. In his perception, little Harry will gradually form his own social circle when he grows up. So, what is the meaning of this Hogwarts practice? Giving a little wizard an unprecedented ladder of achievement, already started to create a hero. Yet Dudley was also a little helpless, because he could see that Harry liked his current living environment very much. The praise from the seniors and the friendly encouragement from the people around. There is no way for Harry's current situation, all that is missing in his life. But from Dudley's current perspective, looking at him, I feel very optimistic, because substance's constant honor is also equivalent. Simply take Harry's current situation. Now for your special investment, they may have great plans in the future. The debt of favor is the deadliest. It's a shackle to keep cutting and straightening out. Perhaps for the top management of Hogwarts, this is a shackle quietly set, a means of binding Harry to his side. But what makes Dudley even more incomprehensible is, why did the huge Hogwarts, an elite group of wizards, choose to use this method? This is the most gentle method without any sequelae. Could it be that, outside of Hogwarts, there is still a force restricting them, no or multiple forces, but for now, letting Harry enjoy the resource is not a bad thing. With the resource tilt, it means that some people value you enough, maybe when danger comes. Before you grow up, they will not let their hard work go to waste. It is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. There are advantages and disadvantages. Harry watched his cousin remain silent and thought he had said something wrong again. Dong dong. While Dudley was thinking, there was a knock on the door of the Hogwarts dormitory. Harry simply got up from his chair and ran to open the door. "Call, Harry, are you there?" The door opened, and a red-haired child was poking around outside the door. "Ron, what are you doing?" Harry asked suspiciously. Ron muttered in a low voice, "Harry, is your cousin resting?" Harry shook his head. "I haven't rested yet, but it's almost time." Ron subconsciously said, "Harry, step aside. I want to ask Dudley something." Harry was stunned. He vaguely remembered that he had talked about similar topics with Ron before. Could it be that Ron came this time? Before Harry could continue his movement, Ron took the initiative to push Harry aside, and then hurried into the room. Dudley looked at Ron in front of him, wondering what he was going to do. Ron didn't have so many scruples. He was going crazy recently. If you can't solve it, your own problem. I'm afraid Ron, is about to become a laughingstock in others' mouths. This was an unacceptable fact for Weasley, who was already down and out. I don't know which, killing 1,000 knives, secretly leaked the wind during this period, saying that he is likely to join the Hogwarts Quidditch team. As a result, many little wizards in the class paid attention to themselves. Ron was upset, but he couldn't find a good way, so he could only get close to Dudley and begged with a mournful face, Dudley wants to ask you about how to become stronger." Dudley frowned but still casually refused. "Become stronger? Are you strong or weak? What does it matter to me? If you want to become stronger, you can exercise yourself." Unlike Harry, Dudley has no feelings for Ron, he is just Harry's friend, and his relationship is not deep. Dudley could respect or not interfere with Harry's social circle. But this doesn't mean that I want to accept Harry's circle of friends. Ron was obviously taken aback, and he also realized with astonishment that maybe the relationship between himself and Dudley was not to the level of friends. Hold, sorry. But in desperation, Ron had nothing to do. No, Dudley, listen to me. I've heard from Harry that you have a way to make him stronger in Quidditch talent. Please, can you teach me? Listening to Ron's incoherent explanation, Dudley took the initiative to look at Harry, and Harry shrank his neck subconsciously. He didn't expect that the help that Ron said before was actually true. At that time, in desperation, I subconsciously took out my cousin Dudley as a shield, but I didn't expect that today I would go through the gang. I never thought that I would be in the situation I am today. Harry swallowed. He subconsciously turned his gaze. I looked at the expression of Harry's child who seemed to have done something wrong, and then looked at Ron's eyes asking for help. Dudley immediately connected the whole incident together in his mind. Obviously, Ron still has self-knowledge. Although he performed well in Quidditch class, he should not have revealed any flaws during this period of time. In theory, he should have also kept his spot as a seeker in the Quidditch competition, but it seems that Quidditch still has internal training. There is no way to become stronger, but it seems that your question is a bit anxious. Hearing Dudley's explanation, Ron nodded quickly. Yes, it's best to have a way to become stronger quickly. I want to officially join Quidditch, but my lame talent, I guess it will be dismantled on the spot, but I don't want to pass up this opportunity. There is no way for Dudley to become stronger quickly. Just when Ron was a little desperate. Dudley's words suddenly changed. The way to quickly become stronger, I don't though, but I have an alternative solution. I wonder if you are interested. Is there such a good thing? Ron felt that the conversation with Dudley was like a roller coaster. He quickly asked, tell me quickly, what's the alternative? Wait first. Dudley didn't say it directly, but took the initiative to look aside and said to Harry, okay, Harry, you go out first, I have something to talk to Ron alone. Harry looked at his cousin Dudley and Ron inexplicably, not knowing what they were talking about. Cousin really has a way to become stronger, why don't I know? But Harry left the dormitory and closed the door behind Dudley's wishes. I hope my cousin can enlighten Ron and let him not be too anxious. The moment the door was closed, Ron looked at Dudley impatiently. Okay, Dudley, if you have any ways to become stronger quickly, tell me quickly, please. Wait first. Dudley was not in a hurry but stood up and looked out the window. Ron, have you always wondered how good Harry's talent could be? Ron was anxious, but still had to hold back his emotions and nodded yes. Harry is the most talented person I've ever met in terms of magic, but I think it should be born. My father told me this. To a certain extent, the talent of a wizard has something to do with blood. Dudley shook his head. He looked at Ron and said lightly, no, I don't think so. Ron was stunned. He didn't know what Dudley meant. But Dudley naturally took out a cooking recipe from the bookshelf beside him. When I was studying in the world of ordinary people, our teachers taught us, if you want to have a smart head, quick thinking, good sports talent, and strong motor nerves, you should eat more meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables. Good eating habits can make the body thrive. Meat, eggs, milk and vegetables. When Ron heard it, he felt a little puzzled. He also heard the sentence from his own mother. However, it does not match the current environment. This sentence is his mother often complained to his father, Arthur, your salary is too low. The children in our family can only eat cheap meat and bread. You can see that Ron's nutrition can't keep up. What if he doesn't grow taller in the future? Wife, in the past, Ron didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, although he didn't eat well, he could eat enough. But Dudley just said it seriously, which made him a little suspicious. Is it my magic talent or Quidditch talent? It's really because I can only eat sweet potato rice balls every day. And does pumpkin porridge lead to gifted flaws? Is there a relationship between diet and talent? Dudley, what do you mean, if I eat more meat, eggs, milk and vegetables, my magic talent will become stronger? Dudley smiled and didn't explain too much. Ron would not be able to understand even a detailed explanation. At the moment, the potential factor has been planted, and the rest depends on how it takes root and sprouts. In speaking, Dudley has been very careful. Before you have a deep understanding of the wizarding community, it is not too much to be cautious. Dudley's method of becoming stronger is too slow. Besides, I can't eat big fish and meat every day. No way, Dudley. I don't think this will solve my dilemma in a short time. I'm going to participate in the Gryffindor Quidditch training match organized by Wood in 2 days. Can you help me? Ron reminded subconsciously. Dudley gave him a reassuring look. That's why I'm talking to you alone? Speaking of which, Dudley offered to hold out his hand. Ron looked curiously at Dudley's palm in front of him. Is this the way to make the talent stronger in a short time? Dudley smiled slightly and opened his palms to reveal a furry creature snoozing coiled up. Ron was stunned. Dragon? Totoro? Your magic pet. Ron remembered the creature, which he'd seen catching escaped chocolate frogs on the Magic Express. Generally speaking, he is better than his stupid mouse. Ban. Dudley explained very naturally. If I didn't have any idea about how to make your magic talent stronger. But it seems to me that you mean just pass the Quidditch test. My chinchilla seems to have a special talent for riding a broomstick. When it was at our house, it ate with Harry. I tried it a while ago in Professor Hooch's magic broom class and it seemed to work flawlessly on the broomstick. Seeing this, Ron swallowed subconsciously. Is it really so talented? It sounds better than Harry. Dudley spread his hands. Maybe, or maybe I've been letting him eat beef, fish, and vegetables for a few years. Ron swallowed subconsciously when he heard that. He could only eat some dry bread and potatoes on weekdays, unless it was a good day or the day when his father paid his salary. The family could have a good meal. No. But, magic pets are not allowed in official competitions, Ron faltered in his explanation. Dudley said casually, it's still early for the official Quidditch match. At this stage, I only have this solution. Why don't you think about it? Seeing this, Ron hesitated again and again. Ron was struggling inwardly, but he was shocked to find that the current self really had no way out. If expelled from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, then the rumors that Ron was talented had already been spread, and all the wizard students in the dormitory who saw him admired during this period would condemn and look down on him. I have to turn back into trash Weasley. Goo-doo. Ron swallowed. He couldn't imagine what kind of ending he was facing. Well, the next question, let's think about it later. Let's use Dudley's method now. Solve the urgent need first. At the same time, he also has a plan in his heart that if he can survive this crisis, he will eat more meat, eggs, milk and vegetables, and if it still doesn't work, he will ask Dudley how to eat. Thank you so much, Dudley. Ron nodded his thanks. Dudley smiled slightly, opened the door and walked out without saying much. Looking at Dudley's leaving back, Ron was very emotional at how nice Harry has such a gentle brother. If only my brother was like Dudley. Extra. Many years later, Ron held a magic wand and opened the door of time. The only thing he wanted was to stop himself, and step into Dudley's room, because on that night he's about to open the gates of Pandora. Hogwarts dormitory's Gryffindor common room. There were hardly any wizard students around at night. There are 3 chairs in one area of the scene. Harry walked up the stairs to one of the chairs. The fire flickers around and flickers on and off. Harry looked at the fireplace not far away and was a little dazed. Cousin, what the hell are you discussing with Ron? Why did you ask yourself to leave first? What are the two of them hiding from me? Harry was a little tangled. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps sounded. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, Harry, why are you still here so late? Hearing the voice behind him, Harry turned his head subconsciously and saw a girl with slightly fluffy and curly hair and an upturned oval face. Hermione Granger. Harry subconsciously opened his mouth. Yes, that's right, it's me, Harry. Let me ask you, what are you doing here at this hour? Looking at Hermione pinching her waist and questioning her face. Harry opened his mouth and replied somewhat falteringly, no, nothing, correct, I'm just stuffed in the room and come out to get some air. Yes, it is like that. Lie. Hermione looked at Harry's clumsy expression and couldn't help but snorted softly. Do you think I'll believe you, Harry? Harry was a little overwhelmed by Hermione's big eyes and simply said angrily, Hermione, it's none of your business. Listen up, Hermione, don't ask if you don't want to get in trouble. Hermione didn't flinch from Harry's slightly irritable tone, but said suspiciously, Harry, it's so late and you haven't gone back to your room to sleep. Could it be that you want to sneak out of the dormitory by yourself while no one is around? How did she know? Harry was stunned. How could Hermione be so smart that she guessed it all at once? No, not. Harry waved his hands hastily. Humph. Hermione pinched her waist and snorted softly. You think I'll believe it? Harry didn't know what to say next. At the same time, another voice sounded, Harry, I knew something would happen if you were out there alone. Ron hurried to Harry's side and looked at Hermione warily. Hermione, what are you going to do? What we do at night is a private matter, so you have too much control. Hermione spread her hands. Of course I don't care about personal matters, but what I'm doing now is to protect Gryffindor credits. If you go out privately at night, you will definitely cause trouble. This violates Hogwarts' new ban on new students. You will hurt everyone. Cut. Ron waved his hand indifferently. Okay, Harry, don't listen to Hermione babbling over there. Going on with her is a waste of time. We do our thing and leave her alone. After speaking, Ron pulled Harry's hand to leave. Harry also found it annoying to be pestered by Hermione, and he subconsciously nodded in response to Ron. Ron, you are right, Hermione's behavior is really annoying, and our own activities obviously have nothing to do with her. Great, Harry, I think so too. Ron bumped Harry with a relieved shoulder in agreement. Dudley followed behind Harry and Ron, and he didn't express any opinion on the behavior of the two in front of him. After all, the stumbling between the bear children had no effect on him at all. By the way, how can we avoid supervision? Harry spoke up. Ron heard the same solemn nod. Yes. Harry, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that the fat lady in the oil painting on the door of the Gryffindor dormitory seems to be responsible for monitoring whether the little wizard is sleeping normally. Harry looked at Ron in astonishment when he heard that. Didn't you say that you would hand it over to Ron during this operation, and you would find a way to help me? Ron also looked at Harry in astonishment. It's not Harry. You stayed alone in the common area of the Gryffindor dormitory for so long before, and you didn't think of a way by yourself. Do you have to wait for me to come out? Both of them were speechless. Harry looked at Ron silently and said, forget it. So what should we do now? If the fat lady continues to supervise, it is impossible for us to leave the Hogwarts Gryffindor dormitory. Ron spread his hands. I can't help it. Or tomorrow when we see Malfoy, we should admit defeat. In fact, I have always disapproved of you going to have a wizard duel with him. The Malfoy family is not very good in the rumors, and their dueling methods are disgraceful. Seeing Ron back off, Harry shook his head resolutely and said, "No, since what was promised must be done, I don't want to bow my head and go around when I see Malfoy. Don't talk, I'll take the initiative to take a look." Harry stopped Ron from speaking, and stepped forward to the door of the Gryffindor dormitory. "Hey!" Harry turned his head in surprise and waved behind him. She is not here. The fat lady is not in this area at the moment." Ron looked shocked. He also leaned in front of Harry and looked at the empty oil painting frame in front of him in disbelief. She actually left. Could it be? "My brother told me before that the fat lady in the Gryffindor dormitory has the habit of sleepwalking at night, but I didn't expect this to be true." "Okay, stop discussing, let's go." Harry spoke decisively and stepped forward to open the door. But when the three of them left the Hogwarts dormitory, a figure followed everyone out of the dormitory door. Hermione's obstruction made Ron stamp his foot in annoyance. He whispered to Harry's ear, "What now, Harry? She doesn't seem to be joking. If Hermione really reported it, we might really be overwhelmed. After all, my brother, George and Fred seem to have discussed the punishment for the little wizard leaving the dormitory area without permission." Hearing Ron's explanation, Harry also seemed a little at a loss. Facing Hermione's implied threat words, he didn't have any good countermeasures. But the duel between himself and Malfoy, cousin, what should we do? Instinctively, Harry wanted to ask Dudley for help, but he still held back. After all, today is his wizard duel with Malfoy. If he needs his cousin's help, Harry can't accept it. He has already told his cousin that he has grown up. Dudley watched the three little wizards happily interacting calmly from the sidelines. That he's not going to be a part of it. According to Dudley's experience, in fact, through Hermione's subtle expression reaction early in the morning, it can be judged that this girl should have other intentions. Smart girls always think a lot. After all, the current Hermione has already stepped out of the Gryffindor dormitory. According to her own words, that if you really want to report Harry, the most correct choice is to take the initiative to find senior wizard seniors in the dormitory, instead of coming out with a group of people. This little girl probably has other plans, Dudley thought. Sure enough, Hermione raised her oval face again. She looked at Harry and Ron in front of her and said, "If you don't want me to report you for leaving the Gryffindor dormitory privately, there is actually another way." Speaking of which, Hermione smiled slyly. Harry just nodded numbly. Ron sighed helplessly. "I'll just say, it's really troublesome. Tell me your request." Hermione pinched her waist and said with a proud face of victory, "Take me, I want to be with you." Harry was taken aback, Ron was dumbfounded. Dudley looked at Hermione with interest. Interesting. After a few minutes, Hermione concluded negotiations with Harry and Ron. Looking at the dejected Harry, Dudley took the initiative to reach out and pat him on the shoulder to express his comfort. Harry smiled awkwardly, but he still nodded to show that he was fine. Ron said anxiously on the side, "Okay, Harry, we have to hurry up. If Malfoy uses this as an excuse to say that we lost on time if we are late, it would be really wronged." Harry nodded affirmatively. "Okay, Ron, then you go ahead and I'll follow you." Okay." Ron just wanted to lift his foot, but he stopped in place, a little stunned. Wrong. Ron looked at Harry and said, "Harry, your wizard duel, you should go ahead, I'm the escort." Harry waved his hand and said helplessly, "Okay, Ron, you lead the way." Ron looked at Harry dazedly. "Lead the way? I need to know how to get to the storage room in the special area on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, so I won't be bothering you just now." "Harry, you don't know how to go, don't you?" Harry stared blankly at Ron in front of him. Then I looked at the Hogwarts moving stairs that can be freely transformed according to different time periods. Explained slowly. "Well, Ron, I really don't know how to get there. After all, the Hogwarts area is too big for me to remember." Ron also smiled awkwardly and spread his hands. "Sorry, Harry, me too." Harry and Ron looked at each other and saw, confused from each other's line of sight. Harry was a little reconciled. He and his group had completed the most difficult step of leaving the Hogwarts dormitory. "Now I am confused because I don't know the way. Cousin, can you help yourself?" Harry felt helpless. Cousin Dudley had been in the dormitory for a while, so he was probably even less familiar with the Hogwarts structure than he was. Just when Harry and Ron were in a dilemma, Hermione took the initiative to step forward and push the two away. "Okay, what are you all doing in a daze? Since you don't know the road and get out of the way, I'll lead the way." Really, the basic architectural pattern of Hogwarts is explained on the admission notice of Hogwarts before the start of school. It seems that you don't usually preview seriously. At this time, I know the importance of reading well. Hermione walked up the moving stairs as she spoke. Seeing this, Ron pouted his mouth and muttered in a low voice, "Look, it's amazing to read as much as you can. I hope you become a nerd." Harry ignored Ron, but he was very anxious. If he missed the duel with Malfoy later, he would be the one who would be in trouble. What a difficult wizard's duel. Following behind the three of them, Dudley saw that both Ron and Harry had a little resentment towards Hermione to varying degrees. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to speak. "It's really thanks to Hermione this time. If it wasn't for her, even if we left the Gryffindor dormitory today, we would have to go back the same way." Harry subconsciously nodded his approval. Ron swallowed back the words he wanted to continue complaining about. Hermione walked in front of her without stopping, but her slender waist seemed a little stiff. If it weren't for Ron's several reminders, she would have stepped on the air and fell on the stairs. Hermione was surprised that this was Dudley's approval of her. Dudley looked at the three brats who had regained their harmony, and shook his head helplessly. If it hadn't been learned from Ron that the Malfoy family is a well-known top class in the wizarding world, and they continue and practice the ancient tradition, this aroused his interest, and he didn't intend to speak out to interfere with the conflict between the brats. Childish contradictions are always making trouble. the next day I wash and sleep and forget it. This kind of interference by myself is purely useless. There's no overnight feud with childishness. The fastest way to transition from a stranger to a friend is to have contradiction. But the main reason why I came out with Harry today is to witness what the old wizards mean by duel. This is of great help to his research on wizards from history. Thinking room. The Dudleys were led by Hermione. Bypass several stairs that move on their own. Finally, he approached a wall full of oil painting frames. Hermione, how did you do it? Everyone approached a wall full of oil painting frames. Hermione, how did you do it? Ron was really shocked this time, and he gestured subconsciously. There are so many stairs and changing paths, have you memorized them all in advance? Hermione looked back at Ron with an oval face. Humph. I told you before, I memorized the basic topographic map of Hogwarts before school started. In fact, these moving stairs under our feet are not chaotic, they all operate according to certain rules. Ron had a face full of embarrassment. For the first time, he felt that he seemed a little too sloppy. If you read more books, you can find out in advance. Harry looked at the arched door in the slightly orange flame area in front of him and said, Hermione, are you sure the storeroom on the third floor of Hogwarts is in front of you? Hermione nodded and said, well, that's right. Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward and was the first to leave the stairs. Stand on the countertop. Dudley and the three followed closely behind. The storage room. Dudley looked at the old iron gate in front of him for a long while and frowned and said, shall we wait first? Ron took a deep breath and said, and many more. Dudley, what are you talking about? We are now outside. Those who cannot be seen by others have to wait and enter inside first. Ron took the initiative to push open the metal iron door as he spoke. The iron gate opened to the inside. Harry, follow. Ron reached out and pulled Harry in together. Hermione was a little hesitant but glanced at Dudley behind her. She gritted her teeth and followed. Dudley was a little helpless. According to the environment and remoteness of the scene, he could tell at a glance that there was no one behind the iron gate. It has not been cleaned for a long time, and there is a lot of dust in front of the iron gate, and the dust on the ground left only the trail where Ron entered. This detail made Dudley ponder. Look at the dust on the ground. Dudley didn't say much, squatted down, and took the initiative to clean up the dust, and then followed the three of them into the back of the iron gate. It was pitch black behind the iron gate. Only Harry and Hermione could be vaguely seen. Dudley frowned. He felt that the environment was not good. Something is not quite right. Dark, obsolete, obliteration. It can even smell a moldy smell that the air has not circulated for a long time. There's no need to put yourself in danger. Unlike Harry, Ron, Dudley knew he was being targeted by Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. The danger is still around me to a certain extent, and this environment, it is easy to cause the other parties peeping. Just when Dudley was about to take the initiative to let Harry go back the same way. Ron's voice sounded. Malfoy, are you there? Here we are, where are you? The sound echoed in the storage room. There is no response from the other party. Just then, a cluster of flames lit up. The flames burned out of thin air without any warning. Faint flames illuminated most areas of the warehouse looming. Ron was startled by the statue in front of him, and he wanted to scream. But Harry took the initiative to cover Ron's mouth. Dudley also saw clearly that it was a stone humanoid statue covered in spider webs. The statue hunched over. His fingers twisted and struggled like a zombie. The whole face showed an extremely painful appearance. On the back of this statue stands another statue, however, due to the weak light of the fire, it cannot be seen too clearly. Damn it, we were cheated. Ron looked at Harry angrily. Harry, listen to me, this Malfoy is a coward. He dare not fight you in a wizard duel. Ron, I think. Harry was about to say something, but at this moment, meow. A meow sounded. A brown-black cat came out from the corner of the opened iron door. The size of the cat is not big. It crouched in the corner and stared at the four people behind the door without blinking a pair of pupils. Meow, the brown-black kitten meowed again. Damn wild cat, you will expose us like this. Ron angrily grabbed something beside him and wanted to smash it at the wild cat. Stop, Ron, this cat belongs to the housekeeper. Filch, you can't hit it. Hermione reminded him. He looked at the three people behind him and said, seriously, we have to hide. If the dormitory administrators find us leaving the Gryffindor dormitory without permission, according to the regulations, we are very likely to be directly expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After Hermione finished speaking, she took the lead to go deep into the warehouse. Ron, Harry and Dudley followed behind her. My little cutie, did you find something? It's so late, is there who in the warehouse? There was a chattering sound. At the same time, an old man was standing on the handrail of the automatic spiral staircase below the third floor of Hogwarts. The old man was bald, with thinning hair on the back of his head, and his eyes looked a little sinister. His face was wrinkled, his body was thin and shriveled, and he even looked a little malnourished. Cough, cough. Filch hunched his upper body and coughed softly. He fumbled in his pocket and took out a note. As a dormitory administrator, Filch not only needs to supervise the daily work and rest of the little wizards, but also needs to patrol the Hogwarts school at night. In case some playful little wizards do not return to their rest area on time. Looking at the note in his hand, Filch sighed. Looking at the letter in his hand, Filch frowned. As a dormitory administrator, he cannot ignore such reports. However, due to the anonymous report, Filch could only tell from the paper of the report letter that the letter came from Slytherin House. The thought of the Slytherin wizards gave Filch a headache. He doesn't like this group of little wizards. He always tricks himself in different ways, but he can't do anything to be able to stay at Hogwarts. He, Filch, must do his best to complete the work assigned to him by Headmaster Dumbledore. Is it the third floor area? Filch went up the stairs. Even if the little Slytherin wizard had teased him, he had to double-check himself. At this moment, Filch noticed that the brown-gray cat in his arms had jumped to the ground. Meow! With a cry, he ran forward quickly. Filch fell behind. His body's reaction speed couldn't keep up with the kitten's figure at all. My little cutie, slow down! Filch was out of breath. He had to rush up the steps in 3 steps and 2 steps. The moment he left the movable staircase, Filch was stunned. He looked suspiciously at the iron gate of the warehouse in front of him. Strangeness, when did this door open? Filch muttered. He wondered if he had forgotten. But then Filch dismissed the idea, and guessed that Slytherin's report letter from the little wizard was true. This area on the 3rd floor is a restricted area for little wizards. According to the rules of Hogwarts, they cannot come here. Now the door is opened. Maybe someone has entered. Although he was not sure, Filch still decided to go and have a look. Meow! Another cat meow. But this time the meowing of the cat seemed a bit shrill. Filch was shocked. My baby, what's wrong with you? Someone bullied you? While speaking, Filch took the initiative to push open the heavy iron door. Deep in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Several figures seemed a little flustered. Ron, are you okay? This is Filch's cat. It has found us. If we don't hide right away, we'll all be doomed if he sees us. Ron was very worried about the sweat on his forehead. It's not that you guys should talk less. There is no way ahead. In the closed and narrow space, Filch's cat stared at a pair of green eyes and approached step by step from behind. Ron, I don't think we've got a chance to hide. Cats can see at night as long as there's low light. Dudley Bucks told me that. Harry said helplessly. At this moment he faintly felt that he had been deceived. Damn Malfoy, what a holy warrior duel. Stop talking, Harry, hurry up and see if this door can be opened. With the help of the faint firelight, Ron vaguely saw an old wooden door on his left arm. There is an iron bolt on the wooden door. The structure of the iron bolt is from the inside to the outside. Ron pawed hard twice, but the iron bolt pattern did not move at all. No, it can't be opened. It's over and we're going to be found out. Ron was a little frustrated. Get out of the way and let me see. Harry stepped forward and worked hard for a while. Forget it, Harry, Filch's cat is coming, and we're all dead. Ron complained a little. Seeing Harry and Ron in a hurry, Dudley couldn't help but said, I said, Harry, Ron, Hogwarts has started for a week. Haven't you learned magic yet? In this case, I think it is best to use magic to solve it. After speaking, Dudley looked at Harry. Harry scratched his head and lowered his head, while Ron turned his head subconsciously to say that he would not. I'm sorry, Dudley, no one said that a little wizard who just started school must know magic. Dudley rubbed his forehead helplessly. That means you two can't do a single spell now except riding a magic broom? Harry opened his mouth. Cousin, that's not the case. You listen to my explanation. Explain what? At this moment, Hermione took a step forward and pushed Harry away. If you don't know magic, don't pretend to be here. I don't want to be caught by the dormitory administrator together with you, and then be expelled from Hogwarts. This is a completely unacceptable thing. See what you said. Ron steps aside. Okay. Hermione, you do what you want, otherwise don't talk big. Seeing that Hermione was so active, Ron would be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. It is always a good thing that someone stands up. I saw Hermione take the initiative to pull a wand from her arms. She stared at the big wooden door lock in front of her, thought for a moment and then explained, this lock and bolt are made of metal, and belong to the mechanical category of defensive spells. Speaking of which, Hermione waved her wand directly. Mechanical spell, break the imprisonment. Hermione's voice fell, and a white glowed at the tip of the wand. Immediately afterwards, there was a slight metal impact sound. Ron stared wide-eyed, pursed his lips and finally said with emotion, Hermione, you are amazing. How did you do it? However, before Hermione finished speaking, Harry said with a look of astonishment, Hermione, didn't you cast a spell? Why is this door still locked? Hermione also noticed the unexpected situation in front of her. Her oval face was a little pale. No, it's impossible. I tried it several times at home. Hermione quickly waved her wand again, chanting spells one after another. The curse, the breaking of the prison, spell, break the prison, curse, break the prison. However, after performing magic several times, the iron bolt on the wooden doorknob still trembled twice and remained motionless. How could this be? Hermione's oval face looked a little dazed. I tried it before leaving home, and this magic can automatically open whether it is the key lock of the anti-theft door or an ordinary old door lock. The current situation, no reason. The spells in the basic spells textbook can't go wrong. Hermione, you. Seeing this, Ron immediately squatted on the ground and hugged his head helplessly. It's over. It's over. The dormitory manager Filch will definitely catch up. We are all over. Don't try it. It's obvious that this door has been tampered with. After being silent, Dolly decided to take the initiative to explain. Ron and Hermione were taken aback. Dudley stepped forward with the help of the white light that lit up when Hermione cast the spell, then point to one of the fields to, I don't know if you can see clearly, but when Hermione's spell is placed on this door lock, there will be a light green light curtain on it. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent's spell should be cast on this door lock. Maybe they predicted in advance that we might hide behind this door. Seeing this, Ron wept with a mournful face. Don't talk about it, Dudley. So what if you know you've been tampered with? We're stuck here now. The only thing waiting for us is to be caught by the dormitory administrator, ruined row. Ron, is everything you said true? Harry also pursed his mouth. The successive heavy blows and the emotions after being tricked by Malfoy made him not know how to speak. Cheated myself. Wizard duels are fake. Now the door can't be opened. Okay, get out of the way, let me try. Dudley took the initiative to catch up. Cousin, what can you do? Harry's somewhat lonely eyes were filled with hope again. Useless Dudley, you can't use magic. Ron opened his mouth and didn't continue speaking. Dudley didn't explain too much. He moved his hand in his pocket and quietly held Totoro in his palm. Then he placed a piece of cheese behind the latch. Dudley, are you still bringing your magic pet with you? Hermione watched Dudley's movements curiously before she could speak again. Totoro stepped forward and jumped off Dudley's shoulders, its furry body clinging to the wooden door lock. Squeak! The chinchilla's little paw stretched out and was about to poke into the back door of the deadbolt. At this moment, a burst of green light lit up. The green light curtain held the chinchilla in midair like a glass cover. The chinchilla in midair flickered its big ears. It looked annoyed at the green light curtain that pushed itself up, and expressed some incomprehension. However, Totoro's dark pupils shrank slightly, and its small mouth opened. Two small fangs are exposed on the upper jaw. Ow, bite, crack. The moment the pale green light curtain touched the fangs, it was shattered. Boom! Totoro fell down. Dudley reached out to catch Totoro and stuffed a piece of cheese into its mouth at the same time. This process happens in an instant. Dudley breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was correct. There was indeed a problem with his magic pet, but now was not the time to study the details. Okay, don't be dazed. Before Hermione could see clearly, she heard Dalena's slightly commanding and urging tone. Hermione cast it again, breaking the spell of imprisonment. When Hermione heard this, she was also full of doubts, but also no, it's not the time to ask for details. Immediately, he drew his wand and cast the spell again. A white on at the tip of the wand lit up again. Magic collection, halo renders, mechanical spell, break the bondage. Crack! This time the door lock was open naturally. Dudley stepped forward and opened the wooden door, and Hermione, Harry and Ron entered inside. Dudley followed without hesitation and closed the door. Boom! Meow! The slightly miserable cry of the brown gray cat suddenly came out. Filch, the dormitory administrator outside the door, rushed into the back of the iron door of the storage room in 3 steps and 2 steps. My sweet baby, what's wrong with you? Looking at the shivering cat in his arms, Filch fondled the hair on the kitten's back. Okay, don't make trouble. Let me see which little wizard in the academy dared to scare you like this. It's just the opposite of the sky. It's still wandering in the restricted area at such a late hour. While talking, Filch looked at the environment in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Not far away, the dim light of the torches on the high platform illuminated the storage room faintly. Filch took the initiative to come to the door, picked up a spare torch, and put it in the brazier beside him. The flames burn out of thin air. A cluster of dark green flames lit up on the torch. What's going on here? Filch looked at the torch and frowned. Strangeness, that's weird. Why is the color of the flame wrong? I remember it was orange. Why is it green now? Filch muttered in his mouth, but he still held a torch and explored the depths of the storage room. Little wizards, come out, don't hide. I know you are hiding inside. Come out obediently. Since you dare to disobey Hogwarts prohibition, you must make a decision to be punished. While talking, Filch walked into the depths of the storage room. About 10 minutes later, Filch rubbed the kitten in his arms helplessly. Be careful next time, baby. You can't just come here. There is obviously no one in the storage room. I think you must have been frightened by this dark green flame. But before Filch finished speaking, he saw the brown kitten in his arms looking at the closed wooden door of the storage room. The kitten's body couldn't help but tremble again. Meow! Curiously, Filch shone his light with the torch in front of him, and found nothing unusual. Then he looked at the kitten in his arms and said, Okay, my little cutie, you said there is someone inside, but I think you're overthinking. This is simply not possible. You must have smelled the smell inside. I told you before. Don't run around in Hogwarts. Behind this door is the forbidden area with scary monsters. I don't want you to meet him. It looks like you were frightened by the monster behind the door just now. It's not safe here. We can't stay here any longer. It would be bad if they noticed. As he spoke, Filch turned around and extinguished the torch, then left the storage room on the 3rd floor. Boom! The metal door was slammed shut. Listen to the sound of the metal door banging. Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Harry and Dudley beside him and said, My God, it's finally gone. I just thought Filch, the dormitory manager, would open the door and come in. But he just said, dangerous. What does it mean? I think it's pretty good inside, except for the dark spots in the storage room. There shouldn't be any danger, however. Before Ron could finish speaking, Hermione stepped forward and covered its mouth. Woo woo woo. Ron struggled helplessly with his mouth covered. SHH. Hermione lowered her voice and said, Okay, Ron, don't you hear someone's footsteps outside the door? There was anger in Hermione's voice. This Ron was too reckless. Ron also felt that something was wrong, so he smiled awkwardly. The 3 leaned behind the wooden door and waited for a while. Okay, Hermione, can you let go of my neck? Filch, the dormitory administrator outside the door, has left. I just heard the door slam. Really, Hermione, you can be gentler. Seeing Ron begging for mercy, Hermione let go of Ron's collar. Her face was a little solemn. Ron had a really bad day. I shouldn't have taken you to the storage room on the 3rd floor, however. Before Hermione finished speaking, another voice suddenly sounded beside her. Hermione, I think you're right, we really shouldn't be on the 3rd floor of the storage room. Harry's voice was a little stuttering, and it seemed a little indistinct to everyone's ears. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Harry, what are you talking about? Hermione subconsciously turned her head. But the moment he turned his head, puffed, Two abnormal sounds came out. Dudley was also attracted by the sudden sound. I saw clusters of flames suddenly burning on the round stoves on the surrounding walls. The flames swayed, showing a faint green color. Reflect the dark storage room in front of it a bit ghostly. Goo-doo, goo-doo, goo-doo. There were three swallowing sounds in succession. Standing behind the three of Harry, Dudley could clearly see a beast lying on the ground not far ahead. No, it's not appropriate to describe it as a beast. The beast in front of him has three heads. Each head is more than 2 meters high. Calculated according to the golden ratio, the torso under it has reached a terrifying length of 10 meters just by preliminary naked eye observation. Prehistoric creature? In just a moment, Dudley combined the huge three-headed dog in front of him with the dinosaur in his impression that this was the first time he had seen such a huge monster with his own eyes. Its appearance is even more similar to the three-headed dog in myths and legends. How? What should we do? Should we leave now? Ron forced his mind to stabilize. He looked at the three Dudleys beside him and spoke. Shut up, Ron. You're going to wake it up too loud. Hermione was a little crazy. Why is this Ron always so nervous? Yes, I also think it's better to leave now. After all, it doesn't seem to find us. Harry's expression was a little nervous. He subconsciously looked at his cousin Dudley. Cousin, do you have any comments? If there is no objection, I think we can lean back a little. Let's stick it on the wall first. Dudley didn't answer Harry's question. His expression didn't change much. Compared to the panic of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Dudley had his own opinion that he didn't feel horror. On the contrary, it is very strange. He was even more curious. In this day and age, the oxygen is thin. There is a limited amount of oxygen in the air, according to scientific empirical analysis. The larger the body size, the more oxygen consumption. If there is not much oxygen in the air, it is completely impossible to support such a huge body. But there are still such huge creatures in the wizarding world. Wouldn't this three-headed dog die from lack of oxygen? This is Dudley's most intuitive judgment. Under normal oxygen content, it is absolutely impossible to have such a huge creature, especially a dog-like, three-headed dog. Although it was just a guess, Dudley said decisively no. Don't rush to move, we've been discovered by him. The three of Harry were shocked at the same time. Dudley said indifferently, animals will always test when they see a strange species. If we turn around and run away at this time, I think he will definitely rush forward without hesitation. The best way now is to calm down and follow the plan step by step. Ron felt that what Dudley said made sense when he heard it. Hermione, look, what Dudley said is right. I remember when I was a child, I passed by the neighbor's wizard's house. They kept a big yellow dog behind the door. When he grinned at me, I was slowly backing away from it and it was fine. If I dare to turn over and run, it will immediately pounce on me and bite me. Hermione pursed her lips, her heart was beating normally. Big, it's too big. This even reminded Hermione of the horror creatures and TV themes she saw in the world of ordinary people, not to mention running away. Just seeing it makes people feel mentally shocked. Hermione, what was the magic you just cast? Can you still perform magic in this situation? Dudley was the first to speak out and looked at Hermione, who was beside him. Hermione hurriedly replied, Dudley, the magic I cast just now was the mechanical spell mentioned in Chapter 7 of the Little Wizard's Standard Magic Book, but, with such a big monster in front of me, I can't think of anything I remembered. Dudley said decisively. Sleeping curse, petrification curse, do you know it? Hermione was stunned. Sleeping curse? Petrification curse? Dudley, what are you talking about? These are offensive spells. They are not allowed to be included in Hogwarts textbooks without the teacher's instruction. Tisk. I asked you if there is anything else you can do. If you slow down, it will pounce on us and eat us. Ron spoke in a trembling voice. The three-headed dog lying on the ground in front of him opened his sleepy eyes, and the three 2-meter-high heads viciously looked at the four creatures in front of them. The three-headed dog hesitated. It recognized the four people in front as little wizards. I have been imprisoned in the dark prison of Hogwarts for endless years. These four people are little wizards. Damn, I have been imprisoned in the dark cell of Hogwarts for endless years. Even I have already forgotten a lot of things. No Sunday. Only gloomy and depressing environment. Did I really hate myself here? Really want to eat them? Cuckoo. The mouth of the three-headed dog was split open, and a lot of saliva dripped on the ground. There was excitement in his eyes. It's only been a few days since the last meal. The next meal should be a week away. The hateful prison guards are so negligent, but when you wake up, you will have something to eat. Thinking of the three-headed dog, it means that it needs to be tested. If the four little wizards have no resistance, then eat them all in one bite. Damn it, Hogwarts. How dare you imprison the great three-headed dog here? I used to be one of the noble and strong men in the Abyss Demon Forest. Why bear these humiliations? Then use your little wizard to vent your anger. Only the blood of a wizard can wash away the burning rage. Naturally, Harry and the others couldn't hear the mental activities of the three-headed dog. But Dudley was able to read the meaning of creatures through the eyeballs that were as big as human heads. The three-headed dog is about to hunt. Eyes are more than windows to the human soul. That it's the way most mammals convey their emotions. Dudley knew that was the unique excitement that dogs can only erupt when they see food. Its hunting is about to begin. Hermione. Dudley startled Hermione by sternly speaking. But she reacted quickly, nodding instinctively. Dudley continued, get out your wand, twirl the spell after me. Dudley frowned, and the voice in his mouth paused. Hermione's fledgling magic spells probably won't come in handy. In an emergency, he could only search out the spells he understood in his memory when he was injected with magic. No. influenza virus and witnessed Hagrid cast the spell in that wonderful state. It is a kind of spell that one learns without a teacher and automatically comprehends. Roar. The three-headed dog opened its mouth and let out a suppressed growl. Hermione's face was pale. The three-headed dog in front of her was too huge, and the oppressive feeling made her hairs count down. The fear made her forget Dudley's voice. Hermione Granger. Dudley grimaced. Hermione was taken aback. She tore off the wizard's robe in a panic and took out a wand from it. I'm in. Dudley's eyes were calm. He looked at the giant beast in front of him, and recalled in his mind the words that Hagrid had parsed out when he released the spell, curse, all petrified. I don't have much magical power in my body, neither Harry nor Ron has released a magic spell, and only Hermione can. Dudley's voice was slow, but he found that Hermione didn't mean to speak at all. Hermione Granger. Follow me. Dudley looked at Hermione and repeated again, what's wrong with this girl? Why are you in a daze? Hold, sorry, Dudley, what are you talking about? I do not understand. I can't understand it at all. Hermione tried her best to explain, but after dancing for a long time, she still didn't know how to say it. She felt that she had encountered a situation that could be explained in one way or another. Dudley frowned. Seeing this, Ron subconsciously gestured and said, Dudley, what did you just say? What? I evened out my ears, Hermione, and I can't understand it all. I feel that what you are talking about is not a language or a spell, it is more like an indescribable timbre. This voice we've never heard before, old for a long time. Ron finally came up with a more appropriate adjective. That's the sound. Ron only felt that it was a low, hoarse, obscure, creepy tone. Without his explaining, Dudley instantly understood where the problem was. According to the basic overview of the spell class that I previewed in advance, there is such a record. The root of the spell is different, and the meaning and sound expressed are also different. The language I speak is different from the common tongue of charms that Hermione uses now. This is like the C language of computer programming. Encounter the data language of the Android system. Although the forms of expression all present dynamic patterns, the underlying logic is different. Both seem to be able to visualize data, but they are not interoperable. Having figured this out, Dudley hesitated and changed his words. That's it. Hermione, follow me word for word. Dudley figured out a way in an instant, but if he couldn't read it out completely, he would use the most stupid way, saying one syllable in one word. This kind of temporary memory could allow her to imitate clumsily. Hermione took a deep breath. Okay, let me try. Dudley, slow down, Dudley said without hesitation. Curse, unification. Hermione repeated with difficulty. If she hadn't read a lot of magic literature, it would be more difficult to learn. When the second word was repeated, a strange situation suddenly changed. The wand in her hand suddenly began to tremble violently. The magnitude of the jitter is getting bigger and bigger. Capabilities are fluctuating. Strands of white halos converge towards the tip of Hermione's wand. The frequency of pooling is getting faster and faster. The milky white halo continuously expands at the tip of the wand. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. It even surpassed Hermione's upper body in the end. The magic halo is very dazzling, like a little sundae. My God. Hermione, Ron's expression was stiff. He said that he had never seen such a big magic light and shadow effect in his life. Harry's eyes were also a little duller. Hermione, so powerful? But Dudley could tell at once that something was wrong. Hermione's complexion robe was holding a wand, her rosy cheeks were bloodless, and even her eyes, which were always active, showed signs of fatigue. But Hermione didn't seem to notice the change in herself at all. Dudley simply stopped teaching charms. At this moment, he must stop. There is no need to sacrifice health as the price before things reach a desperate point. Dudley walked around to Hermione's side, waved his hand and tapped on Hermione's wrist. Clap! Hermione's wrist hurt, and her wand dropped from her hand, falling downwards. Close your eyes. Dudley spoke decisively. Harry, Ron, and Hermione obeyed instinctively. And the white halo that hadn't formed a substance was also lasing out at this time. Boom! There was a loud bang, the white glow flickered violently, and the casting of the spell was interrupted. The whole room as bright as day. Roar! The three-headed dog howled. Dudley didn't hesitate to turn around and pull Hermione to run behind the door. Ron took Harry, and the three-headed dog's eyes were stimulated by the high-brightness halo, and it briefly entered a state of blindness. Let's go now. Ron dragged Harry to keep up with Dudley. With your Dudley, I didn't even think that strong light could cause such an effect. Without saying anything, Dudley waited until Harry came out, and directly locked the wooden door in the storage room. At the moment of closing the door, a roar full of anger came out. However, when the door is closed, everything inside can no longer be transmitted to the outside world. Oh my God! Ron gasped heavily, leaning against the door panel and slowly slumping to the ground. Harry stepped forward and helped Ron up from the ground. My God, Harry, did you just see that? That ferocious monster the size of a hill is actually right in front of us, and Harry's eyes looking at it, I feel that its eyes are bigger than our heads. Ron kept expressing shock in his mouth. But this time Harry calmed down quickly. He looked at Ron with some doubts and said, Ron, did you just see clearly? Ron wondered, Harry, what are you talking about? Do you mean that monster? To tell you the truth, I have never seen a monster grow up like this. At the time I thought it was a dog, but have you ever seen a dog taller than a hill? With this size, I feel that only the legendary dragon can match it. Ron rambled on about his views on dragon. Dudley waved his hands and said, No, Ron, I mean, when the strong light came on just now, I seem to have found a secret door under the three-headed dog. Harry's solemn expression made Ron's voice gradually slow down. Secret door, are you sure? Ron recalled carefully just now that he ran back in a hurry and didn't even see the specific situation under the three-headed dog clearly. Harry took a deep breath. Yes, it's the secret door. I saw it with my own eyes. The iron chain around the three-headed dog just now was fastened to the four areas of the secret door on the ground. Rather than talking about the secret door, it is better to say that the three-headed dog should be guarding the secret door, and there should be something behind this door. Harry stated his point of view. Harry, do you think there is any important thing hidden in this secret door? In my opinion, there must be something extremely important inside such a powerful creature guarding here. Speaking of which, Ron, Harry's footsteps paused, and he looked at Ron beside him as if realizing something. Still, Harry shook his head and said nothing. Just for a moment, Harry vaguely recalled the special letter that Hagrid took out in Gringotts, in which Harry saw the words Sorcerer's Stone. Although I don't know why I suddenly think of Sorcerer's Stone, after all, there are many things that the three-headed dog guards. Just then, a hand was placed on Harry's shoulder. Harry turned his head and saw his cousin Dudley was holding a bunch of torches in his hands at some point, and his cousin's face was flickering under the light of the torches. Okay Harry, stop discussing, I just went to check near the iron gate of the warehouse. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Upon seeing this, Harry said casually, Cousin, tell me the good news first. Dudley swung the torch around. I just confirmed that the dormitory administrator Filch has left. We should not have been found. What kind of good news is this? Ron muttered aside, but he changed his words. What about the bad news? Dudley shook the torch in his hand. The bad news is that we were locked in the warehouse on the third floor, and the door to go out was closed by Filch. After Dudley's voice fell, he saw Ron, who was still alright, rushing to the iron gate in a panic. After fiddling for about 10 minutes, he finally returned to the crowd dejectedly. No way, I just checked, that iron door is locked to the outside. We can't open it at all inside. As soon as he said this, Ron put his eyes behind Harry. Hermione, why don't you give it a try? You are the only one who knows magic among us. Didn't you just say that chapter 7 in the wizarding textbook can be used on? Speaking of this, Ron's voice paused, because she noticed that Hermione's face was pale, and cold sweat had been breaking out on her forehead. What's up with her? Ron suddenly felt that something was wrong. Harry also noticed this, and he hurriedly moved closer to check Ron. I think Hermione's condition is very bad. She should be sick now. We need to send her to the Hogwarts infirmary as soon as possible. As soon as Harry's voice fell, Ron shook his head and said no. Harry, let's wait. If we really send Hermione to the infirmary, how can we explain Hermione's illness to the magic teacher? If we are exposed like this, maybe even Hermione will be punished. Harry didn't know what to do when he heard Ron's analysis. Okay, Hermione's condition is fine, don't worry about it. Her condition should be that she is too tired. In theory, just take a break and go back to the dormitory to sleep. In Dudley's eyes, Hermione's physical condition was very similar. After practicing high-load exercise in the gym, the body spontaneously produced a stress response. What should cousin do now? Harry couldn't help it, and looked at his cousin, who asked aloud. Dudley shook his head lightly. Don't worry about waiting, this is not too difficult. Okay, you just wait. Looking at Dudley's serious expression, Harry and Ron stopped talking. About half an hour passed. Blood finally came to Hermione's cheeks. Dudley also made a silent record in his mind. One of the details of the wizard, after intense aerobic, their recovery is much faster than ordinary people. Can you give me a pull? Hermione asked softly, and then she looked expectantly at Dudley next to her, but Dudley didn't seem to hear it. What did you just say? Hermione looked at Dudley. Dudley replied casually, alright, if it's okay, you can stand up. In addition, I will bring Harry and Ron back, so that we can discuss the follow-up matters. Look at Hermione's situation.